has a funeral parlor. They've had it in the family for like 100 years. So I went by there and sat in the office, talked to them for a little while. It was great. And that part of it has been great. The part that I'm not dealing with is my schedule. My schedule's fucked up, so I get anxiety from this not having a schedule. So every day, my schedule gets a little better. Like I'm starting to go to bed now at 11:30. It was 3, 4 in the morning for months.
I'm right there with you. I'm a very structured, schedule person, and I'm used to this and this and this and this homeschool. Fucking sit there and help them all day. I feel like I'm drowning. I really do. All good things are happening, but it's all coming all over the fucking place, and this homeschool just killing me.
You know, I got people calling me for this, that. I can't even fucking function. I'm not even functioning 100%. I gotta be honest with you. I got a lot of anxiety.
Yeah.
I get a lot of social anxiety. I'm gonna start to do a comedy residency for the month of October at Uncle Vinny's. By the time this comes out, I'll do the first. You know, they see 36 people. They socially distance, and at least I get to fucking get an outlet once a week. You know, it's just 36 tickets. That's it. Once it's indoor.
Hear that?
It's indoor. It's
better enough.
Once a week. And that's all I got right now. That's all I got right now. I got a family. I got the winter's gonna be fucking cold here. You know, where I live, don't take a genius. If you look on my block, you look around, you're like, boy, there's fucking deer out in September. You know, there was deer out when I moved in on August 31st. This is a cold ass fucking the wind, trees are shaking the shit. You know when the wind comes in, it's gonna be fucking cold. So I'm just fucking down. I'm not going anywhere. There's no plans on any planes or anything. And I'm just gonna provide content. That's it.
That's all you can do.
I'm gonna do my Patreon thing to do. That's the right thing to do. Do my podcast and then get on stage once a week. And that's the best I can do right now. You know, I don't want to go out there and charge somebody $25,000. It's not that polished out.
I totally agree with that. I'm doing my first show in 7 months on Friday next week. It's a rooftop in Sarah. It's an outside rooftop Sarah Mello puts on, and she's had like Neil Brennan and Santino, and I hit her up, and she's like, I'd love to have you. So it's my first one in 7 months, and it looks like they're doing a good job with that one, separating everybody. It's an open air venue, so we'll see. I agree. I can't go asking for money if I don't have at least a polished 30 and an 80% other 30 I'm working on. You know what I mean? I don't feel right taking, especially now people on unemployment. You know, people are freaking out. That's why I love what you do with your Patreon. If people don't know, it's $1. Is it still that? Is that correct?
It's $1. That's right. It's 12. The 12, I gotta go up to 3, 5, 10, 15. I'm just waiting for the shirt designs to come in to give them an option on shirts and stuff like that. The Patreon has really taken a lot of the anxiety away. When I answer those messages, I laugh my ass off. You know, they can go either way. Every day I get one guy to tell me that he's in the mood to bust somebody's head. I got guys who are ready to smack somebody for me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. They're all over the place.
Are you getting back?
So it's just been, yes, that's my main thing on Patreon is the messaging. I believe that connection is the most important, you know? So I sit there for 2 hours a day. When you have 13,000 people, that's a lot of messages.
Yeah, it is.
So it's 2 hours of fucking day. So I wanted to slow it down a little bit. Go up to $3 and just give them tiers, give them options, give me more options to work with, you know.
Well, I'll say this too, because I just did this for myself for Patreon now. If anybody out there doesn't know, you can do this with Joey too. They offer a yearly subscription. So instead of doing monthly and worrying about your card getting declined or any of that, you can sign up for a year. So I encourage you right now, go sign up for Joey's Patreon, get the yearly package. Sign up for mine, the Honeydew with Y'all, get the yearly package. And you'll save some money on it. You end up getting free episodes, free content. So, but again, I know money's tight for people, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's why I didn't like this to give your options and just have that connection. The other, I think a lot of social media you look at, just when you read a couple of things, it pulls you down. You're like, really, I'm back on Facebook, this shit. I'm back on Twitter, even though I love Twitter. I love Twitter. People on Twitter. I've cut down a lot. I've cut down my usage a lot. So,
Setting up the fucking, you got real shit to do,
yeah, no, here's the problem I got. I don't know the story I'm telling you about. Did I come out on bail or am I in prison?
I'll tell you exactly where we are. So it was September 88. You were in prison. You just got in there. And you know I won't get to it soon.
Hey guys, this is Brandon straight out of truck, and you can't get out of the comedy store. What's up, Brandon? Can you not get out of the comedy store? Made a mistake. Why? You tricked your truck out. Now it's too big, right? So apologize. No, see ya. Now you're not gonna get out. Look at this fucking tricked out ridiculous truck. Can't get out there to move cars. He's got wheels. He's got extra wheels in the back. Oh my God! What a waste! You got block a gallon! He also believes in the land movie.
1-800-LIFELOCK. Head on over to lifelock.com, and when you're there, you can bubble book George for 40% off. This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event, the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there for the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. That's harlemglobetrotters.com.
Yeah, Mike Slater, my dad, passed away at the age of 63. He was out of nowhere. Struggling so hard, obviously. Family life, my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance. My wife, 4 kids. The best place to get life insurance is ethos.com. Because you can do it in 10 minutes. There's no medical exam, blood test, just a few health questions. You get life insurance in 10 minutes. So it's now it's protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/life.
The landing on the moon. Did they hear this noise? No. I mean, they can hear, but it's not as bad as we watch. This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue. Styles Switch Barbecue. Why do you say it's good? They can use it as an outdated model. It's good sound. It's good sound. What is this? Drilling? Yeah, it's just sounds like I said, yeah, I didn't feel too bad for Jim Dillon. I wish it was far-right MAGA, one of their followers, and then two, we made a joke about Trump not really caring or being sympathetic that Trump here in Texas. Like, I have a unique take on this because I run a fairly large media company. I also do media. So you're seeing a lot of people right now, they tweet about earthquake, like, cancel culture, you're so that right is so hypocritical. They're anti-cancel culture, and now they want cancel culture. To me, this is not cancel culture at all. Like, what cancel culture is when you don't like somebody saying me, and then you're like, we want to get rid of Dave, so we're going to comb through everything they do. I don't like this podcast. Shit, podcast. Here's a noise here. Is that noise important to hearing?
And the person will immediately let the healer in your bones, so to speak. And that's how you know that
The landing on the moon, Jesus Christ, all this diagrams are doing that. Why you want to get your truck out there? What is that?
Yo, how are you? What up, Josie? How you living, pimp? Yo, can you hear me? No, Joe Diaz is?
It's a guy with two broken legs that had just jumped out the window that you'd heard about before, and he's playing cards. That's where we are.
And I gotta give you, and the funny thing about that situation was that I got accused of that. Did I come out on bail or am I in prison already?
I'll tell you exactly where we are because I listened. So it was September '88. You were in prison and you just got in there and you said, "Who do I walk into and see?" And it's a guy with two broken legs that had just jumped out the window that you'd heard about before, and he's playing cards. That's where we are.
And I got to give you, and the funny thing about that situation was that I got accused of that.
Right.
When they were questioning me, they asked me if I knew that guy. So when I saw him in the prison diagnostic, it made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was crazy. That time period going up to that was crazy because I got sent to Summit County first. They told me I wouldn't get the diagnostic, so they sent me to Summit County. Did I tell you that?
Yeah. Let me just say this. Let me say this real quick for everybody.
Many relationships are karmic, if you will. We can't really love someone so intently if we haven't loved them in a previous life. So sometimes people may see, for instance, that two people, like they go to dinner, they have coffee, they lock horns once or twice, and they're done. And other times, people will continually, banter with each other, they love each other, and they're simply reviving a previous relationship they had in their past. So these relationships that we have, even with our kids, we know our kids. You can't love someone so intensely and devotionally unless you do that person. You see, right? So life is a continuum, and we know and we love even some of our friends that we have great relationships with. We know them. Okay. Well, my question is, what career was I supposed to be in this lifetime? Look at your left hand, and I want you to tell me which finger up to the index finger or the thumb finger is longer. Now, hold the fingers together, no spaces showing directly at your left hand. Tell me which finger is longer. The middle one. Okay. You're a person who was a coach. You love to help people and you love to advise people. And if you've done any type of work that deals with even consulting or helping people to make decisions, that's what you love the best. That's what you're acclimated to. So I would say you're a coach. Generally, when you have to look at your fingers, what are you looking for? I've been sort of looking kind of like at the frequency that I'm picking up. I'm not really looking at, I ask for the length, but I'm really picking up on the sound vibration of her voice and the energy that she's expressing. Next up today is 21. We're going on the international line to Joanne in Canada. Hello, Joanne. Hello. Hi, how are you? Good man. Okay. I had an interesting experience many years ago of Corey and chased me around, telling me I had a huge aura and he wanted to read my soul. He told me that I had a destiny with a particular soul and that
sign. Booking.com. The family must depart. Today's to die for, indeed.
Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, Booking.com.
Yeah.
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Raycon, Upstart, and Manscaped. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all.
Who listening?
We're over here doing it in Nightpan Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. I can't thank you guys enough for your support. Please make sure you're subscribed to the YouTube channels. You get the audio on Monday, you get the video on Tuesday. We got the time codes in there. You can jump around the stories if you want. And I want to make sure you guys are aware, if you're not, of my Patreon show, The Honeydew with Y'all, where I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. It's only $5 a month. You're getting 4 to 5 episodes a month, depending on how many weeks there are in that given month. And it's $60. And I've said before, I know that's a lot of money right now. I know people are on unemployment. I know things are uncertain. I know that how hard you work for your money. So thank you for those of you who have supported. And also, just to let you know, there is a yearly subscription option. If you sign up for a year, you'll save over a month. It's like 5 episodes or something like that. A little over a month of free content if you sign up for the year and commit that way. Please go subscribe to all the social media, the Facebook fan page, the Twitter account, all that stuff. The website for the show is thehoneydewpodcast.com. We got some new merch coming. There's going to be some new night pants are coming for the fall. We've got the mugs out there, the hoodies. I'm telling you, they are fleece hoodies. And the king of fleece to tell you how good they are. It's the best hoodie I ever had. We got night pants, night shorts. I got some new Ryan Sickler stuff coming too. Thank you all for supporting, for wearing it. I appreciate you making Night Pants Nation one of the best things going out there in podcasting today. If you live in LA and you need musical instruments or lessons for you or your kids, this is the spot. Santa Monica Music Center. They have online classes from LA musicians. You don't have to live here for that. You go to SantaMonicaMusic.com, you use the code Honeydew. They'll waive the registration fee and give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right, now that is out of the way, very excited to have today's guest back on The Honeydew, y'all. The saga continues from New Jersey. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Joey Diaz.
What's happening, Ryan Sickler?
It's great to see you. I know we've been talking, but this is the first time I've seen your face. And I'm actually excited that you're in Jersey, where most of this originates, and we're going to continue this story. You good?
I'm good.
All right, so what do you want to plug?
Good.
Let's let everybody know you got the new podcast coming. Tell everybody everything, please.
I got the new podcast that I started last week. Real low budget because I can't get all the pieces. Everything's running behind. So if I wait for everything I'm waiting on, because I got a bar set up. I can't start till like fucking November. So I'm just gonna go with an iPhone, a mic, and Apple and YouTube. That's it. You know what I'm saying? Just the basics to start off with. You're looking at the set. I got Bruce Lee, the Game of Death behind me. I got Def Leppard, High and Dry, Led Zeppelin 2, and AC/DC and Bonfire to the left of me. I'm ready. And over on that side of the office is the side for the album of the week for Patreon. So I've turned my whole fucking house into this fucking camera place. So the electrician was supposed to come today between 12 and 1. He calls at 12, we can't make it till 1. Then he calls at 1:10 and says 30 minutes. I said, listen, let's just do it Monday at 8 when my daughter's in school. And so it's just a fucking waiting game. But I'm ready to fucking go.
I know.
So
we're just soundproofing now. It's Amazon's backed up. Everything's back. You can't get the shit in. I know. Or you must. You're doing the right thing.
So I'm gonna just get a fucking iPhone. Best camera in the country, in the world, is on the iPhone. It catches X-rays and shit.
X-ray.
You take a picture of a skinny person, you see a shoulder bone and shit with the fucking iPhone. It's sensational. It's sensational. So why am I fucking around? You put the iPhone down, you get a mic from Amazon, and you fucking go through the box, and that's it. You get a second mic, and I got a little setup. All this is communication and letting people know what the fuck is going on. That's it. Why am I making such a big deal about it? The bar, I gotta get lights, I gotta get a plug, I gotta get a panel. What a fucking nightmare. I gotta get booze. This is nice and easy, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know. Then these people complain about these free shows. They have no idea what you gotta do to set this shit up to do the damn thing.
No, they don't know. So you know what? I looked at a bunch of people's podcasts. There's people that just put a picture on YouTube with them smiling.
Yeah.
And they put a podcast on. Yeah. And they get 100. What's the difference? I'll do the same fucking thing. Some weeks, if I'm in the mood, I'll let you see me. If I get up at 4 and I have too much in me, then forget about it. I got fucked up last Monday by mistake.
What do you mean by
those
mistake?
hashtags? You know me, I got a weird tolerance. There's a company out there that has these hashtags. And all this shit is suspect. I ain't badmouthing them. They're great. They just put beanie stuff in their shit. You know, I've been around drugs. I know what drugs should feel like. When you take one of these edibles, you feel a little bit different. So I got some sent out to me, and they're hashtags. And I opened the party with like 4 of them. You know me. I ain't fucking around. Oh my God.
You just kicked it off with 4?
Oh my God. With 4. Now I know what Thompson Girl felt like on that plane ride. You know what I'm saying? Oh my God. I was falling asleep. It was terrible. We had to go out to dinner with the kids and like one of his classmates and I was falling asleep at the table. It was a nightmare. My wife had to say something to me tremendous. But every once in a while you gotta have an accident. You know what I'm saying? It's quarantine.
It is, man. This shit is nuts. Homeschool's when it officially put me over the edge. I was doing all right, and then the homeschool hit. I am not doing okay, man. I am not okay.
No, nobody is. Nobody is. So she homeschooled today. She got out. I got a pizza for lunch, and then I took her for a bike ride for like 45 minutes. You know, because we got the neighborhood. It's like a fucking one big fucking driveway. It's tremendous.
That's what I want to ask.
So we just went for
loving it. Are you loving being back in Jersey? How do you feel? You feel
yes. I'm home. I'm not living where I grew up, which makes it even better. I go up there. I say hello. Like I went up there Tuesday. I went to my mother's grave. You know, I got pissed off because the Puerto Rican didn't fucking mow the lawn. I gave him a yardstick. I told him to take extra care of this fucking dead stiff. And the fuck was a big chunk of grass. I thought it was like a snake pit. So thank God I brought gloves with me. I fucking ripped some of the fucking leaves off, but I gotta bring a fucking blower. And I went to get flowers for the grave. And they decided to go on vacation on September 30th. Like, can you believe that? The day I got there, they went on vacation from 9:30 to 10-something, 10:04 or something like that. I'm like, I know they're Spanish. That's a Jew holiday. Like, why are they taking off for a Jew holiday? They're Spanish people. I was pissed off Tuesday. Tuesday was a nice one. Then I went by my buddy's funeral parlor. You know, I got a kid I grew up with that his family has a funeral parlor. They've had it in the family for like 100 years. So I went by there, sat in the fucking office, talked to them for a little while. It was great. That part of it has been great. The part that I'm not dealing with is my schedule. My schedule's fucked up, so I get anxiety for this, not having a schedule. So every day, my schedule gets a little better. Like I'm starting to go to bed now at 11:30. It was 3, 4 in the morning for a while.
I'm right there with you, man. I'm a very structured, scheduled person, and I'm used to this and this and this and this. this homeschool fucking sit there and help them all day. I feel like I'm drowning. I really do. All good things are happening, but it's all coming all over the fucking place. And this homeschool is killing me.
You know, I got people calling me for this, that. I can't even fucking function. I'm not even functioning 100%. I gotta be honest with you. I get a lot of anxiety.
Yeah.
I get a lot of social anxiety. I'm gonna start to do a comedy residency for the month of October at Uncle Vinny's. By the time this comes out, I'll do the first. You know, they see 36 people. They socially distance, and at least I get to fucking get it out there once a week. You know, it's just 36 tickets. That's it. Once it's indoor.
Hear that?
It's indoor. It's indoor. No, once a week.
Yeah.
And that's all I got right now. That's all I got right now. I got a family. I got the winter's gonna be fucking cold here. You know, where I live, don't take a genius. If you look on my block and look around, you're like, boy, there's fucking deer out in September. You know, there were deer out when I moved in on August 31st. It's a cold ass fucking. The way the trees are shaking the shit, you know when the wind comes in, it's gonna be fucking cold. So I'm just fucking down. I'm not going anywhere. There's no plans on any planes or anything. You know? And I'm just gonna provide content. That's it.
That's all you can
I'm
do.
gonna do my Patreon.
That's the right thing to do.
That's the right thing to do. And do my podcast and then get on stage once a week. And that's the best I can do right now. You know, I don't want to go out there and charge somebody $25,000 and not have a polished out.
I'm
not even close to that.
I'm doing my first show in 7 months on Friday next week. It's a rooftop in Sarah. It's an outside rooftop Sarah Mello puts on, and she's had like Neil Brennan and Santino, and I hit her up. And she's like, "I'd love to have you." So it's my first one in 7 months, and it looks like they're doing a good job with that one, separating everybody. It's an open air venue, so we'll see. I just, I agree. I can't go asking for money if I don't have at least a polished 30 and an 80% other 30 I'm working on. You know what I mean? I don't feel right taking, especially now, people are on unemployment. You know, people are freaking out. That's why I love what you do with your Patreon. If people don't know, it's $1. Is it still that? Is that correct?
It's $1. It's $1.
That's right.
12. The 12th, I gotta go up to 3, 5, 10, 15.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for the shirt designs to come in to give them an option on shirts and stuff like that. The Patreon has really taken a lot of the anxiety away. When I answer those messages, I laugh my ass off. You know, they could go either way. Every day I get one guy to tell me that he's in the mood to bust somebody's head. I got guys that are ready to smack somebody for me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They're all over the place.
Are you getting back?
So it's just been, yes, that's my main thing on Patreon is the messaging. I believe that connection is the most important, you know. So I sit there for 2 hours a day. When you have 13,000 people, that's a lot of messages. So it's 2 hours a fucking day. So I wanted to slow it down a little bit, go up to $3, and just give it to you, give them options. Give me more options to work with, you know.
Well, I'll say this too, because I just did this for myself. For Patreon now, if anybody out there doesn't know, you can do this for Joey too. They offer a yearly subscription. So instead of doing monthly and worrying about your card getting declined or any of that, you can sign up for a year. So I encourage you right now, go sign up for Joey's Patreon, get the yearly package. Sign up for mine, the Honeydew with Y'all, get the yearly package. And you'll save some money on it. You end up getting free episodes and free content. So, but again, I know money's tight for people, so I'm right there with you.
Yeah, no, I understand. That's why I did what I did, and I give you options, and you know, just to have that connection. You know, I think a lot of social media you look at, just when you read a couple of things, it just pulls you down. You're like, really? I'm back on Facebook reading this shit. I'm back on Twitter, even though I love Twitter. I love torturing people on Twitter. I've cut down a lot. I've cut down my usage a lot since I've been here. So
that's because you're setting up the fucking, you got real shit to do, you know?
Yeah, no, here's the problem I got. I don't know if the story I'm telling you, if I was, did I come out on bail or am I in prison already?
I'll tell you exactly where we are because I listened. So it was September 88. You were in prison and you just got in there and you said, who do I walk into and see? And it's a guy with the 2 broken legs that had just jumped out the window that you'd heard about before and he's playing cards. That's where we are.
And I got to keep in there. And the funny thing about that situation was when I got accused of that,
right,
when they were questioning me, they asked me if I knew that guy. So when I saw him in the prison diagnostic, it made me laugh my fucking ass off. It was crazy. That time period going up to that was crazy because I got sent to Summit County first. They told me I wouldn't get to the diagnostic, so they sent me to Summit County. Did I tell you that?
Yeah, let me say this real quick for everybody. So we're picking up. I guest hosted Joey's church. So the story of the kidnapping and everything is on a few weeks ago before Joey left, a couple months ago now, probably. That story is there. So you jump from the Honeydew, you can go to the church, get that full episode. It's a 2-hour episode. It's fantastic about the whole kidnapping. And now we're picking up with Joey in jail. So please, sorry, continue.
Okay, so I got sentenced in Boulder, and once you go, you go into the cell, you start talking to other fucking knuckleheads, and they told me the system was backed up. That the system was backed up 30 to 90 days, which is good because you get county jail time. You get 2 days for one. So you want that county jail time, So they told me that they were sending inmates to Oklahoma and Missouri for the overpopulation in Colorado. So be prepared, told me all this shit. And I just yesed to death, whatever. And the next morning I get waking up and I'm getting taken to Summit County Jail. That's a ski resort up there, like an hour or 2 away from Boulder. And I went up there and it was fucking August and it was just gorgeous out. And I made friends with a kid from Brooklyn. And all he did every day was play handball. My son Dan, I was brown because I was playing with my shirt off with him all day long. We played handball. And he was locked up because he fucking had the feds. He told the feds he would cooperate and buy 2 kilos of coke. Did I tell you this? And he went, he set the whole house up. He pulled up in the Fed car. The feds waited for him outside. He went into the front and went out through the back and took the feds 30 grand. And him and his buddy left. And they caught him 2 years later.
Years!
And they brought him back to Colorado. Yeah, oh yeah. This kid was... So I became friends with this guy. This guy was my type of guy. He tricked the fucking feds. And they had the place surrounded. And he did something the day before when he went under the fence and through a basement. And they came out into a car. So they just pulled out my residence. And he was in the back seat. It was perfect. So I became friends with him. And I became friendly with not friends. I became friendly with this guy. You know those guys that always show you naked pictures of their girlfriend? You ever have those idiots?
Yeah. A lot of
There's always one fucking moron.
Yeah.
They'll go, hey, come here for a second. Look at this chick I'm banging. And they'll show you like a naked picture that she sent them at lunchtime or something. Well, this guy was one of those guys. There was no cell phones then, actually. He just had Polaroids or regular pictures. And all day long, she would send the pictures of her in a bikini. Just focus on that story for now, because we're going to come back to that. I became friends with this idiot and another idiot. There were 2 idiots. I would just say hello to him, but he would always go, hey, look at my girlfriend now, how is she? Now, this guy was a fucking mutt. And I go, what's your situation? He goes, my girlfriend is living with my roommate now. She's got my full support. I'm locked up for 3 years, blah, blah, blah. So, boom, I wake up one day and now I'm in diagnostic. They call me in the morning and they go, pack your shit, go on a diagnostic. Diagnostic is where you go for 2 weeks and they go into your head. It's a fucking jungle.
What do they do?
It's real. They give you a physical, they fucking test you, they do testing scores.
Like psyche valves and shit like that?
Yeah, you know, they tell you to identify circles. What comes to your mind when you see a horse, you know, you fuck with their heads. It's like Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen. Did you ever see when Charles Bronson and the Dirty Dozen, they tried to fuck with him? That was me. So God knows what's on file, you know what I'm saying? Right now the feds must think I'm retarded, you know, because I fucking thought that whole thing. You know, what comes to your mind? The Cuban embassy, I would just say fuck the thing. So it's like 5 days of testing, they draw blood and all that shit. And the big thing was HIV. You know, they were looking for HIV. And then you wait there till you get an assignment. And I wanted to go to rifle. There was a low risk prison rifle. There was 2 low risk prisons. There was rifle and there was Golden, Colorado, the home of Coors. So it was only an hour from Boulder. I didn't want to go to Golden. I wanted to go to rifle because they let you ski in the winter when you were at this prison. They let you work at the ski resort in the winter and at the pool and the movie theater in the summer. No, the ski resort and the movie theater in the winter, and in the summer they would let you work at a local pool.
And what do they have you doing? Like janitorial?
Like selling pretzels, sweeping the pool, lifeguards. They were all prison inmates that had worked themselves into good points, and now they would be allowed out to go do work.
So what? So they had a work release, and then you come back and spend the night there? Is that how?
Yeah. It was pretty much. It gets a little easier for you. The only thing Golden did was clean highways, so I didn't want to go to Golden. Because that's all you do every day. You go out somewhere, they put a fucking cone around you, and those idiots you see with the little orange fucking vest on. As you're doing 90 on the 405, I don't need that shit to get hit by a car. So I ended up working in the kitchen. They gave me a job. I got a call one morning, and they said, "You're going to fucking Golden." I was pissed. Even though it was an hour from where I lived, it would make it so easy. Not even an hour. It was maybe 30 minutes from where I lived, you know. So my girlfriend could come visit me, my friends would come visit me, family could come visit me, you know, shit like that. So I got the wake-up call to go to Golden, and it was called Camp George West. If you go online, you can look it up. It's still online today. Camp George West. It says institution, whatever. Fuck that. It's a fucking prison. They redid Army barracks. It was an old Army barracks. So I didn't know what to expect, guys. You know, I was supposed to go to prison. I was expecting to be like on a chain gang or something like that. And here I am in Golden, Colorado, at the fucking old Army barracks. You know, and you walk in, you register at the table, they treat you like shit. You know, they send something to you, and you're supposed to go to your room, and then put your stuff away, and then right from your room, you gotta go meet your counselor.
So let me ask you a question here. You have a room. Are they electronic doors that shut and lock, or are they treating you like an adult here? And how many people in a room?
So they put me in like a door, a barrack right in front of the office first, and there was 8 single rooms to that barrack, and then a shower and bathroom area, maybe 3 stalls to shit, 3 stalls to piss, and like 3 showers with curtains. And you had 8 guys in there, you know, in each one. You can visit each other's rooms. Some people had curtains up. Some people had beads up like they would have beads. Black guy just had a sheet up. You know what I'm saying? Like they don't give a fuck. You know,
John Truman Gold, author of the 99 Strongest Drinks in America, is one this year. Now, why are they bringing these people back?
I'm sorry, George, I missed that question. What was it?
Why are they bringing these people back to work?
Listen, I think that Jerome Powell is fretting about something that isn't going to happen. And if you read his statements of late, he continues to be concerned about the tariffs, and they just haven't driven inflation up more than a couple of decimal points. The country is experiencing trillions of dollars of investment, George. Trump, to his credit, continues to get major corporations, both foreign and domestic, to pour money into manufacturing. Inflation is the result of more money than there is goods and services. Goods and services are just getting cranked up here. So I think that concern is ill-formed.
But they laid off all these people, now they're bringing them all back. I don't get it.
I don't get it, George. I don't know. Of course, you're talking about government here, so there's a lot that goes on with government that I don't get. I mean, they fire them, then they bring them back. So I don't know the answer to that one. It's an anomaly to me. I can't figure out a lot of what goes on with unemployment. I mean, unemployment remains at the lowest decade, George. It's way down there. It hasn't been this low in decades. So inflation is a little bit higher than it's supposed to be. At the 2.9, unemployment down to 4.2. I think the country is healthy. Bringing these people back
might be a good sign. Dishwasher John, but thank you very much. More than 115,000 Ford trucks are being recalled because drivers could lose control of steering. The defect impacting certain F-250, F-350, and F-450 vehicles from all years 2020 through 2021 can cause the steering column's upper shaft to detach. In total, about 115,539 vehicles are impacted by this recall. Up next, Seth Shostak joins us, senior astronomer from the SETI Institute. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. Next on Coast to Coast AM. Identity theft can cost more than you think. Drained investment accounts, stolen tax returns, lost wages, expenses for lawyers. It's a lot. That's why LifeLock is backed by the $1 Million Protection Package, which covers up to $3 million for the most comprehensive plan. So if your money is stolen due to identity theft, they've got your back. If you have personal expenses while resolving an identity theft, like paying for travel or extra child care, LifeLock has your back. Coverage for lost wages because work has to take a backseat throughout all of this? You guessed it, LifeLock has your back. Plus, there's coverage if you need to pay fees for lawyers and experts to resolve your case. Don't face the burden of identity theft alone. Protect your future and finances with LifeLock. So join now, save up to 40% off your first year with promo code George. Call 1-800-LifeLock, that's 1-800-LifeLock, or go to lifelock.com, that's lifelock.com. Use promo code George to save 40% in terms of law. This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event, the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there, bring the whole family, and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour, coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. That's harlemglobetrotters.com. If your cash is sitting in a savings account, it's a risk. Old school advice says save more, but today the strategy is broken. When inflation spikes, they print money, cut rates, your dollar shrinks. So do your savings. Solution: own something real. Physical gold and silver. The dollar drops, gold and silver prices rise. And with Noble Gold, owning gold is simple. Just visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Chat with a specialist. The knowledge is free. The protection is priceless. Visit noblegoldinvestments.com. Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals involves risk. Consult your financial advisor before making investment decisions. And welcome back to Coast. George Noe with you, one of our favorite guests, back with us, Seth Shostak, Senior Astronomer and Institute Fellow at the SETI Institute. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence. They use powerful radio telescopes and other methods to try to search the sky. Seth, welcome back, my friend. How are you?
Just fine, George, and it's always a pleasure.
Looking forward to this. What's new with you, Mr. Shostak?
Well, I'm trying to think of what's new with me. I mean, I'm still walking around, and sometimes that surprises even me. But, doing an occasional bit of travel, go to the East Coast a lot, mostly to see relatives, but, also to see the East Coast.
By the way, I thought you were like 50 years old, and I found out you're 82 years old. My gosh.
I am. I would be doing better if I were 50. Yeah, I don't know how I got this old. I mean, it just is a big surprise.
It creeps up on us awfully fast, doesn't it?
It does. In fact, I don't believe my age myself, to be completely candid with you.
Let's talk a little bit about SETI. What's the latest there?
Well, the search continues to go forward. The SETI Institute is doing a search that's what's called commensal. That's kind of an odd word, but all that means is that the search is done in connection with other use of the antenna. So the antennas that we use are also used for doing radio astronomy research, just studying the sky, trying to understand what's going on in the universe. But at the same time that they're doing that, we also use them to look for the kind of signals that only a transmitter could make, the kind of signals that we're looking for to prove that ET is out there.
Seth, do you think that technology, as it changes and evolves and gets better and better and better, may one day give us the answer you've been looking for all these years?
Well, I think so. I mean, I would be a pretty downer kind of guy if I didn't believe that. All you have to do is sort of look at history. The history of exploration, for example. The Romans couldn't have discovered the Americas. They didn't have the technology. But 2,000 years after the Romans, or a little less, you had ships that could cross the North Atlantic, and then you could discover America, that kind of thing. So improvements in technology always push the boundaries of what we know, and I feel confident the aliens are out there. So finding them, to me, is just a matter of continuing to look, and to look always to the latest technologies.
Our city is based in California still, right?
The SETI Institute is located indeed here in Northern California, just south of San Francisco. But the antennas that we use are actually farther north than that. They're about 300 miles north of San Francisco. They're up in the mountains there. And the reason they're in the mountains, they're in the valleys actually, but they're between mountains. And the reason for that is not because of the lovely views, but it's because, there aren't many people there. And, it's all sort of shielded from too much terrestrial interference.
Seth, tell us about the WOW signal that was picked up years ago.
Yeah, well, the WOW signal was picked up, at the Ohio State Radio Observatory, which was near Ohio State, which is in Columbus, Ohio, as I recall. I've actually been there, but they had a big radio telescope in those days, subsequently converted to a tennis court. I think it's a tennis court now. But in any case, it's not a radio telescope anymore, but it was. It was a big, big antenna, and they were using it to scan the skies. And one day, I guess it was, one of the astronomers walked in to the control room, and he ripped off some printout from the line printer there, the computer printout, and he looked at it, and he saw a that had been picked up during the night, and he was so impressed that he wrote "Wow" next to it. So that signal became known as the Wow signal. But of course, the sad thing is, it was never seen again. They immediately tried looking for it again, but it was never found a second time.
I'll always remember back in the 90s when I was doing my Nighthawk local show in St. Louis. You were at the Arecibo in Puerto Rico when I was able to find you and get you on the air locally. What a great time that was.
It was, and it was epic. And to be honest, it was a great time for me too, because going to the observatory down in at Arecibo, Puerto Rico, was always like, I don't know, it was sort of like going to summer camp, except it was better than summer camp, right? You stayed in these kind of dorm-like places where they had the beds and all, but they also had the meals were all prepared for you. I mean, you didn't have to do anything except eat and sleep and run the antennas, run the telescopes. So that was a great thing to do, and you got to do it in a lovely place called Puerto Rico. I mean, who could object?
Now, the Arecibo telescope is still defunct now. They haven't put it back online, right?
They have not. That's right. It had an accident. One of the cables that holds up the receivers broke years ago now. I don't know what it's been, 3, 4, 5 years. I don't even know. But and the whole, all that weight dropped down through the dish and smashed it up. They could have rebuilt it. They could still rebuild it, I think. But if you look at the cost of that, it's on the order of $100 million. And so the feeling of the powers that be, and in this case that's mostly the National Science Foundation, is that, look, if you're going to spend that kind of money, let's build something completely new rather than constructing something that we use for several decades and that is kind of an antiquated design.
Now, you believe there's extraterrestrial life out there, or you would not be pursuing this dream you've been working at so many years. But why don't you believe that they have come here?
Well, I would if I thought the evidence was very good, but I don't think the evidence is very good. I mean, I go back to Washington, D.C. fairly frequently. I have relatives there. I grew up there, actually. And I go to the museums, and they're some of my favorite places to go. And I never see any exhibits showing me, alien technology or dead alien bodies or whatever, right? And you can say, oh, well, the government would always cover that up. I don't believe that either. But even if you believe that, then you have to also assume that all the governments in the world would cover it up, right? Unless you think the aliens are only interested in visiting America. And, that would be a huge, huge story if we were being visited. So you get, you say, well, what's the best evidence for that? And the only evidence I ever see is kind of witness testimony. And alas, in science, you don't prove, some sort of new discovery with witness testimony alone. That isn't good enough.
Have you followed over the past few years the congressional hearings? They're pretty compelling.
Yeah, they are. I think we may have even discussed it, George, but several years ago, I also testified to Congress in D.C., and they were asking, in fact, one of them asked about Rothschild, one of the Congress people there. But, the Congress is made out of, or composed of, lawyers, not scientists. So while I think that they're honest, and by and large honest and so forth, and their intentions are good, I don't think they're a great source of science information.
I'll always remember the debate we had between you and the late Stanton Friedman. I miss that guy. He was quite an orator, wasn't he?
He was, and he was also something that surprised me when I first met him. I met him on a cruise, by the way. He and I were speakers on some cruise. And I shouldn't say I was surprised, but I was a little bit surprised to find out how nice a guy he was. He was a very soft, very nice guy.
Very affable. Just super. He passed away after an event we did in Columbus, Ohio, going back to Toronto. He died at the airport.
I read that he had died at the airport. I didn't know that he had been, hobnobbing with you.
Yeah. And he looked healthy. He looked good, but he keeled over and died of a heart attack.
that sounds a little bit lugubrious, but at a certain age, I find that I'm kind of surprised when I wake up in the morning.
Seth, do you get many experts who believe in ufology contacting you trying to change your mind?
Not many. Some. I mean, I do hear from the public quite often, and I don't know what fraction of the public, maybe a third of them or something like that, will try and convince me that I'm ignoring good evidence for alien visitation here on Earth. And I said, well, I mean, give it your best shot. Tell me what convinces you. What's the best evidence for you? And mostly what they tell me is, what we call witness testimony again. People say, well, no, I know they're out there because I've seen them in my backyard or whatever. And as I say, for science, it's not good enough.
Seth, we're going to take a short break and come back with Seth Shostak from the SETI Institute. Search for extraterrestrial intelligence.
The Coast website is now streamlined for mobile devices. Great news if you're a Coast insider or simply want to enjoy our website on your phone. Visit coasttocoastam.com on your iPhone or Android browser.
You gotta knock on the sheet. What the fuck? Knock on the sheet. You're really fucking nuts or what? Dog, you just knocked on my sheet. What the fuck? I gotta knock on your sheet. So it's fucking crazy. So they put me in this one dorm the first day, and I don't know, right away, two guys from New York came up to me. How you doing? They were two creepy guys, but I had to go see my counselor. So they were talking to me, and I'm like, listen, guys, it's all great. And you're from Brooklyn or wherever the fuck you're from. But I gotta go see my counselor. I'll see you when I get back. And I went to see my counselor. He was supposed to be like, they said, wait outside his door. And he'll let you know when to come in. I don't know what the fuck is going on. So I'm just standing outside his door. And he finally opens the door and he comes out and he goes, who are you? And I go, I'm Joey Diaz, Jose Diaz. You're my counselor. And he goes, good. I've been waiting for you. We walk in his office. He sits down and he goes, let me tell you how this starts. I don't like fixing niggas. Whoa! So, right off the bat, he's like, I don't like space niggas, I'm not too crazy about Jews. And you fall into one of those categories, so you get out one of my favorites. You come to see me once a week. Yeah, he's like, you come to see me once a week, you tell me what's going on, and we'll be cool. The first time you get a write-up or a drug test, I send you back to Ordway. Any questions? Get out. And I said, I was walking out, he goes, have you ever had, what's that shit that if you cough, not gangrene, but tuberculosis, something, TB, he asked me something. He goes, you ever had TB? I go, do I look like I had TB? He goes, good. Go see the kitchen. They needed somebody in the kitchen to work. Go see Mr. If you've ever had TB, now usually people prep you. They'll tell you like, oh, by the way, if they ask you if you have TB, say no, because it's not going to make you work in the kitchen. Nobody told me about that one. So I was like, yeah, no, I never had TB. So they would go see the kitchen guy, he's looking for help. So the kitchen guy was a black dude, maybe 6'6", 310 pounds, retired fucking Marine, whatever he was. He was retired from the service. This guy did not mess around. His name is Mr. Yardborough. Big brother, big burly brother. Looked like the coach of Georgetown. The old coach of Georgetown. He looked just like that. Just like that. I love that motherfucker. Patrick Ewing.
Yeah,
I love that.
I can't even believe I can't remember John Thompson. What the fuck's his name?
Yes,
Mr.
John
Yarborough.
Thompson. So he can. Mr. Yarborough says to me, I go in there and I had my file, my paperwork in my hand that the counselor gave me. He goes, give this to the kitchen guy. So I gave it to him, and he looks at it, he goes, Jose Diane. He goes, you look like a baker. Because he was Italian. What nationality are you? I go, I'm Cuban, sir. He goes, Cubano. That's good. People put good seasonings in the food. He goes, I want you to be my baker. He goes, have you ever baked before? I go, never. He goes, well, there's instructions there. Your first job is cinnamon muffins.
I can't believe that you're in prison on kidnapping charges and you're about to bake cinnamon muffins. No, you're one of a kind, man. There ain't nobody like you.
So there's another kid. There's another kid who got there with me, who he also made a baker. And this kid and me became tight. He was a white kid. He came from a good family. And he went out and got drunk one night and killed 2 old people. This kid was like, who can I compare him to? Like, just think of somebody that never. Yes. He was like Steve Simone. Made one mistake. He was a college kid. I'll never forget it. Because he was so scared. And I had to like hold him and tell him, you're going to be fine. Nobody's going to mess with you. We're in the kitchen now, you know. And we both got sentenced like the same, around the same time. We both ended up in the kitchen. And he knew a little more than me about baking. That's all I know. And I was a little older than he was. He was a real college kid. And we were making the cinnamon muffins. We had to get there the next morning at like 4. And we're like reading the stuff and we're mixing. They have all this industrial type shit. So I don't know how to make muffins, whatever. They said 4 to 2-inch thing, and you put it with a swirl. So I'm like, those things look fucking like little midget muffins. I'm not giving out those. If I'm gonna bake right. Some of the muffins. So I made these big fucking flying saucer things, and I started putting them in the oven.
He's over here with the Cinnabon fucking.
Oh yeah, I'm over there trying to be Cinnabon. And whatever it calls for, I add extra. Like whatever flour, put extra pinch in there. Sugar, put extra sugar in there. I like fucking baking soda. I just put extra everything. And next thing you know, me and the guy at bullshit, we're waiting for the first batch to come out. And one of the cooks was a black guy. His name was Chicken Hawk. His real name was.
I love the nickname.
His real name was Spencer Antoine. I loved him. I loved him since day one. He was a black dude that had a James Brown haircut, but his eye used to wander, and he really was crazy. He took a liking to me. He's like, what the fuck is burning? And I go, I don't smell nothing burning. He goes, what the fuck is wrong with you, boy? Something's on fire over there. Sure enough, the oven was.
You like set the fire in the prison kitchen, dude. You're too
I'm gonna tell you something. If there's something black people hate, it's fucking Friday.
I thought you were gonna say burnt food.
I'm gonna tell you something. Black people hate fire. Just from a natural. They just lose their mind when there's a fire. Black people, it's their DNA. I love to death African Americans. But you light a fire on an African American, don't run fucking quick if the KKK's for chasing. These brothers.
Described of the
Madai, the person
Bro,
has decided whether or not he is a miracle. He's not sure if he takes the one that belongs to English or the one that's school. So he sets aside a carbon Osham code. Different carbon, but he's still living in the fact. If I find out at a later time that what I ate was technically the carbon I already brought today, the word for tomorrow. In other words,
two white guys.
it's not necessary to have knowledge when you are American. If it's not necessary to have knowledge, then knowledge doesn't happen anymore. Says, look, remember this good. So,
white boy.
if the person was born with shit from Aruba 5 times, Aruba is a shit from He gets to be married to negative.
And he's over there like fucking.
And a person has 5 relationships with her, and in each relationship, he had a knowledge. What do you do? It's the idea. The knowledge doesn't account for it. I can bring one person at the end, and we'll discuss all 5
Obviously, I made a
We're going to
mistake.
understand. It's not to everybody. If it's designated a person for its first act, that designation stops everything. It's the house. And anything that has a designation, you have to bring another part. But if one of the people who argue that says that by Asham Bade, you need knowledge in order to be part of it, then Asham Bade is not doing anything. Just like we had the other day,
That's the only kind of
the
fire
person
he's
that
alright.
uses the paper, and one of those, then he had knowledge that one of those pieces was
You got
paper.
fired.
That knowledge is the colleague that goes to the other. It's separated from the body. Therefore, you have to super body. The Rabbi Rothschild is like, he is not the colleague who did one part. The same on the first part. The person had a idea. If he's doing that, you have to bring the super body. The Rabbi Rothschild is just one part. And now we go on to the sugya of this. Besides saying it's twist, you occupy just something in his written interest. Yeah. For instance, if there's a knife on the ground and he lifts it up to himself, and by doing so, he cuts a fruit off the ground, doesn't
And
see
the
it.
other guy, you know, he murdered the
That's
we got no license. He made a lot of on the scooter.
What happened?
I had a license. Believe it or not, I had a license.
Which is detached from the
So he
ground.
goes, okay, I
But
got
he
a
ends
job
up
for
playing
you
through
guys.
C, which is attached to the
He
ground.
goes, you're
According to
gonna,
Rubber,
I'm gonna
this
be
is
the
not
stock
attached to the
collector.
He didn't intend
So I'm in
to
charge
do
of
a
all
wrongful
the
cutting,
food,
and therefore he's fucking. But
making
according to
sure that
Abaya,
everything
he
is
intended to
stocked
cut.
well.
You're right, it's not a wrongful cut.
Milk,
But he intended to cut. And he
rice,
accomplished cutting,
meat,
and therefore it's a
potatoes.
striking, and he's cutting.
Other guy
You want to
was
come
in
to
charge
Abaya,
of
to
lunch.
Rubber, from a right side that has a ratio,
Guys that go
the
out
ratio the Gemara says is
and
referring to why Shabbos
pick up
is more
trash on the
sacred
road.
than other
So he
Averis,
was in charge of making their sandwiches.
Zara.
Finished.
In other words, if a person does 2
I
ballots
would
on
help
Shabbos,
them some mornings.
he's hired to your money.
And I
Versus
also
Abed Zara,
got
he
in
doesn't.
charge of driving
Abed Zara is a one
the
aware. He
sandwiches to
chefs
the
an animal
guys.
Abed Zara. He brings animal on in his bath.
So
Abed
you'd
Zara.
be like
He pours
you'd be
wine
like their
Abed
Uber
Zara walks.
deliver car. You deliver the food to the highway workers.
Raisa, the Seifa of the Daisa. And that's
Oh
what
my God! You know what's so
says
funny? All these years I've seen those guys on the highway, and never once have I thought what they do for lunch or how they get lunch. And that's what happens. You drove them lunch. You given them. Oh, they probably love seeing your ass.
I thought that there was a dirty word.
Oh my God!
But it turns out that he's eating
Thing of milk,
Caleb.
maybe a
Other
bag of
Averis
chips,
mitzvahs.
you know.
And in Shabbos, he's called.
Here's a lesson to
What's
people at home.
the case in
Those
Shabbos?
guys that are cleaning
That
the roads,
is tribe.
they're also picking up drugs.
He thought he was cutting a fruit that was attached, and he ended up cutting a fruit that was attached. According to Rabba,
No, they
or according to the
find
guys he's
out
talking,
that
that's exactly what Rabba said.
going.
It's a good raya.
And they'll call
Abai will
out
say
right and say, "Well, do me a
that
favor
the striking
tomorrow.
over here is talking about a person
I'm going to be working
instead
on
of
the corner
swallowing
of Cold
spit,
Facts
but
and
indeed he's
Riverside.
swallowing fat.
I
And
saw
the Mikhail,
some of
Shaykh
them,
in
like, they know
Shabbos,
where you're hiding.
was referring to when he tried to flip the knife from, and by
And you
doing
would
so,
say there's a little
cut the
bush.
fruit, and that
I
when
put it in the
everybody's
bag
talking,
next to a
but
beer
in
can.
Rabba's case, where he thought he was cutting a fruit that's
And
already
throw it in the
attached,
garbage.
but he
You
ended up cutting a
believe
fruit
this
that's not
house
attached.
open.
Mikhail,
And they won't come. That's
now,
how
the one
drugs
goes on to
go
say
into
that we can't say that the ratio is
a
not
lot
talking
of
about
drugs
it.
go
The ratio, let's say, is talking about
you
two
know,
malachas
cars.
of
50% of
Shabbos,
the drugs
serious
go
people,
into those
versus
people.
two Averis like
Pay off the
Caleb and
car.
Josh. Well, it would be equal. Shabbos
So they don't
should be
search.
tied to Korbanos, and Caleb and Josh would be tied to Korbanos.
There's a bag of coke in my
So therefore, the Gemara is
market.
forced to say we're
I
talking about.
love the criminal mind.
Now, the
That's why
Sefer
when
cannot
you're
be talking
taking
about
a
it.
U-turn and you see
The
something weird,
Shaygate,
stop
it's
the
kind
car,
of
pick it
attracted
up.
by the Zara,
You don't
all
know
Shaygate are
how
called currency. The person
Yeah.
thinks
like Tony Blanco in The Sopranos. found that
But in
bag full of
fact,
money.
he found out Zara.
He
Also because his heart is not
the
with
same
Gemara.
fucking thing.
That was for
And the
somebody
person is
else.
bound to a statue. And he decided that the statue is Avodah Zarah, that it's Avodah Zarah, then he's amazing.
My time
And
in that
if he
place.
doesn't decide that the statue is Avodah Zarah, then he didn't do anything. What if he bows to Avodah Zarah out of fear for his life or out of love? Well, of course he shouldn't do it. He should give his soul, should be moist or never. But what if he did do it? He's also part, according to Rabbi. So therefore, the Gemara is forced to say that the same is talking about other mitzvahs, the gracious one about Avodah Zarah, have a wonderful, wonderful way.
But going to Mars, everybody thinks we ought to go next. The real difficulty is that Mars is pretty far away. I mean, the moon is 250,000 miles away, right? But Mars, even when it's closest to Earth, right, it depends on where it is in its orbit. But even when it's closest to Earth, it's not 250 million miles away. It's 30 million miles away. So it's more than 100 times farther than the moon. So going to Mars is a big deal.
Shabbos Daf Ayin Gimel. Continuing with yesterday's amazing Sukkah B'Sassin, we had a case where a person thought that he was cutting something that's detached from the ground, and in fact, he cut something that's attached to the ground. According to Rava, that's not a chaticha d'isur. It's not a wrongful cutting because he thought that he's cutting something which is mutter to cut. It ended up being usher, so therefore he's completely putter. It's not even a shayk. But according to Abaya, since he intended to cut, the fact that he didn't know that what he's doing is usher doesn't make him a misasik. He's a shayk and has to bring it covered. The Gemara brings two more cases where Rabbi and Rava argue, and they're a step more than what we're talking about. The second case is where a person takes, let's say, a ball, and he tries to throw 2 ounces of Rosh Hashanah, which is half of the shear that you have to throw in order to be chayv. The shear is 4 ounces. Ball traveled 4 ounces. Over here is different. He intended to do a half a isser, whereas in the first case, he didn't intend to cut something that's attached. It's detached, it's completely moved. Rob in this case says he's potter, and Rabbi says he's. And finally, the third case, which is worse than the other 2 cases, is where he intended to throw an object 4 amos. And he knows that throwing 4 amos in Rosh Hashanah is awesome. He just doesn't know that he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. He thought he's standing in Rosh Hashanah. According to Rava, he's potter. According to Abaya, he's chayv. But if we go back to the middle picture, a person intended to throw an object 2 amos, and it traveled 4 amos. In other words, he intended to do a half a shear, and it went the whole shear. Abaya says he's chayv. If so, we take the sugya, and we had this question twice already, and it's on today's mission. Mission tells us that there's 39 Amis Malachim. Why tell us a number? The answer is to tell us that you can get up to 39 karbanos in one shot, in one awareness. But if a person is a shaygig in all 39 malachas, the Gemara asks, then he doesn't know what Shabbos today. If there's no Yisurim that it's not Shabbos, then today Shabbos is no different than Sunday, Monday. So the Gemara says, but according to Abaya, it's possible that he knows that all these malachas are asur. He's a shaygig. He doesn't know what the shear is. Not knowing the shear, let's say the shear is a kiseva, sagasa, whatever the shear is, he thinks it's more. And he didn't have. According to Abaya, it's a shaygig. It's chayv. But according to Rava, it says that he's potter in that case. So I can say the difference that we said the other day, either according to Rabbi Yochanan, his shaygig is that he doesn't know this consequence that he paras, or according to Rish Lakish, there's a 40th malacha called the Tumah. He's aware that you're not allowed to walk more than 2,000 amas on Shabbos. Now, for the amazing, famous Mishnah, which will take us through the entire Masechta Shabbos, describing the 39 Avos Malachas. Avos Malachas are the headline categories. There are many that are below, and in those categories, according to Yerushalmi, each Av Malach has 39 Toldos. Rabbi Rothschild discovered after 3.5 years. And each one is Chayiv D'Oraisa, just like the Avos. But we can break them down into groups. 11 of them have to do with baking bread or the cooking of the samamonim, the dyes, and all these 39 malachas have to do with the melechas hamishkan. These are 39 steps that they took in the midbar to build the mishkan, and 11 of them were steps needed to cook the dyes. 13 of them are to make fabric, and the fabric was needed for the urias hamishkan. 7 of them are for the hides, for the tachash, the top of the mishkan. 2 of them are for the kairos. Kairos had words on them, and then there's another 6 that have to do with nets, with tying and untying, lighting a fire, chavot, taking out. There's another shul smack of it. Now let's start with lechem, with the bread. The first step is you have to sow the field, you have to plant, and then you plow the field. I'm talking about in a straw, you plow first to soften up the ground, then they sow the seeds, then they plow again. And the chiddush is that even the second harisha plowing is considered ba'al malach. The next one is, well, we discussed the Zureya, sowing, and the Gemara tells us that includes also Zoymer, which is pruning trees. When you cut down a branch, the branch grows even more, so that's like you're planting. Noiteya is when you plant a sampling of a tree. Magrit is when you take a vine and you put it into the ground. Markib is to graft. All these are all under one umbrella of malach, and if you do all of them, you're only chayav one carbon. Chayrish, as we discussed, is the plow, and that includes also chayfer to dig and chayret to make a furrow. They're all considered one malachi. They're all three of them chayav one carbon. Chaytzer, to harvest the wheat, and that includes boitzer, anavim, grapes, boiter tmarim, dates, masik zaysim, olives, and figs. They're all considered one malachi. They're all of them in one Shabbos and one awareness. You have one carbon. Ma'amer means to gather and to make a pile. Rava says that it includes things that are not gidulei karka, like gathering salt in a factory, piling it up in piles. Abai says it's only gidulei karka, something that grows in the ground. Dash, to thresh, to separate the kernel from the shaft. That includes menapet, that's the beet flax, and cotton. It's considered one malacha. If you do all three of those, you have one carbon. If somebody is zoymer, he prunes a tree, cuts a branch, and he has two intents. One is he wants the wood. And the other intent is he wants to grow more. So he's over on two malachas. And the same would apply to aspasta. If you have straw for an animal, you cut it and it grows more. You want it for your animal, you want it to grow more. And the same thing with beets. You chayav for chaytzer and reiteya. You're planting. In other words, you want it to grow more and you want actual animal. If you have a small pile of dirt, it depends where you are. So it's all in the intent. If it's in your house, you want your floor to be flat and straight, that's boina. If you are in a field, that's chayrish because you're softening up the dirt for seed. If you have a small hole in the ground and you fill it up, if it's your house, that's boina. You're fixing the floor. If it's in the field, that's chayrish. An amazing shiloh. You dig a hole in the ground, but not because you want the hole, but because you want the dirt. Reward. Even according to Rabbi Yehuda that says, you are tired. Meaning, if you do a malacha, but you don't want that, the malacha is the solution. For instance, you have a dead body in your house and it's making a terrible odor. You take the body out. You don't want to take it out. What you want is you don't want to smell. You don't care about the outcome. You don't care about carrying. You care about not having a smell. Over here, you don't care about having a hole. You care about having dirt. But in this case, you would agree that since you are metaltal, you're ruining something. You are. The Bible says that you can take dirt and you throw it at a palm tree in order to get the dates. You're chayav for two things. First of all, you are chaylish, which is chaytzer. You're taking fruit off the tree. Second of all, you're mitharim, which is a malach of dash. You are breaking things up. You're separating. You're separating the dates from the wood around it. And Rav Ashi says no. Since that's not the way to do it, you are potter. And tomorrow we'll be talking about the three types of separation. Boyer, Zoyra, and the Rapke have a wonderful.
What I saw of Earth, as interesting as it wasn't all there was. So I developed an interest in it, and in particular, in those days, I could go to the movies every weekend, and a lot of the movies that would come down at that time were these sort of feature films that involved aliens, right? Because the aliens love to come to Earth and kind of flag our cities or stuff like that.
The Mysterians, remember that movie?
Shabbos daf ayin daled. Within the 39 malachas, 3 of them are one and the same. Zoyra, winnowing, boirer, selecting, merakin, sifting. They accomplish the same thing. You're separating the good from the bad. Yet, since they are 3 necessary processes in the making of bread, the Mishnah brings them down to tell us that if one were to do all 3 in one awareness, you were to bring 3 separate korbanos. Chaytesh, pounding, should be another malacha. It's something that is necessary to make bread. It says Abaya, but since poor people skip that process, the Mishnah skips it as well. It's not one of them. Don't tell me that it's because there are only 39 malachas and Kodesh would be the 40th, because since we have 3 separating malachas, you can take one of those 3, take it out of the Mishnah, and put Kodesh in instead. The Gemara brings a brisa That's a riddle. And there are 5 attempts to solve the riddle. But what we can take out from those 5 attempts are 3 major halachas regarding boirer on Shabbos. You could do boirer on Shabbos if it's if it's food from within the waste and not the waste from the food. And if you do it biyad with your hand and not a kli, and if you do it la'alter for immediate consumption and not for even that day Shabbos, but later on. What are the 5 attempts? The first attempt was, the Brisa says that if you have food in front of you and you do boirer and eat it, you can do boirer and give it to your friend, and then the Brisa does 180. You cannot do boirer, and if you do boirer, you have to bring a chatas. Perhaps the Reish is talking about for that day, and that's mutter. But if you do it for Sunday, that's a chiyuv chatas. The Gemara says that can't be. There is no malacha that you can cook on Shabbos, but you can't cook for Sunday. Perhaps the Brisa is talking about a half a shear. If you do a half a boirer, half the amount, that's okay. But if you do the full amount, that's chiyuv chatas. Chatzi shear also in Torah, the Gemara says it's impossible. There is no malacha that you can do a half of it. Even a half would be awesome in Torah. You just don't get a punishment. Perhaps the Brisa is saying that you're allowed to do it with your hand, but if you do it with koner with tamchoy, that's only Issa D'Rabbanan with a funnel, with a plate. That's Kilachar. Yeah, that's not the real way of doing it. But if you do it the real way with a real sifter, not with Kora, that's the Issa D'Oraisa. Gemara says, but it doesn't say anything, any mention of Kalim in that Brisa. Perhaps it's talking about Oichal Mitzvah Psoilos. And that's mutter. But Psoilos Mitzvah Oichal is also, again, the Brisa doesn't mention anything about Oichal Mitzvah Psoilos. It says that by therefore I say the Pshat is La'alter. It says in the Brisa that you eat it, meaning immediately. If you eat it immediately, that's okay. But if you do it for later on during the day, that's an Isser Boyer D'Oraisa. The Rishonim explain that Abaye agrees to the concept of Biyad and Oichal Mitzvah Psoilos. He just adds that you need also Miyad right away. Gemara tells a story. Rabbi threw a whole box of fruit that included different leaves and psoilas on the table in front of Rav Ami and Rav Asi. And Rav Dimi saw this and he wasn't sure if it was because Rav Dimi held that even oichal with the psoilas is usher, and therefore he spread it on the table that there shouldn't be a problem with buyer. It just selected itself. He just grabbed an apple, or perhaps he wanted to show ayin yafa. He wanted to show that he's large. He threw all the fruit on the table. Chizkiah says that turmosin type of bean is considered soils even if you take out the actual food, because it requires 7 cookings, and even after 2 or 3 times, if you don't remove the oichel, the actual bean, it turns into soils that can ruin other beans. And now we go to Amid Beis. The Lord tells us halacha. Now we're done with butter. If somebody takes a beet and chops it up really, really thin, he minces it, that is considered grinding. Flakes are shredded if it applies to all vegetables. If you were to take a piece of wood and saw it and create sawdust, that is also grinding. Rav Ashi says if a person is careful about the size of the wood, he will be over a mechatif. Like the Mishnah cut leather to a certain size, it's mechatif, cutting. The Gemara asks, why does the Tana talk about afiyah, baking, when in the Mishkan there was no baking, there was cooking, samamonim, says the Gemara, because that's what people are used to. They're familiar with the process of baking, and therefore the Mishnah spoke about baking. You're over on the Isra of Mevashel, even on non-food items, such as wood, pegs. If a person takes a peg and puts it in the oven, since it first softens it up like bishul, it extracts the moisture and then hardens it up. That's bishul. It would also be.
All right, let me ask you this, because I want to know this. You're obviously in there with people who kill people. You said, who's the baddest motherfucker you saw in that prison? Who was the guy that you just did not fuck with? Was there one of those guys? And also, did you ever get tested? Those are things I want to know.
The 2 things that happened to me there were great. Because when I first got in there, I was pretty much independent, but I had the kitchen crew behind me, and they were all African Americans. The leader of that group, his name was Chicken Hawk, Antoine Spencer. He was in there for involuntary murder, like involuntary homicide, where you pull out a knife and I pull out a knife, you go first and I stab you. So it was like a questioning type murder. We stabbed the guy 3 times or whatever. He was a tough guy. Like his rap sheet, he had done 16 years. He was going home now, you know. The bikers had a halfway tough guy that at the time, I forget what his name is, but I'll remember it by the end of this podcast. Real wrinkly face, you know, hug-nosed guy. He had a reputation as a hard hitter. There was a couple bikers that ran in that. They weren't the white guys that hate him. There was a couple of those guys. But the baddest guy in that system when I was in there was a white guy by the name of John Clark. He really had a couple of murders. He was just ending a big stretch. If I was 26, he had to be about 42. And he had spent like the last 20 in jail. Vice and a bunch of guys and shit like down the street. He had come from Philly. And he befriended me. We became friends. So I had coverage from him. I had coverage with the brothers. And that's all the coverage I needed, you know. There was a couple Mexicans I was friends with, and they ran by themselves. That was the strength. My friend was my best friend in prison. Okay, big time Crip. We became really good friends, and my other good friend in prison was a blood. So we became really good friends. So just because I was in the middle of it, those 2 guys, the woman, they were both interesting guys. The one guy's sister was just running in the Olympics, the 88 Olympics. She was the really popular, she was the really popular black woman, African American.
Is that Jackie Joyner?
That ran in the Olympics.
Is that her?
One of those, there was 2 of those sisters. Yes, one of those was a brother.
Okay.
And the Crip, his name was Torre, and he was my fucking brother in that. Like me and him were together 24/7, worked in the kitchen together. We ate together. He had 7 girlfriends. And he would schedule the visitations all Monday and Tuesday. You think I'm fucking
name him to come.
He was ready. He was the head of moving cocaine from LA to Colorado. That was his primary job for the Crips. He was loaded with money. Loaded. He had 7 women, and each of them, all of them were driving hot cars. Now all those cars were his. He had kids with all of them. He was my age. He was a millionaire. And he would make off. His women would bring him another brothers. I love Nuther Brothers like a motherfucker. He loved Nuther Brothers. That brother loved Nuther Brothers. And he was beautiful. He looked like Michael B. Jackson, the guy that played Rocky. That's what he looked like.
Michael B. Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan, whatever. He was just like Michael B. Jordan.
Just all ripped up.
And we used to laugh. We used to make him laugh. You know, he was just at night, we watched TV. He got a TV in his room. We all had little black and white TVs. But his room, we had like speakers and rigged up and stuff. So I had my strength came from running the stock because I had my own independent stock shed about a half a mile away from the institution. So I could hide stuff from prisoners. So when the dogs would come, they would never bring them out to that shed. So once a month, dogs came through the shed. They would find syringes and stuff. But if you hit your stuff by me, you wouldn't. the dogs wouldn't come out there. So what I started doing was I would hide nothing in the shed with the food and the freezer. I would hide stuff outside the property where the cameras wouldn't see. So I would hide like heroin syringes, heroin, steroids, cash. You wanted to hide your cash, but you weren't supposed to have over $20 on it. So I had cash in their own place to hide because I ended up with a little chubby Italian guy. He was a gangster. One of the families, he was on the tail end out too. And what he did was he ran a pool team. So he did for college football, and Monday night football. You know those pools that you run? Like 50 cents with like $20.
Yeah.
So it was just such a great, I became partners with him. I said to him, because he used to cook every night.
Squares, baby.
He made nachos every night. He made hot dogs. He made hot dogs with the buns already around. What do you call those? Those little pork in the blanket. Yeah, he would take an iron and you iron shirts and you take the guts out of it and you put it in a fucking bowl with a piece of cheese and that's how you melt the cheese. You stir it. So he would start making green chilies like in the morning at 6 with cheese. And by 8 o'clock, there'd be 20 motherfuckers standing outside his army barracks waiting to buy nachos to watch TV. So it was hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, you're making it sound all right. Yeah, for real.
So I told him, I said, listen, you're only gambling and you're only getting through to a couple white guys. If you let me be partners with you, I get the black guys involved, I get the Spanish guys involved. And that's exactly what happened. So I doubled his action. I went from him doing 1 card per game to 3 cards per game. Forget about Sundays. I would have them on every game. So we would split the profits. So I think we'd make like $8 per card each. So I was making like, 3 cards a night, $24 plus. I made $1.40 an hour in the prison. I was living like a doctor. You know what I'm saying? I was moving from town to town like Segura. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, shit.
I was moving every 3 weeks like Tom Segura.
And then you're stashing this cash and steroids and all this that's come funneling in and off property out of camera. So and then they come to you to get like sort of the general store almost to get their shit. Is that how it works?
So they would come to me to get like the hide stuff through. So I knew what was really going on behind the scenes then, I knew, like John Clark, that dude. He was this girl from and he would make out with her. And she would pass a balloon out there. And he would put it in his mouth. And that balloon was filled with speed at the time. So we would go back to his barracks, and we'd do a line of peace, and then we'd go to a Mondays. We were allowed to go to the basketball court in a high school close by and play basketball. Me and him would go in there on speed and just go fucking off and down Monday. I wouldn't sleep till Wednesday. Every week.
They're not piss testing you guys?
They would do surprise piss tests, but they couldn't catch certain things. Like they weren't going to run a spectrum on you. They were going to test you for what drug you came back and you went to prison for. With me, it was cocaine. So they would always test me for cocaine, So I did, even like the holidays didn't bother me. Like I thought I was going to have a real hard holiday in there. The holidays were fucking great, man. Number one.
I can't even believe what I'm hearing.
Oh, it was one of the best Christmases I ever had in my life. We gave each other presents and shit. Because there was we were allowed to go to the store every day. You had 20 minutes to walk to the store and come back.
All right, it was exactly like I had a laundry camp that was at it was a laundry camp, a minimum security facility for guys just like you, right by me where I lived. It was on this mental institution property. It was part of their acreage. It was this back corner, and every now and then you'd hear a siren because one guy would get out of there or whatever. But I went and watched their softball team, the Dirty Sox. But we would see them every now and then. They'd be at the corner store because they'd be allowed off the property and they'd have to go back. So this is very much like what I grew up near. We'd see them over at the baseball field and shit, fucking around or whatever. So this is interesting to me. This is what's going on with these guys in there, huh? Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Raycon. Now, I've been listening lately to podcasts. I've been listening to YMH. I'm listening to Rogan. I'm listening to Two Bears, One Cave. I'm listening to Josh Potter's new podcast. As a matter of fact, all of my Raycons and my Spotify music. And if you're using a pair of premium wireless earbuds, especially if you can get them at less than half the price of the other guys, I'm recommending the wireless earbuds from Raycon. Okay, I've used them to travel, work out, everything. They stay in. They're good. The base is solid. The recharging case is fantastic. There's no weird cords, knobs hanging off the end, and everybody's trying to borrow from them. They take my stepson. I told you he took the other pair I had, but their newest model, which is the one he took, the Everyday E25 earbuds are their best ones yet. They have 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, a more compact design, a noise isolating fit. Raycon earbuds are stylish. They're discreet. The company was co-founded by Ray J and celebrities like Snoop, Mike Tyson, Brandy, and everyone is obsessed with their products right now. So give them a try. Raycon has a 45-day free return policy. That's awesome. For a limited time, you get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/honeydew. That's buy, B-U-Y, Raycon, RAYCON.com/honeydew for a special 15% discount on Raycon wireless earbuds. Make sure to check it out now while the deal's running. buyraycon.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Upstart. Now, during these economically turbulent times, everyone's looking for a way to feel more financially secure. So if you're still needlessly throwing money every month at high-interest credit card debt, it's time you checked out Upstart, the revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. And now is the time to find out how low your Upstart rate can be to help pay off high-interest credit card debt. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your education and job history in the form of a smarter rate. You don't need a degree or a diploma to apply, though. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept the rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people are getting their funds the very next business day. Over 400,000 people have used Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Free yourself from the burden of high-interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has a 4.9 out of 5 rating on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is Manscaped. Now listen up, fellas. We have a new Manscaped product to look. Manscaped just released the Weed Whacker, which is a nose and ear hair trimmer. I want you to take a look in the mirror right now, and I guarantee you're going to see some hairs sticking out of those holes. It's time to keep your ear and your nose hair looking as nice as your clean-shaven pubes. I don't know how many of you ever had that hair sticking out and you wish you had something. I've used nose hair trimmers that suck. You pop that thing out and your eyes start watering, you get that one weird, ear hair. Manscaped is forever changing the grooming game with their Weed Whacker. Their nose and ear hair trimmer provides proprietary skin-safe technology which helps prevent nicks, snags, and tugs in those delicate holes. The premium Manscaped Weed Whacker uses a 9,000 RPM motor-powered 360-degree rotary dual-blade system. Its intelligently contoured design enhances the trimming experience, and it is waterproof, which makes for easy operation and cleaning here. only nose hair trimmer on the market with a powerful and rechargeable lithium-ion battery that lasts for up to 90 minutes of use. You ever try to pull that nose hair out with your fingers? Yeah, that's going to hurt worse than nicking your balls, okay? Manscaped is making whacking your weeds a time to look forward to, delivering maximum confidence while providing hygiene. Look, fellas, 79% of partners polled admitted that long nose hair is a major turnoff. It's time to upgrade your Manscaped routine with the Weed Whacker. Get 20% off plus free shipping with code Honeydew at manscaped.com. Thank you, Manscaped, for keeping our pubes trimmed and our hairs and our holes looking nice. That's again 20% off and free shipping with the code Honeydew at manscaped.com. One more time, y'all, 20% off with free shipping at manscaped.com and use code Honeydew. What are you waiting for? Go whack your weeds. Now, back to the dude.
You had 20 minutes to go to the store and back, and it was a 5-minute walk. So basically, you had 10 minutes to go into that store, buy ice cream, potato chips, milk, whatever you wanted. So I figured out something. There was a little Chinese joint next to the joint. I used to ask people, nobody ever gets Chinese food. How come? They're like, because you don't have enough time. No, you guys got to call it in. So I started calling in like little orders, like fried rice, like, shrimp fouillon, egg fouillon or something. And I would get there, the food would be ready. I'd run into the bodega, get 2 things of Coca-Cola, and I'd run back. So I was eating Chinese food in jail. It wasn't the best Chinese food in the world, but at least it gave me a little bit of normality. Me and Torrey Piles, we loved the pork fried rice in that place. And he loved the chicken wings, so I would get the fried chicken wings. So sometimes I would run over and get fried rice, and then Torrey would go over and buy like 300 fucking chicken wings. Like there was like 6 wings for $95. He would get like 50 wings. The prison didn't know what they did. We had that bag. It was great. There was no liquor store around there, so they really wouldn't look at your bag. And you could see the store from the guardhouse, so you could see if somebody met with drugs. So they didn't really watch. I remember the first time I walked back to Chinese food, the guard was like, "I've been here for fucking 10 years. Nobody has ever brought back Chinese food. How did you do it?" And I go, "I planned ahead. I called in 10 minutes before I could get over there. So it actually sat 10 minutes before I could get there." But there was AIDS was the big thing. AIDS, people didn't know how to handle AIDS. So they built a special barracks for the guys who had HIV. And they only had 3 or 4 guys who had HIV. I could still see their faces. That's how much I hung out in the HIV unit. Because the HIV unit had a brand new TV, brand new refrigerators, brand new stoves. They could cook their own food in there. So we all figured out a way how to bring food in, cook for the HIV guys, and they would let us hang in their thing. They weren't, none of them, or they were all HIV because they were intravenous users, I think one guy was gay, but nobody ever gave him a hard time. He was one of the guys, And I remember Sunday nights going over there and watching Married with Children and Cops. That was our shit. Cops you lived all week for Cops on Sunday night. You lived for Cops. But something interesting happened to me in there. And this is where everything changed for me. Since the minute I got in there, people would always ask me, "Hey, did you get your paperwork from the first portion?" I called it the first 2 weeks before you went to prison, before I went to the camp. I went to that place. Do you remember what I called it? The first 2 weeks, whatever it was. I can't remember.
You're getting double time. You're getting double time out there.
No, that's county.
When you got into, what did you call it?
It's called something, because when you go there, that's what they determine how many points you're at.
I don't remember what you called it.
And where you're eligible to go to. Whether you have a driver's license, whether you had a job at the time of your arrest, whether you had a high school diploma, all these things counted towards where you were going to go. If you had over 3 points, you would go to a minimum security prison. You know how many points I had? Minus 1.5. So how did you lose? So I was eligible. I was eligible for a halfway house right off the bat. I was eligible for a halfway house right off the bat. Remember, my sentence was 48 months, but there was a House Bill 1200, 1204, 1200, that if you were a first-time offender and your sentence, not what you were arrested for, what you got convicted of, was non-violence, your sentence would be cut in half. So what I did was, one of the guys got out. He was the law house clerk. So for 3 or 4 weeks, I studied really hard. I got a book, and I studied all the laws, and I took a test, and guess what? I became a law time. So I was the stock clerk. I was the guy who drove the sandwiches, and now I was also the attorney at the prison. So when somebody got a write-up, I would argue with the guards and get their.
You're like basically the shop steward of the union for the prison.
Right. So I became
that
guy.
You're a representative?
I became that guy, and I fucking won every case.
Did you win them all?
Oh, I won them all. Dirty, clean, whether I got to them on the side, talk to them. You know, I would talk to the guy who wrote the fucking report and nail him down a little bit, throw him off. You know, I had a good relationship with a lot of those guards. There was some guards that would just do that. But a lot of them, they were human beings. And I knew how to tap into that side. You know what I'm saying? So they were okay with it. But the guy I never won over. I won him over slowly. The guidance counselor I had, Mr. Blue.
I was about to ask, the one that is like anybody.
So I got there probably the beginning of September. But by November, I had softened them up. By November, I had softened up the whole place. I'm not going to look you in the eye and tell you I was running the place. But off the record, I kind of was. Because I was running the gambling. I knew where all the dealers were. I knew where they were hiding their stash. I didn't mess with their stash. I was always respectful. I charged them a nice amount. That was fair. I also told them what food to eat and what not to eat, which they really appreciated, you know. If I knew a guy was a bodybuilder, I got him extra milk. And I give him a nice cuts of meat so he could cook them on his own. I learned how to, you know what I'm saying? I learned how to take care of people. So now people took care of me. You know, I did it on the Rogan podcast once. If the food that they would serve you shit on shingles, what is that called? Did you ever hear that expression? It's corned.
Yeah, shit on shingles.
Yeah.
Like hash or whatever. Yeah, that's
no, not corned beef hash. It's called beef something. But what it's called in the army and all that stuff is shit on shingles.
Yeah, my dad taught me that from the military.
Yeah, shit on shingles. So, shit on shingles, whenever they served that, I would sit behind the line of the food, and it would be like chicken hawk, he's serving, Etchy, this is his tall, skinny brother, 6'3". He was like a junior at one of the colleges, wide receiver, Michael Urban looking, All-American. He went out to a bar. And punched some guy, and the guy died in the hospital. That's why you gotta be careful with your hands.
Yeah.
But so you had Etchy, and then next to Etchy on the line was this other dude, and he was a bank robber. All right, he was a professional bank robber, and him and his brothers were all bank robbers. They were black. They were African American, but he was funny because his job in the kitchen was part-time. He only worked the night shift, but the day shift, he would be there for lunch. And it would be a smaller crowd because the other half was out working. picking up papers. So he would always come up to me and go, Cuba, let me holler at you for a minute. And I would go, what? I go, what's up? They go, is Mr. Yarborough gonna be in the kitchen at lunchtime? I go, sometimes he's in there, sometimes he's in the stock room, double checking my work. He goes, listen here, brother. He goes, listen, I gotta work on my freezes. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, man, I'm gonna be free in about 90 days. And I gotta work on my freezes and shit, because not my shit sweet. He goes, one time my brother had the flu, and he went to rob a bank, and he tried to yell freeze, and his shit cracked, so people didn't pay attention. You gotta keep your freeze. You go in there to practice holler and freeze with command. His brother had to yell freeze a second time. That is silly. He goes, the way you yell freeze is very important. It's got to be a word. It's got to come out of your throat, a certain word. People react to it. He goes, so I got to practice my freezes and shit. I said, all right, come to the kitchen. So sure enough, he waits everybody with him. He'd wait till everything was online. They all had their plates in their hand. And he would jump down. And he would jump in the back door with an imaginary shotgun. And go, freeze, motherfucker! Yeah. Nah, that didn't really. Let me do this again. He's coaching himself out there. Oh my God. And they would go, oh God. I don't want to tell you what the black guys would say. The black people offend them the most. The black people were so offended by the African Americans would yell at them and say, what the hell's the matter with you, man? Get your shit together, brother. Come on, man. Grow up. They'd be like, what? I got to keep my freeze game tight. He was that freeze game. His freeze game had the beat tight. You have no idea how much I laughed at that. But then on either Wednesday or Thursday night was movie night. And they would play the worst movies in the world. Just to like piss off. Like, you know, fucking, what's the greatest movie of all time? Like black and white, like shit like that, like black and white shit. That African Americans and convicts don't want to see that shit. They want to see the Terminator. They want to see Rambo. Black people love Rambo. Do not ever get confused. Right. Hate fire, love Rambo. They love Rambo. They only hate, listen, black people only hate fire if it's going to them. They love it, shot other people. They go crazy. They love it. They love it. So for me going off in the kitchen, because I would go off on the kitchen. When they would come in, there was bad food, I would go, don't do it. That's all I would do. For minutes at a time, I would just go, don't do it. Don't do it. Mr. Yarborough looked at me and goes, oh, take thy hands. Why do you keep saying don't do it for? They won't eat my food. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying don't do it. Just for me thinking. It's a thing I use to stop being a criminal. So he's like, I know you're lying to me, boy. How come nobody's eating the chicken today? You know, like he would always attack me if I would say don't do it or whatever. And I would always go off on it. Mr. Yarborough, relax, man. What's the big problem? Look at that shit. Would you eat that? I don't see you eat it, Mr. Yarborough. So all those kitchen guys saw that. So on Wednesday night or Thursday night was projector night. We would watch those stupid movies, PT 109, shit like that. Like a bunch of black and white movies. And the projector would always break. So one this thing. The state's got so much money, when are they going to get a new fucking projector? And all the guys were like, give it to him, Cuba. That's a boy, give it to him. And that's how it started. And there was like an African-American dude, that were one of those red dudes that had freckles. And we would goof on him. He was a great guy. He would let us, we would call him Freckles and shit. And they would all get up and say, you know, Cuba, get up there whenever the projector would break. That's what happened. The projector would break, the tape, the film would break, and people would go, Cuba, get up there. Get up there and talk. Tell us about the week. And I would go, what do you think about fucking that cheap? Fucking giving you mashed potatoes with no butter. There you go, fuck you, motherfucker. And I go off. So it started like a weekly thing. They would say, go up there and do 10 minutes. And I would go up and do comedy. I didn't know I was doing comedy.
So wait, I want to. Is this the first time you'd ever really got up and performed in front of a crowd at all? It was in prison, so
there wasn't a stage, there wasn't a microphone, there wasn't nothing.
But you're just up there talking to these guys and
talking to these guys. But you remember what I told you on the podcast we did on the church? No, about the guy that I worked with at Subaru that didn't like me. Me and him had gotten into an argument. And one day he came up to me and he goes, I don't know if you know what I did before I came to work here. He goes, I worked in Las Vegas in the entertainment business. And he goes, between you and me, I think you should get into stand-up comedy. His name was Grant Houston. And I remember looking at him going, you know what, you're a fucking asshole. But I remember going home and just thinking about that maybe I was a comic. So now, here I am 8 months later, and I'm actually doing comedy in a weird sort of way, but it's not registering. Yeah, it's not registering with me. One day, my counselor saw me doing that one night. There was one night a month he stayed there late, and this was this particular night. And it was probably like a November night. It was after Thanksgiving, going into Christmas. I remember like it was yesterday. Because I was walking out, and for weeks I would bust his balls about the report. Diagnostic, that's what it was.
Diagnostic, thank you. I'm so focused on you said, remember the guy that showed you the pictures of the girlfriend in a bikini, and I haven't wanted to forget that.
This is horrible to think of.
Good morning, Rabbi.
Good morning, Mr. Aquarius. How are you?
I get asked them.
I'm good. How are you?
Lovely, ma'am. Ready to take on the day?
Yeah.
All right, hit it hard. We'll see you tonight, God willing.
All right, see you tonight, God willing.
Excellent.
And I kept busting his balls. And one of those nights that I went off, I caught him. And I, like, just off adrenaline, I got in his face a little bit. I go, what are you going to tell me? What's on that report? And he goes, you really want to know? And I go, yeah, I really want to know. He goes, come with me. And we went in his office, and he fucking went in his desk, and he pulled out a file, and he threw it on the table. And he goes, you want me to fucking tell you what it says? He goes, I'll tell you what it says. And he started reading the psychological shit. And he goes, he took off his glasses, and he goes, in other words, what this says to me is that you're a deadly individual.
Yo.
It says that if you want something that I have, you will do anything that it takes to get that thing. So a person should just give you whatever you want. So from now on, when you want something, just ask for it. Because if not, you're just going to take it from them anyway. And I remember looking at him going, thank you for telling me I'm just a piece of shit thief. I appreciate that. And he looked at me and he goes, I told you you weren't going to be able to handle it. I didn't talk to him. for like 3 weeks after that. That blew, all that fun I had, all that fun I was having, came to an end because I realized that I was in prison, and I realized I was a piece of shit. That I was just going to end up a fucking thief. So I would see him, and I wouldn't even go to his meetings anymore. I was getting out of there in February anyway. It didn't really matter. So one day I was walking in the daytime, and he saw me. And he goes, "What happened? You lost your balls ever since I told you the truth?" And I go, "No, I just don't want to hear that shit. I'm just a fucking thief." He goes, "Come here for a second. Because you obviously didn't understand what I was saying to you." And I go, what were you saying? I'm a thief. He goes, "No, I'm telling you that you're a deadly individual because whatever you want in this life, you can get it. Because you run in this chuck and jive, nickel and dime shit. Because you don't think I know about it. Because you're a fucking genius compared to these guys. Because I don't think you understand how dangerous you are. That if you want something, it's yours. You can just take it, you know." And that resonated with me, like it just destroyed me. Because he was right. He was right. You know, like and then I had a system. I didn't work an 8-hour day. I went in at 8. Well, of course, you know me, dog. I worked like a 2-hour job. 2 hours. I went in. I basically went in the morning, made sure the guys had their shit. If you know anything about me, I'm well prepared. They had their shit the night before. Good error. And then the truck would be filled already with the sandwiches. I would help them out. I would go through the gate. A guard would get in with me. We drive together. We talk shit. We drive. They take the sandwiches out. We'd go back to the fucking thing. It'd be 9 o'clock by then. And then I would shoot straight to the library. And the library was a white dude that looked like Josh Potter. And he was also from Buffalo. He was in there for double murder. He murdered his wife and the mailman, which made it a federal offense. It was fucking... So that's what made it. It is not true, really. All right. Yeah, I'm not the type. But he was like Josh Potter, and he was very intellectual. He was very smart. He wore glasses. He rolled his own cigarettes, and I had maybe 3 weeks left. And one day I went in there and he gave me a black notebook. You know, the black and white notebooks, the regular ones, where you put your name, your grade, and your address. He gave me one of those with a pen. And he goes, "That's a notebook for you so you can write your jokes." I go, "I don't write jokes." He goes, "Well, wait a second. Whenever you go up there on Wednesday nights, that's just you talking." I go, "Yeah, I guess." I don't have time to write jokes. I've never written a joke in my life. He goes, "So you don't sit down during the weekend?" Well, you see me, I'm in here reading sports and arguing, because I would go in there. It would be me, him, and Chicken Hawk. Chicken Hawk was in there for involuntary murder, and he was African American, but he was well spoken, intelligent as fuck. So we'd go in there and just talk about whatever was in the newspaper. It was like 3 convicts talking about the world's events and shit. And I learned a lot from those 2 guys. Those 2 guys were fucking a lot smarter than I was, you know. And he gave me a notebook and he goes, "Listen, I'm going to be out of this hole in 2 years. If when I get out, you're not a stand-up comic, I'm going to hunt you down and kill you." I would think that that's a serious threat. So, you know, I went back to the Mr. Blue and I apologized for my behavior. And on January 20th, 1989, my case went back up in front of there was a president who got inaugurated that day. January 20th, 1989. I forget what, I think it was Bush. One of the Bushes.
Yeah, it has to be, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I went up in front of the.
No. Senior. What am I saying?
Yeah, I went up in front of the board, and they gave me community corrections. And I think by February 13th, I was in BCTC, the halfway house in Boulder. And that's a whole different story. That's what we pick up next time. From BCTC. That was my whole prison experience. So I had a really good time in prison. And I prepared myself to go in, like I lifted weights, I swam, I rode a bike. I knew what things I was going to do and what I wasn't going to do. And the experience was completely different from what I thought it was going to be. Like when I came out of prison, it was completely different than what I thought I was going to be. I didn't see anybody get raped. And yes, there was one guy that didn't mess with me. He was a young guy that hung out with the biker crew. And whenever he was with his biker friends, he would make little comments after. So I let my friends know what was going on. And they said, whatever it is, we got your back. So I had John Clark's crew, which they were Nazis, like little neo-Nazis. That's the other thing. John Clark was pretty much a neo-Nazi. Like he had like a SWAT team.
I figured that. Yeah, I figured if you're going to survive in prison for 20-some years, you got to be friends.
Yeah, he loved me for who I was. We would talk about Cuba all the time. In fact, that's how we became tighter, because the lady who raised him was Cuban. So his mother, his babysitter was Cuban. So he told me how much he liked the Cuban food, and that's how we became friends. And I remember snorting speed with him and seeing the SWAT sticker. So I had his support, and I had the black guy's support. If I went to war with this biker, they told me exactly how to do it. They said, just get him one-on-one. Don't involve the bikers. And one day we were listening to Guns N' Roses had just come out. Remember, I got sentenced as Sweet Child of Mine and taken over the world. So now it's November of '88. And November of '88.
Rain.
And Guns N' Roses is everywhere. That first album is huge. And I remember getting into an argument on the bike about Mr. Brownstone. It was about heroin. He goes, it's not about heroin. And I go, it's about heroin. And that's when that kid started to argue. What do you know? You got with blacks and all that. I'm like, oh, you dumb motherfucker. So the first thing I did to him was, and he would torture me a little bit. I knew I could fuck him up. But it is quick, I would get killed. If I ever got caught in his area of the yard, I would get killed. Because there were like two guys in that group that I didn't really like. The leader, obviously, I told you I couldn't remember what his dog, something, raw dog or something like that was his name. He was a disgusting guy. And him, I didn't like the long-haired guy. So I knew I had to take him out eventually at some point. But I also knew that I had a secret weapon that he didn't have, which is the mind of Joey Diaz. I'm gonna fucking break him down mentally, motherfucker. So he had a job in the kitchen. So I didn't torture him in the kitchen. I left the kitchen alone because I could just fuck off in the kitchen. It would be easy with the blacks around me and nothing would happen. The black dudes would help me. What I did was I took the American cheese box. You know the cheese the government sends you? I took the box, I took the cheese out, and I took the shit in that box. I took the biggest shit you ever seen in your life. It had to be like a 19-inch shit that broke together. I took paper towels and I put it in the box. And then I took a little, they had like little American flags in the workshop. I took a little work and I put it in the piece of shit. And I covered the box and I put it in this drawer. And I put his clothes over it. And every day he would stop us on the way and go, "Oh, does anybody else smell shit?" And we would go, "Nah, I don't smell nothing." And he goes, "I swear to God, I smell shit somewhere." This went on for like a month. I was just taking American shit boxes, taking shit somewhere. And then I would put them in a ceiling. He had ceiling tile. You could pick out every other ceiling tile had a box with a piece of shit in it. And eventually one day he found the one in the drawer. And it had gone from 19 inches to about 6.5. All the moisture got out of it. It was just down to peanuts, a couple clusters of hair, whatever the fuck. A couple more clusters and shit. Dog, he flew out of there. He's like, somebody's messing with me. I'm gonna find out who it is and fuck him up and all this stuff. But there was a gym area. And the gym area was a room that was next to the laundry room. And they had a billboard up in that room about jobs, events, what situations, the programs you could get into or whatever. And one Saturday I'm working in the kitchen and I see him by himself walking into that area to drop off his laundry. I go, this is when I get this motherfucker today. I remember it was cold out, so it had to be like January, February, December. But the sun was out. It was a really pretty day, but it was cold. So I waited for him to go back and get his clothes. And I told the black guys, the only people who would hang out in the gym were the black dudes that would play dominoes. So there was a bunch of guys playing phones. And they would listen to Bobby Brown's Don't Be Cruel. Don't be. I will be, right? So they would fucking, Bobby Brown would go up the roof, would light up, and they would throw the fucking phones. It was great. But in the daytime, they didn't play. It was just a couple of brothers that would lift weights. So I waited till the guy went in, and I went through the side door. And brother, I caught him as he was taking the clothes from the dryer, from the washer, and putting it in the dryer. I just stood behind him. And the wall next to us had the billboard on it with all the events that are going to happen. He fucking turned around, and I was right there on him. I go, you still got that problem with me? And before he could even say anything, I grabbed my hand in between his hair. And that's why I never liked long hair. And I grabbed his hair and locked him in like a... I didn't know anything about Muay Thai. It was really like holding somebody doing Muay Thai, holding their neck and kneeing them. I didn't even think. I just did it with his hair. I grabbed his hair and I dragged him over. And I banged his head off that billboard. 20 times. Like that was the only bad thing I did there. I banged this fucking head like 20 fucking times. I mean, boom, 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 boom. He went down. He woke up. He never said nothing again. And he was 3 doors down. We were in the same bunk because we both worked in the kitchen. He never said a fucking word. He knew I told him I was banging his head. I know the next time me and John Clark will fucking kill you. So don't ever sneak up around me again. He always throw little remarks and shit. After that, when he would see me, he would say 3 fucking words. I still remember this kid, what he looked like. He was a white kid with long hair, big retarded lips. He just wasn't even normal. That fucking poor retard wasn't even normal. They would probably give him fucking transgender pills or something at the time. More best. That's it.
Wait, hold on. That's not it. Because I have 2 quick questions. You said about the dude showing you the bikini pictures of his girlfriend. You said, hold on to that. Remember that for later. Why? What does that come back?
Okay, so I get to the halfway house. I'm working at Bolt Toyota. No, I'm working as a detailer. And I get out of the halfway house. My child is born. And I hear the city of Boulder's on alert. his girlfriend. It was that idiot.
Damn.
Summit County that had broken out. So what he basically did was he broke out of jail because she let him know that she was sleeping with his roommate.
Yeah, who didn't see that coming?
He got so crazy.
I guess he did.
He broke out of a medium security prison. Like, I won't tell you the story how he did it because I don't remember. I'm just lying anyway. All I do know is he broke out of that medium security prison, stole a car, and went to Boulder. He went to, I think it was somewhere off of Lee Hill Road. And he said he saw 4 kids target practicing, shooting guns. So he went up to them with a fake wallet. He goes, I'm a wildlife guy. Put your pistols down. I want to see identification. The kids put their weapons down. He picked up the weapon and shot the 4 kids. And took their gun and went into Boulder. He went into Kmart, which I lived across the street from at the time. And he bought ammunition. They had proof. So they locked the city of Boulder down. They knew they had a wild guy. I went home, but it was on TV. I couldn't even tell my wife or anybody. I was in jail with him. Like, I was in county fucking jail with this shit. So I lived on 30th, close to Baseline. I lived on 28th Street. If you went to like 32nd Street, Boulder, on your way to Longmont, there used to be a jazz club there, like a blues club. I don't know what the name of it was. It's 30 fucking years ago. The story I'm telling you happened in 1990, or not even 91. Let's leave it at 1990. So this idiot broke out, shot the 4 kids, set up a meeting with his girlfriend to meet her at that blues club, and got into a shootout with the cops. One of the cops shot on the neck. There was a problem. The guy lived, but he needed surgery. Guess what the problem was? The only surgeon available was the father of one of the kids he shot.
No. Fuck. Did those kids die, by the way? All those kids died?
Yeah, we can look it up. We can look it up, yeah. I think 2 of them
What
died.
happens?
2 of them survived. I think he refused to take care of the dude. And the dude died, and something weird happened. They had to go to court, something. Right now, I talked about on a podcast once how weird the story that was. That the guy refused to operate on the guy because he killed his son. That happened to him. So, that's the world I saw, man. It's a fucking crazy world.
First of all, thank you. You know I love you. Thank you for making time for this, because I know as a parent, I know what's going on in this world. I know.
No, it's important.
But I want to just wrap up, so when I listen again, I know. So what are we, February? Excuse me, February 88, we're going to pick up. March 88, we're going to pick up. You're out of prison.
No, we're going to pick up February of 89 when I get the halfway house, BCTC.
So you're going from prison into this halfway house.
So now we're in the halfway house for the first time. And this is the fun part.
We're going to pick up
This is when I put bleach pellets on my dick to pass the piss test. This is all fun.
All right, February 89.
So by now, Joey should have like 2 experimental podcasts out by now. We're just going to run it the first couple of weeks until all the parts come together for our studio, and then we'll move into the studio. But for now, I'm just going to start a podcast right here where you stand with this face, and we're just going to do our thing until the wheels fall off.
Well, I love you, brother, and thank you
I love
so
you
much.
too.
And,
thank you to all your people. You got it. We'll do this once a month. You know me, dog. I don't fuck around. Patreon.com/Joey Diaz. Stay black, you bad motherfuckers. Don't forget Uncle Vinny's Wednesday nights. in October. 36 people. See, y'all buy your tickets fast. That's all I got. Say hello to everybody, Ryan.
That's
Sickler.
You know I will, brother. I love you too. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
At Granger, we're for the ones who pay attention to every little detail. The ones who fuss, tinker, and sweat the small stuff. Because you know the tiniest thing can make the biggest difference when it comes to keeping business moving. We get it. We're the same way. Offering access to product experts to help you quickly and easily find what you need. So whatever your industry,
This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Helix, Upstart, Honey, and ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it. Studio Night Plans. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. Just a huge thank you for all your support. We just finished 100 episodes. We're about to kick off the first of the next 100. So I just want to thank you all for your support. Thank you for making this such a fun show. Thank you for all the messages, the emails, everybody. I sincerely appreciate your support. We're going to keep on doing the damn thing. So get over, subscribe to the YouTube channel. You'll get audio here on Mondays.
Tuesdays.
Subscribe, and you're going to get some more content coming soon there as well. If you're a fan of the time, look in the description underneath YouTube. You'll see stories you can jump to if you'd like. The Patreon show is growing. Thank you so much for your support there. The Honeydew with you all. Doing the Honeydew with y'all out there. I've heard some amazing, crazy, funny stories. If you or someone you know has a story that has to be heard, please submit at honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. We're going through all of them. We will get to you. There are a lot. We'll keep on doing that show too. So if you're on board for it, you can subscribe for a year, save yourself money. I know that $5 a month is a lot for some people. $60 a year. A lot of things going on out there, but you can subscribe for a year and you'll save over a month of episodes. You get them for free. It goes back to you, y'all. So subscribe to that as well. The Facebook fan page, make sure you're subscribed over there for updates, clips, all that stuff. Make sure you're following me on Instagram. Can't thank you guys enough for the iTunes reviews as well. All that stuff helps, man. You guys are the shit. The honeydewpodcast.com is the website for the show. All the merch is there. It's also on RyanSickler.com, but the night pants are there. The Night Pants Nation Champion sweats are there. The hoodies, the t-shirts for the Honeydew, the t-shirts for my Ryan Sickler, the fist bump. Did I say pump? Fist bump shirt. The appreciations. Really cool design. Upstate merch is the shit. Zach designing some of that stuff for us over there, so thank you. And I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center. You know, I like to give back. So if you live in LA, if you need musical instruments, you need musical lessons, this is the spot for you or your kids. Take a lesson with your kids. Go to SantaMonicaMusic.com. You get online lessons. Use the code Honeydew, and they will waive the registration fee, and they'll give you one free lesson when you sign up for a package. All right? That's the biz. If you're new here on the next 100 shows, what we do over here is we highlight the lowlights. These are the stories behind the storytellers. We're shedding a little light in that darkness and laughing in the face of the person. And this guy is no stranger to the do. Ladies and gentlemen, excited to have him back. The saga continues. Joey Diaz, welcome back to the Honeydew, Joey. Great to have you.
What's happening there, Ryan?
I'm saying you look so good. Jersey looks good on you. You look like an old suave gangster out of Vegas. Vegas right now in his twilight years, coming into his own. You look good, dude. You do.
It's tremendous. It's a different life. I got to stink of LA off me. My daughter's in school. She's happy. And for the whole of the show, yesterday was the 33rd anniversary of the kidnapping of Ken Fellow, November 18th, 1987.
Really?
So yesterday was the anniversary. Yeah.
How many years? 87?
33. Yeah, I called Tuesday night.
You called the guy you kidnapped on the anniversary of the kidnapping.
Oh, every year. He's unemployed now, so he wants to hear from me.
You talk about full circle, man.
I apologized to him. I did a bad thing. I apologized to him. He accepted it. We became again.
That's great.
So I called him Tuesday night, left him a message. I was thinking about it. I go, 33 years ago tonight, I was planning on what to do with you. So we were going to beat you to the lions and fucking put you in the trunk of a car. We didn't know yet.
All right, let me say this for those of you listening, because a lot of people have missed that the last episode of that I actually was honored to guest host the church, and that's the episode where we cover the kidnapping. So there's a lot of you like, hey, there seems to be a chapter missing. That's where you find that chapter. Okay, go to the church, what's happening now, check out the episode I guest hosted, and that's where Joey tells that whole story. This time, exactly where we left off was February of 1989. It was you were just leaving prison, and what you said is it was the first time in the halfway house, which made me laugh because that means it's not the only time you were in the fucking halfway house.
When I think of my stint at BCTC,
what does that stand for, Joey?
BCTC, Boulder Community Treatment Center.
Okay.
Boulder County. The same people who own BCTC own BCTC, which was in Longmont, Colorado.
Come on.
About 20 minutes away. You didn't want to, they put you to where you were from, but they threatened to put me in Longmont at first. And I didn't mind because there was a little Mexican place out there called Delicioso. And they make the best fucking breakfast burritos you've ever had in your life. I put away like 8 of them.
Damn.
8, 9 of them. They were that good, right? So I didn't care about going to Longmont, but I really wanted to go to Boulder, So I found out, I went in, we got a 3-day orientation. You can't leave. You can call your loved ones, they can bring stuff in, the clothing you need, whatever you need for your job. And then after 3 days, they let you go out just to find a job.
Okay, so let me ask you some questions, because we had this halfway house right next to my middle school, and one of my high school wrestling coaches worked there later in the years. He'd take us home in the van. He dropped, but we couldn't get in. You can't get out. He has to get out of the van and let you out. I'm like, oh yeah, this is a correctional van. You can't get out. But so you're out of prison, but you're at this place where how many people would you say are also living under this roof?
About 90.
Oh wow, okay, that's way bigger than I thought it was. Okay, so you got 90 all men?
No, the bottom floor was women, and then the 2 top floors were men.
Okay.
And it was a 7-man room, and then when you moved up the system, you got put into a 3-man room.
So you're allowed out. Go ahead.
After 3 days, you're allowed out for about a week to find a job, like 9 to 5. You have to call them and let them know where you're going. So I got to call them and go, I'm going to Ryan Sigler's to interview at Goodyear. And then from there, you have to have a list of them. So I would just make up a phony fucking list of where I was going. And then those 3 days were kind of shaky. But then once I got a job right away.
Doing what?
And then I think the first job I got was like a detailer at a car lot. But those first 3 days, like, you know, they hold you for 3. And then that first day when they let you out to go get a job, I wouldn't pick up my own clothes. I gotta get back on the board here, you know what I'm saying? I'm down by 10. Something's gotta be done here. You know, getting a job at $8 an hour. I'm not getting no job for $8 an hour. So I started slinging. I got an ounce of coke right off the fucking bat. The 4th day out. The 4th day out. That's why all that shit you talk in prison is bullshit. I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna read the Bible. The 4th day out. The first place I went to was my buddies to get an ounce on the to go to work.
Let me ask you, what did it feel like, though, to be just out? You know, you're now. I'm including to have you're on your own. I know you have a curfew, but what does it feel like? That first feeling of after all the shit you've been through, you're actually breathing the outdoors right now. There's not someone watching you when you're walking or driving or taking the bus to your friend's house.
I knew that at that moment I was never going back into prison. I didn't know that. I did know that I was a criminal. I came to that conclusion. And I figured out that whatever I did from now on, I had to have recovered to it. And I had to keep it low. You know? It would be small moves. Selling coke was the alternative. And I could sell coke all day long. But just to get on the board, I started slinging coke. Like the 3rd to 4th day. Just to put some money in my pocket, generate some income, you know, move around. And I got like a job. I really don't know, Ryan. I would be lying to you if I told you what my first job was. I can't remember. But I got a job right away. And I still remember bringing the coke into the halfway house with me. I was going to ask, like that tape. Okay? And I still remember weighing it in the bedroom on the top bunk. And I still remember one day that, like in my first 2 weeks, the chick that ran the place did a surprise attack on me while I was weighing the coke. And I had it like I had it in a big bindle. When I put it in, the coke flew all out of the bindle. But it was in little chunks. So she walks into the room. I got the scale hitting like fucking Richard Gere in Office of the Gentleman. I had it up to the ceiling. I had everything hitting in the ceiling. But she comes in and there's still all these little coke rocks on the carpet. And she goes, "You guys need to do some carpeting. And we got to get the maintenance guy to come in here and vacuum the dust off this stuff." She thought it was fucking dust from the ceiling. She didn't know that there was an ounce of coke, you know, on the fucking floor in little chunks. You know, this is what I walked into. I mean, you create this life for yourself. So that was it off the bat. Then I got a job, but I kept slinging coke. And then eventually I started snorting coke. Into BCTC, maybe in February. And by April, I already gave my first IUA. So the first one is free. The first one is you get locked up for 14 days. You're only allowed to go to work. No leisure, no gym, no nothing. So I figured out a different idea. Instead of getting a job, I went to my buddy's garage. He had a garage where he fixed cars, and I would hustle these 10 hours there. But I got a pager. So they didn't know where I was. They could also drop into your job. I made it that I was driving cars back and forth don't come in here because I'm never going to be there. Ryan, it was just, they weren't even ready for me. Like, they weren't even ready for the game I was imposing on. They could shake you down any time and you couldn't have more than $40 on it.
Oh, really?
Okay? Yeah. You had to pay, it was, at that time, it was $75 a week rent. And you also got a box of food, like Roses, Swanson dinners, you know, cheese slices, shitty food, you know, for the week. I used to get food delivered. I'd get Chinese food delivered, and they'd lose their fucking mind. Like, I showed up just completely different. Like, I was running my own game in there. Then I gave the hot urinalysis, and then they were really honest.
And that was just
Once
coke?
you give them a hot UA, just coke. I wasn't smoking dope or anything. Once I gave the first hot, I came to the conclusion that I can't smoke coke. And I was fine with that. But I still needed to sell coke to make some money. The job was just to cover. The other thing I devised was you got to pay rent on Thursday. But everybody got paid on Friday. So if you didn't pay rent on Thursday, you would get your leisure time on the weekend. That opened up another avenue for me, loan sharking. So I would lend out $75 for 102. So I give you 75 on Thursday, you give me 102 on Friday. I was a one-man fucking wrecking crew.
You got $27 profit on that shit.
Yeah, and I had 10 of those motherfuckers every week. So I became a loan shark. I was splitting coke, and I was hustling with the job I was doing.
Now wait, are you also selling coke to people in the halfway house, or are you just hiding it there?
I'm hiding it there, but I'm also selling it to people at the halfway house.
So they're all doing it. So any of them could to give a hot test, then, all coming from the coke.
Oh yeah,
oh.
They were all. I had a couple of guys I was selling. Once I got the first hot UA, I had a garage I rented about 8 blocks away on 16th Street. I paid $35 a month, and I had a heavy bag in there and a bar. Way before I got arrested, I kept that little gym, so I started stashing my coke in there. It was only a walk away, so I would stash it in there, have the scale in there. So I'm loan sharking in there, I'm slinging the coke, I'm fucking around, guess what happens? I give them another hot UA. Even though I wasn't doing coke, just touching it.
Oh, okay, I wondered, yeah. Handling it?
This way. Because the guy would give me like 6 ounces at a time, and it would be like 4 chunks and a half ounce of powder. This motherfucking Mexican was a nut. So I would pick up these chunks of coke. It was like fucking, this coke was real. It was fucking tremendous. So from weighing it, it went through my skin. And then I gave him another fucking hot UA. So now we're going to be back in prison. So I hired my attorney to go in there and fight for me. You know, they had me on lockdown. I couldn't leave the building. Then they came to a conclusion that I go to a rehab. And I just mentioned the name of this rehab here. I forget the name. It was from 6 to 9 at night. 5 nights a week. And you had to sit there and guess what? I went to this rehab for, I think it was 6 weeks, 3 hours a night, 5 nights a week. And I started selling more coke at the rehab than I ever did. It was fucking crazy. It's so fucking, it's so fucking,
That just makes
it's so embarrassing. You know? There had to be like 12 people in the group, and you know, like 9 of them were still getting high. So we're still getting high in there, but then something happened. I got a fucking call one day that I knocked up my girlfriend.
Okay. And this is what year are we at now? So 90? Are we in 90s to 89?
We're in 89. We're in like May of 89. I'm already in the fucking rehab. And now this poor girl tells me she's pregnant. Had to be about June. So now I had to fucking strap the belt down a little bit harder. And I stayed clean. And I went and sold them. The hot car at the time was the Eclipse by Mitsubishi. So a friend of mine said that he needed help at his place selling Mitsubishi. So I went over there and I started making $8-9 grand a month selling Mitsubishi. I would just sell Eclipses. I wouldn't even look at the bucket because the Eclipse was hard to get. And you made like $800 a car because you sold them above a sticker price. So now I'm fucking selling cars, selling coke, loan sharking. I'm a one-man wrecking crew. I'm getting watches sent out from New Jersey, Rolex watches, presidentials. The guy would give them to me for like $7 grand. I would sell them to 10. It was the prime of the joke. I was doing more hustling in those months than I ever did before. Like, it was the top of my hustling game. I was 27 years old, 28, and I was making probably 15 grand a month. Between the selling cars, the selling coke. I wasn't snorting, so it was all profit, you know.
This is 15 grand a month in 89.
Oh yeah, I'm fucking slinging with both hands.
Yeah.
And then they moved me into, I started making progress in the system. I started becoming
Zoot.
a model of prison.
How you living, pimp? Living the dream, dog. Every day's a holiday, every meal's a feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, baby?
Yeah. I'm good.
Excellent to hear. Are you ready for me?
Yeah.
How was the doctor?
Good.
What'd they say?
They gave me a phone number for a specialist, but I don't know.
Okay, why didn't you call them yet?
Because I called the number and they didn't answer. So I called back.
Okay, could you leave a message?
No. They're on the phone with someone else.
Okay, so you're going to call them today?
Yeah. So then I fell asleep, and then I fell asleep. And then I forgot to call them back. And then they shut me.
All right, are they open right now?
No.
Are they open right now?
No.
Okay, what time do they open? How many hours?
7 hours.
Okay, so they open in 7 hours?
12 hours later.
So they open in 12 hours?
Yep. Hey, Rabbi.
What up, baby?
Where do you think they're called Tourette's?
That's a question for that place. I don't know, it's probably named after the doctor who discovered it. Are you ready to lose? All right.
Because I can tell you where it's called.
Oh, I thought you said, why do they call it that? Where did you catch it?
Yeah, I can tell you that I call horses in a gangbang.
Oh, of course. No, you may have gotten super autism there. Along with probably super AIDS.
Rabbi, I just had a deja vu.
What was that, big dog?
When I said that joke, I already knew the joke you were going to say. Like, I already heard it in my dream.
All right, baby. Are you ready to lose?
Yeah.
What's happening at that particular time. But yes, everybody goes through ups and downs, and that's what actually makes us stronger. But yes, people do go through periods of happiness and power, making things happen. And then when you tell someone, hey, this period's going to last another, let's say 6 to 8 months, and you'll be out of it for.
Bye-bye.
Zoot, you're up, baby.
Does the palm determine the future, Vernon, or does the future determine the palm?
I'm going to do some stupid move.
From activities that we performed in our previous life. In other words, what we wanted to continue in the previous life, the person was
I don't know if that's a bad move.
You get an extra move.
They will, that will be seen on their hands in their next life. In that respect, we create our own future. We are
Alright, I consider the move you do. You should back.
We are completely in charge of our own future and our own destiny. We create it. It's not ours. That's just how. It's something that we wanted, and then we get what we deserve and what we desired from a previous life. If you look at the hands of Zelensky,
Zoot. Make the L. Move that green one to make the L. There you go. Max hit points, +5, heal leaf. That's big time, Zoot.
Yeah, but there's no point in me healing.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't hurt. And you don't lose a turn. That was amazing. Are you going to go?
Yeah, I'm just thinking is that the right move?
Okay. Oh, you just made a mistake.
I did?
But it got all messed up, so it's okay now.
No, I didn't make a mistake. I actually think I... Oh, fuck, you just got to heal.
Yeah, but I couldn't heal anymore.
Holy shit, you just did another extra move.
Oh, yeah, baby.
That should have been another extra move. Holy shit, it's still your turn?
Yeah.
No. This might be the best game I've ever seen you play.
Well, it's not over yet, big dog.
Oh, I can see what you needed to do. Yeah. There is an obvious move. You actually fucked up.
All right. You're up, Biggie.
Maybe. What about thing?
Zoot, how about you go?
Actually.
There you go, big man.
Right, that move
It was okay.
Look at how I can move.
We'll see about that, big man. I would give it a 5.
There's no question, but in the Western world, palmistry is definitely on the rise. In fact, we are mainstream now. I would actually say that palmistry, astrology,
Or some.
You want some chicken? Oh, Zoot, you fucked up. You fucked up. You could have gotten the heal. Oh, but that was good. That was very good. Oh, and you got a bonus? Oh, Zoot. What do you got, Zoot? What do you have, Zoot?
Fuck, this is not good.
So you have two excellent choices. Oh, dude, you just fucked me. You just took the lead.
Oh, fuck. You can get 25 points here.
No, it can't. How? How? Did you know it's your turn? That was excellent, Zoot.
Are there key factors in everybody's bonds that are similar?
Flair, baby.
If the bombs say something to you and they're not very favorable to the individual, and you point this out to the individual, can that individual have the free will to change, or is he stuck with that bomb?
Zoot, I have evolved. It's your turn, big dog. What are you gonna do?
What if somebody takes your advice, changes,
Flair.
works for them,
That was big time, Zoot.
but then you look at their bomb, the bombs haven't changed.
Oh.
That whatever they've done is the right thing.
Big time Zoot. Big time heel. There he is. What up, baby? What's going on, Zoot? Zoot, what's going on?
We're chilling.
You're just chilling. Okay, well, that's good to hear. Oh, Zoot, it's over for you. I know you disconnected, but it's over, so don't worry. Are you ready for some literati, son? That was good. What up, baby?
I think we should have a statute of limitations on all crimes but murder.
Usually there are. I'm the opposite. I don't think there should be a statute on limitations of any crime. A statute of limitations on any crime. I just think if you fucked up a long time ago, or maybe the victim didn't know that you shouldn't be able to get away with it.
Okay. But I feel like people would, if there was a time limit, more crime would get reported if there were time limits to report.
Yeah, I understand that. But too often is it like somebody's like, oh, they did something bad a long time ago, and then they're like, well, I don't have to worry about it anymore because the statute of limitation is, and it's like you should still have to worry about it. It basically creates a system where people don't necessarily have to worry about doing good and bad. They just have to worry about not getting caught doing bad for a long enough time, and then their crimes aren't punished. And I don't think that's right.
You can get away with any crime if you just go to another country with no extradition.
Yeah, and I don't really like that.
Well, you can't get back into the country that you committed the crime.
Right.
Some would say that's a punishment.
From the gateway to the West, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
We'll take your calls next hour with the Palm Reader Vernon Novel, and then there's some breaking stories. We'll find out exactly what you do, how you will look at it, and how you will tend to see it. It's very magic. Tom is here to talk about paranormaldate.com. That is the website you want to go to if you're looking for a companion, maybe someone to date, have a cup of coffee with, just hang out with people that think like you do. That's what it's all about. Go right there, paranormaldate.com. With me now is Philip Patrick, precious metal specialist with the virtual Philip Gold continues to hit record highs. What's going on from here? Where does it go? Now these prices keep going up. Should that demand be cooling off for a little bit?
Well, I think I'm going to go to bed.
Well, you're going to finish playing this game, aren't you?
I'm too tired.
Why are you too tired?
Just that.
Well, that's not very cool. You should at least play what
I
you...
don't want to play with her.
All right, then resign.
Last time I played with her, it already glitched out.
Okay, well, it's working perfectly fine now.
Yeah, I think I'm going to resign.
All right, do it. Take care, big dog.
Go to bed.
Sweet dreams.
That's it.
Personal data is legal. Cyber criminals who use it to exploit you for their own gain. Scammers can pose as banks for trusted institutions and trick you into sharing passcodes, for example, granting them access to your financial accounts. Protect your data by never sharing passcodes over the phone, but in doubt, call the institutions directly for confirmation. It is important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Lots of places accidentally expose your personal information. That's why LifeLock monitors billions of data points a second for risk steering. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats. It's free on spot on your own. Loans taken out in the name of your lives delivered intending to be you. If you become a victim of identity theft, dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialists will fix it, guaranteed. Put your money back. No cost. Easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. Join now. Save up to 40% off your first year. Call 1-800-LifeLock. Head on over to LifeLock.com and use promo code George there. 40% off. This isn't just a game, it's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there for the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour, coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. That's harlemglobetrotters.com. Welcome over there. Are you tired of standing in front of the hanging out, wondering which brother works? That's exactly why Loose Top took 10 years to perfect Loose Top's effective formula. As a surgeon, I saw how stiff joints, sore muscles, and body aches kept turning bigger from the drying life. Loose Top works fast and charges quick and smells good. No prescription, no wait. It's on the shelf right now at Walmart. Now we're back. Now we're back and running the whole our moderator and calls next hour. Vernon, when you take calls from people, you're not seeing them wrong, but they're describing something to you. How does that work? I'm kind of picking up on their energy, if you will. I'm picking up on the particular vibration, and sometimes I can actually visualize something. Back about 23 years ago, you put together the polished cards. Tell me about that. Well, they are a very simple way of reading hands. You don't have to read the whole book on it. It's kind of like a set of cards which you can actually use when you're around friends and family at a party. But they are state-of-the-art chemistry, and I wanted to make chemistry very clear and very simple to understand. This is like how to do it guide. Yeah, this is how to understand the lines on the hand, how to understand the configurations on the hand. It is kind of like a book, if you will, but in cards. What determines a great future as opposed to a lousy future by reading the book? Well, that's an interesting question. I'll explain it like this. If a person has done a lot of, let's say, higher activities in a previous life, let's say have given charity, planted trees, they go to the hospital or something like that, they go, oh yeah, they are really blessed in their life. And so whatever they desire or want will be completely up, and they will be able to make that happen. On the other hand, for instance, if you see someone is struggling and they have a particular talent, it's usually because they have broken difficulties and struggles that they put themselves
was doing everything I was supposed to do. I was on my best behavior. I had the best summer of my life. You there?
I'm here, brother.
Oh, I thought you froze up for a second. I had the best summer of my life selling cars. I didn't do coke the whole summer, but I was just a fucking renegade, man. I was just a fucking renegade, man. And then I got them to so high that they gave me a furlough, like a 4-day furlough to get married and to go on a honeymoon. But I had them at that time, and I did my program, and they let me out. They said, "You're done.
Really?
We're going to put you on regular community corrections." Yeah, so once you get married and come back, get your stuff and get out. And then you still gotta go to meetings and circle jerks and all that shit. So by August of '89, I was a free fucking man.
Because you're married.
Because I'm married. I get married, I move into my place.
Wait, sorry, what month do you get married?
September of '89.
But you officially are, because you're getting married, you actually get out before the wedding?
I get out. They said, like a week before I got married, they go, by the way, your time is done. Your time is done. You can do your last 6 months from the house.
So that's what I want to ask.
Like 6 months left.
But you can do it from the comfort of your own home as long as you're married, because you have a family.
No. I didn't do it being married.
Oh.
I was just, my time.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
I had done my time in this. I've been there from February. It was now September. And it was 7 months. And they were like, you came in here with like a 16-month sentence left. Something weird. So the last 8 months you can do on house probation. So I was still on community corrections. I still had to pee in a bottle. I still had to do all that stuff. I get married. I'm clean. Everything's fine. But my buddies come out for the wedding. And they give me a package at the wedding. So I do a couple bumps at the wedding. I got on the plane. I'm fucked up. I'm drinking on the plane. I get to San Francisco. She falls asleep. And I go out to see a friend of mine.
When you get your calls next hour, do you want a question or do you just take it away?
Yeah.
And then you have them do what?
I'll just ask them I just need the day that they're born. I don't need the month. I don't need the year. I just need a month. Just to start the day that they're born. That helps me to center on a frequency or a vibration. And then I'll have them just kind of look at their phone. And I'll tell them to look at it. And that's all I need.
Fingers are different. How important are they?
Well, our fingers represent the sign of the planetary axis. For instance, if you look at all of your fingers, each finger has 3 sets and 12 altogether. And those are the signs in astrology, such as Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo. And we look at those aspects, see where the planets are, and how they're interacting with each other. So the fingers have a lot to do with the planetary aspect. Fingers also represent how a person thinks and what they think about. Not just on the intellectual side, but the fingers represent how we attack life and approach life. So fingers are really incredibly important to look at.
How accurate would you say that?
Well, I don't tell anybody something that I can't see. So my work is based on being able to predict things accurately. So if you can predict things accurately, you can have a great career.
And when do these events normally happen? A week later, a month later, a year later? What's the time frame?
Oh, that's a cool question. Well, when you're looking at a person's hand, you're gonna look at what's going on this year. Many times on this television, this is the planetary mood right now.
Happy New Year, you filthy animals.
These are the things you're gonna
Sean Nova.
I will also
Come on, be a sweet fucking year. With that fucking moldy ass bag. With the sweet, sweet honey inside.
they might not be able to have a handle on that information, but if they listen to the reading later on, they'll be able to assimilate that knowledge because our lives change. We go through many changes too. So that's
because I lived in San Francisco in '85. So I went looking for a friend of mine. He gave me an 8-ball. I stayed up all night in the garage doing it with a fucking 8-pack of beer, a 6-pack of beer. I walked up the stairs at 7. I got in bed, and she woke up, and we went on a honeymoon. Like, we went to an Oakland A's game with Canseco and all those guys. And then Monday night, we went to Monday Night Football, opening game, the Giants at the Niners.
Oh, that's great, yeah.
But I came back on Tuesday and I had to fucking me, dog. I was back on the powder. So I started doing powder. I worked against the clock. I would snort on Friday nights because I could possibly clean by Monday.
Were your tests random at this point, or did you know when they were coming?
They tested me Monday, Wednesday, and Friday.
Damn.
So you had to call a number at 1 o'clock, and the number would tell you what color was up. And there was some Mondays where they wouldn't test me, so I played against the clock. I would get high on Fridays because if you didn't test me on Monday, chances were you were going to test me on Wednesday. But if they tested you on a Friday, that means you were going to get tested again on Monday. Okay. So you always had to play the clock, and I did it. Great. Then they started nailing me on Monday. That's when I went to work. I would like if I called out 1 and my color was up, I would go to Albertsons and buy a bottle of vinegar, a white vinegar, distilled vinegar, 32 ounces, and a bottle of Gatorade, and I would get a package of Certo. Certo is what you use to make like a Jello.
Okay, yeah.
And I would drink the whole bottle of white vinegar.
No, dude.
With Gatorade.
You would mix 32. That's fucking 4 cups of vinegar and Gatorade mix. What does that taste like?
I would drink. When you're a fucking junkie, this is what happens when you're a junkie.
Doesn't that burn your
soul? It just destroys your inside. I got away with it maybe twice.
So wait, I'm sorry to interrupt you again, but this is supposedly a concoction that's going to neutralize this test or give you a negative test?
This is the word on the street. That you had to drink vinegar, but at the end of the day, nothing works. They always get you some type of metabolite or something. So I got away with the test like maybe 2 times, and then maybe like mid-October, they fucking nailed me. They nailed me again. And instead of rehab, they said you're going back into the halfway house. You're going to do an extra fucking group meeting. And I went from being the model guy to the fucking schlub. So I would wake up every morning and walk to my apartment. I lived about 2 miles from the halfway house. I would walk to the apartment, see my wife, get changed, and go to fucking work. And that really made me become a little bit like I did, just a realization of what I had done and stuff. Like, God damn it, I can't get my fucking life together. And I started working. I still sold coke, I wasn't doing it. I said, let me just do this steady, and I stuck to the program. I went to the fucking AA meetings, I did everything I had to do. The holidays came. I was great. And then I got myself up to level 4, which was unheard of. That was unheard of. Like, a lot of people didn't make it to that top tier. That top tier let you stay out till midnight, and it gave you 2 furloughs a month. So you go home on Friday and come back on Sunday night.
Okay, twice a
I was that. And I got my driving privileges.
Oh wait, you weren't allowed to drive before that?
No, but I was driving. I didn't give a Prince's fuck. I remember being on a light one day. One of the counselors pulled up next to me at the light. And I'm like, fuck. But it was funny, those months when I was a junkie, I tormented their fucking world, Brian, because I couldn't figure out how to beat the drug test. So I started fucking getting like chlorine for a pool, and I would grind it down into a powder, and I would pull the skin back on my finger and sprinkle the chlorine on my helmet.
Jesus.
And then pull the skin back, and then put like a fucking rubber band on my thing. And I would pull this. So I started fucking around with that test. They couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on.
You're putting chlorine in the test? Oh man, but doesn't that burn the fuck out of your thick skin? So sensitive.
Fucking pool cleaner.
Yeah, I know. I was a lifeguard. I know what you're talking about. I feel like that would burn your thick skin.
I was grinding down. It was tremendous. It was really tremendous. I was grinding it down into a fucking powder and putting it on my dick. And I was fucking with them. And then one week I used Drano.
Come on.
It was tremendous. It was tremendous. I was driving these two. It was a team. It was a man and woman team that would test you. And then they also, when you're level 4, they also have the right to come to your house whenever they want, knock on the door and check your house, your refrigerator, smell around to see if there's weed. They knocked on my door 10 times. You know how many times I opened that door? 0. I don't open the door for strangers. 0. Listen to me. I would turn the TV off. They would come back with a sheriff's car and sit outside my door for 2-3 hours. I would outweigh the sheriff. I'm not going anywhere. 0. My attorney would call me. He's like, you gotta open the door for them. No, I don't. They don't have a warrant. All they have to do is the court. Fuck that shit. I gotta see a warrant. I know my rights. I'm like Jay-Z. I know my rights. You gotta show me the fucking warrant.
Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Honey. Now imagine this. You make a list of the gifts you're going to buy for the holidays, right? And then someone randomly gives you the money to help buy one. Sound good? Well, that's what Honey is doing. They're helping pay for $1 million worth of gifts. All right, you're probably wondering, is this the same Honey that automatically searches for promo codes online? Yes. Yes, it is. With Honey, you can also make a list of the holiday gifts you want from certain stores, and Honey will email you when the price drops on anything on your list. You just add Honey to your computer, you create a free account, you throw some holiday gifts on your drop list for a chance to win. Honey will randomly select winners and give them the money to help buy something on their list. All right? I'm looking for some stuff for my daughter right now. I got her this Bill Nye virtual reality thing where you can do all these science experiments, virtual reality. Since you can't go to school now, you can still feel like you're really doing this stuff there. Any gifts you want, put them on the list.
Look at that, and I don't know if check it. Shine of them, it's stuff. It's fun. I'm
PayPal account to redeem the prize. Only valid in the U.S. and the giveaway ends 12/21/2020. Get Honey for free at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Once again, Honey is free, and you can get it at joinhoney.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is ExpressVPN. Now, when you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right?
Israel, Adonai, Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Baruch Shem Kavod, Nafsu Tolei Labed.
Did you know that your internet service provider like Comcast or Verizon, they know every single website you visit, and what's worse is they can sell this information to ad companies and tech giants who will use your data to target you. ExpressVPN puts a stop to this and creates a secure encrypted 10-tunnel between your device and the internet so that your online activity can't be seen by anyone. I use ExpressVPN on all my devices. It works on everything. Phones, laptops, even routers, so everyone who shares your Wi-Fi can still be protected even if they don't have ExpressVPN. And the best part is using ExpressVPN is as easy as closing the bathroom door. You just fire up the app, you click one button, boom, you're protected. ExpressVPN is the world's #1 rated VPN by CNET Wired, The Verge, and countless others. So if you're like me and you believe your online activity is your business, secure yourself by visiting expressvpn.com/honeydew today. Use my exclusive link, expressvpn.com/honeydew. You can get an extra 3 months for free. That's a lot, 3 months. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the news.
That motherfucker was banging on that door, and then something weird happened. I went to my coke dealer's house, or was it be a friend also, and he asked me if I had ever seen this comedian. And I go, what are you fucking talking about? And he goes, this comedian, Andrew Dice Clay. And I go, no. And I saw that had to be November of '89. And I saw that special, and my head blew up. Like, I just kept watching it, and watching it, watching it. And then, for New Year's Eve, I was in the halfway house. So I talked him into renting the conference room and having a party for New Year's Eve. Non-alcoholic. Showing the Andrew Dice Clay special on VHS. And I got like fucking pizza brought in tomato. And they let me do it. And I watched Andrew Dice Clay. And 1990, they let me out of the halfway house. February 2nd of 1990 on a Friday. My then wife picked me up, pregnant as could be, ready to bust. She picked me up. We went to a restaurant called Lucille. It's still in Bolton. Fucking tremendous. It's Cajun. I got the 3 eggs with the red fish and the bayonets with these fucking potatoes. It was February 2nd. It had to be 60 degrees out, bro. We got back to the apartment about 4 o'clock. I think I watched the news, and I must have passed out about 7. And I woke up February. I just let me out of the halfway house. I wake up February 3rd to a woman yelling. Okay? And it was my ex-wife that her water had broken. And she was like, we got to get out of here. I'm about to have this baby. I fucking jump in the shower, I'm getting ready. I go outside and a foot and a half of snow falls. I've been sleeping. I didn't even see the snow. So I go, hold on 1 second. I gotta unshovel the fucking car. So I get the car, I shovel it. I shoveled the spot as best as I could. I had the car running. I back up the fucking car and I pull it out just to get her to come in. And the fucking guy who lived upstairs came with his car and pulled into my spot. After I had just shoveled it. I just got out of the halfway house. I go, this isn't happening. So I go up to the guy and go, dog, what are you doing? My wife is pregnant inside. I gotta pull her out. And he said some snide remark. And I go, you're not fucking getting off the seat. You move your fucking car. And he goes, I'm not moving my car. And he spit on my car. Whoa. So I punched him right in the fucking face. And here, my wife is inside. Yeah, fist fighting some dude. In the driveway. Between you and me, Brian Sickles, this guy had me. He clocked me like 3 times straight, and he kind of had me. And when he slipped on the ice, and I jumped on him and started beating the fuck out of him. I pounded him in the head. And next thing you know, I look up and there's 3 cop cars coming at me. I'm like, I'm never gonna make it. I'm never gonna make it out of this fucking system. Like I'm a dead man. So the cops pull up next to me. I run up to the cops. I know one of them. And I'm telling the cops what happened. They go, we got a report of a woman yelling. Like, we got a report of a fucking, like, a woman getting domestic violence. Well, what the fuck is going on here? Like, well, there's no, my wife is inside yelling because the water broke. I'm out here. I shovel the fucking thing. Look where my car is. And then this guy just sneaks his way in. So I'm like, I'm dead. I'm going to go to prison for the rest of my life. They have a talk. And the cops decide, they go, listen, we just a misunderstanding. Why don't you guys just apologize to each other, your neighbors? You're going to have to fucking live with each other. I'll never forget the cop going, pull your hands out and shake hands. The guy goes, I'm not shaking his hand. And the cop looks at me and goes, you know what? We can just get back in the car. You weren't doing too good, but we got you. You better shake his fucking hand. Look at your face. The cop, the dude was all banged up. And he wouldn't shake my hand. And the cop told him, you weren't doing too good when we got here. You know what I'm saying? So you better shake his fucking hand. So the cops actually gave me an escort to the hospital.
That's nice.
So I got my wife in the car, drove to the hospital, had the baby. She's in the hospital. I go home, I get an 8-ball to celebrate. Those old habits never change. Now, even though I'm free, I still owe them like 8 more months of piss test. And that's when my world began. I just started fucking blowing up their machines. Every time I go in there for a piss test, I would throw something else on my dick to fuck their machine up. Robo salsa, Alka-Seltzer, fucking food cleaner. I put Alka-Seltzer.
You must have like a leather dick, I tell you, man. I don't think I could handle any of that shit. So good.
Fucking Alka-Seltzer. That's how deep my whatever read. I had a little girl. Man, this is why I tell people, nothing's gonna change you unless you change yourself.
Amen.
I've sat with men thousands of times, doing pronouncing coke, telling me, I love my kids. This is the last time I'm gonna get high. You'll never see me again after tonight. Kids can't stop you from getting high. Probation can't stop you from getting high. Nothing can stop you from getting high. When you're gonna get high, you're gonna get high. People don't realize that. I know the other side of it. I think back to my times, that time period of my life. It didn't matter. And you know what made it worse, Ryan? That they gave me a rule I couldn't get high. I don't do well by rule, Ryan. You know, we're comedians. That's why we became comedians. Because we cannot follow society's rules. I wake up every morning at 5 in the morning, 6, 7, 8. I'm an early riser. I'm on social media at 7:30 in the morning. You know, if I had a job, I wouldn't wake up at 8. When I have to do something, I'm not going to do it. There's no way. You know, I've been on my own basically since I was 10. My mother gave, when I got out of Catholic school, my mother made me an offer I couldn't refuse. I'm going to let you do it your way. The first time you fuck up, you go back to my way. So looking back at it now, I could handle rules. When they dropped that whole program, I stopped getting high as much. I noticed that because I had a fucking rule. So I can't follow rules. I live. I do what I do. Why I do it, I don't know. I'm like you people doing it. That's just the way I am, you know. That's my malfunction, that I can't obey rules. I could live under society standards. That's my malfunction. But at that time, I was already thinking about stand-up. I just didn't know how to start.
And how old?
I just had no idea.
1990. How old?
27 years old.
So this is just starting to stand up at 27.
Just starting to think about it, still working, you know. At this time, I probably had 3 jobs. I was working at a car dealership. I was, you know, selling cars to pay for, like if you had a car for sale for $5,000, I would offer you $42 cash, fix the car up a little bit, and sell it for $6,000. You know, I was fucking hustling my ass off at this point. At the age of 30, I was fucking. And then my family asked me if I want to go work for them. They were moving their roofing operation from New Jersey to Colorado. And they were looking for laborers. So I said, yeah, I might as well go work for family. You know, I didn't want to sell cars anymore. And I caught on really quick to roofing. It was flat roofing. It was rubber roofing. It's called ballasted roofing. It's flat roof with rocks on it. You put rubber down, insulation, and then you ballast it with rocks. And you frame the stuff with the metal, whatever you call it. I don't know. So I got into that, and my whole thing was to get on stage. I was such a fucking pussy, Ryan. I mean, you know, because I knew that I roofed, I had sold stuff, I had worked in restaurants as a bartender. I did fucking everything, and there was nothing I really liked, you know. And when I got into the roofing, and then I got promoted to an estimator. So I took like a Goodyear seminar, I had to take a Carlisle seminar. Anybody who makes rubber, they would invite me to their seminars. My company would pay for me to go to their seminars. And then I actually took a class on how to estimate, you know, construction costs and all that stuff. So I became an estimator, and I really enjoyed it. But something was missing. I bought a condo, I had a truck, I had a car, I was married, I had been in prison, I had to buy the odds. I got out of that fucking program. You know, I got out of that program. I was working at a car wash as a host. And right before I got into roofing, I used to talk to a guy once a week. He would come in and just talk. How you doing? What's going on? I would talk to him. And one day after like 6 months, I go, what do you do? And he goes, I'm a district attorney. And I go, you Bill Wise? And he goes, yeah. The real district attorney was Alex Hunter. but underneath him was Bill Wise. The reason why I mentioned these names to you are they were involved in the Jonathan A. Ramsey stuff years later. What's his name was the mayor, and Bill Wise was the DA, and he was forced to resign over the John Bonet thing. But I gotta tell you, he was a good man. I talked to him every day for a long, I talked to him once a week. We would have conversations while I was out there. And when I told him what I had done, I go, I got in trouble with the whole Bella thing. He goes, that was you? So we started talking, giggling. And he goes, just have your attorney put the motion on my desk. I'll sign it. Behind the other DA's back. The DA that prosecuted me. He says, fuck him. Those fuck him. I'll sign it. He signed it. I was let off, I think, November of 90. I was done with my sentence. Everything was done.
Everything. Now you're done. You can still pay it.
Do whatever the fuck I want. But something wasn't right. Something wasn't right with me. Something just didn't feel right. I was making money. I had everything that America, society tells you need to move forward. I had everything out of my hand. But something wasn't right very sickly. So this is it. This is fucking it. I work 5 days a week. On Saturday, I watch the kid because you gotta work. And then on Sunday, we go to your parents' house to eat. And I start all over on Monday. And then one day when I'm 65, you give me a gold watch. And you tell me my years of service were great. That was it. Something wasn't right. Just something didn't seem right. So I searched. My answer was religion. So I started going back to church. I got confirmed. Remember when I got thrown out of Catholic school right before my confirmation? So I said, what I need is the Holy Spirit to be complete. So I went, I got confirmed, I took classes, and then I made my confirmation. I was still fucking miserable. So I went to the Rope Institute. My friend was at a restaurant at the Rope Institute. It's a college in Boulder for Buddhists. It's accredited. You go there and get a degree in philosophy. You're going to end up a fucking waiter with 30 feet. But, I did a couple classes. And I really enjoyed Buddhism. And I liked it. I liked the principles. I took a Monday night class on walking meditation. The whole thing. I was looking for something. Something was fucking missing. Something wasn't right, And that March of 91, it snowed. And I went to one of the job sites we were working at. And the guys were like, bro, our fucking labor didn't show up today. And we have nobody to go get us food. You go get us food. And I was like, fuck yeah. There was a diner around the corner. They had green chili. I was hungry anyway. I'll go, let me go over there and get the green chili. And when they had like booths, and they had like a bar. It was an old school diner. And when I sat at the bar, there was a Denver Post, the Rocky Mountains newspaper. You know how sometimes you just take a newspaper and open it? Yeah. Well, I
remember doing that back in the day, yeah.
Like just opening it, not the first page, but like the middle, like to go right to the sports kind of thing. I did that. I opened up the paper. In the paper, the front page I opened was an ad. Roseanne had just blown up. So the Denver comedy scene was blowing up. And there was an ad about the Denver, it wasn't an ad. It was a write-up about the Denver comedy scene and what had happened since Roseanne blew up. How many more comedians were going, how come the club became more popular, the Denver Comedy Works. And then at the bottom it said, are you thinking of becoming a comedian? And it told you the options to do. And they had an ad for a stand-up comedy class at the University of Colorado in Boulder. It was right up the corner from my house. It was 3 Sundays. It was $38. It was taught by a guy named Jeff Harms. I'll never forget that guy. He was a stand-up comic, and he was part of an improv troupe. Uh-oh, somebody got stabbed in Los Angeles. He was part of an improv. It's not a fire department. It's a fucking helicopter. So he got what the fuck was all? He was part of an improv troupe. It was 3 Sundays, 1 to 4. He just broke down stand-up comedy and blah blah blah. And then the last week he had to go out in front of everybody. And the last week I went up. I don't know if I got any laughs or not. It didn't matter. I just wanted to go up, you know. And when I got off before class ended, as I was walking out, he came over to me. He goes, "What's your name?" And I go, "Joe." And he goes, "I usually don't tell this to the students, but you have a career in stand-up if you want it." And I was like, "What are you talking about?" He goes, "You can do this. I can see it. You can do this." And I was like, "I'm a roofer, you know, I'm married, I'm dead. I just took the course just to see, you know." And he goes, "If I was you, I'd look into it." And he goes, "Here's my phone number, stay in touch." And about 2 days later, he called me. And he said that a new club was opening up, and they were looking for doormen. They get me a job as a doorman. That club's name was Wits End Comedy Club in Westminster, Colorado, which is no longer there. It was like a sea room, you know. And I started a job as a doorman there. And I remember that, like that April, you know, in Colorado, even though it's not winter, sometimes you get snow. Like it'll just snow a foot and a half in April. And I'll never forget that April it snowed. And I didn't have to work that day. So I went and rented the movie with Tom Hanks about stand-up comedy.
Yeah, Sally Field, Tom Hanks.
Yeah, Sally Field. I watched that and I just went over the fucking top. Like, I'm like, I gotta do this shit. I wasn't happy at all. I had everything I wanted that you're supposed to have as an American that's 28 years old. I was a felon, but I wasn't letting that stop me. I wasn't gonna get in my way, you know. And I worked the door for a few months. I asked comics questions. You know, nobody was around today. I just asked stupid questions. I kept asking questions and asking questions. And I kept calling the Comedy Works to get on their open mic. And every 2 weeks they would call me back and go, "Mr. Diaz, you got a 3-minute spot on Tuesday." And then on Tuesday I would call them and cancel.
Why? Scared?
Every time they could petrified. I went through a couple months of that shit. I'm just canceling and, you know, canceling. I'm gonna write my fucking story. I would never write, you know. I gotta get it down. And then one Tuesday or 1 week in July, my ex-wife heard me call up the Comedy Works. Before she heard them call me and say, "You have a spot next Tuesday." So without telling me, she got a babysitter. So she forced my hand. So it was July 16th, 1991. It took me 16 months to get the courage to go on fucking stage. And I remember just driving down the Comedy Works. I have no idea what I said. But I remember going up on stage. At that time, I had done everything. You know, I had done heroin, I had done coke, you know. When I walked off stage, I can't describe the high I had. Like, I wasn't stoned, I wasn't on coke, that whole day I didn't do anything. This was my moment to see if I could do this. Like, for me, July 16, 1991 was my turning point. When I got off stage, the owner of the Comedy Works at the time, it was Wendy, but it was also a guy named Ed Nichols came up to me. Ed Nichols came up to me, and he goes, "You got a really good stage presence. You should really stick this out." And a guy, PJ Moore, came up to me and said, "What are you doing tomorrow night?" "I got a gig. Can you do 5 minutes?" And I was like, "Yeah, I can do 5 minutes." And I got the fucking gig.
And to take a quick break and tell you about our next sponsor, Helix. Now, I've been on the road a lot. I've slept in a lot of places. I've bounced around my whole life. And I'm telling you, there's nothing more important than a comfortable mattress. I had a friend of mine whose grandma said to me one time, "Spend good money on a bed because it's where you rest your soul." And I'm telling you, that's never been more true than now. All right, I got the Helix mattress. I got the Midnight Lux. It's the best mattress I've ever had, and I have it in my daughter's room. We go in there, got the queen size. I read to her. We both fall asleep, but I'm not even supposed to fall asleep. I have work to do, and I'm in there passing out because it's so comfortable. Helix Sleep has a quiz, okay? You can take this quiz. It takes 2 minutes to complete. It matches your body type and sleep preferences to the perfect mattress for you. Everybody's unique, and Helix knows that. So they have several different mattress models to choose from. They have soft, medium, and firm mattresses. Mattresses are great for pulling you down if you sleep hot. Even a Helix Plus mattress for plus-size folks. I took the Helix quiz. I was matched what I already said, the Midnight Lux mattress, because I wanted something that felt like a medium firm, and I sleep on my side, okay? I love it. Like I said, it's a huge upgrade over what I used to have. And I'm telling you, and here's the good thing, is you don't have to spend a ton of money to rest your soul. Helix has you covered. The delivery and setting up was fast and easy. It's soft, but it's still really supportive. I'm falling asleep right away. I'm sleeping well. My daughter loves it. Everybody's into it. So if you're looking for a mattress, you take the quiz, you order the mattress that you're matched to, and the mattress comes right to your door. It's shipped for free. You don't ever need to go to a mattress store again. Helix is awesome. But you don't need to take my word for it. Helix was awarded the #1 best overall mattress pick of 2020 and by GQ and Wired magazine. So just go to helixsleep.com/honeydew. Take their 2-minute sleep quiz, and they'll match you to a customized mattress that will give you the best sleep of your life. They have a 10-year warranty, and you get to try it out for 100 nights risk-free. It's a no-brainer. All right, they'll even pick it up for you if you don't love it, but you will. Helix is offering up to $200 off of all mattress orders and 2 free pillows for my listeners at helixsleep.com/honeydew. That's helixsleep.com/honeydew. Our next spot is Upstart. You know we love Upstart. I love Upstart. You guys love Upstart. So many of you have hit me and used their service, and I absolutely am grateful for you, and I'm glad you're loving it, because there's a lot of economic chatter right now about the state of the market. Is it recovering? How long will it take? Have we seen the worst? But if you're struggling to pay off high-interest credit card debt, you can't wait for those answers. You need to take action now with Upstart. There's actually something you can do today to help fight off high-interest credit card debt. Upstart is the revolutionary online lending platform that knows you're more than just a credit score. Unlike other lenders, Upstart can reward you based on your job history in the form of a smarter rate. Upstart lets you skip going to the bank because it's completely online. They offer loans from $1,000 all the way up to $50,000, so you can consolidate your debt into one easy fixed rate payment. Upstart makes it fast and simple to check your rate. Since it's just a soft pull, it does not affect your credit score. The hard pull happens if you accept your rate and proceed with your application. And the best part is if the loan is approved and accepted, most people get their funds the very next business day. Over 500,000 people use Upstart to pay off credit cards or meet their financial goals. Like I said, you guys are using it. I know you are. It really does help you. Don't pay that insane high interest. These credit card companies got bailed out years and years ago, and they're still hitting us with high interest. No. Use Upstart. Free yourself from the burden of high interest credit card debt and get back to using your money your way with Upstart. See why Upstart has over 6,000 5-star reviews on Trustpilot, and hurry to upstart.com/honeydew to find out how low your Upstart rate can be. Checking your rate only takes a few minutes. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Now, back to the dude.
I'll never forget on the drive home, like what was going through my mind. Like, this is it. This is what I want to do. But I'm dead. I can't do it. it's very hard to tell your wife that you want to get into stand-up comedy to a life of worry
when you just had a baby.
When you just have a child. I was dead. So whatever dreams I had were dead. They were really dead. It was like then I was really fucking broken in half. He felt like, what am I gonna do now? I'm stuck being a fucking roofer, and that's the main. There's nothing wrong with it. It's a decent job. It's better than being in jail. But I really wanted to do the stand-up, and it was like, and I got on stage like maybe 3 times that July, maybe 3 times that August, and then something just wasn't right. Still, that feeling came back. So my wife at the time told me, you have money saved up. Maybe you need to find yourself and go home. I hadn't been in New York for 6 years at that point. I hadn't seen my friend for 6 years. So I came home for a week, snorted coke, was out of it. I remember they gave me a police car at the Hertz rental. They gave me like an old, they rented me a car, but it was a detective car. And I still remember going to the Bronx and people like, nah, we ain't gonna do it.
Yeah, right. That Crown Vic car?
Yeah, it was a Crown Vic. So I remember going back home and just feeling empty. Like, I'm never going to be able to do this fucking dream, you know? Yeah, I get on stage here and there, but all these guys talk about the road. And you hear Bob Seger talking about the road, and Bon Jovi talking about the road. You know, something just wasn't right. So I kept living my life. That's the main. I kept selling cars, and then there was this Nissan truck that opened up. Somebody told me they had a Nissan truck for sale. But I already had like 2 cars tied up. I already had like $8,000 tied up in 2 cars. And I had like $4,000 laying around upstairs. But I was still $3,000 light. So I ran scared when I was at the University of Colorado with Pell Grants and fucking scholarships and shit. I knew, I got every fucking Latino scholarship that was ever made. Pancho Villa, everybody sent me 500. That went right to the coke dealer, you know what I'm saying? So I said, how can I come up? It was like a fucking scam. So I went to the Boulder, I went to the University of Colorado, I went downstairs, and they had like a loan office. And I went in there and I said, listen, I got some credits I owe you. I want to go back. And they go, well, it's too late to get a Pell Grant. It was right there, September, right there. Sign up for 4 semesters. So I said, let me just get a loan. And they said, fine. And they gave me a loan. I signed up for the classes. Once I got the loan, I bought the car. They gave me a loan for $26.25, the standard loan. I bought the car, and I sold it the next day for a $2,000 profit. So I just went back and paid off the loan. Okay. They were like, what the fuck is this? And I did it again, and then I owed them, and I never paid it back. And my wife now made me pay it back.
She did for real?
Yeah, I took another loan out.
How much?
So let's work on $26.25.
You paid it all back?
I was just saying. Oh, I had no choice. They just fucking, they'll never stop. Those motherfuckers come back at you. They just take a judgment on you. I didn't want to judge them, so I just paid it off. So I took this loan and I paid it off 3 days later, and I withdrew from the school. Okay, I paid my bills, and I never thought nothing of it. This is the beginning of September. I never thought anything of it again. I'm struggling. As a And, being a dad and being a roofer, struggling with all this. And one day I get home at 5 o'clock, and my ex-wife is in the kitchen. And when I turn around, she goes, "Do you have a minute?" It was October 15th of 1991. And she holds up the loan, and she goes, "What is this?" She goes, "I just got this in the mail today. It's a receipt. You took the loan out without letting me know." And I'm like, at that point in my life, I was doing 1,000 things that nobody did. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know I had to ask permission for my business. I didn't know. So she's like, "I feel like that's lying, and I want to get separated."
Yo, how are you?
Just a rush came over me, like somebody just did me the biggest favor of my life.
How are you?
I thought about my daughter who at the time was 18 months old. She told me she was going to move in with her mom just to see how she felt. Then we revisit in a few months. And Ryan, I almost fainted.
Really?
I almost fainted because it was like somebody had done something for me that I wanted to do. I really wanted to get this comedy shit a try. Like I was dead serious about it. And I'll never forget that she packed up and left that day.
Because of that loan?
That night. Yeah, but it wasn't that long.
Yeah, I'm sure.
It was a long time ago. The loan was the straw that broke the camel's back. I talked about it on my podcast this week that like 2 months or 3 months before we broke up, we were eating dinner one night, and she said to me, she goes, "I don't understand if you understand what you did." She goes, "You took a man, handcuffed him, and put him in the back of the fucking trunk. Do you know what type of person does that?" And she was right. I mean, right. I was out of control. I was totally out of control. I didn't see it at that time. I was chucking and jiving, but I think it took her like 3 years for her to sink in what I had really done, and who she had married, she had made a mistake, I actually took a guy I had no problems with at all, that was just another day in her life with Joey Diaz, but that's the truth. I got tired of my life acting on an 8-year-old, and if you think somebody in the back of the trunk of the car was bad, you missed my ass today, you missed all that other shit. But I think that, she thought about her kid. She looked at her kid and said, "What type of man am I is going to raise my child?" I was a different person then. That's why I take the different lives as Joey Diaz, and she left. But it was so weird that night. I went in the paper, and I saw that the broker was a bar in Boulder. They were 4 bars. They had restaurants. The broker was a restaurant. But in Boulder, it was more of a pickup bar. On Wednesday night, they had like a professionals night. And people went there. But Tuesday night, they actually comedy night. It was a steak night. $15. You got a steak, a salad, and you got to see a fucking comedian. And they were running that broker joking. Bex has a beer, Bex, yeah. In the 90s, what a lot of people don't understand was there was no Netflix. There was nothing like that. The exposure you got was doing contests. There were certain contests you did. Johnny Walker had a contest. There were more national contests. HBO had a contest. Everybody had contests. NBC had a contest. I remember going to an NBC contest, signing up and waiting. I had never been on stage before. And like 2 people before me, I just left. Just fucking left. Because some guys probably have like a comedy club jacket on. I'm like, These guys are pros. I'm never going to state. I'm just going to go up there and bomb. I still remember going into a audition for Charlie Hill. Charlie Hill was in the University of Boulder, and they were looking for local comics to come in. And I had to walk into a room with like 3 students in there and do my fucking stupid jokes. The 3 guys looked at me like, what are you doing? You're the worst comedian you've ever seen in my life. But it was so weird. I went down to the broker and I became part of this contest that started in like September, but they were having like prelim rounds October, November, with the finals being December 8th, 1991. The winner got $500. And I just invited my friends from home. And I went to the contest, and I kept winning every week the rounds. I kept coming in first place. It was like every other week I had to go down there. And then I could hang out and watch the comics. You know, I was going to the Comedy Works at the time and doing 3 minutes down there. And I was doing the broker. That was it. It was not about comedy.
But that's where your comedy career was born in Denver.
Yes, started in Denver. And then December 18th, 1991, what I was doing was I was selling Valium at the time. All right, this printer. So all these coke guys would tell me, hey, we want to buy Valium. And I would go, oh, if you want Valium, you got to come to the broker. I'll be at the broker. Like, what the fuck are you doing at the broker? I go, I'm doing comedy. And they're like, we didn't even know you did comedy. I'm like, yeah, you know, but how many Valiums do you need? They're like 20. I go, all right, meet me at the broker. In those days, what I was doing was stopping the audience with my friends. They didn't know they were going to have to pay and sit. They would get there and go, we're here to see Joey. And the guy would go, you got to sit down and pay. So I would have like 20 people there. But they weren't there to see them. They were there to buy drugs. I would just tell them that. Meet me at the fucking broker and sell you drugs. So I was stopping every time I did a contest. Like, let's say you call me on Sunday, you wanted values for the week. I would hold you up till Tuesday, and then make you come to my show. And then come to my show. So I would have 30 people in there. The night of the contest, there was maybe 118 people in there, and I had 90 people in there. I couldn't lose. I couldn't lose even if I wanted, because they based it off of the applause. Okay, so I won the broker joker. I won the 500, but the house MC was a magician that was always drunk. He was the worst magician in the world. So I talked the owner of the general manager of the restaurant to let me host on Tuesday nights. Get rid of the magician. I go, look how many people I bring. Get rid of the magician. This is a fucking comedy room. He was an old magician. Yeah. You know, he hosted all of the events that they did. Like they did like movie night on Sunday night.
He just came with the
old white.
Yeah, he came with the place.
Yeah, he was an old white guy. He was out of it. So I actually went up to this guy and asked him. I said, can I host here? Look at the amount of people I bring every week. Every time I perform, I got 90 coke fiends in here, fucking drinking 18 cocktails. I was selling tickets even before I was known. You know, and nobody fucking knew who I was. I was packing the place because I would tell them, come down, I'll have your drugs for you down there. So they made me the fucking house MC. January, the first week of January of 1992, I already had a job as a comic. I was getting $50 a show. That's $200 a month. And bitch, in my world, that's a fucking start.
Yeah.
$200 a month, plus all you could eat, all you could drink. And that's how I started fucking comedy right there. That's how I got into it. A lot of people don't know that.
I didn't know that.
I won the broken joker.
I don't know why I felt
got
like the early
separated.
days were Seattle.
No, Seattle came in 95.
So
This is still 90. This is 91 going into 92. 92 was fantastic. I was an open micer. I had my own night on Tuesday nights at the broker. I was single. I had every credit card imaginable. I had never used a credit card in my life. I didn't believe it, but now I was single. I could do whatever the fuck I wanted to. And I was just doing comedy using credit cards. That's it.
January
Got a girlfriend.
92.
Got a girlfriend. Caused a lot of problems. And that's when the problem started with my ex. Because me and my ex were cool. From November to like January, we were cool. Everything was great. And then she told me she moved in with a guy, my kid. So I'm like, you told me not to date nobody because we're Catholics. The divorce is finalized, and here you went and moved the guy in with you.
3 months.
So I started getting, yeah, what the fuck? But this is all planned. This is all planned. So this is what happens when you're a loser and you can't provide as a man. You know, I wasn't a family guy at all. I was, you know, I wanted to do comedy, but that's the transition into my comedy career. That's how I transitioned. It took me 16 months. I was fucking petrified. I didn't think I was good enough to do it. And I knew that if I failed, that was it. There was nothing else. It wasn't going to be a puppeteer. What was I going to do with my life? There was nothing else. I had already been a salesman. I worked in, yeah, I had done everything. This was it. When I got into comedy knowing that this was it. There was no other options. I was too old for the army. I was too young. I was a felon. All my possibilities were gone down. So at that point, I didn't know what I was really involved in. I was just getting on stage every week. I was reading the Judy Carter book. And in those days, there used to be a comedy newspaper that came out of San Francisco. They just interviewed different comics and told you about what was going on. And I just remember reading that every week. I would go and get it, like when I would go to the Comedy Works or something. I'd pick up a copy of it. You know, I had all those newspapers saved. And I would, in the back, I had a club thing of all the clubs in the country, the one-nighters. And I would fucking circle all those things and just cry and fucking say one night I'm going to play the punchline in San Francisco. Once I'm going to be up in Seattle, at the Underground. I like their logo. It was kind of weird that I like Seattle Comedy Underground logo. So I kept thinking to myself, I'm going to be in fucking Seattle someday, But I had no idea what I was doing. I was just getting on stage at the program. And I kept doing that until I got fired. I got fired December of 93. By that time, I had lost everything. I was just, when you become a comic, you don't want a fucking day job. I was hustling. I was selling neon. I was selling some Valiums. I was dabbing some coke. But it was just basically to stay alive, pay child support and do fucking comedy. But at that age, I read the book by Lenny Bruce, Ladies and Gentlemen. Lenny Bruce, and it was just about doing drugs and going out every night. And that's exactly what I did. That's what I wanted to do. It was about getting high, getting on stage. And in those days, there wasn't a lot of comedy in that. I was doing poetry readings.
What?
You had to sneak in as a poet. So I was telling like a little hat with an apple on top. And I'd walk into a coffee shop and shit.
I wish there was a video of that shit somewhere.
Oh my God. The famous coffee shop was called Penny Lane in Boulder. Penny Lane. And I would go to Penny Lane. It was open 24 hours. Coffee shop, couches, books, that type of stuff. A bunch of intellectuals, And I would go in there for the 8 o'clock poetry reading, and they would throw me out every week. Stop, you can't talk like that in here. I'd be talking about Godzilla and fucking killing Chinese people and shit on stage. And they're like, you can't do that. It's poetry. But there was one manager who worked the midnight shift to 8 in the morning, and her boyfriend was in the halfway house with me. So she saw me there one night, and she's like, we do a poetry reading at midnight. From midnight to about 3 every morning. I go, are you fucking serious? And she goes, come down, you're always welcome. So I would have to wait till midnight to do the poetry reading. And again, they would have, I'd have to follow a guy like that was up there. I ran into the wilderness. And then I'd go up there, what the fuck did he talking about? Hitler and shit.
Oh, God. That's the kind of, I tell you, the one thing I do miss as a comic right now about live shows is sitting in the back and watching, everybody else go up and do their thing. I miss these motherfuckers. It's one of my favorite things. Sit back in the cut and watch people get up there and rip it up, just die laugh and try and do shit, all of it, man. That's great. That's so funny.
I was separated. I was heartbroken over my kids. I was kind of heartbroken over the divorce. But the fucking comedy just filled the gap. I couldn't explain it to people 20-something years later. Like, it made me get over everything. Like, just the fact that I was doing comedy, that I was part of it, and like I said, the first year, I pretty much stayed out of the comedy world because the Boulder show was the same nights as the Comedy Works open mic. So I was off the radar. There was one kid, named Jimmy Abate, and there was a guy named, I always give this guy props because John Payton, Andy Payton was his name. He really, Andy Payton was a comic with the mind of Gates. He's a mayor of a town now in Colorado. But Andy got sick and tired of not getting booked by clubs. There was 3 clubs at that time. And they would book, a lot of crazy people then. So Andy would book his own 7 nights a week. He had a room. And he created a comedy newspaper. And he would sell ads to the rooms that he would do the comedy at. It was a brilliant concept. So I learned comedy from hustlers at the time. These guys, Jimmy Abate and Andy Payton, were just fucking hustlers. They would walk into any bar and go, what do you do here on Tuesday nights? Nothing. What kind of budget do you have to work with? 150? Fucking, we'll do a comedy show. I had Liner gets 100. Everybody else gets to go on stage. And he pays home $50 and everybody's happy. So I came from that mentality. There was no comedy club there. It was McKelvey, Wits End, and the Comedy Works. And they wouldn't give me, they weren't giving me no guest sets, nothing. I was just fighting for my fucking life. But I was doing a lot of drugs. I was fucking out every night. I had a girlfriend after a while. And she moved away. I was single again. And I just went off the deep end. And then in December because I pretty much, that broker that I did comedy at, I just took it over. They had a hotel there. I would get free rooms. I would go in there and eat lunch for free every day. I just took, they make the best Rice Krispie treats you ever had in your life. And they had it for lunch.
That does sound good.
On the fucking buffet. So I would go in there every day and eat. I was just causing pandemonium in that place. And finally, one night, on a Tuesday night in December, the manager said something to me. And I looked him straight in the face. I'm like, do me a favor. Go fuck yourself. And he's like, what'd you say? And there was like, before you got into the bar, there was a lounge that had a lot of books. But you could sit there and get a brandy and just read a book if you wanted. Who the fuck goes to a bar to read a book? But you know, people are these fucking Gentiles. So I looked at him and I pushed him. And he fucking knocked over a thing of books. And I got fired on my open mic gig. But I gave him 14 good months. It was my first comedy job. So I was making money day one of the fucking comedy. I pushed him. I was barely making ends meet at that time. You know, I was living at my friend's house, room. I was paying child support. And my attorney fees were just starting to go through the fucking roof. And then I did Christmas, I did New Year's. I totaled my car. And I didn't total my car. I fucked up the rim. But it was one of those cars where each rim was $1,200. So I actually had to go to the lot. I'm not going to say the lot because then people know. I had to go to the lot in the middle of the winter, the dead of January. I had to go to the lot, jack up a car, steal the tire off it to replace my fucking rim. You know, I was just living like a nomad then. I remember going home one Saturday night and I bought that new car. I didn't buy a new car. I bought a slightly used car. Like, you know, after you get divorced, you give away your truck and the family car, and you buy a hot rod. I bought an Acura Integra. Beautiful, tremendous sound system. And I financed it through this bank. And I had a bank account in this bank. You know, the whole fucking deal. And one night I go home, and I'm dead broke. I got no dough, and I got to do a line of coke. And I found, you know, this any credit card. When you get a credit card, they send you those blank checks. Yeah. And Discover, I had like 3 Discover checks, and that bank had a 24-hour drive-through. And I just wrote a check for $1,000 in cash. And the Discover card was closed, for Christ's sake. The Discover card had been taken from me already. I gave the lady a check and she cashed it. No. They gave me $1,000 fucking Monday morning. Monday morning, 9:01, they called me. And they said, if we don't have our money by 5 o'clock, we're going to press charges on you. I didn't have the fucking money. I had spent the money in an hour. So I went down to the bank and cut a deal with them to add it on to the car principal. And then I didn't make the car payment for 3 fucking months. And that was great. When the tow truck is following you, and you see them following you, so you've got to hide your car like Rambo with camouflage and fucking trees. You got to stake them. You know, when you look back, you think of all this shit. You're like, what the fuck was I thinking? Why would I even stick it out with something that there's no money in? Like, there was no money in comedy back then. I was just doing comedy. I was just loving it. I was getting on stage every night. And I finally had a call from my brother, whose wife just recently died about 2 months ago after I got here. I called him. I told him what my situation was. I told him I couldn't make rent, that I was losing the war with my wife, with the kid, you know. And he sent me a plane ticket back to Jersey. He was come back. So I came back whatever that date was. It was full. I was back in Jersey. But before I left, I went to the Valium guy, and I fronted like 10,000 Valiums. I told him I'd be back in an hour. And I brought the Valiums back here with me to start my comedy career up here as finance. So that's what we'll leave off. January of 93.
I'm writing it down. Hold on. January 1993 is where we pick up. I love you, brother. Thank you for doing this.
Thank you for having me, brother. Always a pleasure to see you. I miss you with all my heart.
I miss you.
You know, I'm not mad at Los Angeles. Like I told my wife today, we went to lunch, and I go, I'm not mad. A lot of great things happened to me in LA, and I got to meet a lot of great people. And you're one of them. So thank you. I'm happy we can continue the saga.
We'll keep it going whenever you're available.
So I couldn't really go off.
Yeah, we'll wrap it up.
Next time we do this, I'll cover the fucking holes in this story. There's more excitement in the story. I got the FBI upstairs.
I love you, brother. As always,
November 25th.
66 in Dana Point, 66 in Long Beach, 65 in Tustin, and it is 67 in Sherman Oaks. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Amy King. This has been your wake-up call. If you missed any wake-up call, like our full interview of the Big Bear Lake Oktoberfest, you can listen anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Now let's check in with Neil, who is checking on a crash in downtown LA.
Transition to 110 freeway shut down. We had a bad crash that involved somebody hitting those big yellow barrels that are full of sand everywhere.
And what are they called?
Attenuators. Yes. And some pieces of those attenuators are attenuating themselves all across the roadway there, and they have to be cleaned up. So that's what they're doing there, northbound side of the 710. That is very slow as you approach, well, basically from Ramona up to the 210 freeway. We've got the northbound side closed due to bridge maintenance, so that's causing, from Ramona up to the 10 freeway, very slow there on the 710 because of that Caltrans work zone. We've also got some issues if you are headed northbound on the 215 Eucalyptus, still a pickup truck in the right lane, and the 71 southbound from Michigan down to Riverside. Caltrans working there in one of the lanes, traffic stopped back from the 10. I'm a little closer. Let us know if you see something up ahead slowing you down, some brake lights or any slowdown. Let us know. Pound 250 on yourself. Keep KFI traffic.
iHeartRadio brings you Global Citizen Festival 2025 from New York City at Central Park's Great Lawn. Live performances from Shakira, Cardi B, Tyga, Ira Star, Mariah the Scientist, Jamila, and many more. All hosted by Hugh Jackman. Join the movement changing the world at GlobalCitizenFestival.com. Hear the entire festival live all day this Saturday on the free iHeart app's Global Citizen Radio and on Hit Nation at 10 p.m. Eastern.
iHeartRadio Earth is here with little tips for a healthier planet. This spring, you can share your own observations about nature with scientists and play a critical role in scientific discovery by adding to their data collection. Discover more about citizen science programs such as monitoring weather, observing plants and animals, and more. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living or take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth. Around 500,000 products sold and distributed by Amazon are being recalled.
Items affected by the Consumer Product Safety Commission recall include power banks, children's helmets, dressers, portable fans, tray photos, manufacturers, safety concerns range from fire hazards to risks of suffocation and injury. Customers are eligible for refund, but specific instructions for receiving a refund varies by product, so purchasers are encouraged to contact sellers directly.
Coffee prices are on the rise, up 20% from this time last year. Ralph Pearson, director of coffee at Midfield Coffee Roasters, spoke about the increase.
The tricky part with coffee prices right now is that the tariffs are increasing an already unstable pricing. Last year, Brazil produces over 60% of the coffee worldwide out of that beer. And so, because of a small harvest, the price went up last year.
There is currently a 50% tariff on the U.S.'s largest supplier, Brazil. A bipartisan No Coffee Tax Act has been introduced to the House in hopes to bring down the price of coffee. So not only coffee, American consumers say just the cost of groceries in general is a major source of stress in their life. The sentiment comes as Dow Jones Consumer Price Index shows grocery prices rising 0.6% from July to August, marking the steepest one-month gain in roughly 3 years. Groceries are now 2.7% higher than a year ago and up nearly 30% from before the pandemic. Instagram marking a major milestone with 3 million monthly active users. Matt Mattinson with the details.
CEO Mark Zuckerberg shared the achievement in a post to his Instagram account on Wednesday and applauded the incredible community that has been built. The photo-sharing app now joins the ranks of Facebook and WhatsApp, which crossed the 3 billion user mark earlier this year. The company last disclosed Instagram's user figures in October 2022, when Zuckerberg said that the app had crossed 2 billion monthly users.
I'm Monica Nelson, your consumer and business news.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free never sounded so good. KF on KF64. And now, Handle on the news. Ladies and gentlemen, here's not Bill Handle. KFI, 640 like everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Look at this. Guess who's at Thursday, everybody? Wiz! Happy Thursday morning to you, Neil Spadrick and the morning crew. Just when you think we're all back because Ann is here, and you walk in and Sam Zia's on the board instead of Kono. Good morning, Neil. Well, hello, Sam. How are you, sir? I'm fantastic. I'm lovely today. Are you? Great. Effervescent Sam. I'm sure effervescent today. Yeah, so, are you going through your second or third PhD? What are you doing right now? I'm just still working on the dissertation on number one. We'll figure out what the next PhD is going to be into. Your dissertation, it comes all hardbound and everything, right? When you're done, I think they hardbind it. Yeah, leather bound, everything. It's going to go, wow. Well, you can probably do that FedEx or something and just save yourself the money and time. I would like to actually prefer to do that, but the school needs you to answer. I see. And you're studying like psychology. Yeah, I have my master's in psychology, and my PhD is going to be human sexuality. Masters. Y'all are going to have to call me masters. That's prevalent, dude. I actually don't think people with a PhD should be called doctors. They should just be referred to as a PhD. Because it's too confusing now, even though it's a doctor. Yeah, and I grew up in a family of doctors. One is a PhD in psychology, the other one is a medical doctor. So it's just confusing. People don't know. I get phone calls. Can I talk to Dr. Zian? I'm like, which one? Yeah. Be more specific. Yeah, now they have the third one now that they're going to get into the mix. I do that to my wife when she calls. Goes your wife. I say, be more specific. She makes it. Amy King, how are you?
Getting nervous.
Oh, because tomorrow?
Tomorrow we're jumping off the building.
Repelling will be fine. I'm twice your size. Listen, if the rope can handle me, you're going to be fine.
That's not what I'm worried about. We're still going down. We're doing the same thing. We're propelling 250 feet, 25 stories down the building. Over the edge. I do not like heights.
I don't either. I'm definitely afraid of heights, which is why it's a big deal, but it's for an important cause.
It is.
That's the mission.
It is. We just talked to Mark.
I heard that. Mark's great.
Yeah, he's awesome.
He's got that slight southern twang.
I think he's from Alabama.
Yeah, that tracks.
He just started his job a week before the Over the Edge event last year. And he got there, showed up, and they went, dude, off the building. So maybe he got to go, right? It was sort of his inauguration.
A very kind man. I like him a lot. He's somebody I can hang out with, but I love talking with him. His passion for what they do at the Human Rescue Mission is contagious indeed. Alrighty, Will. I kept up handle. I don't see Will. Where's Will? What shirt are you wearing? Nice dark excellent. No stripes. No stripes to be made fun of. I think you're a svelte, handsome man, and Handle is just a meanie poo. Well, that's both true. Someone called, Latino man called. It was making me laugh so hard yesterday. Left to talk back, and because I mess with Kono all the time, and he was saying how he's like, hey, it's really funny when you make fun of Kulo, but I'm like, no, that's not. It's Kono. It's Kono. That's different.
but it was very funny. He was doing it on purpose, but it was cracking me up. And Ann is back. How are you, dear?
Hi.
You went on a road trip with your mom. Aren't movies made about things like that?
Did you say our air conditioning went out?
Oh, no.
In the car?
Uh-huh.
Oh gosh.
Right through the grapevine?
Oh no.
We drove 7.5 hours out in the air through Bakersfield, Fresno, Sacramento. And then on the way home, we got rear-ended. So, good times.
In the car? Listen, I like to listen. Everybody okay?
Yeah.
Was that on the freeway or
No,
on
we're
the
sitting at a red light. Thrown into the car in front of us.
Somebody on their phone texting?
Yes, he actually admitted it. Because I got out of the car and I was very upset. And
I would not want to be on the other end of an accident from you.
no, my mom was like, okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. And he goes, oh no, I'm sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I was on my phone. I was like, oh. Yeah, you were, weren't you?
Wow. So you're not hurt?
Everything hurts.
Yeah.
Yes.
What are all those bruises?
I know. Yeah, I can't.
And lacerations. These are the technical terms. I smell a lawsuit. All right. Well, most everybody's here and everybody's safe. Let's start Thursday, shall we go? And all the news and story. So we heard this yesterday, a horrible shooting. One detainee killed, 2 others critically injured in the Dallas ICE facility. This comes from Homeland Security. You remember we talked about it was a shooter with a rifle that opened fire from a nearby roof. Another one of those roof shootings. I mean, what is it? It was another distance shooting, like 200 yards or something like that. The killer turned the gun on himself. And the suspect was identified by Joshua John J.H. I think we disclose much else because of the investigations that went on, but they said that they did find a bullet casings becoming more familiar with at the scene that had the entire ice.
November 25th, Ozzy's Boneyard. 12 o'clock Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific, and then every day after that till the 30th, the Boneyard plays. Hopefully they'll keep me and they'll let me do one show a week and I can do my heavy metal stuff, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I know it, brother. That's great. Good for you. Well, I love
That's what we're trying to do. I love you, brother. Thank you for having me.
Of course.
Thank you for having me on the Honeydew. And shout out to all you Patreon motherfuckers. I love you. And that's it.
All right, as always, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all social media. We'll talk to you all next week. This episode of The Honeydew is brought to you by Upstart, MyBookie, and Policy Genius. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Nightpan Studios. I am Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social medias. I want to say thank you to you guys. Seriously, this community continues to grow. I absolutely love my job and the show and the stories that people are bringing here. The fact that you can laugh at your trauma, be that strong about it, be that open about it, be that vulnerable about it. I fucking love it. Thank you for the messages, all that stuff. Make sure you subscribe to the YouTube channel. And if you're wanting more of it, man, hit up the Patreon. That community is growing as well. It's called The Honeydew with Y'all, where I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month of free episodes. All right? If you or someone you know has that story that needs to be heard, submit it to honeydewpodcast@gmail.com. Hopefully, we'll get to do a story with you. All right? Now, I want to talk to you about something real quick that I'm very proud of. You know, I record here at the Santa Monica Music Center, and working on with a nonprofit here with Lana called Outreach to the Arts, ADA, which is at-risk youth, like myself and the guest you're about to see were when we were kids. If we had a program like this, we'd have been so much further ahead in life, I will tell you that. But we're teaching these kids how to podcast, how to live switch, how to work with cameras, graphics, editing, the whole thing. Ash is over there helping them. They're watching him. They're learning, and they're super stoked about it. We're going to start a podcast with these kids and get back. So very excited about it. Keep an eye out for that. I'll be feeding you some of that stuff. Probably meet these kids. I'm going to have them on the Patreon. They're really good kids, 18 years old, with stories already that are insane. So that's the biz. We're highlighting the lowlights over here. These are the stories behind the storytellers, and there's only one storyteller like this guy. He is back, y'all. The saga continues. Ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right. I'm just so stoked to talk to you. I miss you so much.
There were those programs when I was growing up. We just robbed them. So I robbed the science department. They had all the beam scales. And they knew it was us. They came to us, and they're like, just give us like 8 bags. We robbed them.
Give us 8 of them. They negotiated with you.
We took all the frogs. You know the frogs?
Yeah, for nice thing.
We took like 300 frogs.
Dude.
For a month, they got dissect the frogs.
I forgot who I was talking to for a second.
Then we robbed the athletic department.
What did you take from them?
Everything that was in that thing, from sneakers to jackets to hoodies.
Yo, what's up? How are you?
This high school or what?
I'm well. Come to my Discord, dog.
Came to your house?
And they're like, you know, come on.
It's discord.me/rabbi, RABBI. Discord.me. No, I can't. It's also in my profile. How about you figure this shit out?
Please, before we get into the continuing story here of your life, plug, promote everything you want to.
I'm at Vinny's the whole month of March down the shore. Vinny's, Uncle Vinny's Comedy Club.
Discord.me/rabbi.
8 o'clock, $20, working out with Uncle Joey. BYOG, too, because it's legal to bring grass now.
Yeah, that's right, it is, huh? So you can actually, they'll let you smoke at the venue, not inside, but outside?
No. Outside, not legal in New Jersey.
Okay, good. Your Patreon.
Doing well. I love it. Really got me out of the funk. If it wasn't a Patreon, I still would have been in the funk. Talking to those people every day, answering messages. You know, I had it July, August, September, and it really gave me a lot of confidence, like to start at that level, just shoot little videos. I do 2 or 3 podcasts.
Can't you just type it up? Can't you just listen to what the fuck I'm saying?
Yeah, I do an hour. I do an hour once a week, and they're great, man. They're the diehards. So, how much is yours a month, Joey?
3, 5, and 10.
3, 5, and 10, and it's
no more merchandise. That shit gets lost. People don't get the T-shirts. It's just a pain in the ass. It's just content. And like you and like Jimmy, you know, I'm doing the same with my Patreon month. I'm helping out a few comics, a couple retired cops. I use cops to give me rides to gigs when they're retired, you know, shit like that. I donated to the restaurant thing.
Yeah.
Before me, now I'll donate to Jimmy's. That's what my Patreon is for. Help out a few people. I pay my, you know.
Yeah.
But
you're doing it twice a week and 20-minute episodes twice a week?
Yeah.
That's great.
It's more music-based, you know, shit like that.
Well, make sure you subscribe to that. Yeah, what you're referring to. So John Minadakis at Jimmy's Famous Seafood in Baltimore took a page out of Portnoy's book and did what Dave did in Baltimore, raised money for local restaurants and stuff, because they shut the city down, but they didn't shut the county down. That bullshit. So he raised over $500,000, and today I get to make a call to a bar I used to go to back in the day called Ale Mary's to let them know that they're about to receive some money to help save their business. So I'm stoked on doing that. I love everybody out there helping. You know, who you gonna rely on? You ain't relying on the government. You're relying on the people, man. The people.
I told them in the beginning, I go, listen, guys, I know they're gonna promise you unemployment. Who knows how many people are gonna call? Go get a job for now. Go stock shelves until this clears up. And sure enough, people in Jersey are hurting from unemployment. You know, I had to help a few of my buddies out last month and this month because, you know, it's just a nightmare what's going on.
My buddy James took a job at Costco. You know, he's like, look, I'm out of work. I need to get a job. Took a job he's a dad down there, and I say, good for you, man. Good for you.
You know, you can't eat pride.
That's right, brother. Pride don't fill your belly. All right, so let's get back into it here. We're talking January 1993 is where we left off. I believe you're leaving Colorado.
I'm leaving Colorado. I'm beat up emotionally. I'm beat up mentally. You know, physically I wasn't beat up, but just emotionally and mentally for the first time.
The WHO says NO.
Yeah. For the first time in 10 years, I was done again. Like I had just gone through a big chunk of life, you know. A lot had happened that I was ready to move on.
And Joey, sorry, just as a reset, how old are you in January of 93?
Whatever, divide, take away 58 from 93. I don't know. I don't have my calculator with me. Yeah.
What year were you born?
I'm 30 years old.
You're very young. You're still young.
I'm 29. I got nothing going on. I got comedy under my belt. You know, I'm not featuring yet.
How long have you been doing stand-up?
At that point, a year and a half.
Okay, about me. I dabbled at 20, but I didn't do it again until I was 27 when I really got into it.
I was doing it every week. Okay. I was friends with Stanhope already, that type of shit. And then I got fired from the broker where I worked as a house MC. And I just really went into the dumps. The girl I was dating moved to New York, and I was making money selling Valium. That's how I made a living. Selling and eating Valium. When you're a Valium salesman, depression is definitely going to be in your life.
I was going to say,
Valium
salesman, you just said.
Valium salesman.
Sound like you sold it with a fucking suit and tie on.
I was selling Valium from like September of 92 to January 93. That's how I made a living.
What kind of living we talking? Is that the only thing you have to do to get by? That's it? Sell Valium?
600 a week.
Okay.
You know, that was one of my many hustles, selling Valium. I was working for a sports betting service. I delivered Chinese food. I delivered Coke. I delivered Chinese food as a cover.
Wait, all right, so wait. If I want to buy Coke from you when I order Chinese food, do I ask for a special something? Like, is there a duck sauce on the side? Or
I got the job then. I told people, if you need Coke, call me. So they would call the Chinese restaurant. And then one day the Chinese people came up to me and like, we don't know what's going on. You get more calls than we get. So I had to tell the people, listen, when you call for a fucking Coke, you better order an egg roll or soup or something. So I had an excuse to go to your house.
Wait, they were just calling asking for you to come over without making any orders?
Yeah, and the Chinese people are like, what the fuck? You get more calls than that? So I told people, you gotta order a pint of fried rice. And I'll put it in the bottom. I'll put it in a baggie in the bottom. So even if I get arrested, I can blame it on the Chinese guy. I had it down to a fucking science.
So you gotta buy. You gotta watch it.
I'm on the stage going, hey, come on, just pay the $5 at the door. And the people would pay, and then I take care of them afterwards. And they go, what about the $10 I paid at the door? And I'd make up some story, give an extra bill. I think it was paying like a quarter a bill, and I was selling them for like $3. Damn. So it was like high profit. I was getting rid of $300-400 a week. You know, so I found myself just broken. I was broken about how my divorce was going. I was broken about the only thing that was good in my life was confidence. That was the only good thing in my life.
But you're taking those values, so you're bringing yourself down medically too. So
I'm partying.
Yeah. But is Valium fun to party on? Doesn't that just want? Doesn't it like else? I'm trying to.
I'm snorting coke. I'm drinking beer. I'm getting my dick sucked.
Yeah.
I'm not just sitting there with a pill watching TV like some fucking asshole. You know. I'm doing coke and then I'm eating the Valium to throw off the fucking coke so I get a heart out. So I had a little Asian girlfriend at the time. We were having a little affair. And we weren't going nowhere. It just was a dead light. So I fucking called a friend of mine, his wife answered, and I told her what was going on in my life. And she sent me a plane ticket to come home. I went, I got like 1,000 Valiums because I knew I could get rid of them here. And I fucking just came here like Super Bowl Sunday, 93. And I sold some Valiums and I got a job selling cars. And I started doing comedy around the city at the New York Comedy Club and stuff like that.
So you left Colorado to go to New York or back to Jersey?
I went to Jersey.
And then you would do comedy at night.
In New York City, I was selling cars, you know, and then finally she had a baby where I was staying. She was pregnant. And they had a baby, so I had to find a place to stay. So my buddy had to go to rehab. So his mother let me stay at his house while he was in rehab with the deal that when he got out of rehab, I was going to take care of him. I wasn't no good to take care of anybody out of rehab. I had my own rehab issues. But I was functioning, you know what I'm saying? Like I was working in the city. I stayed in New York from January of 93 to November of 93. I probably got on stage 12 times in those months. Not as many as I should, you know. It was a hard time for me. I was watching a lot of comedy. You know, like when you're at that level, that nobody will talk to you at a comedy club. You just go there. They know you're a comic, kind of. You did an open mic there and you ate a bag of shit. They don't really talk to you, and you don't talk to them. Like I was at that level. So I was going into like Lucian's Club, stuff like that, and watch. And then at night, I would go to an open mic that started at 11 and went from 11 to 4.
Damn it. At 4 in the morning?
And sign up was at 11. When you got there, you were already number 94.
Holy shit, yeah.
It was like 6-minute spot. It was called the old Triple N. So I would sign up and I would drive a limo. And I would go to Kennedy Airport, pick up the last Asian, because Japanese people usually fly in late about 1. I'd pick them up, I'd drive, drop them off, and then I'd go to your old Triple N, and my spot would be ready. It'd be like 2:30 in the morning. I'd be like half hour away from doing my spot. I remember being on stage and seeing a chick giving a guy a hand job. Like that's the type of place it's like. You know, so
I've always wanted to do stand-up like at one of those old Blues Brothers places where they put the cage fence up and people can throw shit. I've always wanted to do that.
This was the place.
Without the cage, it sounds like. Let me ask you this question real quick. You're going through what you're going through. You're in a dark place. What is that 6 minutes doing for you? When you're getting on stage and at least getting to fucking tell these jokes, Does that 6 minutes help you more than any drug?
Yeah.
You want to keep going back, right?
I was really at an all-time low human being. The only thing that was keeping me alive was my day job. You know, I liked my day job. I got a job working for a dear friend of mine who owned a sandwich place, and he wanted to start a delivery business. So I would go to all the businesses in the area, take their phone number, and I would fax them the menu for the day. And I tripled the delivery business. So I would work from 10:30 to 1, 2 o'clock. I make about $800 a week there. And then I'd either drive a limo in the afternoon, 4 o'clock, 12. And that was it. That was my thing. I was also going into the city for drugs with people. People didn't like going into New York City to buy coke. So I charged you a fee. So grams of coke were $35. I charged you $45. You know.
So you would pick up and deliver.
Yeah, I'd pick up. I'd walk over the bridge in those days.
Really?
I used to walk over the George. Yeah, because they
George Washington Bridge. You could walk over that back then. Can you still now? Walk that bridge?
Yeah.
Oh, you can.
I don't know if I'm in the shape to do it now because it'll be a long walk. But back in '93, I used to do it back and forth, an hour and a half. Cop, stop, give me food on the other side. So my roommate had gotten out of rehab, and he's my best friend. We're still best friends. We talk every day. His daughter works with me on Patreon.
Oh, nice. All right.
He went to rehab. So it was me, him, and his grandmother living in a 2-bedroom apartment in Cliffside Park, New Jersey. So when he got out of the rehab, he was hooked on heroin. So it was like a joint family. He has a great family. So his grandmother, his mother, his sister, and his aunt were like his support sisters and me, But it was me and his grandmother who lived there with him, right? So every night, he didn't have a job, he was on disability. They got him a job in the city, like moving rock in the daytime. He got paid like with food stamps, like once a week, and he'd go buy heroin with.
I love that heroin dealers will take food stamps.
So
there's an asshole heroin dealer taking Bitcoin and shit today. You know that guy's out there.
So George would sit there at night. We'd be watching TV. He couldn't wait for his grandmother to go to bed. That was our whole goal. Like if I walked in at 12 and grandma was awake, George's face was red because he was dying to shoot, but he couldn't because his grandmother was awake. So I'd come in and I'd go, Grandma, what are you doing up? Letterman's on. Go watch David Letterman. And he'd look at me like, thank God. And then she'd go in her room, close the door, and she had a cat. She had a cat on her bed, and she would just sit there at night, snacking like eating popcorn. And I would wait for George to go in the bathroom and I timed it perfectly. I let him burn it, let him put the fucking thing on, and then I'd shoot spitballs at him. To her.
You're hitting them with
she would sit there with the cat, and all of a sudden, these spitballs would be in the bed, and she'd be looking up at the ceiling, and she thought the stuff was coming up to the ceiling, and she'd go, what the hell? And she'd get up, and she'd go look at my grandson, Georgie, what? And I'd be in the room laying there, like making believe I was dead. She'd come in, and she'd go, Georgie, and I go, Grandma, it's me. And she goes, where's Georgie? I go, I don't know. And she knew he was shooting heroin in the bed. She was.
Yo. What up, Lucas?
She would go to the bathroom and bang on the door.
Lucas, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Lucas, how old are you? Lucas, how old are you?
Uh,
How old?
Today in sports history on iHeartRadio. Nobody covers it like KFI.
California is number one
And
in unemployment. Contributing factors include high living costs, minimum wage laws, strict regulations, and slow job growth.
LAPD is preparing to deploy bike
He's all tied off. Trying to get a beat.
He's over there looking like Marilyn Manson, all tied up. So, the other one I used to do, their families is art collectors. They're art collectors. And they had this big dog in the hallway. And again, there was some nights that grandma would go to bed, I would lay down, but George would go to bed first. He would play it off like, you know what, Grandma, I'm tired. He would go to bed and sweat bullets because he knew if he went to bed, Grandma would go to bed because she wouldn't have to worry about it. So again, I'd let him go to bed, Grandma go to bed, and then I'd go to bed. And sure enough, George would get up, put up time to cook the heroin, and tie up his arm, and then I'd walk out to the hallway with a hammer. And I'd hit the gong.
I know those gongs. I've hit one of those before. That fucking thing is loud. It made my daughter cry. They're loud as shit, man.
I hit the gong, and again, she'd come out. What, George? I don't know. And she'd run into the bathroom. George, open up. And she'd bang on the door, the whole fucking thing. I'll never forget. It was like I was I was physically and mentally down, but my house was fucking hilarious. He used to sit on the couch and flick his ass behind the couch. And I remember one day Grandma caught him, and she moved the couch, and it was just a mountain of ashes. like you know how many ashes it has to be to be a mound? Yeah. Like there was ashes on top of cigarettes. He was just throwing cigarettes back then, and ashes. It was just a fucking, it was a horror show. I had to be in the city some days. I had a free ride to New York because my friend's father was a bus driver. So I had to learn the schedule. And
so I knew what got on.
For free, yeah.
That's nice.
His son is dead now, but he was alive then. And it was just my education at the time. It was those 9 months in New York. Like, it was a lot of fun. I did a couple crimes.
What kind of crime?
Talk about.
All right. Okay. All right.
like ripping off drug dealers.
Yeah.
I had a friend that was still into it.
Let me ask you this: all the crimes that you've committed in your life, from kidnapping to dealing to whatever, what was the one that was most nerve-wracking? Would it be the kidnapping, or would it be knocking off a dealer? Because I feel like knocking off a dealer is dangerous.
Knocking off the beat, and that's what I was doing. My buddy had got EA badges. He was getting control. He was getting his info from the DEA agent, and it was like stealing.
And so you guys just go make those steps.
Yeah. On Tuesday, he's gonna get a delivery at his office of a kilo, and he's got 2 guys. Then bring 4 guys. Then bring 4 guys with guns, you know? So I did that like 2 or 3 times, and I was like, I'm out of that business.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't that just fucking, are you always looking over your shoulder then?
I'm a fucking comedian. I'm done.
Yeah.
And then, like, August 93, I was like, what the fuck am I doing with my life? I had the daughter back in Boulder, you know, this comedy thing. I just came and looked behind. I looked into the mouth of the tiger. This requires a lot of work. It's going to be a lot. I could stay here and work really hard, or go to Colorado and be closer to my daughter. better work. Like I don't have to bring them shows. Like I knew people who book shows every week in bars and stuff like that. And it was crazy. I quit the job at the deli in like the end of the summer, and I got a job selling Nissans, Lincolns, or something like that. Mazdas. In Englewood Cliffs. It's a high-end area. And one day this girl came in with this guy, fucking beautiful girl, Puerto Rican girl, just a 12. Body-wise, 12. And this kid just blew, you know. And as I saw him in the car, he just graduated college. He's a drug counselor. He's like studying to be like a half a bag.
Studying to be.
She was beautiful, you know. And I called her 2 days later to see how the car was going. As a salesman, you always have to call and see how the car is doing. Is there anything else I could do for you? Conversation. You know, and she goes, I want to come see you stand up. I suck. And she came by herself. And I go, where's your boyfriend? And she goes, me and him broke up. After 3 years, we decided it's time. So I started dating her under the lie that I was clean and sober.
Oh yeah, she's a drug counselor.
Yeah, she was a drug counselor. But the car she bought for me, she was buying because she wanted to drive to Colorado.
No way, all right.
She got a job offer in Denver. So I said, listen, are you still going to Denver? And she goes, yeah. I go, I'll make the ride. It was like perfect. It was like she came in, bought the car, and a month later, we had to make a move. You know, she's like, I think I'm leaving like mid-October or something like that. And I'll never forget that. I had no money for the wedding. Like I had nothing. My money went to an attorney, child support, and my drug habits. I think I paid George's mom like $50 a week to live there in the bedroom, you know. That was it. Well, everything else went to my nose, an attorney bill, and child support. So I had to rob one more drug dealer.
Before you split?
Yeah, and that one was really scary.
Why?
Yeah.
What can you say about it? Like when you're robbing them, are they there? Or are you hitting their stash when they're not there? Are you taking it from them? Like how's it going down?
They're there.
They're there.
They're there.
And do they know who you are, or are you covered?
No.
They don't know.
Okay. No, we're covered. I don't know them. I don't know what their patterns are. I don't know, you know. So that's the scary thing.
Yeah,
so I needed money. I needed quick cash. And I remember we busted in there. It was the weirdest thing because this is how weird life is. I would work, if I didn't work at the deli, if I worked at the deli, I would meet this certain kid and he would take his car. He would rent like a car that resembled the cop car and he would park 3 or 4 blocks from their stash house. And he wanted them to see him.
Right.
Because in their mind, we wanted them to think we were cops. So when you come in and you're cops, what are you going to say? Just take everything. Go to records. So we would go into guys as being cops, you know, like, you know, this one time it wasn't good. The one guy was like, you're not a cop, blah, blah, blah.
Really? He called it out?
And and I was like, that's it. I'm not doing this again. We had to run a little bit. Like I had to run like a block or two.
You ever get shot at or anything like that?
No, not this time. But then, like that money took like 30% loan of what I owed. Like I still wasn't right. I still didn't have enough money to move, you know. I was fucking broke. I was living hand to mouth. And he called me up again. He goes, I got a new line of the guy. So this guy we followed. And we followed him for about 4 days. And do you know this was the easiest money I ever made. We were following him on the Henry Hudson Parkway Expressway. We were like by 100th Street, 110th Street, and there's like a pull-off section. He just pulled off and ran away from the car.
Obviously thought you guys were cops following him. That is easy.
We drove around.
I'd take the car too. I'd take it all at that point.
We opened up the trunk. It was right there in the trunk. 4 pounds. We took it, and that's how I made the money. And then I put a bet in. Philadelphia was playing the Jets, I think, in Jersey. Randall Cunningham got hurt, and I covered the bet. Like the bet won. I won like another $8,000. Something like I already had money, and I put this huge bet in. And the deal was, if I won, I would collect. If I lose, I was going to Colorado anyway.
Right.
Then I ended up winning. So that gave me more money to take to Colorado. So I think I left Colorado maybe like a week before Halloween.
Now, I've done that drive from Maryland. So if you're doing coke and pills and all this, how are you hiding that on a cross-country trip with a drug count?
Well, with her, I just took a little bit of coke with me. And I had weed, joints, rolled, you know, with Banaka and, you know, the whole fucking Visine and stuff. I would smoke in the mornings while she was taking a shower in the hotel room and go for a walk and air out and shit like that, you know. And then we got to Denver. You know, I got to see my daughter. We got an apartment like in Aurora, a suburb of Denver. She started a job. I think I lasted 10 days in the house. And she called me.
She did?
Yeah. And she goes, I had a feeling you smelled like marijuana 10 days ago. Why did you just tell me the truth and all this shit? Like, I don't know. You were just so fucking hot, you know. She didn't go for it. She said she couldn't. At her job, she would lose the job, you know. So I ended up with a cousin of mine who was fucking nuts, you know. He wasn't a blood cousin, but we had grown up together, and I had taken him out. He got me a job. I worked with him for like a month or two selling cars. And then the weirdest thing, a girl came into my life. Now, I'm looking at my daughter. I'm seeing my daughter now. The whole thing. But this girl came into my life, Lori. Her name was really pretty. I knew her for years. I knew her husband. I knew everybody. All of a sudden, when I get back in that time, her and her husband broke up. And she had just gone off the rails. She was fucking doing blow every night, the whole fucking deal. So me and her got a hotel room and lived together for about a month. And we were just like cocaine partners. We slept together a few times, stuff like that, but we were more friends than anything. And one day, I bumped into her husband, who was a great guy. He put his hand out, and he goes, "Can I talk to you about something?" And they go, "What's up?" And he goes, "Listen, man, I really want to get back together with my wife. Would you mind? Would you just give us, if you left her alone?" He didn't threaten me or anything. This guy could probably beat me up, but he was a man, you know. He goes, "You can do what you want, but if you could help me, I have a child with her. And if I can get her sober and the child can have a mother again, you know." So I thought about it, and I'm like, this guy came up to me like a fucking man, you know. So I stopped seeing her. I just got my stuff and left. She was pissed. She called me a bunch of names. And I found a little apartment in Boulder right before the holiday. And, yeah, I started 94 in Boulder. And it was great. January 94. By that time, I'm rocking and rolling in comedy in Boulder.
You are. And what are you doing to pay bills and things? Are you still have a job, or are you hustling? What are you doing?
I'm doing a couple things. I'm fucking selling cars. I'm selling neon at the time. I was doing whatever I could.
Neon, like those lights and shit that used to be on every
Yeah. Open signs and all that shit.
Oh, okay.
Like that. And I was just doing comedy. Comedy was my life. Comedy was my fucking life, you know? So, hold on here. Gotta take a shit.
Yeah, can we keep this in?
Yeah, you can.
It's a whole different kind of sit down right here, brother. It's a whole different kind of sit down.
When you have, you know, tapering off the pain pills. So I got to eat these other pills that slice through your stomach. I drink 3 probiotic drinks a day, you know, but I take this pill. That's a pharmaceutical to really break things up in your asshole. When you got to shit, Jack. There ain't no time out. There ain't no nothing. A couple weeks ago, I was doing a podcast, and I had a shit. And I had to come in here with the camera and everything, and just like nothing happened. It was an audio one for Patreon. People were hearing it. The people put comments. We heard you blush.
Dude, I've been there where I go to fart and then I feel something. I'm like, no, talking to myself, like, no, I don't have an outfit for this.
It's horrible. It's horrible to have to fucking do a podcast, have to take a shit or piss in the middle of this whole surgery. I had to take a little bottle with me and do podcasts.
Oh, pee in it?
Sometimes when I was doing the podcast, I had to pick my little thing out and pee in the bottle because I have a stocking on. It's taking all the fluids out of my leg. So I got to pee every fucking 15 fucking minutes.
Oh, man.
Tremendous is
right, bro.
This is a real podcast.
This is a real podcast. This is how podcasts used to be. We'd all do it on our apartment.
All these fags. In studio, the lighting is right. Get the fuck yourself. Don't you love those guys that complain about the lighting? Like, with the sound, you know, how's the sound when you suck a dick on the street? How's that sound? You fucking sack of shit. Anyway, sorry about that. It's a tremendous shit. Coming out nice and smooth. As you can see, there's no pressure. There's no faces.
No red face. You look good.
No, nice and smooth. That's his medication. It's not even a stool softener. It's a mist.
I see. Yeah, I know those fucking those pills are clog you all up. So this cleans you out, huh? There's no. It's right when it's now, right now.
It's now. I hear no hold on. I gotta wait. I gotta do 2 things. Damn. I got some Manscaped cologne right here. Sprinkle some on my ass right after this. You know what I'm saying? Little right there in the muff. I'm hoping that my feelings hurt. You know me? I don't like putting my toilet paper on the thing. I gotta do it fucking right here. And that's it. That's how we do it. I'm gonna sit here and call a timeout like some fruitcake.
Oh my god.
I'm
ready. So what are we? January '94, pretty much now.
Yeah, January '94.
Here's the beautiful thing: you're not even remotely close to the first person I've ever talked taking a shit, but definitely the first time I ever talked about podcasting. Unless I didn't know. Unless they had a bucket under.
Oh my god. And one day before the surgery, I went to float in the tank, salty water. That fucking salt got that hemorrhoid.
Oh, I didn't think of
Oh my
I
God.
didn't even think about that.
I had to run out of that fucking thing. I had to bend over in the shower and spread my cheeks like a gay guy.
Cool it off.
Oh my God.
All right, so January 94.
Hold on, I gotta pee. Hold on.
All right.
Turn the camera this way.
Turn. You don't want to. Wait, you're gonna stand up to pee now?
Yeah, I don't pee sit down like a fucking group.
Hold on a minute. You're already sitting there. Why would you stand up to pee when you're already sitting there?
Because I don't like putting my dick in the toilet. I don't know what to think.
Wait, you just took a shit and you're standing up to pee.
Yeah.
I want to know if anybody out there does that. You already did all the work. You sit there, man. You just piss it out.
Yeah. So what am I gonna do? Put my dick in the toilet that's dirty. Other piss, other dicks have hit it. Now you do a little manscaping while you're here.
Yeah, clean it up a little bit.
Unbelievable. Throw some pubic hairs on you, and there you go.
That is unbelievable.
That was back in 2006. I interviewed last year, I think.
Oh, man.
This is Manscaped's new cologne. Fucking refined. I spray some for the shit man in there. Take care. And that's it. Who the fuck you think you're going with, Joy Bananas?
Oh, my God. All right, get comfy.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
But when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Especially if you're on that medication.
Ooh, that was tremendous shit. That was like 19 inches. Oh yeah, it looked like three voodoo sticks sticking out the fucking toilet. Fucking tremendous.
I've never heard that one in my life. Let's take a quick break and tell you about our first sponsor, Upstart. Now, you know that credit card that you're afraid to look at and see what the balance is? Well, if you've been avoiding your debt, it's time to confront it. Upstart can help you face it and finally pay it off. Listen to me.
Yo, what's up? Yo, what's up?
Yo, dog, how are you? How are you?
Good.
How old are you?
13.
You gotta be 18 to be in here, big dog. Take care.
Oh, okay. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Dave Coons, ABC's car guy. Hello, he just texted me, dude. Your wife has a 1971 Corvette. Is there a cool story? Yeah, there's a cool story, buddy. She likes Corvettes. She saw a 1971. I mean, it's cute, but it needs a paint job. But she doesn't care. She just likes it. She's the one who likes cars. But I don't care about cars for the most part. I got a truck and I love it. It gets me to and fro, and I know stuff and I love it. I used to be a BMW driver. I love BMWs, but my wife likes them. She doesn't care about jewelry. She doesn't care about flowers, being taken out to eat in a fancy restaurant. None of that. She doesn't care about clothes or handbags or shoes. Nothing. And she just wanted an old Corvette. And it's cute. It's fun to drive. You can hear it a mile away. All right. We will be back with more, including I Hate Satans. But Don Lemon and I agreed on something. And I don't find him to be a very smart man, personally. Like, I shouldn't say that. I should say that's not fair. I don't know the man. stuff. There's a difference. You can still be smart and say stupid. Alrighty. We'll be back with more Neil Spadron Morning Crew. This is KFI, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
A $50 million body slam. I'm Amy K. High from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A U.S. citizen caught up in an immigration raid at his car wash in Van Nuys has filed a federal civil rights claim for $50 million. 79-year-old Rafi Shuhead said he was violently body slammed and pinned by federal agents during the raid at his business a couple weeks ago, where he was also detained.
Now, listen, I have a heart condition. I'm an old man, and I would have to get paid for the people. I need to go to the hospital.
He told NBC4 he went outside to speak with agents and offered proof that some of his employees were legally authorized to work, but was cursed at, pushed back, and body slammed onto the pavement. Texas Governor Greg Abbott says the attack on an ICE facility in Dallas that killed a detainee will not slow the state's participation in deporting illegal immigrants.
Upstart is the fast and easy way to get a personal loan to pay off your debt. It's all online, and whether you're paying off credit cards, consolidating high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 500,000 people have used Upstart to get a simple, fixed monthly payment. Upstart finds smarter rates with trusted partners because they assess more than just your credit score. With a 5-minute online rate check, you can see your rate up front for loans from $1,000 to $50,000. You can get approved the same day and receive funds as fast as one business day. If debt is taking over your life, it's time to get a fresh start with Upstart. So many of you have hit me up and told me that you've used Upstart and how easy it is and how glad you are that you did it. I'm telling you, it's the best thing to do. Consolidate it. Get yourself one monthly payment. All right, this is all you have to do. If you want to find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today, that's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use our URL to let them know we sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Our next sponsor is MyBookie. Now, March is here. I'm a Pisces, big fan of March. Matter of fact, it's my birthday today if you're listening to this. And March Madness has officially begun. It's time for you to shoot your shot and score big on the nonstop action with MyBookie. Select the winners from 63 tournament games in the MyBookie bracket contest for a chance at $10,000 in cash prizes. And it's only $1 to enter. That's right, $1. It doesn't matter whether you're filling out multiple brackets, if you're betting the national championship winner, or if you're simply looking for player and game props. MyBookie has you covered. Sign up today at mybookie.ag and use promo code Honeydew to secure a deposit bonus up to $1,000. That's promo code Honeydew to claim your first deposit bonus. College ball, NBA, NHL, no matter the sport, no matter the minute from tip-off to buzzer, MyBookie puts the action in your hands with in-game live betting. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere with MyBookie. Our next sponsor is Policy Genius. Now, if you're like me during the pandemic, I'm going back looking at all my bills, figuring out what I can pay cheaper on almost every single thing I'm paying. So why not get a head start by revisiting your home and auto insurance with Policy Genius? First, head to PolicyGenius.com and answer a few quick questions about yourself and your property. Then, Policy Genius is going to take it from there. They're going to compare rates from over America's top insurance, from Aggressive to Allstate, to find your lowest quotes. The Policy Genius team will look at all the ways to maximize your savings, including bundling your home and auto policies. If Policy Genius finds a better rate than what you're paying right now, they'll switch you over for free. That kind of services earn Policy Genius a 5-star rating on thousands of reviews on Trustpilot and Google. All right, so while you're gearing up for spring cleaning, don't forget to dust off your home and auto insurance policies with Policy Genius. Reshop your rates. You can save up to $1,055. Head to PolicyGenius.com to get started right now. Policy Genius. When it comes to insurance, it's nice to get it right. Now, back to the news. All right. January 94, Colorado.
I'm in Boulder, and I just wrapped up. I'm doing comedy.
And where back then? Sorry.
Back then, there was a guy named Andy Payton who had 7 He had 14 or 15 rooms. He was brilliant. I thank him for my comedy career. There's a lot of guys I gotta give thanks to. Rogan, Stanhope. But he's one of the early guys. We banged heads, but he liked it. And he did it right. He put together a comedy newspaper. All these comics, I always complain, nobody gives me a chance. I want to be a writer. Okay, here's your chance. You're a fucking writer. Write a column on comedy every week. You write a comedy on a comic. You write a comedy article about a comedy club. You write an article. You know, he did this really smart. And then he would make the places that did comedy buy advertising in his newspaper. And he would put the newspaper out once a week. It was great. It was really great. I mean, I did comedy after a fucking line dancing class. You know, Monday nights was an Australian bar that only sat 9 people. You know, Tuesday nights was a fucking an Italian restaurant that the waiter was also an Elvis impersonator. Okay. So he would cook, bring out the food as a waiter, and then while you were eating, he'd come out as Elvis. And he was just 400 pounds, fucking, you know, just the beginning of the comedy, you know. And here you are on stage watching Joe Torre and everybody on, you know, HBO, and you're like, I'm fucking doing comedy in an Italian restaurant for an Elvis impersonator. You know that part of comedy, it's just frustrating. And even though you're doing it and you're writing, you're doing all the things you're supposed to be doing, it's not moving as fast as you'd like it to be moving, you know? But I was all in. I was out 7 nights a week.
Okay, so there was that kind of scene where you could actually do 7 nights a week.
Yeah. Okay. Wednesdays, 12:56, they gave you a free steak. That's why I hit the kid in the head with the microphone, busted his fucking head. That's one of those portable microphones. He kept flicking bottle caps at the comics. And I went up there and I go, next time you flick a bottle cap, I'm gonna fucking hit you in the head. And he walked up to the stage, so I just hit him with the microphone. And I forget the headliner's name. Years later, I saw the headliner. And he goes, you're not gonna hit somebody with a microphone for that eye. I go, no. So Mondays was the Australian bar. Tuesdays was Comedy Works open mic. Or they had this Mexican bar that was an open mic. Wednesday was Club 56. Thursdays was El Torito. They gave you $25. They gave you a $25 gift certificate. And then Thursday, there was something else on Thursdays. And then Friday and Saturday, you're an open micer. You deliver Chinese food.
All right, so I stepped on you. Sorry. You said January 94, you just got done something. You were starting to say. You just got done doing something.
No, I just moved back from New Jersey, and I was getting my feet on the ground. It took me about 3 months to get going, and now we're going. All right, like things were starting to happen. I was starting to get little calls, little comedy gigs, you know, $40, $30, material, you know. What happened in New York that really sparked me was one of the last times I went to the old Triple N. I walked in there at 2 in the morning and I saw John Leguizamo working out material for 8 people. But in his mind, he was at Madison Square Garden. So for years, I was complaining that every time I got on stage, there was 8 people. He made it look like Madison Square Garden. So that's what made me say, fuck New York. I can get better in Colorado just as much as in New York. Save half the money and be close to my daughter.
Right.
You know,
how old is your daughter at this point?
4. I came back. I celebrated her 4th birthday. That started from me and the ex-wife. And that's what was going on. I had an apartment. I had a good job. I was working for a sports betting service in the wintertime. And then on the off season, I was delivering Chinese food because I was also selling neon for my buddy. You know. I wasn't selling Valium anymore because remember when I did the 10,000 Valium to New York?
Yeah.
I never paid that guy back. So he had moved
10,000 and you were selling them at $3 a pop too, huh?
Something like that. He gave me like 1,000 on the arm or something. I told him I was coming back in a week. You know, I'll see you in a week. Okay. I didn't come back. When I came back, he had moved to a different part of Colorado. It was still close to me. So I always had the money if he needed it, but I never bumped into him. So fuck him. Welcome to the drug game, cocksucker.
Yeah, right.
So I wasn't selling Valium anymore. I still had a line on cocaine. But what I really wanted to do was do comedy. I had it down. I could do comedy from February to August 15th. Then August 15th to February 3rd, I was going to work for a sports betting service where I could make up to $100,000 in 6 months. And then the rest of the year, just do comedy.
And live off that 100. That's, yeah, okay.
That was the plan. That was the original plan that nobody knows about. I was very satisfied with that. I was a piece of shit.
Especially back then, $100,000. I mean, now it's a lot of money, but back then it was a lot of money.
It wasn't even about the money. It was about, you know, being close to my daughter. It was, and just being a human being. That's it. What I was doing for a living was not decent. Selling sports things is not a great job. It's a lot of fucking grinding. It's 7 days a week, you know.
Yeah.
In football season, it's Saturday and Sunday. College football's on Saturday and pro football's on Sunday. So, but I had a balance. I had this great balance. It was going to work. I would make $100,000. They put money away for you. Whatever you put away, they matched. And then they sent you a check those months you didn't work. And then, on top of that, I was going to fucking deliver Chinese food and sell coke and do stand-up. I couldn't lose. And when I say sell coke, I'm talking about I get a call from Sam Tripoli, he needs $1,000, and I get a call from you that you need $1,000. I buy an 8-ball, I give you 2 a gram, I end up getting 1.5 grams for $50. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean selling coke. I wasn't a coke salesman. I mean,
yeah, you were a Valium salesman, but not a coke.
No, and that wasn't really a Valium salesman. It was whatever. I sold whatever was.
Yeah, you were a salesman. Period. A salesman.
You got refrigerators? Let's do it. You know what I'm saying? Whatever fell off, whatever fell off the truck. Whatever fell off the truck. That's what I sold. You know what I'm saying? So I don't want people to think I was at home now. When I say coke sales, I'm talking about. So me, snorting the coke I was snorting, I couldn't afford it. So I would have to wait for you, Tom Segura, to call me one night, you know, and say, yeah, we're going to get us 2 8-balls. Fine. I'm going to take $1 gram out of each 8-ball, you know, shit like that. That's what I did. I wasn't a coke sale. But everything was going great. There was a great plan going on, but there was an undercurrent going on. And there was the undercurrent of the war between me and my wife, my ex-wife, and her boyfriend. Oh, she's not by this. Right. By this time, when I left, she already had a boyfriend. She had already moved in with him. She had already sent 2 guys to beat me up, and I beat up one of the guys.
Really? She sent people to fuck you up?
Yeah, 3 guys.
3 guys?
A driver, 2 guys. The guy took off when he saw me in the car, and the guy I hit, and the other guy really threw a beat down on, and the other guy got away.
Where'd they get you?
In front of my house. They broke my rib with a fucking 2x4. They hit my dog with a 2x4.
They fucked your dog up?
Oh, they hit my dog 1 time.
No.
That dude still don't eat right. And it wasn't because he hit me. But the disrespect he showed the dog.
That's right. That's right.
He still doesn't eat right.
That's right.
I get 1,000 blessings every day from St. Lazarus. Because I made sure when I kicked him in the mouth, he's not going to eat right for the rest of his life. He's going to have to eat sideways.
Yeah,
You know how I was taking a shit and doing the show sideways? That's him. When I heard my dog whelp that way, I heard my dog whelp. When you hear a dog whelp like that, everything in my body stopped. He had to die, but I didn't have the balls to kill him. So when he went down, I must have kicked him in the jaw 50 fucking times. And then I called the cop myself.
You did?
But I knew, yeah.
Oh, you knew, okay.
Because I was a convicted felon. I knew that this didn't look good, but this is awesome.
Search NFL to dive in. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In 1995, a college student disappeared on a trip across the USA.
I reported him missing right away when he went detective.
So his mother started investigating.
I read the case file. I started going through and saw people that wasn't interviewed.
I joined his mother's search for justice. I am, yeah. Someone Knows Something, Season 6. Available now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
From the producers who brought you Princess of South Beach comes The Setup, a new romantic comedy podcast starring Harvey Ian and Christian Navarro. The Setup follows one man's search for love in the Big Apple. But the thing is that I didn't actually use it. Every time I opened it, I got hit with this wave of nausea, and then my heart started beating like so fast. So I opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app, opened the app, closed the app. Meet Juan, the lonely museum curator. His true love, art. His biggest fear, everything. It's important to step out of the house and into the world. But when the perfect man walks into his life, well, I guess I'm setting up on a kid. I guess that's right. I don't know. I think so. He actually is too good to be true.
This is a con. I'm calling
To pull off this heist, they'll have to get close.
Status check. Everything's erratic. Nauseous. Walking the kids.
And jump into the deep end together. When you're dating a con man, how do you know if it's true love or just another job? Listen to The Setup.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Los Angeles, 2021. A friendly neighbor appears out of nowhere and promises to make all my dreams come true.
Let's not forget that David Bloom was a professional con artist, so you didn't stand a chance.
But I figured this grifter out before he realizes it, and I start recording every lie.
And then 2 days later, you'll have a wire transfer check.
Getting a con artist to pay for their crimes isn't easy. But I'm not going to stop until I bring this con man to justice. I'm Caroline DeMore. Listen as I take down my scammer on Once Upon a Con, starting February 12th.
Yo, dog, if you're wondering about the fast of Godiva, hey there, Godiva. What's it like in New York City? My health requires that I eat ramen and drink coffee. Why? Because I'll fucking be hungry if I'm not, and it pisses me off. But also, in the days of Mashiach, there's no fast, just feast. Is Mashiach here? I don't see him. Do you? Worst stream ever.
Yeah, it's an assault. Yeah, of course.
It's an assault on me. But somehow, because I'm a felon, they're going to turn this around. So I called the cop I knew. I thought he was going to fucking call other cops and fucking, he's like, let's put fucking cellophane in my trunk. We'll drop one in front of the hospital. Fuck him. We put him in the trunk. We drove to the hospital. The trunk opened up. Yes, we did. He was a cop. Yup.
You threw a guy in the back of a trunk with a cop. This ain't the first dude you put in the trunk.
And he wasn't on duty. You drove a fucking guy to the hospital with a cop in his truck. But he knew what was going on in my life. I had a couple of cops that were my friends, and I told them what was going on in my life, and they knew what was happening. So when I fucking called him, he came over and he goes, fuck him. He deserved what he got. You know, when I told him that, bro, when a cop comes in Colorado, tell somebody that somebody hit your dog, guns are gonna come out.
Yeah, right.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'll bet.
When my dog was still walking weird, I remember him looking at my dog and looking at the guy and kicking him again. It's not a fucking trick. We took the fucking guy. He knew where the hospital had cameras because he was a cop. So we dropped him off on a corner where he couldn't be seen. We spit on him. We left him. So the next day, they attacked me on a Saturday night. I was supposed to get my daughter on Sunday morning. They thought I was going to call her and cancel. I never called and canceled. They showed up, and they were like, damn, they showed up. I didn't say nothing.
But did you know before that, or is that when you put two and two together?
Oh, I knew it was that. I knew exactly who it was. Ain't nobody that fucking dumb, you know? Ain't nobody that be that stupid. He was that stupid. She didn't tell him the proper animal that I was. She didn't explain it. That's what really got me mad about the divorce, that she was there with me in the early 80s when I carried guns, did things that were not supposed to be done that were very illegal. So for her to act this way really surprised me. I'm like, you know where I'm coming from. You know what could happen to you, and you're still throwing fire on this. You're still throwing alcohol on this fire. So that before I went to New York, that was why I was so down, because they wanted me out of the kid's life. I hadn't done anything. But I'll never forget when they came to pick her up that Sunday. I put the kid in the car, and I looked at them, and I told them that somebody had attacked them, and they both turned pale. I pulled up my shirt, and I showed them the purple. It was just purple. I couldn't even really move my arm. And they were like, oh my God, we hope you're okay. And I'm like, I'm fine. I got the guy's license. He's from Idaho. And the guy, John, my boyfriend, was from Idaho. I go, aren't you from Idaho, John? And that was the last word I said, because the first man who speaks after that, I just left it at that and I walked away from the car. And now they knew. It was on. It's on. Now it's on. Now we're taking it to a different level. It's on. I wasn't wise about it. I wasn't 58. I would have handled it differently today.
How did you handle it?
By leaving.
Okay.
I left by leaving because it kept escalating, and I knew in my world, because that was January of '94. Okay. By December of '94, we were at such a war back and forth that she just called me out of the blue one day and said, I made up my mind, you're not getting it for Christmas. That was heartbreaking. You know, I'm paying all my money to attorneys. I suck at comedy. I want it so bad, you know. I would go home at night and snort coke and cry. Most people go home at night, snort coke and get big suck. I would go home, snort coke and fucking cry like a pussy. You know, it was just I was just in a bad place, you know. I wanted to be a dad. I wanted to do comedy, and I wanted to fulfill my obligation. But I could tell that they weren't happy. So, Christmas of '94, I get a call like the 20th second. Let's just call it the 22nd. So, and it was her attorney saying that she decided not to give me the baby. I called her like a man and said, you know, why are you doing this? And she gave me like a remark, like, because I can, and hung up on me. Ryan Sickler, I thought that was total disrespect. First of all,
It was.
She moved the guy, she moved the baby into the man's house without my consent or knowledge. If that was to happen anywhere from Baltimore to Boston, I could have shot her in the head, called the cops, and the cops would have arrested me. They would have said, we understand, you can't move a child into another man's house without permission. That's just general human decency. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I can't see your wife moving your child into my house without us meeting.
No.
That should never happen.
And they've already sent fucking henchmen over to fuck you up on top of it.
Yeah. So I had to go to war. I had to go to war with these people. So they called like on the 22nd. That night I went out. I did my comedy and I was heartbroken. And I fucking the 23rd or the 24th. One of those days, maybe like a Friday or a Thursday. I have to look it up. I was so broke then. I didn't even cook in this house. All I had in this house was fat tire beer. That's all I had. Fat tire beer. I always ate out. I didn't even have a knife. I think I had a fork and a spoon. Maybe one knife, not a steak knife, just a regular butter knife. I went to a friend's house, a friend of mine, they're Cubans, and they were getting ready for Christmas. They cut the shit. And I go, I need a big favor. I gotta cut something at the house. Can I borrow your knife? And she goes, take whatever one you want. I took the biggest one. They had like those racks, you know. I took the biggest one. I put it in like a bag and I put it in my car. My job was I was gonna drive down to where he worked and I was just gonna cut him. I was just gonna end his life.
Damn.
That's it. That's it. The day before Christmas, I'm going to jail for murder. I got in my car. I drove all the way down there. I got out of my car. I hit the knife in the jacket, and I put my arm under it real close. There was kind of a security guard up the thing. I went up to the receptionist. I said, where can I find John, blah, 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 from this company? She told me upstairs. Didn't ask me to sign nothing. There was a couple elevators I walked up. When I got to whatever floor, I went to his office. When I walked in, the receptionist was there. And she's like, can I help you? And I go, I need to speak to John, such and such. And she goes, oh my God, if you look in the hallway, you probably just missed him. He took an early lunch today. And I remember that I just didn't even reply to her. I just turned around and I got on the elevator and I went outside. I looked around to see if I saw him. And when I didn't see him, I walked to my car and I just broke down and started crying. Because God just saved my life.
Well, nobody saved two lives. He saved
nobody. I was already prepared to go to prison. And at that time, the big thing was comics are writing jokes for Jay Leno. And if he bought a joke, you got $25 in the mail. That was my plan.
So wait.
Write jokes for Jay Leno.
If he's there, do you do it? Would you have done it? And the office and everything, the setting, the whole thing, you would have done it. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
How I felt that day, I was sick and tired of feeling that way. It had been, 3 years I was feeling that way. You can't take that for so long. That runs on you. That really wears on you. When I was in New York, I would send her presents. She never got the boxes. She never got the letters. She never got anything I sent. If I sent child support to the house, they mysteriously never got it. It was just a string of fuck yous, I had a fight to have her third birthday party at the house, you know, the fourth one, whatever. So that, and then it was weird because I got in the car, I cried, I went home, and as soon as I got home, I got a text message from my attorney that she was going to give me the kid for Christmas. And, you know, again, I made such a big deal about getting the kid for Christmas. I was in no position to even throw Christmas. I didn't even know what to serve for Christmas. I didn't even have a Christmas tree. I had to go out to Kmart and rob a tree. Like the ones that are outside. A lot. Yeah. And then most of them nice people, they were open on Christmas Day. They had an envelope on the wall. And it said, take a tree, leave the money in the envelope. I went in there and people had actually left cash. I took the cash and I took the fucking most expensive tree they had. I went home, got a Scottish pie. I remember I didn't have Scotch tape to put the decorations on the wall. I had to use duct tape to put the decorations on the wall. It was such a sad Christmas, you know? I'm like, what kind of dad am I? Yeah, every single gift she had was chocolate. There wasn't one gift that I gave her that year. She had a room full of gifts. I had shoplifted every one from Jeffrey. What's that?
Toys R Us.
Toys R Us.
Yeah, I love that you remember his name.
Those Jeffrey dolls.
Jeffrey, yeah.
Jeffrey. Fucking, you know, it would make you looking back, it was fucking embarrassing, you know. I ordered Chinese food. I had it from like 2 to 5 on Christmas Day, you know, like, what a fucking, just what a heartbreak, you know. When she left, then I'm driving a car, I have to close my car, I gotta put a bungee on the door.
Oh,
you know.
yeah, hold the doors down.
And she pulls up in a Land Rover or something, you know, like one of those fucking cars, you know, with her soon-to-be husband. And it was just a shitty way to feel, you know. When people hit me up and like, I'm having a bad day, I know exactly what you're like. That's what I went through for 3 fucking years with that, you know. And then January of '95 was when I started rocking and rolling with comedy. I started really, like one night I went on stage to do 15, and the guy that was doing the show took a girl outside and got his dick sucked. So he never gave me a light.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So I ended up staying on stage for like 43 minutes or something, 34 minutes. And when he got off, he's like, you did 34 minutes, so 43 minutes, mother. And I'm like, that's it. I'm calling APA tomorrow. I'm ready for the big time. You know, like, I just love comedy. I was in a groove. I was out every night, and I got her on Sundays and Wednesdays. And those were my toughest days when I had to drop her off. So I would put a joint in the ashtray. I would drop her off, and then on the walk to the car, I'd cry. And I'd sit in the car and I'd cry, and I'd smoke a joint, and I'd force myself to go do comedy, no matter how bad I felt. I think that part of how I got good at comedy was because of those Wednesdays and Sundays. I forced myself to go to the worst 2 comedy spots in the world. Sunday was line dancing. I had to follow a line dancing class. And Wednesday, I had a fucking, you know, it was just a bad time in my life, you know, like everything was shit except my comedy, you know. And then, like in March, Sarah and I really started going at it. Like every time.
March '95, is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah. So now she says, fuck you, I'm going to start sending him to drop the kid off. To really, she was doing stuff to get under my nerves. I'm trying my best. I'm like, you know
largest movement.
I'm gonna fucking be a gentleman. I'm gonna take the high road.
Join the movement by
And
downloading.
one day he said something to me.
Take action on the issues that matter
He
most.
said,
Climate change to education.
if I was you, I would think twice before you think of the see Jurassic Park or something like that. And I just spit right in his fucking face. Like, he was sitting in the car, and he like you like that. You know, what do they call that? White privilege?
Yeah. Yes.
Like, I don't mind how you talk to me. Just don't white privilege me.
Yeah.
Because it's not gonna work out for you. He white privileged me, and I mean, I didn't say a word. I just had like a snot on the back of my throat. I could feel it. I had to spit, and it was like automatic. I just spit right in his face, because that's the point of my life was that. Like, we're going at it. We're done talking. There's no reason for me to make small talk. You don't like me. You're trying to cut my legs out from under me. Now you're telling me about a movie. Don't talk to me. I just spit this fucking face. And I still remember him looking at me for like 3 minutes and the spit rolling down his face. He didn't even have the heart to wipe it off. The fucking mutt that he was, you know. I'm not mad at him no more. It was a different time. It was a different place. And then she took me to court because he was scared. He claimed that he was scared to come.
After they send people out to fuck you up, he's scared.
So I had to hire a girl to meet her to get the kid. It was a fucking nightmare. Then one day she decided, don't worry about it, I'll meet you. Because it wasn't working for her. She wasn't instigating me no more. It was perfect. Now I wasn't seeing her at all. She didn't want that. She wanted to get me going. She wanted to round me up. So it's about April 95. I fucking go to the Comedy Works one night, and I'm in the Comedy Works now. I'm not a regular, but she's giving me star spots during the week. And there was a manager there that didn't like me. On paper, he liked me. Deep down inside, he didn't like me. Because at one time, we were neck and neck. And then I just got way funnier than he was. So he got into the management business instead. And he told Wendy that I had smacked the girl's ass. I was supposed to open up the George Lopez that week. And Wendy called me and said, yeah. And Wendy, you know, I love Wendy to death. She called me and said, Joey, you're bad. I got a bad, you know. And I'm like, listen, if you called me and told me I robbed you or fucking, you know, smacked somebody or I said something wrong on stage, I would accept it. But I didn't grab no woman's ass. First of all, if I'm gonna grab the money. I'm gonna grab that monkey. If I do grab something, I'm not gonna grab skinny chick's ass. Where do I get out of that? So, you know, it was like everything, like nobody, everything, nothing wanted me there in Denver anymore. Like, now I couldn't do comedy now. Like, I was doing so good comedy-wise, I couldn't even do comedy anymore. And then one now, I'm picking up daycare now on Wednesday. We got it this good now. Wednesdays, I can pick her up at Montessori and then take her till 7. And this one day, I pick her up at Montessori. And as we went up the stairs, she goes, you know, she would always ask me questions. Daddy, what does this mean? What does this word mean? We were walking up the stairs, and she asked me what the word spit meant. And I go, why? Where did you hear that? And she goes, whenever you call the house, John says that the spigot on the
oh, shit. And what was your ex-wife's nationality, by the way?
She's a white chick.
She's a white girl, okay.
Good people, good family.
I love how people have to clarify white people. Like, they're going to be caused so much trouble. Okay, so he says that your daughter's asking you what that means.
So, now, let me tell you something. About a month before this day, I had a good friend named Fred. He was a Vietnam vet. We had met in 1985, summer of 85 in Boulder. Now it's 95 in They're friends. For some reason, for years I thought Ed was a medic in Vietnam. Ed was alert. Ed was one of those guys that cut your ear off and collected his shit in Vietnam. So I would see Ed at night. Ed would come to watch me do comedy in Boulder and places, you know, like I think there was a poetry shop that we did comedy at. And I would meet Ed, give him a couple bucks, smoke a drink with him. So Ed knew what I was going through my pain. So Ed's like, let's just fucking kill him. You know, Ed's like, I don't know why you're going through this. I go, do we shoot him? Do we bury him? No, we don't. We take him to Chautauqua Park, to the top, and we rub him down with maple syrup. And we'll let the bears eat him. They eat everything. They'll eat his elbows, they'll eat everything.
You're going to cover him in syrup and just tie him up so he can't run, and then the bears are going to eat him. Jesus.
Put a gag in his mouth, break his jaw so he can't talk, and let the bears eat him. I mean, that's how crazy I was. Oh my God. This is why when I tell people I'm 58, you have no idea that you are.
Their mission, which is to genuinely help homeless people. This is not, like the LA government that just kind of pushes things around and gets tons of money and doesn't do anything. They are a dry organization, so they don't get any money from the federal government, by the way, because they say if you want to be part of their program, you got to stop using drugs and drinking and really get with the program and find your way home. So if you want to donate anything, we sure would appreciate it. All goes to the same pot. You can go to urm.org/OTE over the edge. Look for the KFI button and press that. And you can donate to Amy, or you can donate to me, or just give a donation to them. If you want to try and go over the edge with us tomorrow at around 11 a.m. in the morning, you can donate $1,000 and they'll harness you up alongside us. If you just want to go $5 or something like that, whatever, you can do that there as well.
I've been here for a long time. I've never heard any syrup on a motherfucker.
I'm telling you, we were going to put syrup on this motherfucker and let the bears, the tigers eat.
Tigers.
That was the plan. And then like that, there'd be no fingerprints, there'd be no DNA, there'd be no bullets, there'd be no holes in the ground, there'd be nothing. It would be, so what we were going to do is, there was a drop. We were going to close that fucking street. Like Ed was that crazy. Ed was going to get combs to detour him. And then we were going to jump him and talk about it. That was the plan all along. We were going to fucking kill this motherfucker. And if she was with him, she was going down too. Like, this was how bad my mind had taken this, I was talking about on my podcast the other day how when your mind takes something sometimes, it just takes it. That's why there's mental health issues. I was having really bad mental health issues, stemming from anger and frustration.
Sure, I mean, your whole background.
So, I'm getting ready to kill this motherfucker. And now I pick up my daughter, and she's telling me he's calling me a stick. He's got to die today. Like, I'm like, he's going to die today. I don't even have time to call Fred. I didn't even have a cell phone. I had a pager. There was no cell phone in 94. If they were, I didn't have one. I didn't have that type of money. So, me and her did what we usually did. We went to a park, We went to North Boulder Park. I'll never forget that. And the reason why I remember North Boulder Park, because there's a little, not a grave site, like a memorial. And I remember that day it was Joe Welsh's daughter. Joe Welsh, the guitar player for the Eagles, lived in Boulder, and his daughter died in Boulder. And he made a special little thing for her. I'll never forget this day for some reason how it went down. And I remember thinking, like, wow, somebody's going to end up in a fucking grave here over an argument about a kid, about a child. And somebody's going to die over this. Either I'm going to go to jail for life, or he's going to die. And this is not good. And I remember getting in the car at like 6:30, and I had to meet her at Safeway. On this particular day, they switched the meet from Boulder to Safeway. It was outward a little bit. And I'll never forget that when I was out on bail for kidnapping, they made me do community service, and I did it at the AIDS place. And in '85, AIDS was not a popular thing.
Yeah.
There was always a cop on duty there. Protecting the AIDS guys because they would get bomb threats and shit. So I became friends with the cop at the AIDS place. I would always talk to him. I would paint walls. And I was telling them what I was going through also with my wife. So all this stuff is in play. I'm driving to the thing and I'm like, Jackie, are you sure that he said the word spick, that you didn't hear this somewhere else? And she's like, no, Daddy, I heard it from him. I thought it was like a funny word or something. I'll never forget pulling up in Safeway. I go, Jackie, wait here. Let me go talk to John. I got out of the car. And I walked up to John. I go, John, listen, I don't want any problems. I got a 5-year-old girl in the car. And she said that you used the word spick. Is it true? And he's like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's like Thurston Howell the Third. I don't know what you're talking about. And I'm like, dog, listen, spick is an East Coast word. This is Boulder, Colorado. Nobody uses this fucking word. Just man up and tell me you did it, and we'll move on. And he goes, I feel threatened. I'm going to call the police. I go, why would you feel threatened? You didn't say it. Did you say it? He goes, I'm going to call the police. I go, before you call the police, I got something for you. And I just smacked them open-handed with everything I had. Fucking 5 years in the car. No, he's standing up and he's outside. He went shopping. So I called him because he was bringing the groceries back. So he put him in the car. And he's like, where's Jack? And I'm like, before that, I got to talk to you. And he goes, I'm going to go inside and call the police. I feel uncomfortable. It was 5 years of aggravation. I smacked him with an open hand to make it even worse for him. That's the biggest insult in my world. Not a punch to the face. Because a man smacking him. I just slapped him open-handed. I slapped him so hard that he lost his footing. He's like, what? That's it, I'm calling the police. I go, before you call the cops, I got one more for you. And I got him. So I got him with a double whammy, right? I'll never forget some lady was up the corner and she yells, I'm calling the police. I'm like, go fuck yourself, fucking cunt. This was like 4 years of torture these two idiots have put on me. 3.5 years. So sure enough, the cops come, but because there's a God up in the sky, guess who was the passenger cop? The cop that was from the AIDS place.
No way.
So he came to me. The other cop came to me. I told him my story first. He knew the story with John. They put us together. Then they separated us. Then they decided to give me a ticket. For both of us to appear at the summit. They didn't charge me anything. Okay? We both go to court. And at court, I walk into court, and who is it? It's the judge that sentenced me. Now he's a civil judge. So they turned this into like a house thing, like a domestic situation thing, I think. So I had always written them judge letters. I'm a letter writer. I wrote the judge a letter when he sentenced me, thanking him, put me in jail. And I wrote him letters every month. Thank you. I'm the #1 convict in this facility. I eat all my corn, whatever.
I eat all my corn.
I got into stand-up comedy. I got my GED. I would write him letters every month. So he knew what was going on. He was prepared already.
That's interesting.
So when he walked in, him and my wife,
he had a legit backstory. He knew your backstory. That's something a judge never does because you're just a stranger to a judge.
What the fuck you think you're dealing with?
Yeah.
Joey Fernandez, baby. So fucking the judge, they're in court yelling. They even bring, they're so
Who's they? Who's yelling?
My ex-wife, her boyfriend, they're so desperate. They bring the arresting officer on the kidnapping case to talk on their behalf. I'm bad for the community and shit. They didn't know I was talking to the judge the whole time. Me and this judge have been tight. Plus, I go to his brother. He's my dentist. What the fuck I think you're dealing with? You know me, dog. I'm a professional. I go. I work it from every fucking angle. That's all there is. The mafia is working it from every angle. So, we're in court and the judge rips up summons. And he goes, there's only one problem here. There's this Boulder County law. You can't use a racial slur in the city limits.
Is that right?
I smacked him one block into the city limits. So the court got thrown out of court. And then her and him and the cop started yelling at the judge to reprimand me and all this shit. The judge, I was like, I'm not having it. The judge looked at my wife and he goes, weren't you in here a couple of years ago singing his praises? Now you want to come in here and tell me he's a bad guy? I'll tell you what I'm going to do. The next time you miss a visitation, I'm going to fine you $1,000 and throw you in jail for contempt of court. So she starts crying. Her boyfriend starts crying. He's crying for yelling. And now Joey Diaz goes to work. There was a long walk out of that fucking courtroom. It was like a 100-yard walk to the car. I didn't stop saying shit to the car. I kept walking saying, tell your husband I used to put up your ass with carrots. Tell him I call it Captain Carrots and all this shit. I never put a carrot in their ass. But I had a fucking, it got so bad, he walked away from her. Like I was saying so many things to her, like a pussy smells like me. He walked away from her. That's how embarrassing it got. He was so embarrassed. I got in my car. I didn't feel too good about what happened. But here's the clinker. That after I smacked John and the cops came, I remember looking at the car and seeing my daughter, and she was crying. She was upset. I saw my dad, my stepdad, beat up a guy when I was 6, and I was jumping up and down. You know what I'm saying? That was my world.
Yeah, right.
That was my world. This little girl, this is her world now. So all these factors contributed. I go, they're trying to put a family together. I'm just here wasting time. Even if I get co-parenting, whatever that's called, mixed, whatever.
It's co-parenting, right? Split custody. Shared custody, whatever.
Let's be honest.
That's what I have.
What type of father would I be at the age of, by this time it's 95. I'm 32 years old. I'm like, let's say I do get split custody. What's going to change? I'm still going to do coke. There's no woman in this house. The only women that come here to suck my dick, they're terrible women. They just do blow and do, There's no food. I don't cook. I have no foundation. I don't go to church. I have nothing that requires me. Now I don't even have a comedy club. I met a girl in Seattle. I met a girl in Michigan. She said she was moving to Seattle. I prayed on it for about a month. And I thought about it. This was going to end. This thing in Boulder was going to end. There was 3 ways this was going to end. Me being dead, me going to jail, him dying, or both of them dying. And then my daughter has to be raised without a parent. I put it in the Lord's hands, and I said, you know what? I'm going to do an extended triple run. I took a 2-month triple run. I paid my rent off for September.
Yeah, you did what, all the Pacific Northwest and shit?
Yeah, potato run 1, potato run 2, the whole thing. And I said I'm going to put it in God's hands. And I'm going to be a comedian. And I'm going to make her proud of me. I'm going to prove whatever they told her wrong of me. And then I'll be her father. Well, 30 years later, I proved it wrong, but I still don't have it. But God drew me the 18. God drew me another little girl that fills the void. Now I have a real family. I act like a real man. I'm not a savage anymore. And that's it for today. So now we're in June of 95.
I'm writing it down. June 95. All right, Joey. Yes, I fucking love you. What an episode. Again, what an episode. One more time, promote everything. The Patreon, all that stuff again, please.
Patreon and Uncle Vinny's and Point Pleasant the whole month of March on Wednesday nights.
All right, brother.
37 tickets. You're in no danger of getting COVID. He spaces it out, BYOB. It's a great club. I love Dino. And that's the only place I'm performing at right now in Jersey.
That's awesome, brother. Well, thank you for making time for this. And I just
thank you
nice
for having me, brother.
I love you. I miss you.
Oh, I miss you. I miss you like hell.
We'll pick up whenever we do next time, June of 1995. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
Infrastructure. And if you remember back in August, I think it was, when they had that sewage blockage there, so LAX airport shut down the restrooms and customs facilities and all those things in Terminal 7. So more than 12,000 international travelers arriving in Los Angeles, many for the first time, had to be pushed around and sent elsewhere throughout LAX for processing. So it's not just making it prettier, but more efficient. And they're going to work towards that with the automated people mover and all of those new, multi-billion-dollar overhauls. But they're going to have to get basics right. Because every time they freshen it up, it doesn't seem to get any better. They've done a couple of overhauls over there that just, it's almost like you got to knock the whole damn thing down and raise it again. So fingers crossed to see if the new, I don't know if you've heard, Olympics are coming. And that means guests are coming. So we're going to bring out the good china. Whereas those of us that actually pay taxes and live here get the crap every day. Wait till the guests come. Well, how about we get the good china? I want the good china now, homie. Neil Savater and the Morning Crew. This is KFI, heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Nashville, Tennessee, Lexington, Kentucky, thank you so much for all the love. It was great to see you all out there. I really appreciate all the support. I am bringing the Night Pants Nation tour to Boston, March 31st to April 2nd, and Minneapolis, April 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets for those shows and all shows at RyanSickler.com.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
An interview with singer David has popped up, and she explains the murderous character he created for him.
Welcome back to the Honeydew Studios. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social media. I can't thank you enough for your support. It's been a hell of a year so far. We're going to continue that run. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's a huge help to everything we do over here. And the Patreon, it's called The Honeydew with Y'all. I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. The stories are unlike anything you've ever heard. I promise you that. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month free. And you're getting The Honeydew a day early ad-free at no additional cost. All right? That's the biz right there. You guys know what we do over here. We're highlighting the lowlights. I always say these are the stories behind the storytellers. All right? Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to have the legend back. The one and only Joey Diaz, everybody. Welcome back to the Honeydew, Joey Diaz.
What's going on, Brian Sickler? The Russians are coming.
God damn it, they are, boy. How about that ghost of Kia? Dan Van Kirk told me about this guy last night. He's called it, I think it's the ghost of Kia, they call him. He's a fighter jet that shot down 6 Russian jets yesterday alone. And they can't get this guy, they can't see him. But he's like the Red Baron up there right now in our times. This dude's like a badass, and he's knocking them all out of the sky, and they can't fuck with him up there. He's like the Tony Hawk of fucking fighter pilots.
What a fucking nightmare, my friend. We just get COVID, now we got a fucking
World War III, yeah, after COVID. Is COVID over? COVID's over, though, isn't it? Seems like it now. Jesus Christ.
Nobody gives a fuck anymore.
Seriously, they're bombing people. We got to worry about a mask?
That's it. They're not talking about vaccines no more. I heard they're letting people into New York without the card. You know, it's over.
Of course they are. Listen, there's no way the United States of America is going to tell people that you can't fucking come here and you know, save your fucking self. There's going to be a lot of looking left and right when it comes to that shit. Blind eyes. Yeah. Compassionate souls. What the fuck are you going to do? Their capitals get bombed. They bombed the airport. They bombed the airport. Imagine being in LA right now. You're like, I gotta get the fuck out of here. You're like, they bombed LAX. You're like, what? How am I getting the fuck out now?
I gotta drive to Vegas.
Burbank or some shit. All right, brother. We have not done one of these since July of 2021. When we last ended, it was. It's actually very touching to me now because it was March of '97 for you. I had just moved here on Valentine's Day in '97, and you just got passed at the store. And for me, I'm sitting here right now, I'm newly passed at the store. So it's nice to, by the way, it's nice to be able to go on that wall.
It was 25 years. The anniversary was 25 years. Last Saturday was on my birthday. I became a rep on my birthday.
Okay.
It all came together, you know.
Yeah, you were mentioning that you went in, you didn't want to touch the toilet with your hands, so you fucking sat the lid down and you sat there and you cried, and it just all came out. Everything from back in Denver, back in Jersey, New York, all of it, the prison, all of it coming back to you. But it just hit. Now you're a fucking regular at the world famous comedy store. So let's pick up March of '97 and we'll go from there.
You know, the next day I woke up and I have to tell you how I felt. I felt invincible. I felt that I belonged. And I'm happy that I got to do this now because it's given me, you know, I've been doing stand-up. It's going to be a year now. It was a year yesterday or something. Since I haven't been on stage, so it's given me a lot of time to think, you know. And the best times I had yet, it felt great to sell out theaters. It felt great to sell out comedy clubs. That was great. It felt great to shoot a special. But there's nothing better than getting accepted into the circle that you're, you know, that you're going for. That's a great feeling. You know, I started in Denver, and then I went to New York for 9 to 10 months, which taught me how to kind of start up in the city and get the party started. Then I went back to Denver and got the party started there for a year. And then I went to Seattle and got the party started there. So by the time you get to that one destination, you know how to get the party started. You know, by that time I joined an acting class on Monday night. James Masada told me I wasn't funny enough to do a stage. Fuck that guy. But I had a guy who worked there used to give me a 20-minute spot every Monday for Latino night, and it was packed. And you know, it's so weird. People think you make it at the store and that's it. No, that's when your work starts.
I just did the Comedy Store podcast last night with Eleanor, and she said the same thing. I said, look, it's great, and you're right. There's not there. I'm so surprised the camaraderie and how kind everyone has been coming up to me and congratulating me and stuff. You know, I didn't expect. First of all, I don't expect anything from anybody, but I really didn't expect that. I have been in that building for so long, doing so many shows, just never a regular, that it really, I see how much they appreciate it. So it is something to be accepted by this band of fucking misfits, and you know, you're one of us now. I really feel good about that. But you're right, a 15-minute set at the Comedy Store that's all it is. It does not make you a comedian. An hour makes you a comedian. If you can go on the road and sell tickets, it makes you a comedian. Like, just being a Comedy Store comic is awesome, but there's so much more. And you're right, that's where your work begins. Now you got to go to that next level. And you've seen guys over the years do it. Pryor, Murphy, Robin Williams, just name them, all of them, you know.
It's so busy out. It's so weird how when you go to jiu-jitsu or karate, when you start, you're in the back of the class. And then after 3 months, you move up 6 spots. And then after 3 years, you're in the front line, you know? And it's the same thing at the Comedy Store. Like, I remember getting made and getting passed, not to get away from this. After I got passed, like, once somebody became a regular, we'd wait for them up the stairs. And when they come out, we treat them like the guys in Goodfellas. You
Yeah.
You know, hug you, rub your head. When Simone got passed, and we did that to him. You got made. Oh shit! Pop your cherry, and we hugged you. Not for me. Nobody just said dick to me. But I remember the next day, I got up and I went and brought Scott Dan Powell tequila. He was the talent coordinator at the store, and I had a weekend that weekend.
Well, get out of there, dog.
And that following weekend, I had a weekend in San Francisco, and somebody told me, dog, cancel that motherfucker. Because you don't want to get made and then disappear on it. And then she forgets about it.
Are you fucking stupid?
So I canceled it, and my goal at that time was to become a good comedian. But to be honest with you, the way you have to think when you walk into the Comedy Store, or the improv, regardless of what you think or what's happening in your life, you have to go, I'm gonna give myself 5 years. I'm gonna be the best comic up there. You know, you gotta sink in, get involved at the store, do all the belly room shows, for people to more exposure. So my world became the Comedy Store. I was, you know, the felonies got expunged. That expunged everything. That was.
When was that? In 97 also?
97. Yeah. No, I'm saying that becoming a regular took away all the sins. It took away a lot of the pain. You know, it took away a lot of things. Now my fucking goal was to become the best at the store. You know, to move up the ladder from the 1 o'clock spot to 10:15. You know, and I'll never forget. Monday I got a spot. That Monday, my first Monday, they gave me a spot. Like at 11 o'clock. Boy, was I fucking happy. I got Josh Wolf. I got my other buddies. I got Brody. Everybody came down to see my spot. Monday night, Comedy Store debut, ready to fucking go. And all of a sudden, Eddie Griffin taps me and he goes, "Hey, player, do you mind if I do 10 minutes in front of you?" No, he stayed on to a quarter to 2.
Yeah, I know. I don't know if Eddie Griffin's ever done 10 minutes.
Went from the biggest high in my life to the biggest low in my life.
Did you still get to go?
If you would have come by and fucked me in the ass, it would have been the best thing you could have done. I was just sitting back there, ready to cry, and my friends kept saying goodbye one by one.
Yeah.
Like, go, man. We'll see you next time. I'm like, fuck. And then finally, Eddie Griffin goes, "Hey, you coming up here, Cuba?" And I remember walking up there like ready to shoot myself. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him. I think I went home and cried again. You go from this biggest high for this gigantic fucking low in 24 hours. And that was okay. It teaches you. I was used to it already. You know, getting bumped. People telling me that in 10 minutes, they're up there for 2 hours. So then, you know, I had a girlfriend. We were kind of at war. You know, we had found a place in Hollywood, and it was getting myself familiarized. I got an acting class on Monday nights over on Gardner, on the other side of Sunset, behind the Guitar Center. Yeah. I forget what the guy's name was. It was after like 3 weeks on Mondays. It was 7 to 10. And after about 3 or 4 weeks, the guy said to me, by the way, is there a comedian here? And I didn't say shit. And he goes, I hate comedians. You guys come in here, you think you're the cream of the crop. I can't stand them. The last comic I dealt with was fucking Andrew Dice Clay, and he put a bad taste in my mouth. So I was like, fuck.
Now you're doing Woody Allen moves.
So Monday nights was the busiest night in Hollywood. They were fucking, you know, it was the Laugh Factory Latino night back. Crazy Monday, whatever it was at the Improv, back. And the Comedy Store had an open mic. But after 10, you go down there and sign up on Monday. So your goal was to get a triple crown on Monday nights. To get a spot at the Improv, to get a spot at the Laugh Factory. So for months, I would get spots every fucking Monday. At the Laugh Factory with Gilbert, Felipe, Willie Barcena, Carlos Garcia, Pablo Francisco, Carlos Oscar. That was that crew. And then I would go to the Comedy Store and hang out, you know. I was hanging out in the daytime with Doug Stanhope. I would go to Doug's house and write with him and try to learn what the fuck he was doing, because he was on a different level. In 97, he had turned the face of comedy, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to switch it up a little bit from the fucking, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? All that shit. So I was hanging out with Doug in the daytime, and then that circle became Doug and Mitch. So it was me, Doug, and Mitch Hedberg would meet at like 2 at Doug Stanhope's on Curzon. And then we walked to Gorky Park. I'm talking to Russian Park.
I'm gonna say this. It's 3 very different voices of comedy getting together, unlike anything, and especially at that time. Even still now, it's still yeah. Especially Mitch Hedberg too. He's still one of a kind. He is still one of a kind.
He was already in Montreal. People know Mitch was. Doug was tearing up the country. And that was like a feature act, learning from the both of them. Just listening to them talk. We would play tennis. That's when he wrote that joke. I'll never be as good as the wall. He was a motherfucker. He was. And then add to that, he lived on Sierra Bonita, next to motherfucking Nick DiPaolo. They were neighbors. And Nick wasn't crazy about Rich Hedberg. Because they were long hair.
Yeah, I can see that. Yeah.
And the guitar players. So Nick would bang on the wall, and Mitch would tell us, you know, that fucking Nick's on a bad mood today, you know, whatever. But it was something that, like I said, you could hang out with Pry and all this shit. That camaraderie will never happen again. Josh Wolf was in the circle a lot. I was a lot with Josh those days. Doug Stanhope lived on Curzon, Mitch Hedberg, and Nick lived on Sierra Bonita. And then there was Gardner. And there was a fragment of Doug Stanhope who lived on Gardner. And then Vista was Josh Wolf. So 4 blocks in a row, I would just wake up in the morning, go from door to door. You know, I wasn't tight friends with the guy who lived on Gardner. But one day there was an emergency and he had to leave. And there was a fat guy staying over with Joey Medina that was a funny guy. He was friends with Doug Stanhope, so Doug Stanhope put him in that building now. And that was Ralphie May.
No way.
But now it was Josh, Ralphie, Nick, Mitch, and Doug Stanhope 5 blocks in a row.
I know when I first moved here in '94, we used to get mail. It was off of Sweets. Sweets are the fountain, right there. You know, and we would get mail and it would say Andrew Silverstein, and it ended up that was one of Dice's old apartments, and that was I didn't know until I was a fan. It was Andrew, I believe it was Andrew Clay Silverstein. I think it's his real name. I think it is. And we used to get his fucking mail, and it hit me. I was like, am I really coming here to be a comedian? And I'm in one of Dice's old places like that. It just was one of those things. Like, wow, you knew they all lived in that area if they could. There's the stores there, the Improv's here, and the lab. It's that triangle. It's a little fucking triangle right there. All within what, like a mile and a half of each other tops.
Well, Josh Wolf lived in the apartment where Sandler's partner lived when he first moved to LA.
No shit, yeah.
He was getting a residual check from that guy for $3 grand, $2 grand.
Oh, coming to his place?
Yeah. Guy wasn't missing. But what I was broke. At that time, I had a little bit of money left for the deal. I got from CBS, and I basically moved to LA to fulfill this deal. It was a show on CBS called Bronx County. And after about a month of being in LA, becoming a regular. I mean, you got to remember, I became a regular in LA in less than a month.
Yo.
That's amazing. Amazing.
Yo, how are you, Brian? Brian, can you hear me?
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of the big town of Atlanta lies the South River Woods. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country. I found a struggle worth fighting for. Gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility nicknamed Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community. The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without paying at each other's throats or being subservient to each other. Until one day, everything shatters.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, law enforcement was moving in various sectors of the property. An individual, without warning, shot a George Lake Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondering, Amsat Media, Tenderfoot TV, this is when we came to the forest.
We got about 150 Vigilante protesters that were in the whole town.
I'm Matthew Shipman. Follow We Came to the Forest, the wolves that killed at first.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling With You. I mean, I say let's connect. This is our new podcast, rewatching 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas, who co-created the show along with Carter Hayes. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs / pineapples, and general knowledge. But we'll also use him and our relationship to it these 20 years later to talk about life, love, art, and everything in between. Did you see me? Am I in love? Just in New York.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this. Hey everyone,
Yo, what's up?
Is there any way you can combine the two? Well, everybody has an opinion and a podcast. So join me for good. It's rough out there. We're just trying to lighten it up. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Around 500,000 products sold and distributed by Amazon RPU. Brad Ford reports.
Items affected by the Consumer Product Safety Commission recall include power banks, children's helmets, dressers, portable fans, mobiles, and baby loungers. Safety concerns range from fire hazards to risks of suffocation and injury. Customers are eligible for refunds, but specific instructions for receiving a refund varies by product, so purchasers are encouraged to contact sellers directly.
Coffee prices are on the rise, up 20% from this time last year. Ralph Pearson, director of coffee at Wheatfield Coffee Roasters, spoke about the increase.
What we find with coffee prices right now is that the tariffs are increasing an already unstable pricing. Last year, Brazil produces over 60% of the coffee worldwide, had a bad year. And so, because of a small harvest, the price went up last year.
There is currently a 50% tariff on the U.S.'s largest supplier, Brazil. A bipartisan No Coffee Tax Act has been introduced to the House and hopes to bring down the price of coffee. It's not only coffee. American consumers say just the cost of groceries in general is a major source of stress in their life. The sentiment comes as data from the Consumer Price Index shows grocery prices rising 0.6% from July to August, marking the steepest one-month gain in roughly 3 years. Groceries are now 2.7% higher than a year ago and up nearly 30% from before the pandemic. Instagram marking a major milestone with 3 billion monthly active users. Matt Mattinson with the details.
Meta CEO Mark Zuckerberg shared the achievement in a post to his Instagram account on Wednesday and applauded the incredible community that has been built. The photo sharing app now joins the ranks of Facebook and WhatsApp, which crossed the 3 billion user mark earlier this year. The company last disclosed Instagram's user figures in October 2022, when Zuckerberg said that the app had crossed 2 billion monthly users.
I'm Monica Nelson with your consumer and business news.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places to take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to fix facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Hey, this is Matt Jones. I'm Drew Franklin. This is NFL Cover Zero. We're just here to try to give you an NFL perspective a little bit different. Did you see the Colts pretzel? That was my other big takeaway from that. What was that? Oh my! We think NFL coverage should be informative and entertaining. Twice a week, that is exactly what you're going to get. Open up your free iHeartRadio app, search NFL Cover Zero on Matt Jones and Drew Franklin, and listen now. KYP 640, more stimulating talk.
Coming up today on the John Cobell Show, they have spent almost $20 million in LA trying to get further remoded into low-income housing on the west side. This is Mike Bonnet fiasco. Nothing's been done after all these
fucking story.
I wonder if you might not be the fastest ever. I wonder. You got to be up there. You got to be up there.
Yeah. I mean, like Rudy Moreno was doing a spot with Mitzi in the main room for Latino night, and Mitzi made him a regular, shit like that, right? But there's usually like a point that you go up there and you gotta, hang out before you become a regular. I was there maybe 5 nights before I became a regular. At that point in my life, I didn't have the mental capacity to hang out. If I'm not working, I'm not there. I always said there's no reason to go to a club and hang out, because if you do meet somebody, they're going to ask you, when are you going up? And you're going to go, not tonight, going up at Andy Chan's not $1, so what the fuck are you doing here? So that's why I never really hung out. Everybody always says you got to hang out and talk to people. Fuck you. You want to talk to somebody, join a Lonely Hearts Club. I'm going out at night to these spots. And I remember that every day I would fucking call people to give me spots. Like, a couple people had rooms in Orange County, but the most noticeable guy was Rudy Moreno.
Yeah.
He performed at the Brave Bull like the comedy show. It was basically 3 fucking rooms. And he would book 3 rooms on a Saturday and Friday. I must have called him for a fucking month. So I was blue in the fucking face. And he wouldn't return my calls. So I borrowed a car one night and I actually went to the Brave Bull. And I go, who's Rudy fucking Moreno? And I go, how fucking dare you not call me back? I can see if I was some white animal or something. I'm Spanish like you. Call me back. And he's like, okay, I'll put you up.
Oh, I love it. He's great too. I did a lot of his shows at the Ice House early on coming up. He really did hustle. Booked a lot of shows, gave a lot of comedians spots. If you're waiting for the right time to buy your first home, I've got news for you. Things are only getting crazier. Rents and house prices are skyrocketing. Interest rates are going up, and no matter what stage you're in, you should start planning now. I look every night out here. I check Zillow, I check Westside Rentals, I check Apartments.com, I check Craigslist, I check all of them. Rents are insane. The cost of living is insane. Okay, I recommend that everyone listen to
That's preposterous.
the How to Buy a Home podcast. This is an incredible free resource with everything you need to know to navigate this process. Host David Sidoni is an industry expert with years of experience who actually cares about first-time home buyers like you. And he answers questions like, when is the best time to start? How do I even start? Will a mortgage be more than my current monthly rent? Probably not. The good news is he just released an emergency episode, How to Buy a Home, all about the bidding wars of 2022. Insider tips and tricks to win. David has helped make buying a home a reality for so many people. He even connects first-time home buyers with great local realtors in their area so they know they have someone in their corner. I'm telling you, he can help you too. He's already helped a couple of you guys out there. So listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast today. David can help. Find How to Buy a Home wherever you listen to podcasts. For many people, getting financially healthy means dropping the weight of credit card debt. But where do you start when it feels like a never-ending cycle, right? Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off your credit cards, consolidating that high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 1 million people have used Upstart to get one fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart knows you're more than just your credit score, so rather than looking at your credit score alone, Upstart's model, it considers other factors like your income, your employment, and other information provided in your loan application to find you a smarter rate for your loan. You can check your rate without impacting your credit score in just 5 minutes for loans between $1,000 all the way up to $50,000. You can even receive your funds as fast as 1 business day after accepting your loan. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/honeydew. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use my URL to let them know I sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the dude.
Oh, you used to give me 3 spots a week. I used to torture him, work them. While he was on stage, I'd sit behind the stage and go, Rudy. I was just Rudy. But that particular night, about a year and a half, maybe like 3 years earlier, I was at the Comedy Works. I did the open mic. And the guy that was in charge of the Comedy Works was a fucking sweetheart who actually changed my life around. I did a spot. I killed 3 minutes, and he chased me outside, this guy. And he goes, can I talk to you for a second? He goes, listen, we both know you're the funniest guy here without even blinking a fucking eye. But you don't take this seriously. He goes, look at the t-shirt you got on. You don't come to other writing classes. You're not involved with us at all. You just come in, blow the room up, and fucking leave. That's great. That'll work. But it ain't going to work for a while. Not for the long run. You got to write jokes, blah, blah, blah. And he told me, he goes, you're a good comic, but this isn't what you want to do. You're not putting the right work in. You should just quit if you don't want to do this. And I remember I had my hands clenched. I was ready to knock this motherfucker out. Like, look at this guy telling me. And I walked over to the bus, and I go, you know what? I am going to fuck him up. And I walked back to the Comedy Works in Denver, and I went downstairs, and he wasn't there. And I remember I took the bus home. And a month later, I got thrown out of the Comedy Works. It didn't matter. That dude, I bumped into him that night at Rudy's. He was a guy that worked with other comics and helped him. And at this time, he was working with Brian Dunkel. Yeah. And he was bringing Brian down before American Idol. I don't know what it was. So I went up on stage and I had a follow him, like a top headliner. He's gone now. Tommy Drake or something. Tommy something. He used to be like a detective. I like my women. How I like my coffee with 2 tits. All that shit, you know. I never heard of him. He was a funny dude. I had seen evening at the Improv a bunch of times. He would long detective jacket, like a hat. Yeah, you know, all that type of. I was talking to this day. That type of. He blew up the fucking room. My knees were fucking bumping. But then I said to myself, fuck this. I'm at the Comedy Store fucking thing, following savages. At the time, they weren't the savages they were when I was there. But they were savages. You know, be at the store after 10:30, you got to be a fucking savage. And brother, I went up there and took that room apart at the grave for limb by fucking limb. And I got off and Rudy goes, you come down whenever the fuck you want. Just clean it up a little bit. And as I passed by Rudy, I saw that guy, Matt. That was his name, Matt. And he goes, what the fuck was that? And at that point, I accepted what he said to me, and I pulled him aside. And I go, you don't know how lucky you were that night of losing your fucking I go, I'm a fucking nut, and you destroyed me that night as a human being. But when I got home, I thought about what your words were, and you were right. And you're the reason why I'm here tonight, so thank you. And he gave me a big hug, and I never saw him again. Matt Woods, great comic. He came up with Matt Berry, Roseanne, Todd Jordan, Rick Kearns. They were fucking, you know, when one of the country guys, Larry the Cable Guy, wanted material, he brought all of them to comic material. Oh, is that right? Yeah, they were great writers. All those guys. Rittenhouse with the hook. Yeah, they got the hook up on stage. Fucking brilliant writers, that motherfucker. So it was great. It was great to see him. But after I saw that guy, and after I knew I could do it, because before you come to LA, you hear all these negative things from comics when you go on the road. You know, don't go to LA, you gotta be a bag, you gotta suck dick, nobody will put you on stage. Here I am, 3 fucking months. I'm getting love everywhere. I got love at the Improv before I got love at the store. I was already getting spotted. There was a guy there named Cooper, who was the talent coordinator, who was a drunk, great guy, and he saw me doing Latino that, and he made me a regular. And now I was in the Laugh Factory, so it was, I was rocking.
This is phenomenal.
Now it was time to shoot the pilot. The director of this pilot for CBS, they gave $3 million. So I thought this show was definitely going to work. You know who the director was? The guy who played the doctor in jail when the guy from The Sopranos was in prison. Wait, remember Johnny Sack? Johnny Sack, yeah. When Johnny Sack was in prison, there was a guy with glasses that was fucking making his bed and all that shit. That's the guy. That guy is a badass, but he's also in Eyes Wide Shut, that dude. He's been in 1,000 things. He directed. So when I got there, I was playing a bartender that had, he gave information to the cops. He was the eyes and ears of the neighborhood. He was a Spanish guy in the Bronx, you know. And I remember going to rehearsals, and every time I would say a word or I'd act, people would shake their head. I was bad, Ryan Sickler. It was like 2 weeks of rehearsals. Every time I came, My lines got shorter.
Wait, hold on. You would see them shake their heads when you would do your line. That's brutal. That's brutal. Seeing them out there just like,
It was terrible. You know, I had never acted before. I probably taken 3 or 4 acting classes by then. And I was a lot better than a lot of other people because I watched a lot of TV, but so every time I went in, like Monday when I got there, it was 9 pages of signs. When I got there Tuesday, it was down to 8. Wednesday, it was 8 again, but it was because they erased words and they made me just act like a fucking deaf mute. Like, you know, oh, man,
it changes your whole character now.
I mean, I went deaf in like fucking 2 weeks. By the last week, I was down to like 2 lines. Like, what are you drinking?
What are you drinking? Oh, this motherfucker.
Oh my God, I was so fucking bad. And the guy said, oh, like, no, man, you gotta work at it, you know? And I remember by the time we shot the pilot, they were down to 1 line. Like, what do you guys have? That was it. And there was rumors that the show got picked up. They weren't going to pick me up. They were going to rehire somebody else. That's when I started stealing wardrobes and shit. Fuck. When I know I'm not coming back, I started stealing shirts and underwear and tops. At the time, I was living on cocaine, so I either bought underwear or I bought cocaine. So I did everything fucking commando. I had holes in my socks. I didn't give a fuck. I'm snorting coke and I'm being a comic. By the time I shot that pilot, I mean, I was down to 1 fucking line. And I remember at the end when I was leaving, everybody was talking to me. They're like, yeah, see ya. And everybody else is saying, see you soon. Not me. They don't have to be here. Good luck. I left there fucking crap. So I said, fuck it. I had this crazy girlfriend, a stripper, that used to let me choke her and light her pussy on fire. So I was up at their house, up in the valley. At that time, Josh Wolf gave me a car that belonged to a casting director, and she lent it to him while she was out of town. And I started getting tickets on this motherfucker, right? I was getting tickets all over Hollywood. That little black chick with the fucking was chasing me all over Hollywood. You know what I'm talking about? In the white car, that bitch is angry. She had to get things. It's the fucking Nixon administration. So, I'm driving this chick's car, and I'm getting tickets everywhere. I got camouflage on the car. I'm putting leaves on it in fucking Hollywood. I come out of somewhere, I still get a fucking ticket. I probably have 50 fucking tickets. And I go up to this girl's house, and the pilot, they just give me like 10 grand for the fucking week. I'm gonna go see my girlfriend up there. Well, she wasn't my girlfriend at the time. We had dated for 4 years. Now we were just fucking. She was a dirty whore, but I loved her. What are you gonna do? And I went there. We took a shower. I gave her a stab in the shower. And when I came out, my car was towed. And they towed that lady's car, and they just said my car. Oh, without a title. So they took everything. They took my house got towed. Because at the time I was living in my car. Ralphie made nuts. And they used to say, your house got towed. I was like, everything. Headshots, demo reels, fucking clothes, boxing gloves, frisbee.
All right, wait, I have to stop you for a second because Segura told me the story, and I'm jumping way forward. You're talking about how bad you were at acting, but you did the Sopranos movie, and I just want to hear this story real quick. I think it was Segura that told me this about your scene with De Niro. You had a scene with De Niro.
Yeah.
And did he just, you were pretty like, holy shit, I'm sitting here with fucking Bobby De Niro.
That was Grudge Match.
Oh, it was on Grudge Match you did that? Tell me that stuff. Because we're talking, real quick, let's give you some love. Because go from watching people shake their heads at you delivering your lines to having A scene with De Niro. I said Sopranos, grudge match. Tell me, what did he say to you when you sat with him? When you sitting across from him?
Yeah, well, there was a couple things, De Niro don't say much. You got to beat him to get something out of him. So, like, I don't know what story he told you, because I don't know.
About this, I know. He cut your hand, like, I know. That one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. What happened is, when I got to New Orleans, I got there and I always read that Gene Hackman would always go straight to the set. He would never go in his dressing room. And I thought that was interesting. And I read something by Gene Hackman that said he wanted to always be close to the action. So when I got to New Orleans, I packed my shit in the room and I ran out and I went to wardrobe. And then from there I go, where's the set? And they go, down the block, give me a ride. They go, you're not shooting. I would just want to go see it, bro. And when I got there, it was LL Cool J. And he was in the thing, they were getting ready. And also De Niro came in. And LL Cool J and De Niro are hugging each other. They're hugging and kissing and fucking telling each other stories. I'm 30 feet away. I'm just watching, bro, trying to learn something. And they're like, all right, let's do this, guys. And they talk in 20 minutes, They say action. De Niro walks up to fucking LL Cool J. And LL Cool J starts stuttering like fucking, like Spider. Cut. Action. Let's do it again. Action. Second take. Again. Fuck. I can't remember my lines. Cut. And it was, and I noticed, and I go, what the fuck was that? I mean, LL Cool J was rehearsing when I got here. They rehearsed the scene like 5 times. What is going on? I didn't think about it. The next day I get there, and sure enough, I sit down in the chair, and they come over. They go, you meet Bobby? Yeah. And then I'm going to analyze that. I shake his hand. How you doing? Good to see you. You want to rehearse one time? Yeah. We rehearsed one time. It's just one fucking line. And it went smoother than fuck. And the next time, sure enough, camera's on. He comes up to me, bro. I look at his face. Yeah, you just don't see Bob. You see Jimmy Conway. Yeah. You got Taxi Driver. You see the guy from Friday Raging Bull. You see the guy from the hunting movie when he goes to Vietnam. You get Christopher Walken. You see this guy, and all of a sudden, you just fucking like, it's like you fizz out. Like you just hear the bug get pulled. You don't know who the fuck it is. And I was very self-conscious. I go, hey, Robert, I'm sorry. And he like grabbed my hand. He's like, I know. It's gonna be all right. He knows. Everybody knows shit. He knows that you're sitting here with Robert fucking De Niro, and it's gonna take you a minute, but don't. Because it's in the head with 1,000 people. Amazing. That's the reaction. So they're like breaking down. Don't worry about it. Yeah, I'm like, I've done it with names who are fucking cracking. Because once you see his face, you don't even know what line to go. Go over and get your shine box. You don't know what the fuck. Really fucking interesting. And then after that movie, I got into a high acting class. I got into a manager because she had just won a Academy Award with Halle Berry, and then she won for the next year with Charlize Theron. So everybody said she was really good, and she was very good with character actors. It was weird because when you first moved to Hollywood, you win some pretty big battles, as you know. You lose pretty big battles. Oh, yeah. And my internal battle at that time was I couldn't get representation. I had a manager when I first got to town, great guy.
I want to take his business after your house was stolen. You're still having trouble getting representation and all this stuff then?
Yeah, I was having a hard time. I had this guy, Ken Phillips, for a while. Ken was a good guy. In fact, when I first got to the store, like 3 weeks into the store, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking flat broke. I'm living hand to mouth, you know. And there's two fucking wannabe weirdos in the store talking about their bookmakers, right? Their bookmakers by Pop, you know. I think they were friends with one of the Italian guys in there. And they're like, if you ever want to put any action, you know, let us know. Here's our number. And I go, sure, you know. I never thought about it. One day I need money to do coke that weekend. And I'm like, I like this fucking game because I could just get a book. And I go, oh shit, I know those guys. They live down La Cienega right before you in Santa Monica Boulevard. So I called them up. I don't know if you remember. Yeah, the killer kid. How you doing? Yeah, good. You know, listen, I want to put in like a $250 bet. If I won, I collect. If I lose, then they go fuck yourself. You know, this was, and I didn't want to do this in LA. I didn't want to bring that part of my world into LA, you know, but I needed money, and I did. And I fucking put the bet in on a Monday that it was Houston.
I love this. You always remember this. Go ahead and tell me.
For like 25. Couldn't even write this. So the next day I called the guys, and I go, hey, I want to collect. And they go, come by. You know, and I go, okay. And I go down there. And the guy says, what we're going to do is just give you $50. I go, what are you talking about? It's $250. It was, I forget what it was. And he goes, well, we charge you $100 fee to join us, and then $100 deposit. You know, and then you're good for the season. You know, and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And they go, this is the way we do it. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. They go, really? And I went right next door. Ken Phillips lived right in the building next door, right by the 7-Eleven, across the 7-Eleven on Tannigan. There's kids in school in there. They used to, no, there still is Hollywood Kitchens. And I'll never forget. Went over to Ken Phillips' house, and he had like a 9mm. I go, Ken, I need to borrow your gun. He goes, for what? I go, I want to shoot a scene for a movie. They want me to shoot it. He goes, what movie? I haven't heard from nobody. I go, I'll pay you tomorrow. But we just shoot this scene. I got to walk out of a car and point a gun in the bush. That wasn't why they hit the gun. I was going next door. I didn't know bullets in the gun. So I'm like, this is going to get fucked up. You know? I walk next door. I knock on the door. The guy's like, what do you want? I fucking rip out the gun. I go, listen, man, I've been putting bets in for 30 fucking years. Nobody has ever asked me for a fucking deposit or a fucking fee. A membership. I want my $200 to shoot it out. And this motherfucker, dog, I was more scared than ever. I thought these guys were going to shoot me. The one kid basically started crying. Basically started crying. I was like, Jesus Christ. This fucking California is filled with guy had tattoos, gold chains. You know, he was the mafia. He family started crying. Please put it away. I'll give you the money. I gave him the money. You should never love to bet with us again. I better not see you at the store, you fucking thieves. That's how crazy I was when I got to the store. And then it slowed, you know, I didn't want to fuck up in California. But in my heart, I thought that my plan for California was simple. This is it. I'm going to stay here until I fail so bad. But I got to leave. I got to go out. You know,
you believed you were going to fail? Did you really believe that here, though?
Yes.
You did.
Even though I was a regular at the store and had all those things going for me, trust me, I've had a ton of things going for me before. I've been known to blow shit. But for some reason, I didn't want to blow this. You know, I was a fucking street hustler. I get anything. I can sell you anything on the street. So if I pull up to get a check and I see 5 cases of Jack Daniels, I just fucking see a Colombian. You know what I'm saying? Like, I would just see a Colombian with a big jacket on, you know. I never stole them from the store. I never really wanted to cause crime. And I got the fist fights up there. I bombed a lot up there. I still remember the beginning, getting in my car and just crying and driving on Sunset and going, that's the last time I'll be doing a spot there. Once Mitzi hears about that bombing, she's going to fucking, you know, I'm not doing that. But sure enough, the next week, I would get a fucking call, you know.
Whether it's saving more and spending less, getting organized, or losing weight, there's a lot of worthwhile goals to set for yourself this year. And at the top of my list is learning a new language with Babbel, the language learning app that sold more than 10 million subscriptions. I'm working on my Espanol right now. It's going muy bueno, y'all. Not only is learning a new language a fun and engaging new hobby, you can use it while you're traveling. The whole Babbel process is addictively fun, fast, and easy. Babbel teaches bite-sized language lessons for real-world use, right? Look, for me, learning is repetition, and the thing I love about Babbel is that they'll give you a lesson, and then you'll redo it, you'll write it, you'll speak it, you'll go over it, you'll learn your accent, all of it, okay? Babbel's 15-minute lessons make it the perfect way to learn a new language on the go. Other language learning apps use AI for their lesson plans, but Babbel lessons were created by over 100 language experts. Their teaching method has been scientifically proven to be effective. And with Babbel, you can choose from 14 different languages, including Spanish, French, Italian, and German. Plus, Babbel's speech recognition technology helps you to improve your pronunciation and your accent. There are so many ways to learn with Babbel. In addition to lessons, you can access podcasts, games, videos, stories, and even live classes. Plus, it comes with a 20-day money-back guarantee. Start your new language learning journey today with Babbel. Right now, when you purchase a 3-month Babbel subscription, you'll get an additional 3 months for free. That's 6 months for the price of 3. So just go to Babbel.com. Use my promo code Honeydew, all right? That's BABBEL.com, code Honeydew. Babbel, language for life. Today's program is brought to you by Athletic Greens, the health and wellness company that makes comprehensive daily nutrition really, really simple. With so many stressors in life, it's difficult to maintain effective nutritional habits and give our bodies the nutrients it needs to thrive. We've got busy schedules, we're getting poor sleep, exercise, the environment, work stress, or simply not eating enough of the right foods can leave us deficient in key nutritional areas. I use a scoop of AG1 every day. I take a little packet, actually. I throw it in my water. Boom, I'm good for the day. I love it. One tasty scoop of AG1 contains 75 vitamins, minerals, and whole food sourced ingredients, including a multivitamin, multi-mineral, probiotic, green superfood blend, and more in one convenient daily serving. A special blend of high-quality, bioavailable ingredients in a scoop of AG1 work together to fill the nutritional gaps in your diet, support energy and focus, aid with gut health and digestion, and support a healthy immune system, effectively replacing multiple products or pills with one healthy, delicious drink. Join the movement of athletes, moms, dads, rookies, first-timers, and everyone in between taking ownership of their daily health and focusing on the nutritional products they really need in the simplest manner possible. To make it easy, Athletic Greens is going to give you an immune-supporting free 1-year supply of vitamin D and 5 free travel packs with your first purchase if you visit athleticgreens.com/honeydew today. Again, simply visit athleticgreens.com/honeydew to take control of your health and give AG1 a try. Now, back to the video.
When I moved to LA, immediately I got a manager. I was a low-rank guy, sweetheart of a guy. He was new, and that's the biggest struggle he had. And I also had a great commercial agent, the best ones. I had Sutton Barton Minari. And this was all taken care of, like in the first 6 months that I was here. I had Sutton Barton Minari, I had a manager, and I was a regular at all 3 clubs. And I didn't really fucking know where I was going. You just...
Look at this athleticism, folks.
As a matter of fact, Paul was married to Tate Paul, as they said, from 2016 to 2022. Guess why they broke up? The couple split after she said she stepped out of their soft swinging agreement. So, the way it's said, sounds like she's like, I don't want a soft swing anymore. No, that means she broke the boundaries, is my guess. That soft swinging agreement, which is bound to happen when you play with fire.
You can see that happening, but usually the best way to navigate those kinds of relationships is through communications of boundaries. I mean, that's a vital thing when you're talking about relationships like that. And whenever boundaries get violated, there's repercussions.
Well, I'm a big believer if you're not
not supposed to go into Santa Monica, don't go into California. I know you're guaranteed not to go into Santa Monica. So make your boundaries as big as possible so you don't slip in. Now, when you start changing, my wife and I have swinging boundaries too. Don't swing. That's our boundary. So, you know, you can call us prudes, but I don't know why I would want to disappoint strangers. Bad enough I disappoint my wife. It's like, why bring that into someone else's bed? You know what I'm saying? But apparently, since she is now the new bachelorette, the fear is that this is him. He's a bachelorette, and guess who showed up? Speak of the bachelorette, and Shannon shall appear. So the concern is now Taylor Frankie Paul.
Did my husband call you? Did he leave me this morning? I don't know about it.
It's like so soft swinging.
This is the Mormon wife that's been named.
Yeah,
I don't like this. I don't like it at all.
They kind of soft swing on the show, anyways, don't they? Doesn't they jump from bed to bed and find out who they want to be with?
That's a good point. That's an excellent point.
That's the whole show.
But like, she's got kids. I think she's got a couple kids.
You say that.
I don't like
it. You say that on so many different levels.
Well, I like my bachelorettes young and naive and wholesome and not with kids yet.
Young, dumb.
Yes, I like them young and dumb. That's what makes for good TV. This is just gonna annoy me. This is like a single mom who's gonna take no S, and she also likes to swing. And I don't know. We'll see. I think there's gonna be a lot of fighting. She's a fighter. I don't want to hear about a woman yelling at men the whole time, and that's what it's gonna be. Sorry, you didn't invite me into this.
No. This is just my observation. Is that I have had the pleasure of sitting with you during the show many times.
Yeah.
You talk about the Bachelor the exact same way you talk about sports.
Really?
Yeah.
I get that passionate about it.
And then you start breaking down the players. She's a fighter. She's gonna get on the turf, and there's gonna be blood. We know that about them.
Okay, you talking about sports?
But it's like your attitude have the same thing.
That's funny.
Let's look at the tape. She goes in here. Obviously, there's a lead in. It's a little intimate. That's okay. Foul. I saw some blood.
It's the time of year. I apologize.
I think you're going to have a blast watching it. I think we're going to be hearing a lot about it. The Bachelorette.
I meant to watch The Golden Bachelor last night, and then I forgot about it.
I don't think I've ever seen one.
So this is a guy, I think he's 66, 62, 66, something like that.
That's golden now?
Right. Isn't that awful? I want to see somebody in their mid-80s. Like, that to me is golden. That's good TV. But he's like in his early mid-60s, and he caught a lot of flack months ago for going on a podcast and saying, if they're over 45, I'm cutting them. Ha 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 ha. He caught so much heat for that. So now he's on The Golden Bachelor, and the oldest woman, or the youngest woman, I believe, is 59. So it's exactly what he doesn't want. It's all women in their 60s. He wants to date younger. How's that going to turn out? It's not, Neil. It's not.
You don't think that an older man can live a happy life with a much younger woman?
No, I'm saying that's exactly what he wants, and they said basically no to him. So they're only giving him women in their 60s.
Like you realize this is the Bill Handel show.
Oh. I'm not touching that.
You know, that was the wedding vow. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, I will be back tomorrow after 6 after Amy King and the Wake Up Call. Have a blessed day.
You have a blessed day.
This is KFI. Stick around for Gary and Shannon. Heard everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI and KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
A memorial for Charlie. I'm Amy King, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Huntington Beach is making plans to memorialize Charlie Kirk with a mural.
The City Council unanimously approved the establishment of an ad hoc committee to explore the project. Once the committee decides how best to honor the murdered conservative activist, the plan will return to the full council for a vote. September 14th, thousands of people gathered on and around the city's pier for a vigil for Kirk. The project
is expected to be privately funded. Phil Hewitt, KAFI News.
The $2.6 billion plan to expand the convention center in downtown LA has been approved by Mayor Bass. She says the project is needed to revitalize downtown, and City Hall is prepared to figure out how to get it done.
And we'll work in partnership with the council to implement cost-saving measures, efficiency improvements, and streamline approvals, which is most important to ensure on-time completion.
The city is expected to pay about $100 million in debt each year for the next 30 years. The project will be completed in 2 phases, with a pause in 2028 for Olympic events that are slated to be hosted there. Governor Newsom's decided against reinstating the state's tax credits for electric vehicles. He's opting instead to expand
trying to figure out. I'm talking to agents every night. I'm watching them at clubs. Talking to other people, watching these other fucking stiff comics. So one day I got a call from Sun Park and Ari, and they want to start sending me out commercial auditions. They made me do like an hour workshop at the agency. And they started sending me out. My first audition was for Church's Chicken on Sunset Boulevard. Yeah. Again, you're so naive. You think you're going to fucking get something, I kept going to auditions. In those days, Ryan, you were going to 3 commercial auditions a day. That's how different the budget was back then, like time. You were going on 3 commercial auditions a day. You probably hit 13 auditions a week. Maybe 2, 3 actual auditions a week. That is what it was. I would get a call Friday that I had a commercial audition Monday at 11. By the time I was leaving that audition on Monday, he would call me another audition. 1:15. Go to whatever. Go show him this. Oh, you got a 5:15 downtown LA. It was fucking amazing. And we didn't know how lucky we were. We had no idea that was as good as it was going to get. Ever gonna get. We were complaining that I can't book nothing. And I kept going auditions. I had already a TV show under my belt. But I couldn't get an audition for a movie. And, I'm lying to you. Judy Brown called me in for an audition for the Jenny McCarthy show to be Chaz Palminteri's driver. She just thanked me for coming in. Thank you. That means you suck. Yeah. I'm not mad at Judy Brown. She taught him. And I had auditioned for a Robert De Niro movie with Marky Wahlberg. It was the Vinnie Curto story. And I'll never forget that. Vinnie Curto gave me a line on it, and I was so aggressive back then. Like I wanted to go in for an audition. That every Sunday night I would write her a letter by hand with a picture and a resume and tickets to the Comedy Store, the Improv. And I would tell her I would have spots there during the week, call up, And I'll never forget when I finally went in to see her after I died in the fucking room. I didn't know what I was doing. She goes, oh, by the way, Ryan, can I tell you that she gave me a box of letters. I had sent her a box of letters. It was just fucking folded. I would send her the 8x10s. She gave me a box that how many I gave her. There must have been 40 envelopes. She opened up the first one, didn't open up the rest. She told me that was very aggressive. That's good that you're doing that. She goes, I'm not mad at you, but some people will get mad at you. But keep doing that. And I made a mental note, So finally I get a fucking call from Sun Park and Ari, and they want me to read for this fucking tremendous. He was like the director of the year for SAG for commercials. And he was shooting a Taco Bell commercial in fucking Miami. So I'm like, what? I get to shoot a commercial, get paid, get my dick sucked, discuss cocaine. I'm fucking in. So I go down there. I'll never forget, I went down there on a Thursday, and they fucking loved me. They called me back on Friday. I went down there on Friday and rocked them. And they called me right after that. They said, you're working Monday. 4th of July. You get double rate, whatever. Kitchener was his name or something. He goes, you booked the road as a taxi driver. All right. So Saturday, I had to go to wardrobe. They paid me for that. I stole a t-shirt. You know, yeah. I used to love wardrobe because I would steal everything. Right? So, yeah, they called me Monday, 7 o'clock call down at Abbott County in Marina Del Rey. And we're there by the park. They built something like that. It used to be a park, and down the corner was a fucking pizza on the bagel bread and shit. It's still there. Good pizza down there. Anyway, I get down there Monday morning, and they're waiting for me. And they pull me aside, and they go, Joey, we're really sorry about this. You did great, but out of the 3 commercials, your commercial got canned. But they go, listen, never fear. Sit here for 3 days. I'm going to give you $2,000 for 3 days. You know, $680 a day, whatever they pay you. Plus overtime. Eat our food and go home on Wednesday. All right? Don't get mad. You know, you can read whatever you want. You can take a walk. Do whatever the fuck you want.
You're getting a paid vacation now.
Yeah, I was a little surprised. Yeah, I wanted. So, about 10 minutes after that, a guy comes up to me, sweetheart of a guy. His name is Buzz Maybundo. Old school comic in the comedy store. In fact, he had moved on. He was there with Mitzi at the fucking beginning. He knew everybody, you know. His wife was an agent, and he was a writer, and he had taken to writing, so, you know, he was just doing commercials and stuff like that. He becomes my friend on the set, and he's got a commercial. I'm talking about they're shooting 3 of them, but now we're down to 2. It's the first ones ever with the dog.
Yeah. Yo quiero Taco Bell. That one.
First ones ever. So Monday I go down there, work the day after going back home, going to the comedy store, just being happy that I'm shooting something, you know. Tuesday I go there, I'm bullshitting with everybody at lunchtime. I'm fucking telling stories at the lunch table, cracking jokes. Director grabs me after lunch and he goes, hey man, stay close to me. All day. I want you to change and stay close. Because I left the wardrobe in your room. Because I got to spot this commercial. I want to see if we can get you in there. So there was also another comedian. I forget his great guy. He was a SAG extra on the job, which is not a bad job. It's $300 a day to be a SAG extra. So we're talking for bullshit. The director comes over and Joey, get in the scene. When I get in the scene, I'm there playing dominoes in the scene. Boss is in the scene, and the guy is shining my shoes. We're supposed to be in Miami. The guy, I got white shoes on the whole thing. I shoot with them. We have a great time. The dog walks by. We go home. That's it. We go home.
Isn't it Carlos? That does the voice, right? I always fuck his last name up. Alzo Rock.
Yeah. So I got home. I'm very excited. I'm getting $2,000 a month. Now I can front some coat. You know what I'm saying? I got some fucking wiggle room and shit. And one day, out of nowhere, I open up my mailbox, and there's a letter from the advertising firm that booked us. And in there's a fucking check for scale. They go, Joey, thank you very much. You know, we're going to start airing your commercial next week. And I'm like, what? What fucking commercial? They're like, we kept you in the commercial. You look great. Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, oh, shit. When I get a call, no, I didn't get a check. I'm lying. I just got a letter. Then my buddy Buzz calls me up. This sweetheart of a man. And he goes, Joey, did you get the letter? And I go, yeah. And he goes, fuck. I guess we didn't get into the commercial. What are you going to do with your check? And I go, oh, nothing. He goes, yeah, they didn't put me in the commercial. I got cut from it. I was in the commercial, and he got cut. It was his original commercial.
So they sent him a separate check and left you in.
Goodbye check. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we fucked you in the ass. Say la vie. I'm something. And they gave me the commercial. You know, I made $80,000 from August 5th to December 31st.
Did you say 80?
$80,000. I think I made $140,000 off that commercial. Dog, I couldn't check the cash. I couldn't cash the check fast.
140 all in, man. That's a great one. Those were everywhere too. Everywhere.
Well, that was the first set, so they know how popular it was going to be.
Right.
So they kept fucking. They didn't know when to shoot again. So my commercial ran to the World Series.
Yeah.
Never forget being in Clark, Tennessee, at an Army base and watching my commercial on fucking doing the World Series and shit, you know. I was real excited about that. But yeah, I ended up making 140, and then it was the commercial of the year. And all the TV stations would vote it in and pay the commercial. So I would get a check from that.
Residuals on that bitch.
Wow. But then I was getting residuals on the residuals.
Damn.
No, you're a bad motherfucker.
That is a hell of a fucking deal. Because these days, you don't even get that. You get like a buyout. I don't even think they give you points or anything anymore. You just get like a motherfucking buyout. Thank you very much. See you later. Man, Carlos must have made a motherfucking killing on that thing.
Bro, that dude bought 2 houses.
I believe it.
And then, interesting, I was getting to know my way around LA. Everybody was broke. We were all struggling. You know, Ralphie, me, Josh. You know, the people that you see today, the rocking and rolling. If they were around in 97 and 98, they were fucking struggling. There was no Whitney, there was no Dalia. It was broken.
Ralphie's gone.
Ralphie's gone.
Brody's gone.
Ari was there. Duncan was there. You know, a lot of fucking. It was an interesting time in comedy in LA. And I was just, I don't know, you know, you gotta remember when I tell you I made $140,000, I didn't have enough money. It's not like I was buying cars and buying clothes. It was a party for me. My life was the comedy store, getting $1 grand or 2 of coke, and ending up at a hotel, sucking and fucking with a dirty waitress or some chick from a show or something. It was fun. I still remember living with Danny Kelly for a while on Sunset, which is like 3 blocks before Vista, and leaving his house with no money and fucking walking into the gas station and just putting my hand behind the counter and taking a pack of cigarettes. There was no fucking paying. I would just take a pack of cigarettes. You know, I would take a fucking soda. And it was just a scam every day. And if I didn't have money, Josh would feed me. If Josh didn't feed me, Ralphie May would feed me. Doug Stanhope would feed you. You know, looking back at the day, I don't know how he made it. I don't know how he. And then once me and my girlfriend broke up the strip, I really didn't have nowhere to stay. So I lived in that car for a while. I stayed at Josh's couch, and when I went on the road, I got a hotel. That's where I could cut my toenails and buff out the skin under my nutsack and you know, until then you're roughing it. But dog, I still remember getting coked out of coaching horses and walking to this great rock and roll bar, and just getting in my car and putting the seat back and opening up the sunroof and putting a blanket on. And that was it. That was my world. And I was happy as fuck. I was happy as fuck because I was in it to win it. You know, I was fucking in it to win it. But, you know, after she left, I had more action at the store. Me and my girlfriend broke up like at the end of '99. And, you know, I was living in a hotel on Schrader with where that place is, where people do comedy now. You know that place where people come from all over the world and stay there. When you travel abroad,
Oh, the hostel.
The hostel used to be a practice. That's where I was staying there when I got the movie Basketball.
Really?
Yeah, so what happened was, I'm still with Ken Phillips. I shoot the commercial, blah, 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 blah. And then Ken Phillips called me one day and he goes, there's an agency that's interested in you. I go, who? APA, UTA, CAA. And he goes, no, the coloring book. For a kid thing, that was the name of the company. So I'm going to add insult to injury. They were a fucking kids agency, but she was growing the character actors, and I was her first adult. Your resume was all different papers. Like you had to make your resume on like pink, yellow, blue, or orange paper, and you had to be different colors. It was a nightmare getting your. I used to go to Dr. Fu, you know, the Chinese guy next to the Mexican restaurant. They used to make copies for you there, and I used to go in there and make 100 copies. She was a great lady. She was black. Her and her partner were black. It was a black agency. I mean, that's how bad things were. I couldn't even find a white agent to sign me. There was a black agent that signed me. There were a kids agent. The hits just keep coming, guys. You know, I don't want you to think that anybody gave me anything. So here I am with the coloring book. I still remember being behind the comedy store. And people are like, I'm with Dervish. I'm with the coloring book. I'm
Morning clouds, then sunny,
Here I am with the fucking coloring book.
Different color fucking recipes.
Yeah.
People, you run out of paper? Nah, man.
All these people complaining shit. I'm playing it all out for you right now. So I get a call one day.
There he is.
White beanie blue.
How you living, baby?
Wow. That's my first shit. That was a show.
Absolutely. We've got Thursday Night Football tonight. Are you ready? What'd you say, big dog?
Sorry, I haven't been talking to you. I've been busy around the house.
You do you, man. That's why I'm here. Whenever you have time, you talk. When you have other things, you do them.
Yeah.
Don't you worry. We'll watch.
We have playing tonight.
We've got the Cardinals versus the Seahawks. What'd you say? I didn't bet. I don't bet, but I really need the Cardinals running back to do well. They lost their main running back, and so I need their backup to do really well.
Just like what happened with the Ravens and the Lions. Did you see that game?
Oh yeah, I did.
I put my head through when we lost.
Yeah, Lions are a good team.
Yeah, they're a good team, but I'm a Baltimore Ravens fan.
I know you are, big dog.
I've been with the Ravens ever since Lamar Jackson been on that team.
He's my man. He's my quarterback. He's who I chose in my fantasy league.
I know, right?
I need him to have a big year. He's doing well thus far. He's the number one player in the league thus far.
Yeah. I'm watching my friend Chip and his thing, Go Bills.
Very cool. Well, you enjoy that, my man.
I'm his Discord server streaming.
Very cool, dude.
I'm in Heroes Talking TV. I'm in his Discord server streaming. Fortnite.
Very cool, dude.
Yeah. got Thursday night football.
Thursday night football. Yep, it's in like 8 hours.
Yeah, so is it gonna be on Prime?
Yeah, but you can get it on Stream East for free.
Stream East?
You got it, big man.
Yeah, let me get myself where I have it. Is there games going on right now on Stream East?
It's a little early. Maybe some baseball.
What about CFB?
That'll be Saturday, Friday, and Saturday.
Saturday, huh?
Yeah.
We're watching Dateline because there's no games going on yet, but it will be.
Excellent. That's cool, man.
I like solving murder mysteries.
Same here, big dog.
Stream East.
Yeah.
It's not popping up for me.
StreamEast.sk.
Stream East, that's on your top end.
Yeah, you type in StreamEast.sk. And it's
Stream East.sk. Guy. NCAA basketball.
okay. So they have baseball on.
It's doing something water mine.
What'd you say, big dog?
It's doing something water mine. Look. Now I'll come back in, because it's doing something water mine.
Okay.
There you go. It's doing this.
Okay, just one moment.
Look at my screen.
Yes, sir. Okay, I'm looking.
See this?
Yeah, scroll down. There are all the games.
Go to streaming.link.
That one's fine. There's no real good sports right now. The only thing playing is the Pittsburgh Pirates versus the Cincinnati Reds. If you want to watch that, just click the link.
I'm going to watch it.
Okay, cool.
I need to sign in for it, though.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No, I don't.
No. You're at streameast.sk.
Yep, I'm. Okay, so I go to.
Scroll down.
This is what it's saying for the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds.
Yeah, scroll down.
Okay.
Okay, just for a moment. Read me what's in your browser right now.
Stream this guys to MLB Pittsburgh Pirates and Cincinnati Reds 2-5.
Okay. Scroll down.
I am. This is theater mode.
All right. Scroll up. Okay.
Okay.
Do you have your device in like mobile mode or something?
Mobile mode? I can't really do that this time.
No. Is this a computer?
That's a Chromebook.
Oh, that's probably why. Okay. All right, just one moment, big dog.
Let me see if I can do a fire.
Hold on. You should.
Do a Firefox.
Yeah, do it in Firefox. The way that. Remember, like when we did it before, I said, whenever you open up a link, do it from Firefox.
Yeah. Stream is. .sa.
Correct.
Log. Stream is. Pittsburgh Times. Can you not play video?
I see it, so it should work. Okay, let me see your screen.
I'm all different country. Give us some money in here.
What'd you say?
I have all different kind of devices like you do.
I know you do. Okay, so let me see your screen.
There you go.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, see at the very top where it says Stream 2?
Stream 2?
Yeah, that one. Hit the play button. Hit the refresh, the like that. Yeah, hit that. Okay, go to Stream 1. And hit the play button. Hit the little refresh. Yeah. Okay, you're pressing on the Pittsburgh Pirates and the Cincinnati Reds one.
Like the Pittsburgh Pirates against the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay. I mean,
Network's been open. I've been here since 14. From an offensive profile, when Judge is done with his career, he's at
the work.
Okay, no, you don't log in. Don't ever log in anything on here. Okay, go to Stream East. Go there. Yeah. Press the top one. That one. Yeah. Okay, hit play.
Do not play this.
Okay, hit the refresh. Nope, not that. Oh, that's fine. But the little refresh button below. Yeah, there. Okay, no big deal. I mean, I don't know why it's shown on mine and not on yours. But just we'll watch football tonight. Who cares about baseball right now? If you really want to watch it, go to back to Firefox. Back to Firefox. Yeah. And then we had something, it was like garden.tv or something. You made a bookmark of it. Yeah, that one. And then go to MLB. Yeah, and then just go to the top one. Let me see if that's what it's showing. No, that's okay. So let me see what channel this is. Just for a moment.
Do the Hall of Fame every year. You do it fantastic. There's different levels of the Hall of Fame. He's at the top, right? He's hanging up there. His numbers like Mickey Mantle. Exactly. It's unbelievable. So to me, it's like he's the most important guy. So I'll give you that. I still know Judge. It's not there. Where are you on the? What level disaster is this for the Mets? If they don't get it.
Okay. Go back to that gardens.tv or whatever.
Yeah.
Okay, go to the MLB one. That's what they're showing. That's what they're showing. Whatever this is, that's what they're showing. So the game either isn't on yet or nope, not this, the other one. Yeah, that's what they're showing right now.
This one?
Yeah, that's what they're showing. But I don't know. Let me see when this game starts or what's going on in it.
Abbas told the world body, we reject the Hamas attack in Israel October 7th and said Hamas.
Okay, so it's just starting. Oh, they're in a rain delay. That's why it's not showing, Brandon. They're in a rain delay. Rain delay. So watch whatever you want. No big deal. No big deal. We'll watch Thursday Night Football tonight. Do whatever you want to do. Watch whatever you want to watch. We'll watch Thursday Night Football tonight. Excellent, big dog. Good catching up. Yep, rain delay. Excellent. It's a rain delay, though.
Great lady. And I rent for NYPD Blue. And I got a call back, but I was too nervous. My hand was shaking at the call back. I didn't get it. And then I got an audition a few weeks later for some fucking TV show on Fox as some Mexican fucking gambler or something. And I ate a bag of dicks. And I had to go all the way up to the Foxville building. At Fox, it's fucking out there. It's like an 8-mile fucking walk. So I went to read, I had this bum on there. So I'm fucking furious. I'm walking back to the Foxville building. And as I'm walking past the door, a little lady with glasses pops out, and it's Libby. And she looks at me, she goes, Joey, are you here for the audition? I guess. I was there for a different audition. I was walking past the door, she just happened to open it. I was standing there. I wasn't there for her audition. I didn't even know what the fuck she was talking about. I told her, yeah, she told me to sign it, and she gave me a sheet. And I'm reading this sheet over and over and over. It's just 2 or 3 lines. Well, it was the movie Basketball.
Yeah, Trey Parker, Matt Stone, South Park guy.
No. Dog, I read for it. Nobody said nothing. I walked out of there furious because I had to walk 8 miles back to the car, and I didn't put nothing. Looked at at that fucking hostel, and I hear Joey Diaz. Joey Diaz, you got a phone call. And I'm like watching daytime television. I go, Joey Diaz, that's me. I go, what? He goes, you got a phone call. I run downstairs, and it's Ken Phillips. And he goes, hey, man, congratulations. You booked that movie, Basketball. And I go, what are you talking about? They go, you booked it. You got to work on a movie. You got the role as a rep. You got to work for $5,500 a week for a couple of weeks. I'm like, what are you fucking talking about? And he goes, here's the address. Got to be there tomorrow at 7. And I went down there, and it was a dream come true, Jack.
You're living in a hostel and driving to a movie set. That's amazing. On an audition that just was happenstance. Literally, you're not even there for that.
No, and I got the job, and I had to join SAG. I didn't have a dime. I didn't have a fucking dime. So I called Danny Rothschild at 8 p.m. I go, Danny, I'm a friend of Doug Stanhope. You know, I knew Danny. And I go, you got to help me. I got this movie, and I don't have at that time it was $1,200 to join SAG.
And they task hardly is called. They can put you right in, but they take that 12.
The first time they task hardly. The second time you got to play the play.
Oh, really? I thought once you were in, you were in. Oh, you think? Oh, okay.
The first one is free. We'll let you get a free one. The next one, a commercial, movie, TV show, you gotta pay. I didn't have no $12.50. I called Danny Robinson. He called me back. He goes, I took care of it. The production company's gonna pay. I was like, this ain't happening. So I fucking go down there. And the first day, I don't know what's going on. They give me scripts and shit and wardrobe. I don't know what the fuck they're talking about, right? And finally, I get to put it together. You know, I was taking an acting class. And okay, I see what I gotta do. And every day, I'm a cop, dog. I want to work. I want to get the fuck out of here, whatever we want to do. So I would go down there and ask them, "Am I working today?" They go, no, come back tomorrow. But stay here, dude. We might need you today. But the most thing I remember is the roller skates. They gave us roller skates, roller blades. And one day I said, let me take a box of these. They were like size 14. Nobody's going to know. And I stopped over by Sports Chalet. They're like, we'll give you 20 for them. Yeah, they're fine. I gave them there, like, I'll be back to them. Every day, I would steal a fucking pair of roller skates, all right, every day. The 14s, the 13s, I kept the 12 for me, but I stole the 11s, and I just went backwards. No, I didn't even notice it. I was just walking into the trailer, taking a box, and just putting it in my car and going home. Stopped at Ski Chalet. One morning, I'm out with Jimmy Two Shoes. We hook up like on a fucking Saturday night, and we're still going on Sunday. We're still going into Monday morning. He drives me home at 5, and I got to be on the set at 7:30. This is after 4 or 5 weeks on the set. Nobody's even talking. I'm just going in there to steal a pair of roller skates every day. After lunch. I fucking get to the set. They're like, Joey, clean up. You're first up. I'm drinking rum, vodka. I got my sugar pills in me. I got more cocaine than Trump. And I got to go fucking shoot. And I remember that by that time, I hadn't even sold my skates. They're like, what are your skates? I go, I hadn't had skates in weeks. They stole my skates. And then they're out there, all the skates are missing. People with a size 9 and blisters. Because they had to put a size 7 on and shit. I fucked that setup, dog. And I thought they knew it was me that all their roller skates. So when they called me 6 months later, they're like, hey, you made it to the movie. What name do you want? I'm like, really? I made it to the movie? And then I had to pay I was on the way roller skates for the premiere just to bust their balls. They didn't even invite me to the fucking premiere. I didn't get any, I had no roller skates. I'm lying to you guys, but I must have stolen 40 cents of fucking God. There was no fucking roller skates left when I got to do that movie. But my daughter's walking the dog. Can we do this again in 2 weeks?
Of course, that's where we're at. Well, hold on. Let me just timestamp this. So we ended. We're in 1999. You just wrapped on the basketball, or you've just made it into the basketball movie. That's where we're going to pick up next time. I love you. Thank you so much. Is there anything you want to promote, plug, anything at all?
That's my brief for cocksuckers. Laughing Gas at the ice cream shop in Ventura. They got a new weed called Rainbow Ruts. It's 37%. It'll fucking kill you. We got the best bags of the business.
This is yours.
Yeah. It's called Cocoa. There's 5 different flavors. Cocoa, Rainbow Ruts, Sashimi, Memphis, and there's another one. I don't know.
What's your favorite?
Rainbow Ruts.
Rainbow Ruts.
Stony, Cotton Mountain.
So these all indicas, sativas, what are they?
Indicas and hybrids.
All right, great. I love it. I'm going to go get some. We're going to make a field trip out there.
I love you, brother.
I love you too, and thank you for doing this. We'll pick it up again. Go ahead.
Very proud of you.
I love you, brother. As always, Ryan Sickler on all social media, RyanSickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week.
The startup uses the help of doesn't become the startup.
Trump's America First. We're going to find skilled workers in America, and we're going to do that more and more so that we can employ our own.
And one of the things about it is that on its face sounds like a good idea. We need to make sure that our people are the ones who attain these positions. As long as we have people who have that practical knowledge, who have the highly specialized knowledge and the degrees that go with it to make our companies better. If our companies can't find those foreign workers or foreign-owned companies, for example, one of them is Tata. It's an IT staffing company based in India. Their American arm applied for almost 10,000 H-1B visa jobs. All of them were for jobs that paid under $225,000. The average salary was about $89,000, as a matter of fact. And for a company, because a company is going to have to foot this bill, if a company is going to foot the bill for $100,000, they got to do the math on that and figure out that the break-even salary for someone who stays that long would be about $225,000. And if the visa is renewed for another 3 years, that spreads out. That lowers the threshold to about $111,000. But is it going to be worth it for American companies to foot the bill for an H-1B visa? They have to calculate whatever the return is going to be. And if you're, like I said, Tata, this Indian-based company that has an American arm, what's to stop them from just taking those jobs and back to India?
I can't continue without addressing the name of the company, Tata. What do you make Tatas?
Oh, like that? Sometimes there is a 12-year-old boy stuck in that bucket.
You were thinking it.
I was
You can't see and say Tata repeatedly without thinking about Tatas.
But I was able to continue the story.
I think that it's important to speak for everybody who is here with us listening to the story. Heard Tata and giggled a little and got distracted.
About 4.3 million college-educated people who work in the United States are citizens of other countries. That's about twice as much as what it used to be, 4.3 million. About 3% of the overall workforce falls into that category. But when you look at specific occupations, about 1 in 4 scientists in the United States is a citizen of another country, and 1 in 5 computer programmers are college-educated people from other countries.
It seems like we need to do things on the front end, like do better at educating the people in this country for those jobs before we start cutting off all the people coming in to make America so great when it comes to tech. How do we do that? Startups. If you're going to kneecap the startups, we're not going to be a great tech company. We want them working for us. We want them here working for us to make our companies great.
Yeah, because we, the United States, we would all benefit from this.
Right.
All right. The elevator gate has made me laugh out loud.
Escalator gate.
Escalator gate. Elevator would not have been as funny.
Actually, that'd be pretty good. If Jack was trapped in an elevator with Melania for like an hour, we'd be hearing it on the block at the same time. Yeah.
We'll talk about the escalator gate when we come back.
Can we have a moment for him?
I have the salad. Raquel Raleigh's home run.
Yeah, the 60 Club.
Big top
Pitcher with a big ass.
Dropped an F-bomb on
That's his thing.
Take the next step in your financial journey at Private.com, where money means more.
Am I good?
All right, let's go.
It's okay. I'll just clock in.
Let's go, man.
Get off. This is really the fighter of the kid.
We're talking about killing. We're talking about longevity,
Assassination.
we're talking about all kinds of stuff. Aubrey Marcus, I haven't seen you in way too long. I've been here more than 4 months.
I know.
But we get to a certain age, buddy, where it's like we ain't making money. If we're not doing business or learning, it's hard to just hang out. When I'm too old to be hanging out. I got kids.
Often have kids.
Right.
Yeah. Well, we did talk on the phone that one time.
Okay. Talk on the phone, and we text.
We did, which for men,
That's a big deal. That's a big deal. It's a phone call. That's exactly it. By the way,
Are you a voice note guy?
No. Hey.
Yeah.
That's tough.
But sometimes they're necessary.
Yeah.
But then I often read the transcript.
Yeah. It's just kind of.
You
I'll usually read the transcripts and listening to it. The smells all on it.
Yeah. So they did this. I always go back to talking about supplements and all that. Harvard did this exhaustive study. I don't know if you saw it. Like they looked at all the metadata. They looked at everything. They took in all the factors, diet and exercise. Yes, all that stuff's great for longevity. But apparently, the number one factor in longevity and living a long time is your relationships. Not just your friends.
It's loneliness.
Yeah, it'll kill you. You need your friends. You need a friend group. And men get older and they tend to get lazy about that.
Yeah.
But you got to have those times when you hang.
The thing that saves me is I play so many sports.
Yeah.
So like
Do you still like
all the time.
You look great.
Yeah.
You look like
playing basketball, I'm playing pickleball,
You
playing
mean a
tennis.
men's basketball league?
Yeah, I was. I mean, I played probably 5 seasons. I
play a lot of tennis. That's
Still hooping?
Still hooping. Still ball.
Still balling?
Still ball.
You know, his team was super
good athlete.
Yeah, but his team in high school was like, what, ranked
top 25 ranked team.
Yeah.
We had Chris Mim.
And your mom is a tennis pro, so you play
semifinals of Wimbledon.
What? Your mom was that good?
Yeah. Lost to Billie Jean in 68.
Yeah, man, I don't know if they Billie Jean.
Oh, that's
Definitely harder. Yeah.
Oh, so you come from real athletic stuff.
For sure. I spread it around too thin, so it was never like that great. I mean, I was a good baller. Like I got a lot of
but never tennis.
Not tennis. I played enough tennis to be okay, but basketball was.
Mom drive you towards tennis or not?
No, she didn't. Not at all. She just would go play, and then I wanted to go play with my mom. She beat me until I was like 28.
Oh yeah.
Like until finally she was old enough and I was strong enough that I could beat her.
You know, your mom was that good.
It wasn't even like a great success. It was like, well, this was just
a whole different
age.
And what high school did you go to?
Westlake, man.
So there's Westlake and Lake Travis. Those are the two big boys.
Big sports boys.
Drew Brees was our quarterback when I was a sophomore. Chris Mims, who played like 8 seasons in the NBA, he was at center. And then,
big boys. Because I was out here, before it was good.
But you've always been athletic. I mean, you're a big guy.
Yeah, I mix it up.
Yeah, you look good. You look like
Thanks, man. I feel good.
You look like you've been kind of. Now you had this company. You killed it with On It.
Yep.
Started this thing called Correct.
Yep.
When
Got the band back together.
Got the band back
together.
When do we get to start taking some of that stuff?
Now.
Yeah.
It's ready.
Okay.
Go to correctlife.com. You can get them on Amazon too.
I always tell the story about you.
Yeah.
This is what I always say about you. And I never forgot it, and I say it all the time. I've known you now for 15 years almost, maybe, I don't know. Might be almost that much. And when you sponsored Fighter and the Kid when we were really becoming something, and I said, what do you want me to say about the product? And you said, do you remember what you said? You said, just be honest. Be honest with what you think. And that's it. And I went, that's amazing.
That's how every company should be.
Every company, they're not.
Give us a script.
Yeah.
But you build your own product all the time. So did Joe.
Yeah.
I saw that with my
It
eyes.
was legit. I'm still taking Alpha Brain now, along with the new Correct supplements.
Yeah.
There's an interesting study I just saw that was Zach Bush was talking about, where they put people in a Faraday cage and they measured their electromagnetic frequencies and everything that was happening in their body. And when they brought them into emotions of like extreme joy, like talking about a sentimental moment with their grandmother or something with their wife or their kids, the time their kids were born, and they brought them into that moment, there was a spike of energy, whether it was from the heart field or the mental field, but there was a spike of energy that was measurable. And then when they asked them about other traumatic, experiences or places where they were super vulnerable or bad things happened, they saw the same equal amount of energy expelled. And the theory being actually that it's authenticity that actually spikes the field, because our souls are in truth. Like our spirit body knows truth. We know the frequency of it. We know the resonance of it. And so when you tap into truth, actually your whole body lights up. And so truth is even more important than the positive emotions, just being real.
Well, I think especially now, like with AI, like Rungan and Cynthia were talking about, like AI is going to take over, it's going to ruin the entertainment business and all these jobs. I think there's going to be a thing where being authentic, propelled, that destroys all that. Where we're going to be able to tell what's AI, but then the people that are authentic and actually have talent are going to be bigger than any.
That's what's happening in any marketing field. Like you can use AI to market your product. Good luck. People go, you're trying to sell me something,
and you're not really connecting with them, and they get turned off. And I think that as I get older, I think that sickness, depression, all that comes from being inauthentic. I think that if you can try to align yourself with the truth and never lie and be as honest as you can, it is the most important, far and away. You resonate with truth, and the minute you grade against that, good luck with that.
Shut back, because the public shows that. Like, we've had things that I've done where we'll hire a team, we'll have this professional, this videographer, and he's editing, it takes 2 weeks to get back, it has all this sizzle, and it looks great. Or I can just take my phone and do it myself.
Yeah, nobody cares anymore.
So you know what Hollywood?
Because people go, this is manufactured.
That's right.
Like, you just took down the spot right now? Cool.
That's right. Like so Hollywood's always made this huge mistake. That somebody will get an idea, somebody will write a script, and it'll be a hit, it'll be a big thing. And it'll come from somebody when they're alone in their room for 2 years, whether they're writing, and it's everything, it's all of them. They put it out there, then a director gets passionate about it, a producer, they have fights over it, but something beautiful happens, right? It's like all these movie parts. You get Star Wars, you get Raiders of the Lost Ark, you get Raging Bull, you get all these movies, wherever they might be. And then Hollywood does this. They go, let's get an unoriginal idea. I'm an executive. Here's an idea. And then let's get the guy who directed it from that movie, and then we'll get this writer over here, and we'll just attach a bunch of people to this idea that we have. And it loses soul. And it always fails. They did it on TV too. TV, like Seinfeld, it's an accident. It almost happens by accident. It's like, what's this show about?
Well, the reason for that, there's some big executive, he has to justify his salary.
And they get scared.
Let me attach my name to this. I have the idea. It's like, no, let the creative do the thing. You're just a vehicle.
Yeah. So many TV shows I would see that. Like, she was produced on Seinfeld.
Well, the one thing that AI is cool for is I just popped open my Instagram last night before I was going to bed, and I saw Jake at this kind of weigh-in that was on. Okay? Yeah. And then immediately, like, romantic music plays, and they start making out.
Someone said to me, goes, this can get Brian 100%. They said to me, like, this can get Brian 100%. And
I was like, that's like
facing off.
That's really funny.
It's funny.
Is that going to be a real fight? Did you say it was an
exhibition? How do you feel? This is my thing on it. We both, like, you're closer with Jake than I am. We both love Jake.
Yep.
I'm with Dana when he was on Pulse, and he's like, dude, you and your brother, fight guys your size.
Right.
He's like, what are we doing? Like, fight people your fucking size, man. I'm a little bit like with the Javante Davis Jake, it's like, all right, can Javante deal with the size? But I just don't. For Jake, and he has this, it appears you know better than most. He has like this yearning, for whatever reason, he wants this cosign, this validation from the boxing community. He just
that's 100% in his sights.
Yeah, but my thing is like this is pushing that further and further because I think he was kind of here, and then the Javante Davis, the Mike Tyson's going.
Well, so he just did. So he has this kind of strategy where he'll fight a legit, fighter. Like Chavez Jr. was getting a little older, but it still got him ranked. Actually, because that was a legit sanctioned fight. He beat this guy. He ended up number 14 on the cruiserweight list. I think that's what happened. But he got ranked for that. But then he'll go for something that's just a spectacle. And we remember the spectacles in the Pride days where you had some little guy versus a big guy, and everybody's asking that question. How will speed do against size? And then Jake capitalizes on this question that's in people's mind as a fight.
He's making tons of money.
And like that. So he has this strategy of like, all right, let me go do the thing that's going to get maximum attention. Netflix is going to co-sign, and then he'll go switch back and then fight another fighter who's on his track. But there's no doubt that his goal above anything is to be the cruiserweight champion.
That's what I don't get. If I'm Jake, fuck being legit in boxing. Fuck being the cruiserweight champion. I think that's to be more difficult than things. Just keep doing the circuit.
All right, so let me tell you, I know Jake's one of my best friends. Like, I know him. I've been in ceremony with him. I know
all his fights.
I go to his.
Just so we're clear, this is going to sound like some fucking black magic. Usually me and Op talk before the fights, and Op predicts the win. And he's been right 3 for 3.
Yeah, like, no, 6 for 6. For 3 of the times we saw so we'll go into meditations together in breathwork, and we'll have visions, and they've happened to turn out, oftentimes in strange ways. Like, we're going to have a
picture of the fighter you just knocked out on all fours, and they're going to be on all fours, and that was in the Mike Perry fight. And there's that picture that comes right out where he gets knocked down, and he goes, you know, you can get knocked down in a lot of different ways, but we just saw that moment, and it's happened. So I don't know what the fuck that is.
I mean, I'm talking, he'll tell me, and I'm watching.
It's good. I mean, it's just, it's not what I'm doing. It's just a blessing that kind of comes to us. But what I can say is he treats these like world championship fights. Like he's going in and training, and his team is dialed, and they're training. And I really like how he does it because it's so serious but also so relaxed. Like right before the Tyson fight, you know, we're front row. I'm there. We do the breath work, the meditation. Things are serious. I go back in right before his walkout, and they're all dancing. They're all dancing. Like he has a way of dealing with pressure that I think actually is one of his biggest advantages.
And I think that's since he was like 6, there's been a camera in his face, and he deals with the naysayers, the attention, anybody that has anything to say. He knows the game. It's like he knows the game, but he also knows like good or bad. They're talking about him. Yeah, because I told you, because when I worked at Logan Paul, Floyd Mayweather, I was the Logan Paul expert for Showtime. I'm in his dressing room, and they're having a good time. I'm like, what the fuck is going on here? They're like playing music, and Logan was like, hey, we talking about that. He's super nervous. And I was like, what? And
that's my role. That's my role. I talked to Pam, and I talked to Greg, and
the parents are nervous.
The parents are nervous.
I'm like, Logan and Jake are like,
I think when people don't realize,
I've already won.
Yeah.
I'm like, whoa, hey, no. He goes, not very one. He goes, dude, I'm a fucking YouTuber fighting Floyd Mayweather. He goes, we've already won. He won. I was like, you're awesome.
That's why I think he performed at the best of his ability. In that fight, like he was never going to beat him, but he did the best that Logan could do. And I think that's because their mindset is in the right place, and I think that'll play to Jake's advantage. But let me just answer the question: why is Jake doing this?
I don't know.
Jake's doing this because he's got plenty of money, and so at a certain point, the money doesn't matter as much. But what Jake needs is he needs some kind of thing that's scary to him and dangerous to him to actually keep him on the path where he's not off the rails, because he has everything available to him. He just bought like this crazy ranch in Georgia that has all of the coolest things in the fucking world, and he's got a beautiful place in Puerto Rico, an incredible wife to be. He's got all the money. But he needs something dangerous so that he stops drinking, he starts getting dialed in, he gets super focused.
He's very smart about that, because I don't think people realize what it takes to show up at a gym and spar and get hit in the head all the time. That's very uncomfortable, painful, dangerous, causes all kinds of issues. It's really hard to train well as a boxer. It's really fucking hard. I think you never know what's going to happen every day. And I think he's sparring real dudes, right?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, that's.
You don't get as good as he's gotten without training.
Correct. Yeah, that's why I have so much respect, because it's really hard to do that every day, especially when you're that wealthy and you have everything.
And that's why he needs to do it.
Yeah, he's smart enough to know he's got to keep himself, sort of like uncomfortable.
I'm curious how they.
I think he's
when we had Logan on the show, he was like, me and my brother, what we're doing, it ends with me and him fighting each other. He's like, that's how this ends.
Well, Logan better be training.
Logan's I love Logan. I was just at his wedding, and he's one of my homies too. He's great. But Jake's just on a different level.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that Logan is an incredible athlete. Obviously, he's doing crazy shit.
But Jake's just focusing on
boxing. He's just been, and Jake has that power gift that Rogan talks about all the time, where he hits somebody. I mean, that first body shot to Mike Perry cracked a rib.
Yeah.
He's like, he just has that thing where everything lines up.
How do you think it ends?
I think it ends with Jake being a cruiserweight belt holder. I don't know if they'll unify the belts or whatever, but they'll find a path to like somebody in the cruiserweight who has a belt. And I think Jake's going to bring that energy of shocking somebody with the attention. Jake's positive energy that we're working on the whole time. Like, what people don't realize is this is also, for anybody who's seen Chief of War, which is a great show out now on Apple TV Plus. At the end, they have and this isn't a spoiler. At the end, they have a battle, and in the battle, it's like let the spiritual warfare begin, and their own shamans and singers start calling in the spirits of the elements and all, and like everything. everything good to get the mind and the spirit aligned. And Jake's doing that at 100. He's got, Lucas Mack is one of the best breathwork practitioners. He's got myself and Vylana singing the samples. Like, we're bringing the best spiritual energy. He's got the best training.
Excuse me, because he's not going to say it. I really appreciate that. Thank you for your spirit and energy, bro. Because when he's in there with a cruiserweight contender, some dude who's been throwing his right hand since he was 7, I don't think a lot of that's going to matter. That's a big drop.
How about I say that Alex Pereira does the same fucking thing?
I'm sure he does, but
you know what? Like, you see
training for a long
time. Of course, but I'm saying it's the mix.
Yeah.
Like Alex Pereira, when he does that thing where he walks out, it's for real.
Yeah.
It's for real. He's bringing some deep jungle energy.
Jake's got that work ethic, so I think that comes to getting his mind right, which is what you're talking about, but then also just having these skill set and patterns, the ability.
But I think what people need to realize, this was trying to explain when we were talking to Rogan about it, Jake in all aspects, besides his name and the fame, but if you just break down his skill set, he's still a blue belt in boxing, but he's performing at a black belt level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like as far as the circuit where he's at in his career and how many fights he has, it'd be, if you're giving out belts in boxing, he'd be a blue belt. Like there's kids in New York, Cali, who are on the regional circuit with 30 fights, and they're blue belts. Jake's at that level, but with his fame, who he is, and the opponents he gets, he's like at a black belt level.
That's it.
Yeah,
Like,
the pressure
it rises to the pressure makes him better, and it makes other people worse. And the pressure he brings to an opponent is overwhelming. It's like they're looking at everything. They've never seen anything close to that. Like, I bet, maybe Brendan could, but most of us listening couldn't name the cruiserweight belt holder.
I could.
Right? Like, even you would probably struggle with.
Bring it up, Jim.
Let's take a little break. I want to talk to you about Bean Creatine.
Dude, before we talk about creatine, join the Patreon. Patreon.com/TFATK. That thing is popping. If you want this episode ad-free, we do extended episodes. We do bonus content. I just released a whole part 1 of all the cars in this garage. We got fun stuff on there. Join the movement. It's patreon.com/TFATK. Let's take a little break here, dude, because as an athlete, you're always looking for an edge, not just for a fight, but every freaking day. You train seriously, whether it's lifting, running, competing, just staying dialed in. You probably already know what creatine can do. I'm a huge advocate for creatine. I take 20 milligrams every single freaking day. That's good for your brain, good for your muscle, more power, battery recovery, the ability to push through when the most people are gassed.
Well, creatine is the most studied supplement ever. And I've never talked to a scientist or anybody who doesn't believe in creatine.
A lot of people get it through their meat, but unless you eat the same amount of red meat, you're probably not getting all the creatine you need.
Well, creatine is the highest quality.
Dude, and creatine is not created equal. That's exactly why we switched to Bean Creatine.
No fillers, no sugar, nothing synthetic. Just clean,
it's a game changer, something clean, effective, and easy to trust. Bean makes it that freaking easy.
Mine came with one of those little stirrers.
Yeah, I love those things. I make a mess with them, but I love them.
Yep.
But like everything else, the quality matters. Bean Creatine is just that high quality. They don't use fillers. They don't use sugar. Nothing synthetic. It's just clean, pure creatine backed by science, used by people who care about staying mentally sharp and strong. All right? So right now, Beam is giving you guys 30% off for a limited time. Just head to ShopBeam. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter at checkout. That's shopbeam.com/fighter. Use the code fighter. Get 30% off your first order. The best creatine ever.
Like the cruiserweight champions, nobody knows. And they're not, so you know why? Because they're not dealing with that much pressure.
No.
So he's targeted that specifically. It's like it's a soft spot in the pressure sphere. And he's going to go fucking take it. 188? I think it's 200.
No, it's 2. Yeah, it's 200.
There used to be Alexander. We don't want any part of that.
Well, no, it's heavyweight now.
Jayo Petita.
Badu Jack would be from.
Badu Jack, yeah.
Badu Jack.
So I think Jake's going to fight. I mean, I watched Gilberto Ramirez fight, and he's good. He's great. He's a pro. He's a champion. But like, I think and I think Jake's timing it. So 3 more years of training, 3 more years of fights. Half of them will be on the spectacle side. Half of them will be legit. And then when he comes, he's going to bring his skill, which may not be as great as theirs, but he's going to bring his mental fortitude, what I'm calling spiritual energy, which is just belief.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Connor had that too. Connor looked at somebody at his best before the fucking yayo and the fucking, 1942 train that he went on. But he brought this belief that I'm going to knock you out. And it was just so sure. And Jake comes with that same energy.
That's a big thing. A guy like Butter Jack, he's got
I think for Jake too, like even if let's say he knocked off 2 legit cruiserweights, like that's so people don't understand that's so fucking impressive.
Yeah.
And then even if he did get a fight with one of these gentlemen, Butter Jack or this other guy we're talking about, and whatever went to a draw or went to a decision he lost, that's fucking wild. He still wins.
I know. That's incredible.
And it's never gonna be done ever again.
Yep.
Him and look, especially what Jake's doing, it will never be done.
And
we'll never see it again.
That's why.
Guys are gonna try, but they're gonna realize it's fucking tough.
Totally.
Well, he's obviously a really good athlete. These brothers are good athletes. They also come this crazy worker. They've never not been working. Like I've talked to people who spent time, like even when he was doing Vine and shit, like Logan. It's like that guy was always in his room.
It's unbelievable. Like it's unbelievable how much they work and like how they don't get so exhausted and burned out. And of course they do sometimes. And sometimes it's like, yo, bro, I'm a fucking mess. Like, and I'll come in and I'll be like, all right, like, what do we got to do? Like, what are the ways to actually release some of this energy?
I'm always curious how Logan and Jake is, right? We get hate. 3 of us get hate. We don't get,
oh, man.
Oh, Jake. Oh, man. That's different.
I was talking to Gordon Ryan about it. Gordon Ryan said, well, I was like, it's so weird that you're so good, you get this kind of hate. And he said, I looked at GSP's comments. The great GSP. Like, there's nothing to hate about that guy at all.
He's actually objectively unhateable.
He's so unobjective. Yeah, he's such a...
like him, Volkanovski, Max Holloway. Yeah. It's tough to hate him.
He's such good... But also...
still get it.
Yeah, but he's such a good person. Generally, you meet him, he's so gracious and nice. If he gets hate, well, then none of this shit is real. Get the fuck out of here.
Neil Brennan said it best. In one of his specials, he was talking about hate and stuff like that. Because if you go to Mozart on YouTube, like, his most famous song, there's some guy like, this sucks, and thumbs down. You're like, okay, well, fuck, dude.
Yeah, and
I'm curious how, because we can talk about, like, everyone gets hate, I get all that. But for Jake and Logan, they still have to deal with it. And it's not, it's not that if it's still navigating that darkness. Like, it's still, you can say, I don't read comments, right? Or, I don't see it. They know it's out there,
I get to work with Jake, like, really
that's why I'm
closely
asking,
and intimately. And what happens is he's got his mind in a position where actually he's like, yeah, please bring it, because all of those comments drive my engagement. All those drive the algorithm. The more you hate me, the more likely you are to buy my next, pay-per-view, because you fucking care.
Yeah.
Like, as long as you care, so his mind's in the right place with it. But actually, like, I can feel his body hold that negativity and that amount of energy, and it's like it's in him. And so we have to do things to help him, like, release that and navigate it and keep his mind clear for his why, which is like, I'm here to do great things for the world, not just for Jake. Or right now, it's about Jake.
Didn't he help? Wasn't he instrumental in helping Ben Askren?
Oh yeah, he's so generous.
I love that.
He's so really takes care of like everybody around him in such a great way. But his thing is like, when I look and I feel the presence of God, and again, this is spiritual. Like, will God be like, Jake, I'm proud of you. Am I doing enough? So that's Jake's thing that he's kind of caring about and thinking about, and he knows that, all right, right now I'm going to build as much resources as I can. I'm going to get as much fame/notoriety as I can. And then at a certain point, and along the way, I'll be generous. I'll help where I can. I'll figure it out, but I'm focused on Jake. And then he sees a transition point where he's like, all right, now I turn this towards the good, and towards actually impacting things in a positive way. And interestingly, like, whether you agree with this political stance or not, Jake made a post about Trump where he was just really honest and just gave his honest perspective on it. And out of everything he's ever posted, that actually got the least amount of hate, and people were listening, and it went, semi-viral when he made that. So he knows that all of this, if he picks his right spot and he comes with that authenticity like we're talking about, the hate will actually dribble away.
Yeah, Jake had a good post about the Charlie Kirk assassination too. He's like, we need God.
Yeah, it's 100% true. Yeah, 100%. We do need God. We need God more than ever now. And what is God? Like, you can believe in a whole bunch of things, but God is value. God is the right and wrong that we know in our body. You know,
I think it's actually a transcendental truth, that thing that you can't measure, that you can't, that's above whatever is going on in this human realm. And what I mean by that is that inherent truth, that inherent truth that we are always ignoring. You know the truth. You know where the good is, and you know where the bad is.
I think it also gives people a North Star, whether you're on the left or right. Like the government, the companies, they want us fighting. They want conflict.
Yeah. Yes.
But if we all have the higher being can agree to that,
yes.
Then the Charlie Kirk assassination, whether on left and right, you're like, this ain't the way to do it.
I thought Jimmy Kimmel's speech was great. He came back and he said, you know, talking about free speech and how important it is, but he also said, he got really emotional. He said, this was about a young man's murder. I didn't mean to make anybody feel bad, especially not his wife.
Well, where was that energy?
I feel terrible. But he was contrite, and he said, you know, I understand how people could have taken what I said offensively, and he owned it. But the way he said it was like, and everybody listening was clapping to the idea that we should all be allowed to say what we want without fearing violence. And everybody on the left and right, if you talk to the reasonable people, the reasonable ones, they agree with that. It's the lunatic fringe that we have to be careful of, that gets gamed by the algorithm, gamed by the bots, gamed by the foreign adversaries.
The younger crowd, though, because they have such, you know, soft. Yeah, and then they're right into social media. Like, I gotta do something. Like, you don't though. Like, this isn't real. That's right. Most of it's bots, and if it's not bots, you listen to some crazy lunatics you would never hang out with. And those are the people getting in your brain right now. And
they're not even real.
They might be real, but those people aren't happy about it. And they're gonna convince you that this is the way to go. Just so you know, if you go down that road, A, they're never gonna talk again. But B, your life is over for the good. And then you killing Charlie Kirk, it doesn't stop the movement. It makes it even bigger. So if your intentions were to stop it and they're telling you it's going to, they're wrong to. And that's when you're listening.
It might have issued in there might be a religious revival going on right now. Well, I've never heard in my lifetime people talking about God.
Well, you know, you go to the Charlie Kirk Memorial. And you hear, you know, her husband just got killed. And what was her message? Her message was forgiveness. And then 100,000 people rise to their feet, and like the spirit of God is there. I follow this guy Kaizen. That's Kaizen on Instagram. Great thinker. You know, went to Harvard, black guy, and he was like, y'all don't even know, you know, like the spirit of God that I felt in that building when she said, like, I forgive them, like that is like, that's the thing that's so powerful that I think people are underestimating that. And yes,
that's a central tenet to Christianity.
I have my concerns about the interpretations of fundamental Christianity, and so I didn't agree with Charlie Kirk on some of his premises because the God that I know is different than the God that he read about. But he also knows God. He knows that, and everybody in that building knows God, and it's in your body. And there's one story I want to tell. So there's a reading of the Binding of Isaac story, classic Bible story, right? Where Abraham, whose father Nimrod went to sacrifice him when he was a child, right? So his father goes to sacrifice him, chooses not to, but he had that trauma. So he hears God's voice says, go sacrifice your son Isaac to the top of the mountain. So he brings his knife, he brings Isaac on a little walk, and Isaac's like, Dad, where's the lamb? You know, we're going to do a sacrifice. And fucking Abraham's thinking, well, son, you're the lamb. I'm just not going to tell you yet, right? So he's hearing this voice, and then he gets up there, and he has his knife in his hand, and he hears another voice. Well, one Kabbalist reading is this is the voice of our own collective consciousness that's coming through, and it can become unclear. And I think in the case of these assassins, it becomes unclear, and they get this message. And then what happened when the voice cleared and said, no, don't kill your son Isaac. It wasn't a test. They say that actually it was his arm
that told him that this was wrong. So actually, everybody's saying God told him, but it was actually his own gnosis that in his arm, when he went to go slay his son, his arm, his body itself, this thing that lives within us was like, this is wrong. And I think if we actually allow ourselves to feel God instead of think about God, then we know pretty damn close to what's right and wrong.
There's a book about this called The Moral Sense. And the moral sense is even when people do horrible things, they justify it along moral terms. You know, if you're playing Hitler or Stalin as an actor in a movie, you don't play him like a monster. How do you play him? You play him like a man trying to solve a problem. And Stalin, if you read about Stalin was a staunch communist with the idea that Mao's the same way. I'm going to make everything really equal. And some people, unfortunately, are already past the point of no return. They can't be changed, and we got to kill them. But we will force educate your children in camps, etc., etc.
I bet even the guy who assassinated Charlie Kirk, they show him jump, whether you believe it or not, but they have video of him jumping off the roof. I bet after he pulled the trigger, he was like, fuck.
You would hope so, you know. I mean, I do believe that, yeah, literally. I do believe that the body knows, but I also believe that the mind can be hijacked, and then I believe there are dark forces in this, and then, you know, Ephesians 6:12, not to get super religious here, but our fight is not against flesh and blood, not against our brothers and sisters, but against those authorities, those dark forces in the heavenly realm. And I think there are dark forces, and they can seize somebody's ideology, and then they can actually fill the body, just like God can fill the body. The dark forces can fill the body, and then once you're in that position, that's when, sadly, as the last resort, sometimes we need violence.
You know, that's 10 years ago, I would have said, you're out of your fucking mind. I would have been, in my mind, I would have been like, whatever, here you go. I couldn't agree more. As I get older, what you just said is something I 100% agree with. I get way more metaphysical as I get older, not less. I don't get more practical. I get way more spiritual. I get, because I lived it. I lived the other, and I've lived this. And I couldn't agree more. I think that the devil's like a roaring lion, always kind of like circling, and always finding an opening. Always looking. And you have to be vigilant. You have to be vigilant. What did Christ say on the cross? It is accomplished. Why have you forsaken me? But the last thing he said was, it is accomplished. I did it. I resisted temptation to the very end.
And I think we chalk up, well, it's a mental health issue. Like, I truly believe that there are some bad people. I think some people are born evil.
Or maybe we have evil and we have good in us, and you know, you give when you give quarter to the angels of your lesser nature as opposed to your better nature, they will take over. And that battle in our own spirit, the jihad, the idea behind jihad, the Arabic root is struggle. It's a struggle within your heart to stay pure as opposed to give yourself over to vice, right? And that's the case with all of us. There's the beast and the flesh. There's the spirit and the beast. And we're always battling it out, always.
And evil enters the wound. So, like, if you look even at the story of Hitler, like, maybe he was born, his daemon, so the Greeks had a term of a daemon, which is your ultimate destiny. Maybe his ultimate destiny was evil. I don't believe that. I actually believe that we all have choices, like you're saying. But trauma will actually impact those choices. So, you know, for one, he had a penis apparently that was crooked, like super crooked. So he couldn't actually, like, so super insecure. His parents were crazy, you know, like they weren't helpful, but he was an artist. He would pour his, you know, work into his art at the time. And maybe if he would have submitted that art to an art school and then got accolades as an artist, he would have done it.
He went to the school.
So he got denied.
You know why he got denied? He couldn't draw human faces. He can only draw. He was very good at drawing scenes.
But either way, whatever that wound was, whether it's his insecurity, I think it seized him. And then once it seized him, it was just all the devil working. That was his path. It was like, this is your path. You are now on the path of a Sith Lord.
He became obsessed with purity.
And it'll trick you into thinking they're giving you this false morality, like you're doing something good, but it's actually evil the whole way. And, you know, because very few people, like the devil almost never tricks somebody, like, you're going to go and do evil just for evil's sake. That's super rare. They think they're doing good. And that's why the church burned all those witches and tortured all those heretics.
Did you hear Sadhguru on on Rogan, and Rogan said, "Oh, if we just have to be good people and do good things," and Sadhguru said, "No. People do horrible things to each other based on the idea that they're doing something good. I got to break some eggs to make an omelet," you know, the old saying. And no, he said you have to focus on building love in your own heart, in that deep feeling of love that you feel, that Christianity talks about, that Buddhism talks about, the idea of like focusing on joy. So Buddhists most will do that. They will literally try to cultivate joy in their hearts. And what happens then is that that is what you'll manifest. That's what you get. I always go back to the idea though, that in literature, the difference between a hero and a villain is the hero gets hurt by the world and decides he's going to protect the world from being hurt ever again. The villain gets hurt by the world and decides, now I'm going to hurt the world in return. That decision, though, is made at the same time. And what is it about some people that decide to go good and the other people decide to go bad?
And there's teachings that say at that exact moment where you're hurt, that is the exact moment where you need to make the most important choice of your life. So in the Lakota tradition, when they're passing the chanupa back and forth ceremonially, that's the pipe. One of the questions they ask in order to actually receive the chanupa is, when you were hurt, will you hurt somebody back? And they have to say no. And it's in the Bible. It's also the reason why everybody cheered when Erica Kurt said, I forgive them. Like that power of forgiveness is the new level of consciousness. Einstein said you can't solve a problem at the level of consciousness that was created. What's the new level of consciousness? It's Christic consciousness. And I think we just all need to agree that there's many paths to Christic consciousness. I think, because otherwise you're leaving so many people on the outside. And then you have one in-group who's got it, who can find their way to Christian, like Christ.
That's my joke in stand-up is that if I hope Jesus is God, because I think he creates on a curve. You know, I think he does. He's so forgiving. You're not going to get up there and say, you go to hell, he's going to be like, I know, just cut my dad's strict. But
But I think back to like social media, how toxic it is. It's like, if you look at the leader of the free world, Trump, he tweets out some toxic shit, man. Yeah. So young kid, and Trump does a lot of things good I like, and then there's some stuff I don't agree with. But then you see his tweets, and like, buddy, like, you're the president of the United States, man. You're making fun of Jimmy Kimmel and this guy. So young kids are like, well, that's just what we do. Like, if the president's doing it, why can't I do it? And why can't I make fun of Brian Sandler or Brendan or Aubrey? Like, the president's doing it to Jimmy Kimmel. He has 40 million followers. I have 20. Why can't I? This is what we do. It's like, it's not though, buddy. It's not.
I feel like the Kirk Memorial was turned into a political rally too. That was not such great taste.
Well, of course,
the presidents are going to press.
There's a big opportunity. Of course.
Yeah, I think we need to transcend all of these binary ideas and get back to this. We're all children of God. We're going to all have to figure this out, because one group asserting dominance over all the rest of the groups is never going to work. The more oppressed the other group feels, the more they're going to resort to violence in their most. Exactly. And so who, and this is the question, and I do not have a fucking answer to this question, but who is the one gaming us to be against each other? Is it a bunch of individual actors looking for short-term gains?
In our own hearts. I think that we love fighting. We love seeing. So how do you get people to pay attention? Liberal gets smoked by conservative. Conservative gets smoked by liberal. And then Piers Morgan makes a fortune having all these counterparts. Finally, there was this guy who was more on the left, said, man, I am so tired of, I felt terrible about Charlie Kirk being killed. And all we're doing here, Harry Lake's over here saying that liberals are doing this, we should go to war. It's like, I don't want to do this because I just feel sad at this conversation, and I'm not going to be a part of it anymore. Yeah. It was great. We all agree as Americans, this sucks.
Yeah, but they have evidence of bots and whoever's doing it, whether it's China, America does it, India does it, Japan does it, where they infiltrate and they can get Americans to fight. China's playing for the longest time. Like, the only way we can fuck with America is them divided. They're too powerful. If they're one, we don't stand a chance. If we can make them fight amongst each other, then we can get to them. It's the only way we can fuck with them.
So one theory is that it's outside country influence looking to undermine our dominant power. That's a very good theory. And then there's another theory that there's a unified they, whoever they are, that have solidified total control, and they are pulling all the strings, just like in the latest Superman. They had all these monkey bots that were.
My problem with they is that, you know, if you keep following the path, you know where that leads. The Jews, and they're all holding strings. So every conspiracy theory always has a bunch of Jews who are controlling the world, and it's like,
well, that's the term cabal, and I think that's like.
That's right, by the way.
Cabal comes from Kabbalah.
I've never seen.
And so it's actually a Jewish slur. And so this idea that it's the Jews, well, they've been getting blamed for a lot of shit. And 25 certainly, I think there's probably Sith Jews and probably full-on Jedi. I know some full-on Jedi Jews. I'm fucking Jewish. Like, I care more about the good than anybody. Yeah, 87% Ashkenazi. So like fundamentally, yeah, they can go both paths for sure. I mean, there's something that's in the. I think it's also like.
That's like,
so there's this idea.
Well, you're just get out.
So there's this idea, the genetic bottleneck theory, right? You know the genetic bottleneck theory, where basically like Krakatoa explodes, most of the human population dies, but the most ingenious and the ones with the highest ingenuity and the ones with the highest resilience, they survive. And then their genes then flourish back out and repopulate the world, right? So we have these moments, whether it's a flood or some other thing, that actually causes us to solidify genes in a certain level. And this happens on the human level. Well, the Jews have been persecuted so much that I think there's this internal genetic bottleneck theory. They've been hunted more than anybody since the Egyptian time.
The only way to survive
by the Russian program society. So they have this thing where they've been hunted for so long that they've created adaptations, but they can turn those adaptations into something terrible or turn it into something beautiful. And that's like anybody.
Well, let's go through.
And they take care of each other, their own, which I don't have a problem with.
Well, let's go through a couple of inventions.
Why wouldn't you?
Well, the pill, invented by a Jewish scientist. You guys like Hollywood? Hollywood was started by 4 Polish Jewish refugees. You like improv? Jewish art form. You like stand-up? Take a look at the original stand-up comics. Just take a look. You do your own research on that. You like comedy. You like fake tits? That procedure invented by a Jewish doctor. And we can just keep going. Lasers. They do use them to control the weather, but they also use them to eradicate tumors. MRI machine invented by a Jew. So the next time you have a broken bone or a tumor, why don't you go ahead and feel for it instead of getting it healed?
Hey, we're talking about that. I'm the most athletic Jew I know.
That is fair. Was your mom? Your mom was Jewish?
Yeah.
Oh,
I mean, both sides.
She's number one.
We're
talking about it. It's like Bob Cousy, Sandy Koufax is number one.
Oh yeah.
Sandy Koufax number one.
They sneak in there.
Yeah.
But there's not a lot.
Well, which also shows, all right, if you're getting persecuted at this level, what helps you survive? It's not actually lifting shit, running. It's actually being smart.
Yeah.
And so being innovative and being creative with the problem solving. So I think this is it's not a racial thing. It's just simply that this group was persecuted for a long time, and that developed adaptations. Just like if you when you spar against hard opponents, you get better. You have
There's
to
been a lot
learn
of scholarship on that. A lot of scholarship on the idea that, to be as you was always to be on the outside looking in. So you were able to rock the boat. You were able to come and be an innovator. You were able to say, hey, why don't we invent something called advertising? Why don't we do it? You never were hemmed in by. So when you're in society and you're, say, British, there are certain strong norms you've got to follow. There are taboos. There are customs. When you're already been put on the outside anyway, you're allowed to just so back in the day, the corporate raiders, you never raided a corporation back in the day because it was blue blood firms. There's a whole study on this. Blue blood firms, they were all British, they were all they were American royalty, they were all blue blood Americans like the Kennedys and stuff. They ran the financial industry, and if a company was distressed, you never went in there and took advantage of it ever. It was just it was unseen. But Jews were not allowed in those firms, those finance firms, so they started their own, like Goldman Sachs, like Lehman Brothers. You can go on about the different ones. And they were like, listen, it's a distressed company. We can go buy it at a bargain, turn it around, and sell it for more money. It's just fucking business. They couldn't compete. That was considered by the society to be, a little bit taboo. But if you were a Jewish firm, you weren't allowed in those groups anyway. And now it's like, I'm making money, motherfucker. Go piss out of your dog. Big man with a very good-looking long dick. I like your hair like that. There you go, buddy.
This September, CBS hits are streaming free on Pluto TV. For this month only, Larry's Hauntings of Ghosts, all for free. Full seasons of the CBS shows you love. This month only on Pluto TV. Stream now, pay never.
Well, Brendan,
Let's take a little break here, dude, because
yeah, I'm not wearing anything. I'm not wearing any True Classic for the first time. Just kidding. I'm wearing their underwear.
I feel
yeah.
I'm
always wearing something. I always have something by True Classic on. When you see me on stage at the Mothership every night, I'm wearing a True Classic t-shirt, almost without exception.
You see me in a white tee, it's True Classic. Why? Because it is the best shirt ever made. It fits just right, feels amazing. I've washed it a million times. It looks fresh as hell. And
it's also tailored where you want it, relaxed where you need it. No bunching, no stiff fabric. Okay, just clean, effortless fit that actually works in real life, and it's not overpriced. It's just like every bit as quality as the designer brands, but not at that crazy price. And you can go to Target, you can go to Costco,
dude. They're blowing up. They sponsor the UFC. They sponsor the show. We're the very first pod.
Yeah, they're blowing up because people love it because once you buy it, you're coming back to it.
TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today. The best shirts, joggers, and they're more than shirts. They got everything: button-ups, chinos, joggers, sweats, hoodies. They got it all. It's TrueClassic.com/fighter. Get hooked up today.
So, I mean, I think there's another part of this, and the other part of this is that there's teachings in the Torah, and like the Jewish, it's the Talmud, the Zohar, the Bible. There's teachings that you actually need to wrestle with the word that you're hearing. So Israel means, he who wrestles with God. Jordan Peterson just wrote a huge book about it. Is that you're not just taking things at the surface level in a fundamentalist way, like this is the way. You're always going like, but maybe not. Maybe it's not the way. So it's taught into their religion, which I think goes into their mental architecture. Like, let's make sure this is the way, which can result in some bad choices and result in some really innovative, disruptive choices. I mean, Jesus flipped the tables over because the rabbis were corrupt. He was the most Jewish Jew of them all.
Yep, that's right. Well, I also think it's important to mention that you're allowed to hate the Israeli government for what they're doing in Gaza and not be called anti-Semitic. You're allowed to be outraged that Gaza is being turned into rubble completely, as in the surface of the moon, and be outraged by that and be very critical of the Israeli government and Netanyahu, and still not be considered pro-Hamas, anti-Jewish, and all those things. So, you're guess what? You're allowed to have contradicting ideas. You're allowed to hold two ideas that oppose each other in your mind.
That would be like saying if you criticize the Rwandan genocide that you were racist against all black people. Like, you're not. You just, this is, and again, I'm not trying to say that those were the same things, and I think it's highly complicated and so fucking tragic. But fundamentally, if you disagree with an action, it doesn't mean that you're racist against the people who,
I've been very quiet on this whole subject because there's no winning, and there's nothing to say. And I think when I see what's going on in Gaza, I swear to God, I just find myself saying a prayer because I can't do a fucking thing. And that is a conflict I think it's a biblical conflict. I think who solves that problem? At the end of the day, I'm going to sound, again, like I'd never say this 10 years ago, 5 years ago. God solved that problem. That's a biblical problem. That problem's been going on since Moses had a parting of the ways with the Pharaoh.
Yeah.
And that's what I think. So
I think there's going to come a time where the Lamb prevails. And so what is the Lamb? The Lamb is the one, like Jesus, who received this unjust punishment. I mean, he was the best dude. He's out there healing people, ministering. He was the best of us. He's the mark. If the sin is to miss the mark, he hit the mark. He's the best, and he gets the worst torture of the land, right? And that changed history. He was the Lamb, and that changed history. Martin Luther King was the Lamb in his own. He was, imperfect in his private romantic life, fine, but he was the Lamb. And Charlie Kirk got to play the position of the Lamb in his, and again, you don't have to agree with all his premises, but that position of the Lamb changes the world. And I think, and I've never said this before publicly, I understand that this situation is complicated. The things that happened on October 7th were real and they were heinous, but Israel had the chance to play the Lamb. And one time, I don't know if it had been this time, but one time the Lamb is going to be victorious over the Lion. And actually that's going to shift consciousness. And I think if they would have just held and said, this is what happened, and then got world support to say this cannot stand in our world. And I don't know what the solution would be. You know, I can't figure that shit out myself. But I think they missed an opportunity to play the lamb. I'm not saying it would have worked, but one time that's going to work. One time a country's going to get attacked, and they're going to go, look at what's happening to us. And then the whole world is going to rally. And I think chaos. I think Israel had that chance. And I don't know if it would have worked, but I know that they missed an opportunity to give God a chance to actually come in and shift the collective consciousness of the world.
Yeah, and sometimes you get to a point almost where it feels like it's a point of no return. You know, how does Mexico deal with their cartel problems when it's literally ingrained in every fabric of society, including the elites, including the government? It's like, good luck with that. What do you mean? You want to send in what? You want to send in American troops? See how that works out for you. You know, it's like, it's the same thing. I don't know. I think it's okay sometimes also when you get older to say, I don't know. Because I don't.
Sure.
I don't know. And I don't know my opinion on the Israeli-Gaza thing. I don't know. I think it's awful what's going on with the Palestinians. I lose sleep over it all the time. I think that this proportionality is a conversation that has to be had. But, yeah. What am I going to say? What do you want to
complicated? Because how do you know when that move will work, right? Because it didn't. You know, they got millions of them got marched to the Holocaust. We weren't even going to get into World War II until Pearl Harbor. Right? They were like, "Oh, you fucked with us now." It wasn't that we were like, "Oh man, they're really doing some bad shit to the Jews. Let's go in and help the Jews out." No, we didn't have that feeling. We didn't have that sentiment in America. We were like, "Yeah, that fucking sucks." And then immediately we get attacked, and we're like, "Oh, no way!" And then we're like, "And also, this is fucked up." You know, at that point. So I think we have a lot of tribalism that's built into us. We gotta, you know, one, acknowledge that that's real, but also ultimately transcend it, because tribes are always fighting tribes. And we got to get beyond the tribalism. We have to have one tribe of God and of people.
Well, I always get a kick out of people who talk about racism, and that's the problem. It's like, we could look exactly the same. All we need to kill someone else is for them to be over there. That's literally all I need. Hey, those guys are over there. Fuck those guys. Yeah, I'm sure you see it with jiu-jitsu schools and stuff like that. They suck over there. They just train this and think, what?
I think tribalism that you're never going to get rid of.
No, you got to acknowledge it.
Tribalism as far as America, that's like what's best for America, because China's doing their tribal, Japan's tribal, UK's tribal, India's tribal. That's fine. Take care of your own. Make sure your shit's in order. Make sure your house is in order. So do it. It's okay to be tribal about America.
And it's also, I mean, so there's this thing. Abraham Cook wrote this, thing called the Song of Songs, and he talks about the 4 songs. And the first song is the song itself. We're always going to give a shit about ourselves. Like, we're always going to give a shit about ourselves. So acknowledge that. I give a shit about myself. And then song 2, I give a shit about my family or my tribe. And we're always going to give a shit about our family and our tribe. And then there's song 3, I give a shit about the whole world. Right? I give a shit about all humanity. And then song 4, I give a shit about the whole universe. It's a long song. But all of them, the message is that you include and transcend each one. So you don't lose the care for yourself, because you're not. You're kidding yourself. Oh, shit. You're spiritual bypassing. You care about yourself. Full stop. All of you. You care about yourself. It's okay. 2, you care about your family and your tribe, whatever that tribe is, whatever your identity. That's okay. And also, you got to care about all humanity. And also, you got to care about the whole universe, the cosmos, everything else, the plant kingdom, the animal kingdom. And you sing all of those songs. So they say the king is the one who sings all those songs in harmony and then finds wholeness. So it's not about transcending only, it's about including each song until you're singing one song that includes them all.
Which is why we prepare a song. Yes, please, hum there. I'll send the pictures right away. Hum there. You know, people are really good at that. Yeah.
This girl is.
Oh, yeah. I know. That'd be cool. I might fuck this all up, though. If we could really sing. And we try to be rock stars. You know?
Dude, my wife secretly recorded me. I was listening to Billy Joel. I was like, some folks like to get away, take a holiday, and I'm singing it in earnest, alone. And she just comes around the corner, and she's like, "You hit me?" And I'm fucking belting that song, because my voice is great, because I sing like Billy Joel. Dude, I listen to that shit, and I was like, bad? That's too weak a word. I was like, what the fuck is going on? I got no talent. Oh.
The ChatGPT, though, he can write songs and do whatever. create some slack.
We're going to create. It's going to be a world where the best idea wins because execution is going to be. It's like how do you prompt that AI in the best way, and then how do you piece together a couple other ideas?
See, I think as far as entertainment, like music, like AI is going to come out hot and be like, look at this, it's a new whatever Drake song that I wrote. But eventually, people are going to want the authentic thing, even if it's not as good as they are.
All right, Logan and I were listening to this remake of.
He won't pipe down about it. It's okay. It's okay. Many Men with 50 Cent. Yeah, it's all right.
I don't know about that.
It's all right.
Voice is as good a blues voice as anything I've heard.
Yeah, but all that's then that's gonna be the standard for AI. And eventually, people are like, I want the real shit. Yeah, 100%.
I think it's just going to go to live shows because you're at a live show, and I think if it's just playing through the speakers, then it's just like, all right, it's fine at a dance club, but what gets you really hype is that there's a performer who's like actually putting out a lot of
how
in
young kids who grow up on AI music will feel about.
Yeah, they will.
I think if they still go to a physical place, like the reason you go to, let's say you go to a hockey game, right? Have you guys ever been to a hockey game?
It's great.
It's great. Why is it great? It's because of the crowd. It's because of the ecstasy that you feel when your team scores a goal and that thing runs around and you leave feeling good. It's not that you can see the puck better. You can't. You can hardly see the fucking puck. It's like, but the energy of the crowd and like the energy of the players crying, like you feel something. And I think this is going to come to a time where AI can think better than all of us, but it can't feel. It can't feel.
And the AI can't do live sports. You're not going to know.
So all those things, all the live
perfect too. Like sometimes they are. Yeah.
I'm telling you, humans are like, I'm out.
I'm already feeling that. Like with my scrolling, this Instagram. Now I'm like, I'm not looking at it. Fuck off. You're gonna suck me into some great stuff.
Such shit.
Some great stuff.
Such shit.
Like great sayings, interviews. You're like, that's an interesting little nugget of information. But it's like,
I mean, and that's also the thing. It's so hard to know what's real now. You know, like that. If we didn't know that AI existed, like we rewound 4 times, and Jake showed that video of him making out with
Jake posted that,
and people would have been like, "Oh my God, this happened," and then there would have been all. But now we kind of are aware that everything.
That video of Jake and Javante kissing at the face-off.
Isn't there? I want to see
like one of his latest.
Isn't there a? It's on Jake's law.
Yeah, it's on Jake's.
Using AI for likeness, porn likeness.
Describing the motions of vortices in the water vortices.
Yeah, AI porn is going to be actually. I think it's actually probably helpful because then no stars.
Oh my God, that's fun.
What about Jake?
Javante's just not interested in music. Oh, that's hilarious. That is so amazing what they can do. Get the fuck out of here. That is as real as it gets, bro.
Jake could send you your lover.
That's as real as it gets. That's simply disconcerting, sir. Do that one more time. Let me get my hand in my pants. What the fuck is happening here? Oh, God, dude. He leans in heavy. Yeah. Brings a hand up.
Yeah.
Fuck. Fuck you, man. All right, that's enough. I can't watch it anymore.
I don't know how the fuck they do it.
Chin's got it on a loop. That's too good. Screensaver.
It's too good. I mean, we're going to be able to see any one of our favorite actresses having the most hardcore porn.
Of course we are.
We're going to be able to see whatever we want to see.
And I'm not watching any of it. The devil. Fuck you. I'm not doing it. I mean, I might pee.
Yeah, you're going to see that.
I think we're going to go down a weird road, and then it's going to. Then humans are like, no, we want authentic.
There's going to be some reaction.
You think so?
Yeah.
Or does it get indistinguishable?
No, I don't think so, because human error and feeling is what you see in life.
No.
You don't think so?
No.
We're not on a loop?
No, and that's just because, 26 years as a psychonaut, like I feel things, and I repeatedly feel those things, that I just cannot deny that this is God, and God has come in us, as us, through us, beyond us, is connected to all.
But even if we were in a loop, that wouldn't take a...
No, but the feeling, that's what I'm saying. It's not I can't think my way through it, and I can't also expect you to believe it. Yeah. Like we had one experience where you got to go a little bit over it, and I know you've had some other experiences.
Not like that.
But if you do enough of the right and have the right experiences, you just leave with the gnosis that this is, it's not the only world. There's other dimensional worlds that exist, and those worlds are real too. Yeah, but this world is real as fuck. Yeah, and then there's other real worlds too. And so the idea of simulation, well, it's more like a stacked, it's like layers of an onion, right? So we're in the third layer of an onion, but actually we're a toothpick that goes through this layer, and then there's other layers of the onion, other dimensional densities that don't have matter, that don't have bodies, that are also real. But we're part of one of the real dimensions in a whole world that is ultimately real.
Yeah, I think once you have kids, when people tell me a simulation, I'm like, fuck off, you don't let the kids know.
Well, what about the witness? Like, so I can witness my mind, my body, and my emotions, right? You can do that. You can watch this avatar go through a lot of things. You can actually watch your brain. You watch this empty room, and clouds come in with your thoughts, and you watch those clouds come in, right? You can also watch your body go through whatever happens physiologically in an emotion. You're angry. You feel your body tight, tense, tingling, heat, whatever it is. So you become this cloud of sensation. You can get good enough if you're quiet enough to watch this cloud of sensation go through its many different manifestations. Feelings of joy, feelings of fear, feelings of anger, all that stuff. You can actually step outside of that. That would be cultivating the witness. Well, who is the witness? Who's actually doing it?
So this is, take me just a moment to unpack it. But so the witness is the toothpick that actually goes through these dimensions. So when we die, that witness is going to witness our whole life. Life review witness our whole life. And then we're going to remember, oh shit, we've done this many times before. The toothpick has gone through this density many times before, so we'll have the awareness to witness not only this life as Brian, as Brennan, as Aubrey, but all the other lives. So there's another, at least one more dimensional witness level that's unique. We've had our own lives, reincarnation, all of the studies at University of Virginia. People are remembering specific things about their specific past life. So there's an identity of our soul self that also is the witness. And then there's a final surrender where you can surrender your own single witness, witnessing all your own lives, but merge into the witness of God. The witness is all life. No, I don't think that's the goal. And I think that's where a lot of these Eastern traditions, and even some Christic ideas, is let go of all of your uniqueness, all of your recognition of who you are, and just merge into the one witness, the one awareness, the one love. And that's beautiful, but I don't want to do that. I want to remember my life as Aubrey. I think we all want to remember our life and then try again. Let me go back again. Let me see if I can love a little harder next time. Let me see if I can do a little better. Let me see if I can experience something new. Yeah.
Hey, the lights just shut off.
You're going through this deep shit. Check it out. He's already done. He goes, I'd be sick. Like you're fucking touching on the deepest. Yeah, you'd be sick. You're touching on the deepest shit ever. Like things that people spend their lives contemplating. Like it's like me with the ultimate truth. And you cocked your head over his feet. And it was a sideways fucking comment. I'd be sick. Hey guys, my truck.
And you know what? I'll tell you.
800 horsepower. You should have been like, here's my dick. That's appropriate too, by the way. Yeah. See what's happening here? That's appropriate too, because that's the shit you're talking about. We stay alive for that too.
Also,
fucking loud. Like this.
I said, order the lights just shut off.
Aubrey's setting up a beautiful little, and guys, and so here's the little town, and we have here's the little horses are here, and here's this beautiful house. Actually, I'm like, what the fuck? You just see a cloud of piss. Like you ruined my whole life.
I think all spiritual people need friends like all of us, because we can get way too fucking serious.
Yes.
Also, laughter is the most underrated shit as far as cultivating good energy. You want to feel good energy? Find a comic that's dialed in, that's locked in, right, and you're under a spell of hilarity, and your gut is bursting.
I say that to people.
It's like ecstasy.
Yeah. It's the best thing. People hate on comics. I always say, hey, fuckface. Like, we literally spend a lot of time trying to make people laugh. That's the worst we are. We're dicks. We're not great. You know. But for the most part, I promise you, the comics that you're hating on, whoever they might be, all we do all day is sit around and try to think of ways to be funny.
Look, I work with the best shamans in the world, and the best shamans in the world can cultivate a level of positive energy that keeps you safe and keeps you like focused on what you're learning. The comics are better than any great shaman. They're able to take a whole fucking stadium. You know, try to get one ayahuasca shaman to get a whole stadium. Maybe they could. Maybe they're the baddest of the best. But you get a whole stadium in the same energy, laughing, and it's the best, highest frequency energy that you can possibly imagine. Like, comics are laughter shamans in a way, and it's like, fucking, I have so much respect.
So true. So true. When you work with these big time shamans, do you pay them? They have like Venmo and shit? You shop
different ones. Most of the time, it's they do have Venmo.
Thank you so much. It was so spiritual. If he's like, don't forget the Venmo on the way out. You know, well, like they got slide
invoice like at a really expensive restaurant. You ever eat at Pasta Bar or Scratch? Yeah. You get the bill afterwards. You're like,
thank you so much for your gift. Just invoice to Aubrey Marcus at
Scratch and Pasta Bar. I never had a chance to
like, well, fuck this all up.
You know, the best ones will always offer the experience and then say, pay what you feel it's worth. And that form of reciprocity of like, I trust that my shit was good enough that actually you're going to pay me what's in your heart.
There was a yogi, Ryan Kest, I think, in L.A., who became huge.
What's his name?
Ryan Kest. I think that was his name. And
it's too regular.
Homeboy has a beautiful man of all time coming to his school. He was a great teacher, but it was donation only. Made a fortune. He's like, I'm not charging. And people would just like, whatever you want.
I own Black Swan Yoga. I own Black Swan Yoga. It's like best yoga studio in Austin year after year after year. We've been around like 14 years.
Yeah.
It's a donation-based studio.
Wow.
It's a fully donation-based studio where you go in and there's a recommended donation at $10. Our average is about $9.10, but you can pay $0 or you can pay $20, and it works in yoga. Now, I've tried that in other businesses. People are like, "Nice festival, bro. That was fun," and I'm like, "Nothing? Like $0 for that? Like, we pay for all these bands and stuff." So yoga somehow it works. And shamanism somehow it works.
Yeah, maybe yoga's small enough so people kind of feel.
I think it's the clientele. Yeah. I think it's selecting people to have reciprocity in their
mind. A fucking festival or a lot of times in a van with no money and they just want to get high and fuck.
Exactly.
Or when they have money, like, nah, fuck it, they're good. Like if Red Lobster, like, just pay us what you think we're worth, they're going out of business in 2 days.
Yeah. Also, I was running the festival, so they're like, you know, so that was also the problem. Whereas Black Swan Yoga, I own it, but it's its own thing. We got teachers we got teachers that need to be paid. We got the whole thing that's running off donations, and it's like I own it, but I'm not the face of it. Yeah. So ultimately, I think that helps because if you think you're giving money to like, if you're trying to donate to Elon Musk or like, you know, whoever is super rich, you're gonna be like, I'm not donating.
The guy has way more.
He's got plenty of money. My money is more important to me. Yeah. So I think there's factors, but I think it's largely like Brendan was saying. It's like clientele. You know, it's like people have to be of that consciousness where they trust reciprocity, and that you find that in, you know,
certain time during the day.
Well, timing during the day, you got time.
Usually single. Usually, you know, you're not children. You just got time. You got time. It's great. But that's great. Black Swan Yoga, I see it all over. It's great.
Yeah, it's dope.
You had a great, that whole honest gym is so amazing.
Yeah, now it's correct gym.
I mean, it is. It's the same gym now. It's called Correct.
Yeah.
Because that's where I would go to work out.
You had a hot second, huh?
I've been there. Last time I was there was a month ago.
Nah, you would have saw the Correct time, bro.
Maybe 2 months ago. Yeah, because we did it about 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, about 2 months. But I love it. So it's the same place.
It's the same place. So basically, so why? So the question
there and all the same characters.
It's just the same stuff, just better. And the question is like, why start another? You already did on it. Why start?
The first me and him got together. He was like, "Hey, I want to bring the band back together. I want to get you in on certain stuff." And I just asked him. I said, "Why though? You've already done."
And the reason why is I started working on a formula while I was on it, and I couldn't quite put it together. Like, it takes a while. You have to test different ingredients. You look at all the clinical research. You put something together. I was close, but I never quite hit it. And then I was kind of this thing, like, I was fucking really close to a disruptive formula. Like, Alpha Brain disrupted the world. Like, it hit the population. People were taking supplements. They could feel. They had double-blind clinical trials to prove that they worked. And, like, it was a thing. And so I'm sitting on this formula, and we keep tinkering with it, and then we find something that works, and we're like, holy shit, this is as important a formulation as Alpha Brain ever was. Like, the world, I want this. First of all, I want to have this available every day of my life, and I think the world wants this. So I got to put it in a vehicle to create another company, because this formula is fire. And then we had another formula that works on exogenous ketones, and then an ingredient that also stimulates endogenous, so your body's own ketone production. So it's both. So you get the benefit of outside of the body ketones, and you stimulate inside the body ketones. So we mix it with electrolytes. So we have formulas that are just so fucking good that I couldn't not do it. And also, sure, I wanna run it back and make that type of money again, and then pour that out into all the places that I poured it out. I've gotten to do amazing things. I bought 5 of my friends' houses. You know, I've got to help Brendan when Brendan needed help. You know, I've got to, like, be there for my friends and then put money in the charities that are important. And I got to, yeah, sure, I did some fucking luxurious, cool shit. I rented a yacht with Aaron Rodgers, and we cruised around and, like, went to the islands. Like, I've spent some of my money for fun. You just really need it, bro. I need a feel. I need a feel. Bring it, right? I need a feel that you really need it. I would love those marketing things.
Mr. Rabbi.
What up?
How are you?
Well, how are you?
It's fire.
Good.
How'd you find out about me?
It's not like a regular energy thing. Like,
Basically, social media.
It's unbelievable. Maybe not focused in the same way.
Was it? Did it happen to be through Twitter?
Nope.
Oh, okay, like specifically, how'd you find out about me?
Basically, the server was sent to me by a friend. I do have a question to ask you personally.
Okay, go for it.
Perfect. So, my question is gonna be, so when it has to, something happened there. Okay.
Yo, Doug, what happened? Go ahead.
So basically, you believe that the Torah has never been modified, right?
Hey, any kind of religious questions that you have, I have a section there.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
You're good.
Okay, I'll add it.
Ask Rabbi anything, and I'll answer it when I have time.
Perfect. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Rabbi. Thank you.
You're welcome, my friend.
Mouth bring once, but it's clarity and energy. So it's like that's my match right now. It's a fucking interesting thing.
What have you looked at what Brian Johnson has done with his formula?
Yeah, the problem with him is I just don't like him. I just don't like him, and like that's the thing. Like I don't want to listen to people.
Who the fuck is he? Like he's that guy that guy's wants a butt chick. That's super pale and super skinny. He doesn't look great.
But like I don't really trust people.
I hate that guy.
Yeah, like I don't.
No, whatever he's taking, tell me what it is, because I'm not taking it.
Like I don't want
to look like Dracula.
You don't want to go full Nosferatu.
He's like shit.
He's also not like when I hear him talk. I don't. So I don't know. I mean, that's the thing. Like it's one of the reasons why I appreciate Bobby Kennedy so much in the position he's in. That dude is fit as fuck. Yeah. Like I've gone to Gold's Venice with him. And watch how he trains and like watch what he does and how he lives spiritually, physically. Like I admire him. I've skied with him.
Rabbi, don't just ask him to be unmuted, please. You have some time.
So easily, you know, he's a beast. And like, so I trust people who speak.
I don't trust that guy.
And like, actually
Alexander,
live the lifestyle that. So
Alex,
maybe he has some good things that he's advising.
Or someone that's run circles around that guy. Is that what you're asking? Yeah, we were at circles. See, yeah.
Can someone please unmute John?
I'm just wondering.
They have something
the
to share.
science of how to feel good. And
No one.
it's really coming home.
I think that's what we want. We want to feel good. When we feel good, we get more
Yes,
shit.
sir. Gone.
We get more shit
The
done.
other guy's been in this space a long time. If I said to you, you can only take 5 supplements a day, what would they be? Can I just guess? Can I guess?
Okay, sure.
Deco, Winstraw, and Bond.
I'm going to say creatine, vitamin D, some kind of a fish oil or a omega-3 or something. I might even say nicotine. And
I would put nicotine in supplements.
yeah, okay, you would. Okay, yeah, sorry, I'm stupid. Some kind of a multivitamin, and
No. So, but it's not too far off. So, vitamin D, I get out in the sun a lot. So sometimes I'll supplement with that, but I'm in the sun all the fucking time.
You're outside.
So ultimately, that's just occasionally if I'm in the winter and it's in a weird place. Magnesium. I think most of us are magnesium deficient, and so magnesium.
Someone wants to add you.
For me, I take that every night.
should I take it at night?
I take it at night because it helps relax you. So magnesium, krill oil. So I still take the onyx krill oil.
Fish oil, some kind of
Fish oil. I think it's the best version of a fish oil because it has the omega-3s plus astaxanthin, which is also the ingredient that makes it red. It's an antioxidant, so you get both. It also keeps it from spoiling. So krill oil is another one that I take. And then from there, that's actually the fundamental supplements that I just don't go anywhere without, that I take every single day. And then otherwise, I'm taking performance supplements like Alpha Brain, taking Correct Fuel, for both the electrolytes, which are replenishing. I'm fucking sweating now. Now, sweaty dude. So electrolytes, I got one in my bag right now. I'm about to pop it out. Has the ketones, which make me feel good. Then I have Correct Energy, which helps me with that energetic clarity. And then I have Alpha Brain. So those are the 5 that like I don't go anywhere without performance. Well, except for the magnesium and the krill oil. So those to me are like the essentials. And then vitamins, I eat a really healthy, diverse diet. So, when I get tested, I'm always fine. And so I don't take a multivitamin. You piss most of that stuff out. Now, I'm not saying this is prescriptive for everybody, but for me, if you want the actual truth, when I'm packing a bag, overnight bag, going anywhere, I'm never leaving home without those vitamins. Period.
And your energy, if I'm correct, are you allowed to say what's in there?
Yeah. So the big ingredient is this caffeine metabolite called paraxanthine. And paraxanthine is so caffeine metabolite. What does that mean? It means when you have caffeine, the body breaks caffeine down into multiple constituent components that are actually different, but it breaks it down and metabolizes it into something that's not contained in the caffeine itself, but it's a byproduct of caffeine. And they isolated this one called paraxanthine. And that's the big workhorse in the formula. It's a caffeine metabolite, so it seems to harness the best effects of caffeine. Because when we have caffeine, we do get the effect of paraxanthine, but we also get a bunch of different effects, other metabolites, other things that happens. But you isolate the paraxanthine, it's like the purest, best part of caffeine. Then we surrounded that with other different natural ingredients.
Cocaine.
Yeah, and the key thing was then what are we surrounded by? How do we amplify it? We looked at clinical studies that showed this thing, when you add it, it amplifies the effect of caffeine. And we're like, well, we made a bet. If it amplifies the effect of caffeine in a good way, then will it amplify the effect of the caffeine metabolite? And so that was the wager that we made. And, from a feeling tone, now we'll get this, clinically tested at some point, even though all the ingredients have clinical research. But that was the key thing, is making that bet that, all right, now let's look at what works well, proven to work well with caffeine. Let's bet that it works well with the caffeine metabolite. And that's what helped us pull this off. And that's why it's so disruptive.
Correct.
Correct with a K. Yeah, and Brendan's a full partner in this. So we're in this together. Let's go. I got you, bro.
Got you, bro.
Same. Krill oil, all that shit.
Yep.
Can you get some for us?
I want to go to sure, let's do a couple. Those workouts are the best.
They're the best. We got hot and cold in there. We got like ice baths.
Half an hour and you're in and out. You just feel incredible.
Yeah, it's fire.
And then you guys also have jiu-jitsu near there.
I know.
We die and all that stuff. Say it right.
We got a hard 20, Jim. Yeah, I mean, we're actually good on time, so okay. But so we talked about this. Oh, remember those? So there's 2 guys in Colorado that experienced hunters, they go missing. And I'm like, oh, there's foul play here. Turns out they found them. They were struck by lightning. Come on, damn. Because they found all their shit in their truck, like everything. Like these guys are too experienced hunters. There was a storm. I'm like, even if there's a storm, if they experience it, you figure it out. Lightning. Colorado generates the third among U.S. states for a number of lightning strikes.
There's a story on my ranch in Arizona. We have these old cowboys that live there, and one of the old cowboys had a horseshoer, and this horseshoer, came over and would always have a bucket of water in the back of his truck. And finally, Chuck, who's been out there, he's like just salt of the earth. Chuck asked him, so, hey, why do you have that bucket of water? It's always in the back of your truck. Like, you don't need it for the horses. You're not drinking it. Like, why do you have this bucket of water? He goes, oh, well, that's to put myself out. And Chuck was like, what, you catch yourself on fire? He's like, nah, I've been struck by lightning 11 times. And my clothes catches fire, so I always bring this bucket around so I can put my clothes out. So there's something weird that happens where once you're struck by lightning, you get struck by lightning like way more. You're like, what's more likely? It's fucking crazy. That's the dude. It's like keeps going, miss me.
Yeah. God's like, God dang it.
Come for the king, you best not miss.
Yeah.
That's it.
With Bosty on the Field of Dreams baseball field, whenever there's rain, if there's lightning 15 miles away, there's a loud siren. It's fucking World War II. They don't play around. Because it can hit the ground. All the kids, hold up, let me finish. So all the kids go running. The parents go running, all the kids go down. I'm like, Bosty, let's just stay out here. I'm not fucking that shit. I'm in the rain pitching them. One of the coaches goes, hey man, you might want to go in like the rest of them. Like, we're good, man. It's just raining. He's like, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, some kids thought the same thing, and 2 of them were struck by lightning and died. Oh, shit. Yeah. He's like, it's different out here. Oh,
I guess because it can hit the ground.
Chin, can you bring up a video?
You're holding metal back.
Chin, can you bring up a video of a Japanese guy get struck by lightning twice?
But there's that thing. Have you ever seen?
Since it blows up.
Have you seen when the cows are all dead in a field? It's because the lightning hit the field. I guess the field was wet, and they all.
They all get it.
Yes, they all get it.
That's why you can't be in pools.
I think you can see video.
It's the second one. So watch this one. It's raining. People are running around. There's no audio. People are running. Oh shit! It's raining. Damn.
They don't want to get wet.
They don't want to get wet. And then homie's like, all right, I'm gonna fucking leave the.
But you're safe in a car, right? Because the rubber tires.
You might need this is like the long version, but
this is that extended.
Oh no, yeah. This spine's about to start. All right, this guy's going. Oh, damn. Yeah. Look at the stain it left on the concrete.
Fuck,
dude. It stained the concrete. No.
Yeah, he gets up. And it strikes him as he's getting away.
So that's gotta be like, so watch him get up. He's like, damn. All right, yeah. So he's getting up.
He's like, man, that was crazy. At least I made it.
That was unbelievable. My head hurts.
My head hurts. Oh, wow. That doesn't kill him? Are you kidding me?
No. Like, what a day.
Holy shit. What a day. That's just got me like that.
Bring up cows in the field or sheep in the field getting killed by one strike. It'll hit the ground.
Well, was it cat and sheep, bro?
I think it was both.
And,
hey, Jen, I think you're not going to find anything.
I think you will.
Struck by lightning, right?
Yeah, they all die.
Lightning's fucking scary.
It's scary.
Especially out cow. Out here is wild. The storms out here are fucking just shake. No one told me that.
Shakes the house.
Trees fucking hit in the house.
Yeah. Bonkers. Watch this.
There we go. Oh, now I can count. That's not the base, all right.
No,
most of them seem pretty fine.
Well, they all die.
Yeah, that was
I've been doing this podcast long enough, Jim. You've been looking for that video.
You'll see. There you go. One lightning strike. Look at that.
Oh, God.
Because the ground was wet?
Yeah.
He killed 530 sheep in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Or the fucking sheep killing aliens.
That's such a disaster for a shepherd.
Yeah.
A disaster.
15 miles away. Right?
It's such a problem. Look at that stuff.
And then you think about how religions are formed, and there's no, like, how do you explain it? You have to say, like, these sheep were wicked.
It's a book of Job. It's lost everything, right?
Yeah. Like, Sodom gets eviscerated.
I don't quite believe this, though. I don't know. No, I think they were dead from something else, but I may be wrong. That's crazy. Because
what else would kill all kids?
Yeah. But there's video of them just kind of, there's a thing, and they just go like, swoop, they all fall. Oh, this is crazy. Yeah, this is lightning plus this. This fucked up a lot. I mean, there's a wild side.
Damn mask.
Yeah. It kills.
You can't see it.
Oh. No, yeah, it killed. Yeah, did you hear about this? Where they were killed, like 9 people.
Oh, boy.
I mean, back to those guys. That makes sense. They couldn't see any foul play. The shit was in the play.
Hi, Rabbi.
What up, big dog?
At least there's no.
I was just saying, some guy come and go get me. I'm gonna go kill myself.
Just ignore him.
And Kim Jong-un, there's like been that
Follow me right now.
where I guess a bunch of world leaders were, obviously celebrating the end of World War II. So they were just walking together in the
Follow me right.
red carpet thing, and they started talking.
Just ignore him, Brandon.
Putin and Xi were talking about, like, maybe we can live forever.
Yeah, the technology captures Putin and
it's just a conversation.
Discussing organ transplants and immortality.
Yeah,
because they're just trying to rule forever.
They were just talking about how we may not have to die,
and they can just rule forever.
Yeah.
It says Putin translator can be heard saying in Chinese, "The longer you live, the younger you become."
Yeah, in other words,
Xi can be heard responding. Some predict that in this century, humans may live up to 150 years.
That's
We've all been fixed.
We've all had that conversation.
And the amount of people that watch this is insane. It was like, well, those two would fucking know. If anyone's doing it, they will figure it out. Russia and China.
The trend is definitely going that way. How long it'll be, I don't know.
Good luck, though. We got to keep finding meaning.
But there's also all kinds of toxins and poisons. Hopefully we're cleaning some of that up, but we're not breathing clean air. We're not drinking clean water. Things are tough too. So maybe it all evens out, or maybe we start to make advances. Who knows?
So it says Xi Jinping says in this century people are expected to live up to 150 years. And Putin replies, organs can be continuously transplanted. Humans could become immortal. Xi responds, that means in the future, long life will become normal.
They're both godless, by the way.
Yeah, that's a problem.
They both are. Their religion is
the people who need to live the longest are not them.
Yeah. I think Xi's sister, Xi's father was put in jail by the communists. His mother, and I think his mother killed herself, and his sister ended up killing herself. So he went through, he didn't have an easy time of it. His job, and then he climbed that.
His job.
He runs
You get killed.
He runs China.
Like Kim Jong too.
Yeah,
for once. Bullshit, Jen. I think Brian's got this one.
Even if I don't agree with Putin and 99% of what he did, that picture of him on a horse where he's just shirtless, I'm like, all right, like a little respect. I mostly disagree with everything about you but Knuckles.
Yeah,
that's not even
Knuckles. Yeah. I mean, he's definitely a man. He's all man. Yeah, you see this on the mall in Washington, so you know what the mall is. The mall is like the huge lawn with capitals. It's like it's where it goes with it, and March, everything. These artists put up a Trump Epstein friendship statue, holding hands, and
I'm sure it's taken down.
Best friends forever.
It was taken down, yeah. Yeah, that was up for 2 minutes.
That was one of the saddest things I thought about the Trump administration when they made that magic trick where the Epstein list disappeared. And it's like, what? There's no list?
I don't know. I feel like
It's 2025, though. People are going to let it go.
But I don't think there is a list. What if there's no list?
There's a list. There's the people who are actually conducting the actual sex. And they're like, we know the names.
I think, though, that's
Even Pompeo Pam Bondi said
But there's also Ghislaine is in jail for sex trafficking.
Yeah, so who did she say traffic to?
Exactly.
Well, she was convicted of trafficking young girls to Jeffrey Epstein and taking part. And so that's what
who are they fucking guilty of? So who are they fucking? That's the list. Simple.
So
who are all these young girls?
The young girls who came forward. So remember, so in 2008, 40 witnesses, many of them underage, came forward about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay. The prosecutor had a case. It was a shook.
This is in Palm Beach, Florida.
It was a
slap on the wrist.
40 witnesses, many underage. They went home. Their parents came. They brought a huge case. The DA was all a set deal. What happened was Epstein gets this cushy deal because he's an intelligence asset, quote unquote. So what happened was he gets his own wing in West Palm County Jail, and he can go home at night. Or he can go home. Yes, he has to report there at night to sleep there. It was the craziest cushy deal. The reason that the case came back up was because when you do that, when the DA cuts a deal, you have to let the victims know. They didn't let the victims know this time. They didn't. So the lawyers were fishing team. The lawyers were so mad that they never forgot it, and they brought the case again. And they said, "Excuse me, this guy's a scumbag. He was trafficking underage girls. That is an open and shut case. We've had all the evidence, and somehow, now you guys, this guy who got Lex Wexner's house for no money, one of the richest men in America, had total control over his company.
But we know all this. Yeah, but all this is public knowledge.
So he was clearly an intelligence
young women that he was trafficking.
Yeah.
Where's the list of the men who were partaking in these parties?
And that's why this is simple. He was an intelligence asset.
Yes.
They were not only trafficking young underage women to trap people, the honeypot. It's called a honeypot operation.
Yes.
They honeypotted powerful people. Then they had them on tape, and then they had them by the balls. They could blackmail anybody.
But get this. He got tipped. To the raid. They were coming to his house once.
He destroyed it, right?
And when they come in, they take your computers and everything. All the computers were gone.
But Ghislaine Maxwell doesn't know the list?
So this is the point. All that evidence was gone. It was all destroyed. Obviously, somebody, if it's Mossad, whoever it is, they know how to get rid of shit like that, right? But they would also have copies. So in 2008, that would be whoever that is. Yeah. In 2008, what they said is that there was no evidence because it was all fucking scrubbed. And when you cut a plea deal, part of the plea deal is you agree not to collect evidence. You agree that the case is dead. So nobody's on that case anymore. So guess what?
You're talking about 2008 though?
Yes.
But what about this case?
So this case was a rehashing of the 2008.
Not all of it.
Most of it. All of it was actually, yes. So if you look at it, he was being retried for the shit he did prior 2008 prior. Okay, that's what was really going on. By that time, the jig was up and everybody knew. He'd already been convicted. He was already welcomed back into society somehow, which is unbelievable to me. But for the most part, this was a guy.
So you don't think just the list at all?
I think all that evidence is fucking gone.
That means there's a list.
There's a list. You know what it is? It's flight log. Good luck with that.
Yeah, you can't figure that out.
What are you going to do? Okay, I was on the plane. Yeah. Cool. I was at the island.
There was a lot of people who were on the plane who were getting rides.
There were people who were at the island at parties. Sure.
Yeah.
Good luck with that. Good luck trying to find. All right,
so it's hypothetical that the list was destroyed, but somebody probably has this list, and somebody's probably wielding power over other people who've been
that could very well be the case.
And so I guess this is the first time I've thought it even plausible that actually the list was destroyed. However, if they were really interested, they could rebuild a new list, talking to the women. Exactly.
Here's the other issue that Cash Patel was talking about. If you had video of those young girls who were being exploited, if you had that video, you're not allowed to make that public. That would be against her rights. So that is something that may be evidence, but all of that shit went through the ringer already. And those girls, they're not gonna fucking be like, hey, this girl was being,
the girls are coming out now, like, you're not gonna speak up.
The girls are coming out now saying that they did.
The law doesn't work that way.
But let me explain it. So the girls are suing the Epstein estate.
Correct.
Okay. If there was video, and they said, look, I was 14, 15, when this happened, here's the video of me with
They wouldn't have the videos.
If anybody anybody had that video, that the lawyers or anybody, remember, that would be worth gold because now you can really sue the estate. Right now, you're suing the estate.
The victims aren't going to have the video. They would never allow that.
No, they've never. Yeah, all I'm saying is if there was, right, if there was, I think
it's like Prince Charles, right? Massive, powerful dude from the royal family. We know for a fact he's smart.
You know what I think?
You get to step down.
Yeah, here's the other possibility. Here's the other thing we're not talking about.
You're going to go to him like, hey, who else is there?
Yeah, I know. I think there's a day, and I think they have the fucking list, and they're wielding power.
So I think people think it's just the left. It's left and right. It's the one thing they both agree on. This can't get out.
Well, first of all, the lawyers came to a lot of these people already. This is the other thing people forget. So they came to Prince Andrew. They asked for $26 million. Prince Andrew said no, and that's when they went public with it. So these lawyers, remember, with the victims that are being represented, they go to the accused and they say, we have evidence, and we can embarrass the shit out of you, that you were on that island with this girl when she was 17, 16, or whatever. You want to play ball? Give us $50 million, and then you negotiate from there. Prince Andrew said, fuck off. And they went, very cool, here we go. And he's never going to say. So I think it's also very possible that these people who have all the money in the world, when they came, a lot of these lawyers came to those people, they fucking paid it off.
Yeah, and look,
and now it all goes away.
Yeah, and if you're this young girl, you've had this horrible thing happen, you're like, am I happier if this guy goes to jail, or am I happier if I got 20 mil?
Yeah.
And like, I don't blame him. But let me ask you, but also you gotta also think, like, please think about the future of the world.
Yeah, but even as a dad, let's say you have all your kids, and like, hey, they're offering me 30 mil if I just stay quiet.
Or you'll get nothing.
Or you get nothing. That guy, especially today's
hearsay.
It's hearsay. You know you have
5-year trial.
We're dealing with their lawyers. Like, he's probably still not going to get in trouble. Give him the 30.
Yeah, I think.
And let me ask you this question. Let me ask you guys this question. So, like, do you think that it's possible he was an Israeli asset, right? Like,
it's definitely possible.
Right? So let's just say my guess is Ehud Barak was at Epstein's house. We know that. I mean, he was the prime minister. He was like, okay, so whatever's going on there, he clearly had ties to Israeli intelligence. I doubt that the Mossad and the Israelis have trouble getting rid of information. And by the way, it is not in Israel's interest to be found where someone finds out that they were honeypotting and blackmailing a former U.S. president like Bill Clinton. Do you know what that would do to international relations, to everything?
Yeah.
No way.
I mean,
that's not worth
a beat. That's not confirm what we're saying. You basically say what we're saying, but you're saying maybe there is a list. You've never seen it.
Never seen it.
And if there was a list, it's destroyed, or the powers that be will never let it go.
You're never seeing it.
They're like, yep, you do.
No,
here's why
you're dealing with a real power.
Here's why I think the U.S. intelligence was a part of it, because of that cushy time when he got busted and he got the easy deal. Like, I think whatever force that was had power over our judicial system and had, and I think so it was part. I think maybe this is a joint effort that our intelligence and potentially Mossad and potentially everyone else is playing this secret game.
Yep.
That's beneath the surface, and their game is we want total power.
Yep.
And then a lot of people who we think are enemies who are playing this game of enemy, like left, right, you know, you actually see them getting together, they're laughing, they're talking all this shit against each other, but they're having the best time together. And I think that's, there's like
the CIA, actually the larger indictment here is not that the CIA was involved, because the CIA was then collecting evidence on its own citizenry, which is already against its charter and heads would rule. The other thing, well, but the more embarrassing thing is that Israeli intelligence has the kind of influence over the American judicial.
They have us by the balls.
And our intelligence to say, hey, kill that. And what people, I just did a podcast with Wendy Lee, who is one of the chief Democratic fundraisers, who said, the people that run this world, you want to talk about the deep state, you want to talk about the CIA, the fuck out of here, that's amateur talk. The people that run this world are the donors, the donor class, the people with real money that you don't know, that you can call the White House and change policy. Because if you want to get elected again, you ain't going to do this.
Money players.
But I mean the real money players on the Republican and the Democratic side.
And do they happen to be?
Some of them are Christians, some of them are. Yeah,
circle.
But
you say they don't.
But at the end of the day, yes, that's not a secret that there's a lot of powerful people who have interests, you know.
And I think it's a combination of a bunch of people.
Yeah,
there's going to be some. There's going to be people of every race, nation, creed, but somehow they got like a little secret deal that's going on. I believe that. I don't know that for sure, but it feels like there is a they, and that they have an immense amount of power.
Yeah,
you know, like the world, the World Economic Forum. The World Economic Forum wasn't totally a bad place to point to. Like the World Economic Forum, people think that was the hub. It's not a bad place to point to. You know, if you're pointing at different places, like I don't know for sure, and I know lots of people who are in there probably aren't in the secret part. I think it's circles within circles.
There are very powerful people, billionaires. Let's just take the Republican side, that are very interested in putting people in power who are, first of all, Christian, second of all, white, third of all, American to their core in that sense.
It's tribalism, right?
It's tribalism.
Of course they are.
But that is a fact, and they also have farms they have their own information farms where they pay influencers to make videos to support the other side. And the same goes with the left.
Right, yeah.
That's
a chance or you're hard out.
And I think fundamentally authenticity is going to win. That's my faith. It's just faith. You know, at some point, people telling the truth, we're going to be able to tell the difference. Our faculties.
It's harder to cover a lie, isn't it? It is. Transparency is like making it almost impossible to keep this lie going. Look at how we're talking. I'm the ultimate non-conspiracy theorist, but the number of people that are actually running our government, very small group.
There you go. You said there's no list. I'm full circle. You said there is a list, but
I'll be talking about this in Albuquerque, New Mexico. Hyenas. I'll be talking about this. I'll be revealing the secrets. I have the FCU.
You have the list.
I'm going to reveal it in Albuquerque, New Mexico, at Hyenas, October 3rd and 4th.
That's the place to do it.
That's right.
That doesn't get the people going.
Come to Plano, Texas, November 21, 22.
As well.
That's it.
Yeah. So give some up. We love you. It's correct.
Love you guys.
All day, baby.
Great to see you.
We love you up.
Great to see you.
This is the Fire Kid. We're out.
Alongside the chief of the Houston Police Department, J. Noe Diaz, refuting social media speculation surrounding the deaths. Between September 15th and 20th, authorities in Houston found 5 dead bodies in different bayous around Houston. Only one has been publicly identified. It was a 20-year-old University of Houston student, and police have said they do not suspect foul play. On Tuesday, the Houston Police Department alone reviewed the serial killer theory, noting that while they are awaiting medical examinations and IDs on these dead bodies, they do not believe any of the deaths were connected. As of this day, this year in Houston, there have been 14 bodies recovered from local bayous. So some on social media have been speculating that these might, in fact, be the work of a serial killer. But a criminal justice professor at Texas State says these are very rare. We also know that drowning.
Nashville, Tennessee, Lexington, Kentucky, thank you so much for all the love. It was great to see you all out there. I really appreciate all the support. I am bringing the Night Pants Nation tour to Boston, March 31st to April 2nd, and Minneapolis, April 28th through the 30th. Get your tickets for those shows and all shows at RyanSickler.com.
The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler.
Welcome back to the Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it in the Night Pants Studios. I'm Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com, Ryan Sickler on all your social media. I can't thank you enough for your support. It's been a hell of a year so far. We're going to continue that run. Please subscribe to the YouTube channel. It's a huge help to everything we do over here, and the Patreon. It's called Honeydew with y'all. I'm highlighting the lowlights with y'all. The stories are unlike anything you've ever heard. I promise you that. It's $5 a month. If you sign up for a year, you're getting over a month free. You're getting the
government. It is a pleasure.
Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has told the UN General Assembly the Gaza want peace. He even outlined a plan to reestablish normal relations between Israelis and Palestinians. ABC's Ian Panel says the Israeli government and some family members of hostages are not buying.
When France and others started to raise the prospect of recognizing a Palestinian state, Hamas felt it was, in some senses, getting something out of this torturous, painful, bloody process, and it backed away from agreeing to any kind of ceasefire.
Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu will speak at the UN General Assembly tomorrow. William Shatner's agent says the 94-year-old actor is not in the hospital.
TMZ reported Wednesday that the Star Trek legend had a medical emergency and was rushed to a hospital by the called paramedics from the Los Angeles home after experiencing issues with his blood sugar. His recent statement saying the reports are
Pleasure to have the legend back. The one and only Joey Diaz, everybody. Welcome back to the Honeydew, Joey Diaz.
What's going on, Brian Sickler? The Russians are coming.
God damn it, they are, boy. How about that ghost of Kiev? Dan Van Kirk told me about this guy last night. He's called it, I think it's the Ghost of Kiev, they call him. He's a fighter jet that shot down 6 Russian jets yesterday alone. And they can't get this guy, they can't see him. But he's like the Red Baron up there right now in our times. This dude's like a badass, and he's knocking them all out of the sky, and they can't fuck with him up there. He's like Tony Hawk, a fucking fighter pilot.
What a fucking nightmare, my friend. For real, just get over it. Now we got a fucking World War III.
Yeah, after COVID. It's COVID over. COVID's over, though, isn't it? Seems like it happened. Jesus.
Nobody gives a fuck.
Seriously, they're bombing people. We got to worry about a mask?
That's it. We're not talking about vaccines. Don't go off. I heard they're letting people into New York without the car. You know, it's over. It's over.
Listen, there's no way the United States of America is going to tell people that you can't fucking come here and you know, save your fucking self. There's going to be a lot of looking left and right when it comes to that shit. Blind eyes, compassionate souls. What the fuck are we going to do? Their capitals get bombed. They bombed the airport. They bombed the airport. Imagine being in LA right now. You're like, I got to get the fuck out of here. And they're like, they bombed LAX. You're like, what? How am I getting the fuck out now?
I got to drive to Vegas.
Burbank or some shit. All right, brother. We have not done one of these since July of 2021. When we last ended, it's actually very touching to me now because it was March of 97 for you. I had just moved here on Valentine's Day in 97, and you just got passed at the store. And for me, I'm sitting here right now, I'm newly passed at the store. So it's nice to, by the way, it's nice to be able to go on that wall.
It was 25 years. The anniversary was 25 years. Last Saturday was on my birthday. I became a rip on my birthday.
Okay.
It all came together, you know.
Yeah, you were mentioning that you went in, you didn't want to touch the toilet with your hands, so you fucking sat the lid down and you sat there and you cried, and it just all came out. Everything from back in Denver, back in Jersey, New York, all of it, the prison, all of it coming back to you, and it just hit. Now you're a fucking regular at the world famous Comedy Store. So let's pick up March of 97 and we'll go from there.
You know, the next day I woke up and I have to tell you how I felt. I felt invincible. I felt that I belonged. And I'm happy that I got to do this now because it's given me, you know, I've been doing stand-up. It's going to be a year now. It was a year yesterday or something. Since I haven't been on stage, it's given me a lot of time to think, you know, and the best times I had yet. It felt great to sell out theaters. It felt great to sell out comedy clubs. That was great. It felt great to shoot a special. But there's nothing better than getting accepted into the circle that you're, you know, that you're going for. That's a great feeling. You know, I started in Denver, and then I went to New York for 9 to 10 months, which taught me how to kind of start up in the city and get the party started. Then I went back to Denver and got the party started there for a year. And then I went to Seattle. and got the party started there. So by the time you get to that fourth destination, you know how to get the party started. You know, by that time I joined an acting class on Monday night. Jamie Masada told me I wasn't funny enough to do a stage. Fuck that guy. But I had a guy who worked there who used to give me a 20-minute spot every Monday for Latino night. And it was packed. And, you know, it's so weird. People think you make it at the store and that's it. No, that's when your work starts.
I just did the Comedy Store podcast last night with Eleanor, and she said the same thing. I said, look, it's great, and you're right. There's nothing there. I'm so surprised at the camaraderie and how kind everyone has been coming up with me and congratulating me and stuff. You know, I didn't expect, first of all, I don't expect anything from anybody, but I really didn't expect that. I have been in that building for so long, doing so many shows, just never a regular, that it really, I see how much they appreciate it. So it is something to be accepted by this band of fucking misfits, and you know, you're one of us now. I really feel good about that. But you're right, a 15-minute set at the Comedy Store that's all it is. It does not make you a comedian. An hour makes you a comedian. If you go on the road and sell tickets, it makes you a comedian. Like, just being a Comedy Store comic is awesome, but there's so much more. You're right. That's where your work begins. Now, you got to go to that next level. And you've seen guys over the years do it. Pryor, Murphy, just name them, all of them, you know. Like, it's so musical. It's so weird how when you go to jiu-jitsu or karate, when you start, you're at the back of the class. And then after 3 months, you move up 6 months. And then after 3 years, you're at the front line, you know. And it's the same thing at the Comedy Store. Right now, people getting paid and getting passed left to get away from this. After I got passed, like, once somebody became a regular, we wait for them up the stairs. And when they come out, we treat them like the guys in good college. You don't hug you, rub your head, push them up like that. And we did that to him. He got paid. Oh, shit. Pop your cherry and we hug you. Not for me. For me, nobody just said big to me. But I know that said, I got up and I worked for Scott Dan Policy. He was a town coordinator at the store. And I had a weekend. That weekend. But she made me on a Sunday. And that following weekend, I had a weekend in San Francisco. And somebody told me to cancel it. Because you don't want to get paid and disappear on it. Then she forgets about it. So I canceled it. And my goal at that time was to become a good comedian. But to be honest with you, the way you have to think when you walk into a Comedy Store, or the improv, regardless of what you think, or what's happening in your life, you have to go, I'm going to give myself 5 years, I'm going to be the best comic ever. You know, you got to sink in, get involved in the store, the auditorium shows, for people to more exposure. So my world became the Comedy Store. I was, you know, the family's got expunged. That expunged everything. Assassination. When was that? In 97 also? In 97. No, I'm saying that becoming a regular took away all the second jobs. It took away a lot of pain. You know, it took away a lot of things. Now my fucking goal was to become the best of the store. To be from the ladder from the 1 o'clock spot to 10:15. You know, one day I got a spot. That Monday, my first Monday, they gave me a spot. I couldn't even get like at 11 o'clock. Boy, was I fucking happy. I got job rules. I got my other buddies. I got Brody. I couldn't even get everybody came down to see my spot. Monday night, Comedy Store debut, ready to fucking go. And all of a sudden, Eddie Griffin asked me, and he goes, hey, player, you want to fight for 10 minutes earlier? Well, we stayed out to the corner, too. Yeah, I know. Really? I don't know how Eddie Griffin's ever done 10 minutes. Went from the biggest high in my life to the biggest low of my life. Did you still get to go? If you would have come by and fucked me in the ass, it would have been the best
just sitting back there, ready to cry. My friends got so about one by one. Yeah, we'll see you next time. And then finally, every group goes, coming up here in Cuba. And I remember walking up there like, ready to shoot myself. I wanted to kill him. I wanted to kill him.
I want to be like super, like kind about this time because I think it does
gigantic fucking load, 24 hours.
sit in front of us.
And that was okay.
I gotta tell you, probably one of the most boring episodes I've ever done. Only because it's like there was hardly any laughs. It was so and I wish that I was going in there thinking that he would just like take responsibility for everything. It was one of those acting that I felt.
On the other side, sunset behind the guitar center. Yeah, with the guy's name. It was after like 3 weeks on Mondays. It was 7 to 10. And after about 3 or 4 weeks, the guy said to me, by the way, is anybody familiar here? And I didn't say shit. And he goes, I hate fucking Canadians. You guys coming here, you think you're the cream of the crop. I can't stand them. The last comic I dealt with was fucking Andrew Dice Clay. He could have left a bad taste in my mouth. I was like,
now you're doing Woody Allen.
So Monday nights was the busiest night in Hollywood. They were fucking, it was the Laugh Factory with Tino back. Crazy Monday, whatever it was, in the Improv, back. And the Comedy Store had to go for fight. But after 10, you go down there and sign up on Monday. So your goal was to get a Triple Crown on Monday nights. They got a spot at the Improv, they got a spot at the Laugh Factory. So for months, I would get spots every fucking Monday at the Laugh Factory with Gilbert, Felipe, Willie Marcetta, Carlos Garcia, Pablo Francisco, Carlos Oscar. That was that crew. And then I would go to the Comedy Store and hang out, I was hanging out in the daytime with Doug Stanhope. I would go to Doug's house and write with him and try to learn what the fuck he was doing, because he was on a different level. In 97, he had turned the face of comedy. And that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to switch it up a little bit from the fucking, hey, how you doing? You know what I'm saying? All that shit. So I was hanging out with Doug in the daytime, and then that circle became Doug and Mitch. So it was me, Doug, and Mitch Hedberg would meet at like 2 at Doug Stanhope's on Curzon, and then we walked to Gorky Park, the Russian Park.
I'm gonna say that it's 3 very different voices of comedy getting together, unlike anything, and especially at that time. Even still now, it's still especially Mitch Hedberg too. He's still one of a kind. He is still one of a kind.
He was already in Montreal. People know Mitch White. Doug was tearing up the country. And that was like a feature act, learning from the both of them. Just listening to him talk, and we would play tennis. That's when he wrote that joke. I'll never be as good as the wall. He was a motherfucker. And then after that, he lived on Sierra Bonita, next to motherfucking Nick Apollo. They were neighbors. And Nick wasn't crazy about Mitch Hedberg.
I can see that. Yeah.
And the guitar playing, so they would bang on the wall.
Jesus Christ.
But it was something that, like I said, you can hang out with Pride and all this shit. That common camaraderie will never happen again. Josh Wolf was the circle line. I was a lot with Josh those days. Doug Stanhope lived on Curzon, Mitch Hedberg, and Nick lived on Sierra Bonita. And then there was Gardner. There was a friend of Doug Stanhope who lived on Gardner. And then Vista was Josh Wolf. So 4 blocks in a row. I would just wake up in the morning and go from door to door. I wasn't tight friends with the guy who lived on Gardner. But one day there was an emergency and he had to leave. And there was a fat guy staying over with Joey Medina. That was a funny guy. He was friends with Doug Stanhope, so Doug Stanhope put him in that movie now. And that was Ralphie May.
No way.
But now it was Johnny.
I thought Jimmy Kimmel speech was great. He came back and he said, you know, we're talking about free speech and how important it is, but he also said, when I first moved here in 1994, this was about I didn't mean to feel bad, especially not his wife. So I feel terrible. But he was contrite and he said, you know, I understand that people could have taken what I said offensively. And he owned it. But the way he said it was like a ride. And everybody listening was clapping to the idea that we should all be allowed to say what we want
And we used to get this fucking man on that. And everybody else, like, am I really coming here to be a comedian? And I'm in one of the nicest old places. Like, that just, it just was one of those things, like, wow. You knew they all lived in that area. They put the stores there, the improv here, the lab, just that triangle. It's a little fucking triangle right there. All within one, like, a mile and a half of each other's arms.
You don't know. This is all guys. Most of it's bots, and if it's not bots, you listen to some crazy lunatics you would never hang out with. That's the mental people getting in your brain right now.
He was getting residual check on that guy. The 3 grand, 2 grand, something that play. Just so you know, the guy was a business. Your life is over. I was broke. And then you try to get some money left in the deal. It doesn't hurt. I got CBS. So if you're intention to stop it, and they're telling you to go to steal. There was a show on CBS. There might be a religious revival. And, well, I've never heard in my lifetime people talk about God. You go to the tribe, I became a regular, and you hear her husband just got killed. Amazing. And what it's her message was forgiveness. And a fucking story. I wonder if you might not be the best. The spirit of God is there. I follow this guy. You gotta be up there. You gotta be up there. It's a great thing. I mean, like, and he was like, y'all haven't even Mitzi in the main like the spirit of God that I felt feel like when she said that, like, I forgive them. There's usually like a point that you go up there. That is like, that's the shades of that's so powerful, so powerful. I think people are underestimating that. And yes, I have a central point in my life. I didn't have is they want to ask people to hang out. If I'm not working, I'm not there. I always say nobody's a little club hang out. Because if you do meet somebody, they're going to ask you, what are you going out? And you're going to go, not tonight. I think it's all like Parazanthi. And you change Parazanthi is also heavy metal. What the fuck are you doing here? So that's why I never really, I'm not, everybody always says you got to hang out with people. Fuck you. You want to talk to somebody, join a Lonely Hearts Club. I'm going out at night to do spots. And I remember that every day I was fucking calling people to give me spots, like, you know, a couple people had rooms in Orange County, but the most noticeable guy was Rudy Moreno. Yeah, he moved at the Brave Bull, like the Comedy Store. It was basically 3 fucking rooms, and he would book 3 rooms on a Saturday and Friday. I must have called him for a fucking month, so I was blue in the fucking face, and he would return my calls. So I borrowed a car one night, and I actually went to the Brave Bull. And I go, who's Rudy fucking Moreno? And I go, how fucking dare you not tell me black? I can see if I was some white animal or something. I'm Spanish, like, white animal. Don't be black. And he's like, okay, I'll good job.
Well, I love it. He's great, too. I did a lot of his shows at the Ice House early on coming up. He really did hustle and booked a lot of shows, gave a lot of comedians spots. If you're waiting for the right time to buy your first home, I've got news for you. Things are only getting crazier. Rents and house prices are skyrocketing. Interest rates are going up. And no matter what stage you're in, you should start planning now. I look every night out here. I check Zillow. I check Westside Rentals. I check Apartments.com. I check Craigslist. I check all of them. Rents are insane. The cost of living is insane. Okay, I recommend that everyone listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast. This is an incredible free resource with everything you need to know to navigate this process. Hosted
host, David Zidoni, is an industry expert with years of experience who actually cares about first-time home buyers like you. He answers questions like, when is the best time to start? How do I even start? Will a mortgage be more than my current monthly rent? Probably not. The good news is he just released an emergency episode, How to Buy a Home, all about the bidding wars of 2022, with insider tips and tricks to win. David has helped make buying a home a reality for so many people. He even connects first-time home buyers with great local realtors in their areas so they know they have someone in their corner. I'm telling you, he can help you too. He's already helped a couple of you guys out there. So listen to the How to Buy a Home podcast today. David can help. Find How to Buy a Home wherever you listen to podcasts. For many people, getting financially healthy means dropping the weight of credit card debt. But where do you start when it feels like a never-ending cycle, right? Upstart can help you pay off your existing debt quickly and easily with a personal loan so you can start living your life. Whether it's paying off your credit cards, consolidating that high-interest debt, or funding personal expenses, over 1 million people have used Upstart to get one fixed monthly payment with a clear payoff date. Upstart knows you're more than just your credit score, so rather than looking at your credit score alone, Upstart's model considers other factors like your income, your employment, and other information provided in your loan application to find you a smarter rate for your loan. You can check your rate without impacting your credit score in just 5 minutes for loans between $1,000 all the way up to $50,000. You can even receive your funds as fast as one business day after accepting your loan. Find out how Upstart can lower your monthly payments today when you go to upstart.com/honeydew. That's upstart.com/honeydew. Don't forget to use my URL to let them know I sent you. Loan amounts will be determined based on your credit, your income, and certain other information provided in your loan application. Go to upstart.com/honeydew. Now, let's get back to the dude.
Well, he used to give me 3 spots a week. I used to torture him and work him. While he was on stage, I sit behind the stage and go, Rudy. I was just Rudy. But that particular night, about a year and a half, maybe like 3 years earlier, I was in the Comedy Works. I did the open mic. And the guy that was in charge of the Comedy Works was a fucking sweetheart who actually changed my life around. I did a spot, I killed 3 minutes, and he chased me outside, this guy. And he goes, I go up here for a second. He goes, listen, we both know you're the funniest guy here without even blinking a fucking eye. But you don't take it serious. He goes, look at the t-shirt you got on. You don't come to the writing classes. You're not involved with us at all. You just come in, blow the room up, and fucking leave. That's great. That'll work. But it ain't going to work for a while. Not for a long time. You got to write jokes and blah, blah. And he told me, he goes, you're a good comic, but this isn't what you want to do. You're not putting the right work in. You should just quit if you don't want to do this. And I remember I had my hands clenched. I was ready to knock this motherfucker out. Like, look at this guy coming me. And I walked over to the bus, and I go, you know what? I am going to fuck him up. And I walked back to the Comedy Works in Denver, and I went downstairs, and he wasn't there. And I went to the bus home. And a month later, I got thrown out of the Comedy Works. It didn't matter. That dude, I bumped into him that night at Rudy's. He was a guy that worked with other comics and helped him. At this time, he was working with Brian Duncan. Yeah. And he was bringing Brian down before American Idol. I don't know what it was. So I went up on stage and I had to follow him like a top headliner. He's gone now. Tommy Drake or something. Tommy something. He used to be like a detective. I like my women. I like my coffee with 2 tits. All that shit. He was a funny dude. I had seen him at the Improv a bunch of times. He would wear a detective jacket like a hat. Yeah, all that type of. I was talking to this day. He blew up the fucking room. My knees were fucking up with him. But then I said to myself, fuck this. I'm at the Comedy Store every fucking night. Following savages. At the time, they weren't the savages there were when I was there. But they were savages. Be at the store. At 10:30, you gotta be a fucking savage. And I went up there, took that room apart at the grave for my fucking liver. And I got off, and Rudy goes, you come down whenever the fuck you want. Just clean it up a little bit. And as I passed by Rudy, I saw that guy, Matt. That was his name, Matt. And he goes, what the fuck was that? And at that point, I accepted what he said to me, and I put him aside. And I go, you don't know how lucky you were that night of losing a fucking... I go, I'm a fucking nut, and you destroyed me that night as a human being. But when I got home, I thought about what your words were, and you were right. And you're the reason why I'm here tonight, so thank you. And he gave me a big hug, and I never saw him again. Matt Woods, great comic. He came up with Matt Berry, Roseanne, Todd George, Rick Kurtz. They were fucking, you know, when one of the country guys, Larry the Cable guy, did material, he brought all of them for comics material. Oh, is that right? Yeah, they were great writers. One of those guys, Rick House with the hook. Yeah, the guy that put the hook up on stage. Fucking brilliant writer, that motherfucker. So it was great. It was great to see him. But after I saw that guy, and after I knew I could do it, because before you come to LA, you hear all these negative things from comics when you go on the road. You know, don't go to LA, you gotta be a bag, you gotta suck dick, don't get to John Stage. Here I am, 3 fucking months, and I'm getting love everywhere. I got love at the Improv before I got love at the store. I was already getting spotted. There was a guy named Cooper who was a talent coordinator, who was a drunk, great guy, and he saw me do a Latino night, and he made me a regular. And now I was in the Laugh Factory, so it was, I was rocking and fucking rolling 3 months in. Now it was time to shoot the pilot. The director of this pilot for CBS, they gave $3 million. So I thought this show was definitely going to work. You know who the director was? The guy who played the doctor in jail. When the guy from The Sopranos was in prison. Wait, remember Johnny Sack went to prison? Johnny Sack, yeah. Johnny Sack was in prison. There was a guy with glasses that was fucking making his bed and all that shit. That's the guy. That guy is a badass, but he's also in Eyes Wide Shut, that dude. He's been in 1,000 things. He directed it. So when I got there, I was playing a bartender that he gave information to the cops. He was the eyes and ears of the neighborhood. He was a Spanish guy in the Bronx, you know. And I remember going to the rehearsals, and every time I would say a word or I'd act, people would shake their head. I was bad, Ryan Sickler. There was like 2 weeks of rehearsals. Every time my lines got shorter.
Wait, hold on. You would see them shake their heads when you would do your line? That's brutal. That's brutal. Seeing them out there just like, God.
It was terrible. You know, I had never acted before. I probably taken 3 or 4 acting classes by then. I was a lot better than a lot of other people because I watched a lot of TV, but so every time I went in, like one day when I got there, it was 9 pages of sides. When I got there Tuesday, it was down to 8. Wednesday, it was 8 again, but it was because they erased words and they made me just act like a fucking deaf mute. Like, you know, oh man,
You're changing your whole character now.
I mean, I went deaf in like fucking 2 weeks. By the last week, I was down to like 2 lines. Like, what are you drinking?
What are you drinking? That's all this motherfucker.
Oh my God, I was so fucking proud. And the guys that like, no, man, you gotta work at it, you know? And I remember by the time we shot the pilot, the fucking, they were down to 1 line. Like, what do you guys have? That was it. And there was rumors that the show got picked up. They weren't going to pick me up. They were going to rehire somebody else. That's when I started stealing wardrobes and shit. When I know I'm not coming back, I started stealing shirts and everywhere. I of Storm Coke of being a comic. By the time I shot that pilot, I was down a one fucking line. And I remember at the end when I was leaving, everybody was talking. They're like, yeah. See ya. Everybody else is saying, see you soon. Not me. Good luck. I left that fucking crap. So I said, fuck it. I had this crazy girl from the stripper that used to let me choke her and light her pussy on fire. So I was up in her house, up in the valley. And back then, Josh Wolf gave me a car. Up the road to a castle. That's why she left it there. While she was out of town. And I started getting tickets on this motherfucker. I was getting tickets all over Hollywood. That little black chick with the fucking was chasing me all over Hollywood. You know what I'm talking about? In the white car, that bitch was angry. She had to get this the fucking Nixon administration. I'm driving this chick's car. And I'm getting tickets everywhere. I got camouflage on the car. I'm putting leaves on it in fucking Hollywood. I come out of somewhere, I still get a fucking ticket. I probably have 50 fucking tickets. And I go up to this girl's house, the pilot. They just give me like 10 grand for the fucking week. I'm gonna go see my girlfriend up there. Well, she wasn't my girlfriend at the time. We had dated for 4 years. Now we were just talking. She was a dirty whore, but I loved her. What are you gonna do? And I went there, we took a shower. I gave her a stab in the shower. And when I came out, my car was done. And they told that lady's car, and they just said, my house. Oh, without a title. So they took everything. They took my house got towed. Ralphie made God. And they used to say, your house got towed. Everything, headshots, demo reels, fucking clothes, boxing gloves.
Alright, wait, I have to stop you for a second because Segura told me the story and I'm jumping way forward. You're talking about how bad you were at acting, but you did the Sopranos movie. And I just want to hear this story real quick. I think it was Segura that told me this about your scene with De Niro. You had a scene with De Niro. Yeah, and did he just? You were pretty like, holy shit! I'm sitting here with fucking Bobby De Niro.
That was Grudge Match.
Oh, it was on Grudge Match. You did that? Tell me that. Because we're talking. Let's give you some love. Because go from watching people shake their heads at you delivering your lines to having a scene with De Niro. I said Sopranos, Grudge Match. Tell me, what did he say to you when you sat with him? What are you sitting across from him?
Yeah, well, there was a couple things, De Niro don't say much. You gotta beat him to get something out of him. So, like, I don't know what story he told you, because I don't know. Because I know.
Hi, John.
I knew that one. Oh, yeah. What happened is, when I got to New Orleans, I got there, and I always remember Gene Hackman would always go straight to the set. He would never go in his dressing room. And I thought that was interesting. And I read something like Gene Hackman that said you want to always be close to the actor. So when I got to New Orleans, I packed my shit in the room, and I ran out, and I went to wardrobe. And then from there, I go, where's the set? And they go down the block, give you a ride. They go, you're not shooting, I just want to go see, bro. And when I got there, it was LL Cool J. And he was in the thing, they were getting ready.
And I thought, this guy was hanging down the bank from the store. He's trying to check my. He tried me to commit murder. To attempt murder.
Who told you that?
This guy is gone. Told me to commit murder. To attempt murder. To kill myself. He told me to go get an eye on my future, go kill myself.
Let's do it again. Action. Second page again.
What? Start getting up on.
You don't have to worry about them anymore. They're gone.
next day I get there, and sure enough, I sit down in the chair, and they come over, they go, you meet you meet Bobby, yeah.
You're welcome, big dog. Absolutely, my friend.
You want to rehearse one time? Yeah, we rehearsed one time. It's just one fucking line. And it went smoother than fucking.
I can still not think about it.
Sure enough.
That's Sasha Balky.
He comes up to me, bro, and I look at his
Of course.
face. He comes over to me, you see Jimmy Conway, yeah. You got Taxi Driver. You see the guy from playing Raging Bull. You see the guy. But with the hunting movie, when he goes to Vietnam, Christopher Walken, you see this guy, and all of a sudden, you just fucking like, it's like you fizz out, like you just hear the plug get pulled. Come on. You don't know who the fuck it is. And I was very self-conscious. Like, hey, Robert, I'm sorry. And he like grabbed my hand. He's like, I know, it's gonna be all right. He knows. Everybody knows shit. He knows that you're sitting here with Robert fucking De Niro, and it's gonna take you a minute, but no, because it's the head with 1,000 people. Amazing. That's so like break it down. Like, don't worry about it. Yeah, like I've done it with names with fucking crap. Because once you see his face, you don't even know what line to go. Yeah. Home against your shine box, you don't know what the fuck. Really fucking interesting. And then after that movie, I got into a high acting class. I got into a Vantage because she had just won a Academy Award with Halle Berry, and then she won the next year with Charlize Theron. So everybody said she was really good, and she was very good for character actors. It was weird because when you first moved to Hollywood, you win some pretty big battles, but as you know, you lose pretty big battles. Oh, yeah. And my internal battle at that time was I couldn't get representation. I had a manager when I first got to town, great guy. I want to take his business after your house was stolen. You're still having trouble getting representation and all this stuff then? Yeah, I was having a hard time. I had this guy, Ken Phillips, for a while. Ken was a good guy. In fact, when I first got to the store, like 3 weeks into the store, I don't know what's going on. I'm fucking flat broke. I'm living hand to mouth, And there's 2 fucking wannabe Guidos in the store talking about their bookmaking. Right? Their bookmakers, blah, 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 I think they were friends with one of the Italian guys up there. And they're like, if you ever want to put any action, let us know. Here's our number. And I go, sure, I never thought about it. One day I need money to do coke that weekend. And I'm like, I like this fucking game for that. If I could just get a book. And I go, oh, shit. I know those guys. They lived on La Cienega right before you hit Santa Monica Boulevard. So I called them up, and I don't know if you remember. Yeah, the Cuban kid. How you doing? Yeah, good. They go, listen, I put in like a $250 bet. If I won, I collect. If I lose, then you go fuck yourself. This was, and I didn't want to do this in LA. I didn't want to bring that part of my work into LA. But I needed money, and I did. And I fucking put the bet in on a Monday that I was in Houston. I love this. You always remember this. Go ahead, tell me. For like 25. Couldn't even write this. So the next day I call the guys and I go, I want to collect. They go, come by. I'm like, okay. And I go down there. And the guy says, what we're going to do is just give you $50. I go, what are you talking about? It's $250. It was, I forget what it was. And he goes, well, we charge you $100 fee to join us, and then $100 deposit, and then you're good for the season, and I'm like, what the fuck are you guys talking about? And they go, this is the way we do it. If you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. And I go, really? And I went right next door. Ken Phillips lived right the building next door, right by the 7-Eleven, across the 7-Eleven on Tianiga. It's just school in there. They used to, no, there still is Hollywood Jiu-Jitsu. And I'll never forget. Went over to Ken Phillips' house, and he had like a nice little meeting. And I go, Ken, I need to borrow your gun. He goes, for what? I go, I want to shoot a scene for a movie. They want me to shoot it. He goes, what movie? I haven't heard from nobody. I go, I'll pay you tomorrow. We just shoot this scene. I got to walk out of a car, point a gun at the bushes. That wasn't where I needed the gun. I was going next door. I didn't have no bullets in the gun. So I'm like, this is going to get fucked up, you know? I walked next door. I knocked on the door. The guy's like, what do you want? I fucking rip out the gun. I go, listen, man, I've been putting bets in for 30 fucking years. Nobody has ever asked me for a fucking deposit or a fucking fee. Man, I want my $200 or we shoot it out. And this motherfucker, dog, I was more scared than ever. I thought these guys were going to shoot me. The one kid basically started crying. I basically started crying. I was like, Jesus Christ. This fucking California is filled with guy had tattoos, gold chains. You know, he was the mafia. He barely started fucking crying. Please put it away. I'll give you the money. I gave him the money. He goes, you never allowed to bet with us again. I did not see you at the store. You fucking thieves. That's how crazy I was when I got to the store. And then it slowed, you know, I didn't want to fuck up in California. But in my heart, I thought that my plan for California was simple. This is it. I'm going to stay here until I fail so bad. But I got to leave like everyone else I did.
You know, you believed you were going to fail? Did you really believe that here, though?
Yes, you did. Even though I was a regular at the store and had all those things going for me, trust me, I've had a ton of things going for me before. I've been known to blow shit. But for some reason,